Chapter 261. Feng Xiai is in trouble. Song Yuan explained what happened during this period. Song Luo was anxious and said fiercely, "Why didn't you wake me up just now?" How could she not know how powerful the 8th level Feather Phoenix chicken was? Song Luo was extremely anxious when she heard that Feng Xiai had passed away. At this moment, she regretted that she should have put some of the longevity beads and the fruit of the Dipsicus asper on Feng Xiai. Song Yuan felt that his little sister's fist was really heavy, and his arm was hurt by it. Feng Xiai won't let me. Besides, what's the point of waking you up? What can you do in this situation? When Song Yuan thought of the situation of Feng Xiai and others, he couldn't help but feel depressed. Song Luo gritted his teeth and punched Song Yuan's arm twice. How do you know I can't do it? Really, little sister, you have a way. What way? Song Yuan looked at Song Luo expectantly. Spiritual weapon. Lightning whip. Song Luo threw out a bunch of whip-shaped spiritual weapons from the jade bracelet space. There were many silver barbs on the scarlet whip, and the silver light on the barbs was dazzling, which looked quite good. Song Yuan took it in his hand and looked at it again and again. Is this a spiritual weapon that can save lives? You can say that. Song Luo nodded. After injecting spiritual power, these spiritual weapons can be thrown hundreds of feet away. Combined with the power of heavenly thunder, they have a certain lethality to the 8th level Feather Phoenix chicken. Can be thrown hundreds of feet away? It also contains the power of heavenly thunder? Great! This thing is not an ordinary item as soon as I hear it. Hurry, hurry! Let's go find Feng Xiai. We're still in time. Song Yuan trusted her very much, put away the whip, and shouted anxiously. Feng Shan and others were very excited when they heard that there was such a good thing. With Madam's spiritual weapon, we could also help the clan leader and the second elder. Madam, I will go too. We are willing to go too. The clan members all clamored to go. Song Luo interrupted the excited clan members. Feng Shan, you take 20 martial spirit masters above level 5 to help the clan leader and the second elder. Yes. Song Luo took out a box from Song Yuji's space and put 2 Dipsicus fruit and 50 longevity beads in it. There are healing medicines and longevity beads in it. In critical situations, use them to save people first. You should also pay attention to safety. Yes, madam, I will do my best. Feng Shan's eyes were filled with tears, and he promised solemnly. Feng Yin, you lead the rest of the tribe to wait. Yes. The two received the order and quickly reorganized the team. Everything was ready, and Song Luo gave orders. Let's go. Feng Shan hesitated for a moment and asked, Madam, since we have such a spiritual weapon, why don't we unite with other forces and go with us? How about I talk to the members of the other 9 families? Song Luo glanced at the 9 families including Qin and Lan who were anxiously spinning around in the same place, and shook her head. No need, they will go. After saying this, Feng Shan realized and stopped talking immediately. The movements of the Feng family naturally could not be hidden from other forces. Someone asked, What is Madame Song doing? Are you going to help the Phoenix clan leader? Song Luo nodded. That's right. We think it's better not to take risks. Brother Chen is right. Even your second elder can't do anything about the 8th level Feather Phoenix chickens. Even if you send 100 or 1,000 5th level martial spirit masters, they will just die in vain. All the forces, big and small, persuaded. Song Luo nodded. I appreciate your kindness, I know my limits. Fo Shan said, My wife has refined a powerful spiritual weapon. We will definitely be able to destroy the Feather Phoenix chickens this time. A large number of people were skeptical about this. Mrs. Song was so young, even though she heard that she was a master of weapon refining, she usually took out some things. But that was an 8th level Feather Phoenix chicken, and even several famous high-level weapon refiners did not dare to say that they could refine such a powerful spiritual weapon to destroy it. Everyone thought she was bragging, and they all shook their heads and sighed, not optimistic. Seeing that she was determined to do it, the Feng family was full of fighting spirit, so they didn't say much. They just gave her a reputation of being unreliable in their hearts. The members of the 9 great families were confused and excited when they heard this. The Qin family, the Jiang family, and the Lu family were very sure of this. I believe you, Madame Song. Wait a moment, we will take people with you. Then we will go too? Let's go! The assistants of the 6 families, Lan, Bo, Lu, Nong, Yuan, and Li, are all very discerning. In the past, the heirs of the 4 families, Feng, Qin, Lu, and Jiang, were close to each other. They trusted the wife of the head of the Feng family so much, so they must have known what was going on. He immediately deployed his men and followed behind. Even if they died in battle, it would be better than being a coward. At this point, the 10 great families reached a consensus again. Seeing this, their forces hesitated for a moment, and each sent a few people to follow. Although they believed that the 10 great families were sending people to die, since they had expressed their stance, it would not look good if they did not make any move. In this way, the battle began. Song Luo said, "Brother, Feng Shan, since everyone is willing to help, I will share the lightning whip with everyone." She refined a total of 50 lightning whips, 10 of which were reserved for her family members, and 27 were distributed to the 9 major families, 3 for each family. The remaining 13 were distributed to other forces. It has been quite some time since the second elder and others went back to fight with the Feather Phoenix chicken. Song Yuan worriedly said, "I don't know how Feng Xi and the others are doing, we better go there quickly." Brother is right. How about this? Shihong is fast. I let it take some people over first. It? Song Yuan twitched his lips. It can only carry 2 people, and it won't be of much use in the past. Then you underestimate it, Shihong. Come and show me your skills. Song Luo called Shihong to her side, took out 2 ropes from the jade bracelet space, and tied them to her claws. A moment later, Feng Shan and a member of the Feng clan sat on a pale blue bird, and the 2 strings of martial spirit masters hanging under its feet fluttered in the wind like water grass. Song Yuan was dumbfounded. Is this possible? Of course, Shihong is very strong. Hee hee. Little sister, you are really good. Song Yuan smiled awkwardly. Others, Mrs. Song refreshed their horizons in an unimaginable way. Since a group of people had been sent over first, the others planned to run over on foot. Song Luo waved her hand, and took out a flying sword and threw it to Song Yuan. Brother, don't rush to leave. I have another flying sword. It is also fast, and can carry many people. Really? Song Yuan's eyes lit up. Great, this way, we can help Feng Xi and the others quickly. Try it? Okay. After inserting the black crystal stone and inputting spiritual energy, Song Yuan saw that the 3-foot-long and 3-finger-wide flying sword suddenly became larger. It was actually the size of a small flying boat, which could accommodate as many as 50 people. Everyone took a breath. The flying sword can be like this. It seems that Madame Song's attainments in refining weapons are really not shallow. In that case, the spiritual weapon she just gave may really be so powerful? At this moment, everyone actually believed her a little, and they actually had some hope for this fatal journey. My little sister is awesome. It's just SOSO, with a few flaws. You go ahead, and we prepare food at the back to welcome you back in triumph. She had originally planned to go, but now that Shihong had gone to take people, it was naturally not very convenient for her to travel, so she stayed behind to avoid causing trouble for others. Chapter 262. Feng Xi, what are you doing here? The second elder Zhang and his companions were struggling to fight with a group of Feather Phoenix chickens. Suddenly, they saw Feng Xi and his companions and frowned. Second elder, take it. Feng Xi did not answer, but took out a top-grade long sword from the space ring and threw it to the second elder. Then he took out his usual top-grade spiritual sword and joined the battle. The second elder took the sword, wiped the blood off his face, and said angrily, "This kid actually acted on his own." They had finally managed to draw the hatred of these Feather Phoenix chickens to them, with the original intention of winning a glimmer of hope for the younger generation, but they did not expect them to come back to die. This really pissed off the second elder. After the spirit knife was in hand, the second elder realized something was wrong. After fighting with these 8th-level Feather Phoenix chickens for a while, both physical and spiritual energy were consumed. He was already exhausted just now, and his full-strength attack was only 7/10 of his peak strength. Now that he had the spirit knife in hand, he used 50% of his strength, and with a light swing, he actually cut off the wings of an 8th-level Feather Phoenix chicken. The second elder was very excited. This is a top-grade spiritual weapon. Feng Xi was entangled by the Feather Phoenix chicken, so he naturally had no time to answer his questions. He is only at the 6th level of cultivation now, but fortunately, with the blessing of the top-grade spiritual sword, he can barely fight. Above the cultivation level, the difference of 1 level is a natural chasm. Qin Yi, Lan Shi and others are not so good. Their cultivation has not yet broken through the 6th level, so they can only rely on their own years of combat experience. 3 groups of 3, together to besiege. Lan Shi, both Song, Lu Heng are 1 group, Qin Yi, Lu Yuan, Jiang Wenxiu are 1 group, Nong Heng, Li Chong, Yun Ju are 1 group. As soon as Jiang Wenxiu took out his spiritual sword, he was grabbed by an 8th-level Feather Phoenix chicken. Although he managed to dodge, A long scratch ran from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. Qin Yi and Lu Yuan saw this and hurried forward to cover him. Lan Shi, Nong Hung and others were not much better. They were injured as soon as they entered the field. The power of this group of feather phoenix chickens made people feel cold. Even if they were prepared to go but never return, they still felt uncomfortable with the slim hope of survival. The elders of the major families couldn't help but feel relieved and sad when they saw that their young patriarchs had come. These old men have lived enough, and these children are still young. Now they have to die in the wild with them. How can it not be heartbreaking? Most importantly, these are the most outstanding heirs selected by the family. Now they are all dead here. What will happen in the future? I don't know if the remaining young people in the family can take on the responsibility of the family. Once something goes wrong, their 10 major families will fall into an embarrassing position. Even if the elders are worried, they can only take one step at a time in this situation. After a sigh, the elders gathered their spirits and started fighting again. Old Qin, the second elder and others were so angry that their eyes were red with anger. When the third elder of the Qin family was exhausted, he was grabbed by the neck by a feathered phoenix chicken. Blood immediately flowed out. Third elder, Qin Yi and others were anxious and angry, but unfortunately they could not save themselves and could only watch their third elder fall from the sky. The second elder slashed with a knife and flew towards the third elder Qin. When he caught him, he was already breathing more and less. Li Laolu, the sixth elder of the Li family, was ripped out of his stomach by a feather phoenix chicken. His flesh and blood mixed with mud turned outward, extremely miserable. Elderly Lu was laid on the ground, his face pale as gold paper in an instant. A trace of fluctuation flashed in Li Zhong's eyes. He gritted his teeth and continued to fight. After that, one after another masters fell under the siege of the feather phoenix chicken. Qin Yi, Lan Shi, Nong Hung and others were under increased pressure, and in just a moment, they were all seriously injured. The second elder was also injured a lot, and he used all his strength to set up a spiritual domain and continued to fight with a long sword. Feng Xiai was covered in blood, and his black martial arts uniform with gold patterns was soaked with blood, and blood dripped down the corners of his clothes. The wounds on his delicate and gentle face were crisscrossed, deep into the bones, and his face was as white as snow. He didn't frown, his back was straight, and he held the spirit sword in his hand, shuttling through the forest, one sword after another. Qin Yi looked at Feng Xiai, who was still standing, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Among us, he is the most powerful. Yes, him. Who can be like him, defying fate in desperate situations? I'm afraid I can't do it this time. Jiang Wenqiu smiled uglier than crying. I just hope that after we die, we won't be eaten by feather phoenix chickens. Lan Shi pulled the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, feather phoenix chickens don't like to eat human flesh. Lao Qin, hold on. Li Laolu, don't die before me. Lao Wang, didn't you say you married a young wife? Think about your wife and don't sleep. Several elders, looking at their peers who were gradually failing, couldn't help but feel sad. They were all seriously injured, and even if they were lucky enough to escape from such a dangerous situation, there was no chance of survival. Everyone accepted their fate, and only hoped that the younger generations could return home safely. Before Jiang Wenqiu fainted, he saw Feng Xiai stumble and fall from midair, and his heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally died. Before closing his eyes, he seemed to have hallucinations. How did a big green bird appear in the sky with 2 chains hanging on its feet? Chief, we are here to help you. Feng Shan rode on Shihong, and the 2 human chains below swung back and forth in the air until he landed, and the dizziness was relieved. Seeing that the mission was accomplished, Shihong overturned Feng Shan and a member of the Feng clan who were sitting on it. She pecked off the rope on her feet proudly and jumped to Fengxi's side. The feather phoenix chicken tried to continue attacking Fengxi, who was already seriously injured. Shihong screamed a few times and managed to drive the feather phoenix chicken away temporarily. Fengxi touched Shihong's head, and a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. My wife asked you to come here. At this time, Feng Shan and others also came over and felt distressed when they saw the miserable state of their family leader. He quickly took out the dipsicus fruit and held it in front of Feng Xiai. Before I left, my wife asked me to bring this. She said it was a holy product for healing. Feng Xiai naturally knew the dipsicus fruit. He took the fruit, took out a very small piece of flesh, and put it in his mouth. In an instant, a surge of spiritual power flowed through his body, and flesh and blood on his body instantly regenerated, and the wounds healed quickly. His complexion returned to ruddy at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the second elder could no longer hold on, fell from the air, spit out a mouthful of blood, and was barely able to breathe. Staring at Feng Shan with wide eyes, he spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted completely. The Feather Phoenix chicken, which was temporarily frightened by Shihong, came again to kill him. Feng Shan's face became serious, and he immediately took out the lightning whip. Feng Xiai understood. If there were no spiritual tools to help, the lady would not have let them come. Sure enough, Feng Shan and the other 20 people each had a scarlet whip with thorns. As the spiritual power was running, the red whip quickly became longer, and the silver-white thorns flashed with lightning, emitting bursts of heart-pounding breath. Lightning whip, go! As the lightning whip danced in the air, all the trees it touched turned to ashes. The whip crossed the sky and flexibly entangled with the Feather Phoenix chickens. Lightning crackled, and all the Feather Phoenix chickens that were hit instantly turned into burnt chickens and fell from the sky. At this moment, morale was greatly boosted. Feng Shan and others were happy. After 5 whips were swung, everyone's body froze and almost fell down. Feng Xiai had just fed everyone with the fruit of the Dipsacus dianthus, and a complex look flashed across his face. It seems that the lady's whip is not quite right. Of course, Song Yuan and others are more uncomfortable at this moment. Since stepping on his little sister's flying sword, Song Yuan knew what his little sister meant by the small flaw. Is this a small flaw? Trusting the little sister, the big brother shed tears. Chapter 263. Ouch! Oh my god, ah! Lightning flashed on the big and wide flying sword. The martial arts masters of various forces, led by Song Yuan, were electrocuted and jumped up and down, rolling their eyes, wishing they could jump off the fast-moving flying sword on the spot. It turned out that the flying sword leaked electricity from time to time. Although it was not extremely severe, it was enough to make them suffer. On this way, Song Yuan and others were electrocuted countless times. The soles of their shoes and the martial arts uniforms on their bodies were all burned by electricity, and everyone's hair was blown apart by electricity, with a black face. Just like the elders of the beggar sect leading their disciples down the mountain to beg. Everyone looked at Song Yuan with extremely resentful eyes. Brother Song, Madam Song didn't say that this flying sword would emit the power of heavenly thunder. Fortunately, we are at the 5th level of cultivation. If it were lower, we would all be struck by heavenly thunder. I didn't expect that the little flaw that Madam Song mentioned would be like this. Everyone who had been electrocuted all the way finally couldn't help but complain. Song Yuan was also electrocuted. Hearing this, he squeezed out a smile. His dark face, blown hair, and big white teeth were extremely eye-catching. Everyone turned away their eyes, unable to bear to look, and looked at the clear sky and green trees. In fact, Song Yuan had already left 2 lines of wide noodles in his heart. If he had known this earlier, he might as well hang at Shihong's feet as water grass, and go to the front to kill the strange beasts earlier, which would be better than being chopped into this state by the flying sword. Over there, Feng Shan and others, who were immersed in the joy of killing the Feather Phoenix chicken, were caught off guard, and were also electrocuted. They couldn't throw away the lightning whip in their hands, so they could only stay awake and let themselves go, motionless, and were electrocuted all over. This power of thunder is escaping. It took a long while for everyone to relax. They looked at each other, and were speechless. Feng Shan thought about it, and knew what was going on. The spiritual tools refined by the wife of their family leader were always like this. This time the situation was too critical, and he had forgotten about it. Seeing that many people looked confused, he smiled awkwardly and said, "It's okay. It's normal for such spiritual tools to have some defects. A little flaw, no harm." The martial arts masters of the Qin, Lu, and Jiang families also recalled many unbearable memories at this time, and couldn't help but feel a toothache. He echoed with a look of an experienced person, "Brother Feng is right. There are some minor flaws. You will get used to it. The spiritual tools refined by Mrs. Song are like this, easy to use, but labor-intensive." The clansmen of the 6 families including Lan, Nong, etc. were fortunate enough to experience it several times, and now they have figured it out and smiled helplessly. This matter can only be endured. For the sake of the overall situation, just bear it and let it go. When other forces heard it, they thought it made sense. This kind of spiritual weapon can kill the 8th level Feather Phoenix chicken. Compared with it, the dissipation of the power of heavenly thunder is indeed a small problem that is not worth mentioning. Everyone cheered up and continued to fight with lightning whips. After 5 whips were swung out, another force of heavenly thunder was backfired on them along the lightning whips. Feng Shan and everyone who were electrocuted into grandchildren again. Life is hard. I want to cry. A few more times, I think we can choose a place to lie down. Everyone was electrocuted so hard that their eyes were straight, and they gave themselves 2 big slaps before they woke up a little. On the side, Feng Xiai took the Dipsacus dioscorea fruit, and his injuries were almost completely healed in an instant. He also saved a group of masters from various forces, who had half a foot in the coffin, as well as Qin Yi and others. The second elder, Qin, Li and other elders of the other 9 families, as well as masters from other forces, all took the soul-replenishing pill to restore their spiritual power. Feng Shan and others held a lightning whip in their hands, and temporarily blocked the ferocious group of level 8 feather phoenix chickens. However, after a few rounds, due to the consumption of spiritual power and being struck from time to time, everyone had been struck black all over, with disheveled hair and dirty faces. Just when Feng Shan and his men were about to give up, Song Yuan and his men arrived. "Good brother, you are finally here." Feng Shan turned around and was shocked to see a group of martial arts masters with ragged clothes, dark faces, and frizzy hair, hesitantly asked, "Where is my good brother Song Yuan? Where are my clan brothers?" The clan members of the 9 families beside him, including Qin, Jiang, Lu, Lan, and Nong, were also looking for their brothers in confusion. Unfortunately, after looking for a long time, he couldn't even see the faces of these people clearly, and could only judge his brothers based on the details of their martial arts uniforms. Song Yu and Lu looked at Feng Shan and others' familiar outfits, and a bad premonition came to his mind. "Good brother, I'm here, what are you doing?" Feng Shan also wanted to find out why Song Yuan and others were in such a state, but now the situation was critical, and it was not a good time to talk, so he didn't ask more. "Tell him about the power of the lightning whip. This whip is extremely useful, and the 8th level feather phoenix chicken is vulnerable to it." "Really?" Song Yuan and others were very surprised. Feng Shan pointed at the fallen, charred feathered phoenix chicken. "Once hit by the lightning whip, this is the end." "Very good, very good. With the help of this spiritual weapon, the trip to the east region will definitely be much smoother." Feng Shan nodded. Madam's spiritual weapon did save them. But the spiritual weapons refined by Madame are. Feng Shan didn't finish his words, and Song Yuan's bad premonition in his heart became stronger. Although he knew it, he couldn't help but ask with luck, "But what are the disadvantages?" He hoped that Feng Shan would shake his head. Unfortunately, the opposite happened. Feng Shan nodded decisively. "There are indeed some disadvantages. Every 5 times this whip is swung, it will backfire with the power of the thunder. It is unavoidable. When you use it, you must be prepared." Talking about the experience gained from being electrocuted so many times, Feng Shan choked, patted Song Yuan on the shoulder, put the whip in his hand, and looked at them sympathetically. "Next, I leave it to you. We can't hold on any longer." Song Yuan and others who had just been electrocuted all the way, and took the spirit-boosting pill to recover. This is simply, one wave is over, and there is still another wave to come. Now the people who support the rear have not arrived yet. The elders, and the heads of each family, and the head of the Shao family are still healing. Feng Shan and others have exhausted their spiritual energy, so they can only hold on. Fortunately, 50 people came this time, divided into 2 groups, and attacked alternately. At least they can delay until the follow-up reinforcements arrive, and then it will be much easier. All of them are experienced martial spirit masters. Song Yuan and others quickly set up a formation and injected spiritual power. The purple light of the lightning whip in their hands crackled and expanded hundreds of feet in an instant, like a long snake, whipping towards the feather phoenix chickens in the air. In an instant, several were hit, and the screams of the feathered phoenix chickens were the loudest in the sky. There were also those who were flexible and cunning, breaking through the dense attack of dozens of lightning whips, flying towards the near side, trying to attack at close range. Unfortunately, Song Yuan and others did not give them a chance, and slightly controlled them, and then hit them with lightning. All those who were swept by the lightning whip screamed, their feathers were scorched by electricity, and their movements became sluggish. Everything happened in a flash, and Song Yuan and others laughed happily. Just as he was about to launch a more fierce attack, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and his already fluffy hair exploded again. Song Yuan was shocked so much that his eyes rolled back. His mind flashed with the innocent smile of his younger sister. At this moment, he suddenly felt that she was so hateful. "Woohoo! My dear sister." Temporary residence. Song Luo sat in the open space in a daze, worried. "I don't know how Big Brother and Feng Xiai are doing." With the Dipsacus fruit, she was not worried about the safety of Feng Xiai and others. However, the situation was critical at that time, and she forgot to tell Big Brother the full name of the lightning whip. In fact, Its full name is the Lightning 5 Whips. Every time it swings 5 whips, it leaks electricity. I don't know if Big Brother's body can bear it. She had to worry. Because the flying sword she gave to her eldest brother also had its drawbacks. It was flying and discharging electricity. It was a flying sword. She was going to keep it in the bottom of the box, but unfortunately, there was nothing she could do about it. It was fate. It won't kill you anyway, so why not just pretend to be innocent? Song Luo decisively gave up the struggle and told Madame Yang to cook more chicken soup for her eldest brother and his family. The brother and sister had a deep friendship, and Madame Yang was very pleased. Madam, you are really good to my uncle. That's right, dear brother. Song Luo directly sighed that Madame Yang had good vision. Chapter 264. Although the lightning whip has its drawbacks, it is really powerful. Groups of level 8 feather phoenix chickens were burned under its attack and fell like meteorites. The people who came to support later also experienced the interweaving of the two polar senses of pleasure and electricity. Groups of martial spirit masters were electrocuted into charcoal faces and afro hair. Powerful spiritual weapons are really not perfect. After everyone's cooperation, all the feather phoenix chickens in the sky have been shot down. It's incredible. This is the first time in my life that I have killed so many feather phoenix chickens, and they are level 8 feather phoenix chickens. This spiritual weapon is really powerful. Although it has disadvantages, it can help people kill such ferocious birds. Looking at the entire continent, it is also very remarkable. I originally thought that Mrs. Song's reputation as a master of weapon refining was a rumor, but now I see it with my own eyes. It is really embarrassing. We are too pedantic. Without the threat of feather phoenix chickens, the atmosphere was much more relaxed while everyone was resting. The wife of the Feng clan leader, who refined this thing, was praised again and again. After the second elder took the dipsicus fruit and the soul-boosting pill, he had recovered after a period of rest. At this moment, his face was ruddy, his eyes were bright, and he pricked up his ears to lead everyone to praise his younger generation. He couldn't help stroking his beard and nodding frequently, smiling proudly. He looked at Feng Xiai standing aside and praised, "Your wife is very good. You have good taste too." Feng Xiai smiled, "Second elder, you are too kind." Hearing his sister being praised, Song Yuan's eyes sparkled, and he straightened his chest, quite proud. Since the feather phoenix chicken has been wiped out, let's go back first. As soon as the second elder finished speaking, another burst of puffing sound came from the unclean forest not far ahead, followed by a group of buzzing sounds and a burst of chicken cries. Cluck, cluck. Now when they heard this sound, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. Looking up, they saw another group of feather phoenix chickens flying over. They seemed to be chasing something. Everyone present was a 5th level martial spirit master with excellent eyesight. This group of feathered phoenix chickens was larger than the previous group, with brighter fur, and the fiery red crowns on their foreheads were as moist as jade. At this moment, they were chasing a group of giant mosquitoes with yellow and gray stripes. The giant mosquitoes were half the size of a human, with wings as thin as cicada wings, like 2 huge fans, a huge belly, and a nearly 1 meter long mouthparts that emitted a chilling cold light in the sun. How could the giant mosquitoes be faster than the feathered phoenixes? Their rapid buzzing sound showed their uneasiness. As expected, everyone saw the group of feathered phoenixes screaming a few times, and then their big wings fluttered up and down, flying straight or diagonally, and blocked the path of the group of giant mosquitoes in a few seconds. They opened their big beaks and swallowed one in one gulp. Hundreds of giant mosquitoes were swallowed in the blink of an eye, and the group of feathered phoenixes turned their bright red eyes and looked at this place. Then, they looked up to the sky and screamed, and rushed towards this place at a high speed. All this happened in an instant. The second elder and others suddenly changed their expressions. Not good, this group of feather phoenix chickens are level 9. There are still quite a few of them, and they may not be easy to deal with. Quick, lightning whip and me. The elders of the 10 major families, and the masters present got lightning whips from everyone and planned to fight in person. Feng Xiai and others led the tribesmen to retreat to a relatively safe distance. This battle was not something they could participate in. The second elder and others got the lightning whip and quickly injected spiritual power into it. In an instant, they felt a powerful force rising in their hands. It was the power of the lightning whip. The people who were a little worried just now looked at each other and saw shock in their eyes. Really good. We can win this battle. At this moment, the worries in the eyes of the second elder and others disappeared, and they looked at the swooping 9th level feather phoenix chickens with more confidence and satisfaction. They quickly stood in position, controlled the lightning whip, and quickly attacked the feather phoenix chickens. They were all 9th level cultivators. If they only held ordinary spirit swords against the 9th level feather phoenix chickens, they would not be able to fight at all. But now it is different. This lightning whip is extraordinary. All the masters only need to make a slight move to reach the highest point of this level. A group of old men each swung a long whip with a dark purple lightning and whipped it at the feather phoenix chickens. At their age, they have experienced countless battles, and their control of spiritual power and accuracy of attack are extremely high. Once the feather phoenix chicken entered the range of the lightning whip, it was like entering a net of thunder and lightning, and it was pressed and beaten until it clucked. The second elder and others were happy at first, but suddenly, their cheeks twitched, their bodies shook slightly, and a puff of black smoke came out from the top of their heads. The smooth black hair was electrocuted into instant noodles. You? The second elder pointed at the elder of the Qin family, and the elder of the Qin family looked at the elder of the Li family. Everyone looked at each other, and couldn't help laughing. Children nowadays are amazing. They can refine all kinds of strange things. The flaws do not outweigh the merits. This little flaw cannot make it useful. After the elders were electrocuted 3 or 4 times in a row, they finally strangled all the level 9 feather phoenix chickens. At the moment when the last feather phoenix chicken turned into a burnt chicken and fell to the ground, there was only a crackling sound, and the lightning in the hands of the elder of the Qin family broke into pieces. It's broken already? The second elder Qin looked innocent. You must have used too much force, old man. What a good thing, what a pity. As soon as the sixth elderly finished speaking, the whip in his hand broke into pieces. The sixth elderly, The second elder blew his beard and glared, You two old guys, I don't know how much effort the child has put in, and you don't know how to cherish the good things you have finally made. Then, under the teasing eyes of the two, the lightning whip in his hand also broke into pieces. The second elder who had just finished accusing others, This child, the spiritual weapon he refined doesn't seem to be very strong. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning whips in the hands of everyone present broke. Everyone, You are really accurate. Chapter 265. After dealing with the last level 9 feather phoenix chicken, everyone simply cleaned up the remaining forest land in one go. The 6 level feather phoenix eggs, which were as big as wash basins, were stacked densely together, which made people's scalps numb. The second elder wiped his cold sweat. If these are hatched, I don't know how harmful they will be to the south region. Brother Feng is right. The third elder Qin and the sixth elderly and others all took a breath. There must be a Jisun jade here. In this case, it will take less than half a year for these birds and beasts to grow to level 9. The crowd divided the feather phoenix eggs and began to explore the whereabouts of the Jisun jade. After an hour of exploration, they finally found tens of thousands of Jisun jades in a cave. The danger they faced this time was huge, and the harvest was also not small. These level 8 and level 9 feather phoenix chickens were not small in size, and the spiritual power contained in their meat was huge. Although the appearance was a little burnt, it did not affect their consumption. It can last for a while. If they had harvested so much in the past, they would definitely be very happy. But the situation became increasingly wrong, and the second elder and others sighed and were worried. Now we can only take one step at a time. We must go to the central region, and it is useless to think too much. Qin Yi and others did not expect that they could return in one piece, and the atmosphere along the way was a little relaxed. Shi Hong followed Feng Xiai closely, and Jiang Wenxiu looked at it curiously. You know what? The spirit pet your wife raised is quite handsome. This feather, this tail, it is quite like the legendary phoenix. The red and blue pattern between the eyebrows is like the finishing touch. I don't know how your wife raised her to be so obedient. Having a flying pet as a mount is extremely majestic. Jiang Wenxiu said with a little sourness, I am handsome, powerful, and noble. Why don't I have such a pet following me? Qin Yi and others, Such shameless words can be blurted out by only the young patriarch of the Jiang family. Shi Hong seemed to understand Jiang Wenxiu's praise for it. It chirped a few times, held its chest high, and walked very dignifiedly. Feng Xiai glanced at the extremely arrogant bird, which had a demeanor similar to his wife, and couldn't help laughing. This bird is spiritual, don't praise it anymore. If Shi Hong heard a few more compliments, she would probably speak up. Then, wouldn't Jiang Shao, the clan leader, be so angry? My wife is still waiting for me, so I go first. After Feng Xiai finished speaking, he flew and stood on Shi Hong. Let's go! Chirp, princess, get going. Shi Hong suddenly howled and flew away with her wings flapping. Feng Xiai held his forehead. His wife only taught strange things. The people left on the ground, Jiang Wenxiu's pupils trembled, and suddenly pointed at the backs of Shihong and Fengxi and shouted, "Did you hear that? That bird and beast can talk. Song Liu's pet can talk." I heard it, Wenqiu. Qin Yi, Lanqi and others quickly came to their senses. There are many kinds of strange beasts, and there are birds and beasts that can imitate human speech. Why make a fuss? That's right, he is the young patriarch of the Jiang family, so he looks like he has never seen the world. Yunju teased. But it said the princess is leaving. What the hell is a princess? Lanqi, you've read a lot of books, tell me. Before Lanqi could speak, Yunju continued to say, you don't even know the palace master, you should read more books. The Western region forces are divided into 9 palaces, and their leaders are called palace masters. You don't even know this? Is that so? Could it be that Feng Xi wants to build another palace of power? He actually has this ambition? Jiang Wenqiu became more and more confused as he listened. I see, don't speculate anymore. Is it possible that the bird is Madame Song's pet? Is it just Madame Song calling it for fun? Lanqi smiled and shook her head. If it's that girl, it's possible. A group of people laughed. Song Yuan took out the flying sword and shocked Feng Shan and others again. Is this a flying sword? It's a big one. Madam gave it to you? Song Yuan nodded. It's very fast. How about riding the flying sword and going back with me? As soon as these words came out, the martial spirit masters, who had ridden on the flying sword, took a step back and shook their heads like rattles. Feng Shan was curious. Why not sit? Don't you want to go back early? Everyone looked at each other and waved their hands. I don't have this blessing. It's better to walk back. You have worked hard. Maybe you can take the flying sword back to rest first. As Feng Shan had been cheated several times, he felt something was wrong in his heart. Suddenly thinking of the appearance of Song Yuan Lai and others when they came, a guess emerged in his mind. Does this flying sword also contain the power of thunder? Song Yuan smiled honestly. You are right. Its only disadvantage is that it occasionally releases the power of thunder. You know what? After being struck by the power of the thunder several times, I feel comfortable all over. That's true. Feng Shan and others also felt it. After recovering their spiritual power, they felt that their muscles and bones were more resilient than before. The conversation was heard by Qin Yi, Lanqi, and the second elder, and everyone came to watch the fun. Is it true? The second elder and others also carefully felt it at this time. Huh? The toughness of the muscles and bones has indeed increased. It was just too insignificant compared to their cultivation level, so it was ignored. This flying sword is so interesting. I want to experience it. Add me. The elders of each family asked to ride it. It's a pity that the lightning whips have all broken, so Qin Yi and others can't experience it. Lanqi, Nong Hung and others looked at each other. We also want to ride the flying sword back. In this way, the people are almost there. Song Yuan jumped on first, followed by the second elder, Qin Yi and others. Let's go! Almost from the moment he stepped on the flying sword, it kept releasing the power of thunder. Crackle. Crackle. The second elder and Qin Yi and others felt thorns on their feet, and numb all over their bodies, numb to the top of their heads, and wished they could jump 3 feet high. But most of the passengers this time were of high status, so it was not good to show too much excitement, so they could only pretend to be calm and endure it. If it weren't for the clothes and hair that were burned by the electricity, Song Yuan would have thought they were fine. He and Feng Shan didn't care about their image, screaming and jumping all the way. The rest of the people didn't say a word, for fear that they would be ruined if they opened their mouths. Such clear-cut performances are two extremes. Outside the camp, Shihong's cry startled Song Luo. She hurried out the door, only to see Feng Xi leap off it. Song Luo hurried over. Finally, you're back, are you okay? As she spoke, she pulled Feng Xi around to look at him. Feng Xi changed into clean clothes halfway through the journey, and he looked like he had never been injured. Song Luo looked at him, and found no wounds, so she felt relieved. I'm fine, sorry to have worried you. Feng Xi touched her hair, and held her hand, reluctant to let go. My uncle is fine, don't worry, madam. With the help of your spiritual weapon, and the fruit of the Dipsicus asper, there were no casualties. After describing the situation at the scene, Feng Xi's eyebrows revealed a bit of fatigue. Seeing this, Song Luo hurriedly urged him to take a bath. I asked Madame Yan to cook some delicious chicken soup. After you take a bath, go drink a few bowls and take a rest. Chapter 266. Just as Song Luo watched Feng Xi fall asleep, he heard a bang, and the outside was boiling. Third elder, young clan leader, you are back. Fifth uncle, great. Grandpa, what happened to your hair? Along with the noise, The martial arts masters stationed in the area gathered together. Song Luo followed him, and saw that his eldest brother had turned into an African refugee. Qin Yi, Lan Shi, Nong Hung and other young clan leaders, who looked like noblemen, were no less impressive. The exquisite martial arts uniform on his body had long been burnt, his cheeks were slightly black, his hair was puffed up, and his nobleness was gone. The second elder and others were slightly better, their faces were not so black, and their hair was not so exaggerated. Seeing that more and more people were watching the recognition of their relatives, he flicked his sleeves and left quickly. Qin Yi, Lan Shi and others had no time to listen to the tribesmen's snot and tears, and hurried all the way back to their own camp, as if they were fleeing. I will never think about this experience again. Fo Shan thought of the experience along the way, and couldn't help but twitching his cheeks. You will experience this kind of flying sword yourself in the future. He was afraid of being electrocuted, and he didn't want to experience it even if there were benefits. I don't know what Madam is thinking. Why add thunderstone when refining a flying sword? After saying that, he looked at Song Yuan sympathetically. Song Yuan, eh? He wanted to know too. Song Luo happened to hear the conversation between the two and rolled her eyes speechlessly. When she thought, she just wanted to refine a spirit sword with lightning properties, who knew that it would be a flying sword. After resting for a night, there was finally no mosquito intrusion that night, and everyone had a rare good sleep. The next day, everyone set out again in high spirits. Song Luo and others hurried along the way, and after another 3 days, they crossed 2 mountains, and a long river with 9 bends appeared in front of everyone. Feng Xiai and others took out the map and analyzed it. We can walk along this river for a while. Although it is a bit roundabout, we can take a boat, without manpower. First, the time spent is almost the same as crossing mountains and ridges, and second, it is a good time to take a break after a hard journey. So Song Luo and others began to take the waterway. This river is 9 bends in a row, stretching endlessly, with towering mountains on both sides and countless spiritual plants on the cliffs. Groups of cliff monkeys were calling and swaying among the trees on the cliff. The river was narrow, only allowing 1 boat to pass at a time. A huge team, countless boats, lined up for miles, moving forward in the river. Finally, they no longer had to walk on their legs. The women cheered, and the martial arts master was also very excited. The cliff monkeys on the cliff squatted on the trees, watching the huge fleet of boats, and their cries came one after another, startling a group of flying birds. Song Luo sat by the railing of the deck, enjoying the scenery on both sides of the river, while eating delicious spiritual fruits and cakes. A few days ago, they harvested a lot of level 8 and level 9 feather phoenix chickens, so Madame Yang made some feather phoenix chicken jerky for her as a snack. It is indeed high-level exotic meat, with rich spiritual energy and tender meat. It is even more delicious when made into fresh, fragrant, and spicy jerky. The spiritual fish jumped high on the water surface, and then fell into the water with a splash. Song Luo blinked her eyes, ignored it, and continued to eat her snacks leisurely. Then, a few more fish jumped up and fell down again. After a while, the water surface boiled, and many spiritual fish of various types rushed out. Song Luo sat by the railing, and was splashed with water all over her face, and half of her shoulder was wet. Ah, bah! She was angry, wiped the water off her face, dropped the snacks in her hand, and leaned on the railing angrily, cursing, "Are you looking for death? Don't you want to live anymore?" Originally, she didn't care about a few spirit fish at all. Since these guys didn't want to live anymore, she would fulfill their wish. Song Luo flipped through the space of the jade bracelet, and took out a few electric mosquito swatters from the corners. This thing was accidentally made when she was refining the lightning whip. A batch of 50 or 60 will leak electricity. She had no intention of using it. Now that these fish were bullying her, she would not teach them a lesson. They thought she was easy to bully. "Brother, avenge me." Song Yuan rushed over after hearing the voice. "Revenge? What revenge? Who dares to bully my little sister?" Song Liuhua's hair was wet, and her hairstyle was completely ruined. Water flowed down her wet hair, dripping onto the deck. She looked miserable. Song Yuan was angry and yelled, "Who dares to bully my little sister? Stand up!" His voice was as loud as thunder, and it attracted many people in a moment, including Feng Xiai. Seeing this, he frowned slightly, stepped forward quickly, and used his spiritual power to dry her hair and clothes. "What's going on?" His face darkened, and the pressure from his whole body made everyone at the scene breathless, and the atmosphere instantly stagnated. Song Luo dug her feet on the ground awkwardly and hurriedly explained, "It's not a human." Song Yuan and Feng Xiai were puzzled, and she waved to the tribesmen, It has nothing to do with you, all disperse. Then, in the puzzled eyes of Feng Xiai and Song Yuan, a group of fish jumped out of the water and splashed her with water. There were also fish scales and water plants mixed in it, and a strong fishy smell came from her body. Song Luo gritted her teeth and pulled out a few dark green water plants from her head. See, this is it. This electric mosquito swatter is for you. Big brother, Feng Xiai, electrocute them to death. Song Yuan and Feng Xiai, who learned the truth, Haha, it turns out that you were bullied by the fish, little sister, wait, big brother will avenge you. Feng Xiai took his wife back to the room and changed clothes. Song Yuan waited by the railing with the electric mosquito swatter. The three of them waited for a while, and as expected, a group of fish came up. Song Luo hid behind Feng Xiai nimbly, and the water rushed directly towards Song Yuan and Feng Xiai. The two were agile and naturally would not be splashed. Song Yuan activated the electric mosquito swatter, and purple lighting crackled on the grid-shaped main body. He seized the opportunity and slapped it. In an instant, the spiritual fish fell into the water and turned up their white bellies. Song Yuan was also shocked. Coming back to his senses, he looked at his younger sister with resentment. I should have guessed that this spiritual weapon would also overflow with the power of heavenly thunder. I avenged you, but I hurt myself. Song Luo smiled. More electric shocks will be good. I believe you can do it. He then turned his eyes to Feng Xiai. Feng Xiai felt something was wrong. Sure enough, he saw his wife stuffed an electric mosquito swatter into his hand, and said, help me get revenge. I want those spirit fish to die. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and looked indignant. What else could Feng Xiai do? He had to take the electric mosquito swatter and join his uncle. Chapter 267. Ouch. I got electrocuted again. Song Yuan found that this spiritual weapon called electric mosquito swatter was too difficult to use. The flying sword and lightning whip at least gave people a chance to breathe, but it was electrocuted every time it was used. Turning his head to look at Feng Xiai, he saw that he was fine, and couldn't help muttering, could it be that only the one I hold can dissipate the power of the sky thunder? Feng Xiai smiled helplessly, of course not. Even though he was mentally prepared, his eyelids couldn't help twitching when he was electrocuted. Hearing that he was not the only unlucky person, Song Yuanren was happy again. He looked at the dead fish on the water and wondered, are these fish stupid? What are they jumping out for? I don't know. Song Luo stood aside, stuffing Yuhuang chicken jerky into her mouth one by one. Her cheeks were stuffed full, and she ate with relish. Shihong and Lu Zi also came forward to join in the fun, surrounding her flatteringly and asking for food. One person and two pets ate happily, and soon finished all the Yuhuang chicken jerky. Song Luo wiped her hands with a handkerchief and thought, it tastes really good, let Madame Yang make some more. Afterwards, Feng Xiai and Song Yuan stood in front of the railing for a while, but the spirit fish did not jump up again. They just thought the matter was settled. The next day, Song Luo was sitting on the deck basking in the sun, when suddenly, something hit her. Shihong squatted beside her, and begged for food. When she heard the noise, she stretched out a pair of wings, and blocked it for her. The thing was knocked down by Shihong, and rolled on the deck. Everything happened too suddenly. Song Luo was startled and stood up to check. She saw a watermelon-sized spiritual fruit on the deck. The fruit fell from a height, and hit the deck. It broke in the middle, and transparent juice and milky white flesh flowed out. A pleasant fragrance filled the air in an instant. It's a spiritual coconut fruit. Song Luo frowned and looked around. On the cliffs on both sides, a cliff monkey crouched on a branch, looked over here, chirped a few times, and swung to a nearby spiritual coconut tree. Suddenly, it quickly climbed to the top, and picked a spiritual coconut fruit in a few seconds. Song Luo stared at it straight. She had a hunch that the spiritual coconut fruit that just hit her might have been done by this cliff monkey beast. Sure enough, the next scene confirmed her guess. The cliff monkey beast picked the fruit, climbed down from the top of the tree to a suitable position, and suddenly looked over here with a grin. Immediately, it leaned back slightly, and made a throwing motion. The sound of breaking air followed, and Song Luo stared in amazement as another spiritual coconut fruit was accurately thrown in her direction. After she reacted, she dodged to the side, and with a bang, the spiritual coconut fruit fell on the deck and broke apart. Being targeted by this cliff monkey beast for no reason, Song Luo widened her eyes, and was extremely angry. She pointed at this damn cliff monkey beast with her hands on her waist, and started to attack. Do you have any manners or family education? You, a wild monkey, dare to throw something at me. Believe it or not, I let Feng Xiai arrest you and hang you at the city gate for public display. I take a whip dipped in salt water and beat you to death. The cliff monkey beast was scolded, chi-chi, screaming, dancing, and baring its teeth at her for a long time. Then, it quickly picked a spiritual coconut fruit and threw it at her. Song Luhua was furious, pointing at it and scolding it, using all her life's knowledge to scold it. Chi-chi, chi-chi. Bang, another spiritual coconut fruit was thrown at her. Continued to curse. You have such a high-speed machine entering. All the people in Huanglong-Jianglong area are equipped with Bluetooth. At the end of the quarrel, the angry expression was in place, and it didn't matter what they cursed. The boat sailed all the way, and the monkey followed all the way, and even called for help. A group of monkeys were swinging on the trees, picking fruits and throwing Songlu flowers. The chirping was very annoying. Feng Xiai and others heard the noise and came over, and saw her quarreling with a group of cliff monkeys across the river. What are you doing, madam? Feng Xiai smiled. Why did you quarrel with these cliff monkeys? Look at them, so arrogant. Song Luo pointed at the opposite side aggrievedly and said angrily, It wasn't me who started talking first, they hit me with the spiritual coconut fruit first. While the two were talking, another spiritual coconut fruit was thrown over. Feng Xiai stretched out his hand, and the spiritual coconut fruit fell into his hand. This spiritual coconut fruit was newly picked, and the green shell exuded the fragrance of grass and trees. Song Luhua was so angry that she jumped up and down. Look, look, this thing is hitting people again. As she said that, she started to curse at the other side again. Feng Xiai, Everyone who knew the whole story, Then, another spiritual coconut fruit was thrown over. Nani Yang saw that her wife could not win the curse alone, so she rolled up her sleeves and joined in. Some tribesmen were smart and wanted to show off in front of the tribe leader's wife, so they also helped, lined up, and joined the curse war in indignation. Two groups of people were facing each other across the river. One group was cursing and spitting, while the other group was throwing coconut fruits and making gestures. Seeing the conflict escalate, Song Yuan, Feng Shan and others standing aside were dumbfounded. Why are they cursing again? Only they can show off. Feng Yi curled his lips, and immediately joined the cursing team. Feng Qing, racked his brains to think of words to curse. Feng Shan hesitated. Shall we curse too? Song Yuan twitched his mouth. Don't be too ridiculous. Cutting against a group of cliff monkeys? Only his little sister could do such a thing. However, seeing a group of people cursing with spit flying, it seemed a bit exciting, so Song Yuan joined in decisively. Feng Shan, Or, help to curse a few words? He squeezed forward, imagining that the person opposite was his own naughty child, and scolded him fiercely, and his heart suddenly felt comfortable. Feng Xiai looked at the coconuts cracked everywhere on the deck, and then looked at the cliff monkey beasts on the opposite side, who were gesticulating and anxiously wishing they could not speak, and couldn't help but hold his forehead. Those cliff monkey beasts were clearly eyeing the level 9 feather phoenix chicken jerky on the table. This reminded him of the spirit fish that suddenly jumped out of the water 2 days ago. Perhaps, those spirit fish were also like this. Since entering this area of water yesterday, no spirit fish has jumped out, and there is no way to investigate this matter. But Feng Xiai is very sure that these cliff monkey beasts are indeed coming for these feather phoenix chickens. The two sides cursed fiercely, and the tribesmen also received a lot of spirit coconut fruits. Feng Xiai cleared his throat and said to Song Luhua, Is it possible that they just want to use these spirit coconut fruits to exchange some feather phoenix chickens with you, my lady? Fuck you. Song Luhua was busy, and cursed at the other side again, then turned to ask Feng Xiai, What did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly. Feng Xiai had no choice but to repeat it again. Song Luhua blinked after hearing it. Is it like this? Almost. If the cliff monkey beast wants to attack people, they first choose to use the dung. The so-called dung is dried feces. Lingya fruit is one of their food. Under normal circumstances, they will not use their own food to attack people. This tribe will store their own feces and use it to attack the enemy. Look, my lady. Feng Xiai pointed at the cliff monkey beast opposite. They are gesturing with their hands and feet, chewing with their mouths. Are they hinting that these spiritual coconut fruits are edible? Song Luhua calmed down and looked carefully. It seemed to be the case. Feng Xiai saw that the anger in her eyes faded, and continued, Look again, is the cliff monkey beast staring at your snacks and unwilling to move his eyes away? Song Luhua took a look, and it seemed to be true. There was a table and chair in front of her, and her snacks were placed on the table. Those cliff monkeys stared at the table where she put the snacks, almost drooling. At this moment, she also thought of the spiritual fish a few days ago. At that time, she was also eating yu huang chicken. Could it be that those spiritual fish are also tempted by her snacks? Twice, she took out yu huang chicken. Even if the 9th level yu huang chicken was made into jerky, the fragrance and spiritual energy were extremely rich. The strange beasts are more sensitive. I think they smelled it. Combining the two events, Feng Xi's guess seemed reasonable. Finally figuring out the purpose of these cliff monkeys, Song Luo couldn't help but twitching her lips. This is really... If you want to change things, can't you talk properly? A spiritual coconut fruit is thrown at me. Who knows if they want to kill me? Feng Xi, They have been talking, but they can't understand each other, so his wife can't understand. Chiji. The group of cliff monkeys on the opposite side is getting bigger and bigger, and the noise is getting louder. Feng Yi and others heard this. It's unacceptable, sending more people, too arrogant. Wait, we have people too. Ah Chi, call some more brothers over. Those who can curse stand in front. At first, they just wanted to help their wives, and their hearts became more open as they cursed. They were really upset a few days ago, and now that they had the chance, they cursed passionately, regardless of the beasts on the other side. Song Luo, Why are they more excited than her? How could she, who had just figured out the misunderstanding, speak? Seeing that the tribesmen really called another group of people, Song Luo said awkwardly, Stop cursing. I got it wrong. It's all a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Feng Shan and the others choked, and their curses became quieter. Song Luo saw everyone looking over, and quickly told them Feng Xi's guess. Clan member, Looking at the cliff monkey beast opposite, and then looking at his wife's snack table, it seems to make sense. So many spiritual coconut fruits, you can take them and share them. Song Luo saw a pile of spiritual coconut fruits behind them, and couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect that in such a short time, those cliff monkey beasts would throw so many spiritual coconut fruits over. Thank you, madam. Everyone looked at each other, suppressed their laughter, picked up the spiritual fruits on the deck, and dispersed. Song Yuan laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward. Haha. Little sister, it's a pity that you scolded them for so long. It turns out that you were wrong. Haha. Go back and tell your sister-in-law tomorrow, so that she can have some fun. Haha. Song Luo glared at him. I don't know who was scolding happily there just now, and laughed at me. I tell my sister-in-law when I go back, when you were 8 years old. Seeing that she was about to say it, and Feng Shan, Feng Xi and others were standing beside her, Song Yuan hurriedly came up to cover her mouth. Don't, little sister, isn't Big Brother just teasing you? This matter is over, Big Brother will not talk nonsense again. He whispered, there are so many people, give Big Brother some face. Humph. You know what's good for you. In that case, I won't say it. When Song Yuan was 8 years old, he and a group of children were playing around on the wall. He stepped on the roof of a pit toilet, and made a hole in the roof of the pit toilet, and fell into the pit. At that time, there was an elder squatting in the toilet, and was immediately thrown into the toilet by a few naughty children. When the children were fished out, they were unrecognizable. Song Yuan was mistaken for his own child by other families, and was beaten with bamboo sticks. After returning home, he was washed clean by the Song family's parents, and beaten with bamboo sticks again. This incident became a more colorful and interesting scene in her memory. Song Luo wanted to shake her head when she thought about it. The whispers between the brother and sister were heard clearly by Feng Xi and others. Feng Shan and others were a little curious, but unfortunately the head of the family's wife did not say anything. Seeing the brother and sister looking at him, he closed his ears with a sense of unsatisfaction. At this time, another cliff monkey beast threw spiritual coconut fruit, and Feng Shan and others stood aside to receive the fruit. Song Luo pondered for a moment. For the sake of so many spiritual coconut fruits, let's exchange some with them. Mainly because she was scolded as a provocation for so long, she rarely felt guilty. Feng Xi rubbed her head, madam, it's up to you. So, she ordered Feng Shan and others to pack some fresh level 8 feather phoenix chicken, and threw it over. Forget about the level 9 feather phoenix chicken. It is said that all the lightning whips were broken in order to kill these level 9 feather phoenix chickens. As for her snacks, she would not give them to them. However, the attraction of these level 8 feather phoenix chickens should not be underestimated. Sure enough, after Feng Xi threw the feather phoenix chicken over, he saw the group of cliff monkey beasts on the opposite side were like crazy, swarming around, grabbing them with their bags. These spiritual coconut fruits are only level 5 spiritual fruits, and their value is far from equal to that of the level 8 feather phoenix chicken. Song Luhua was not generous to begin with, so she only had half a pound of level 8 Feather Phoenix chicken cut. Half a pound of Feather Phoenix chicken was quickly shared by the cliff monkeys, who tasted the sweetness and became more and more excited. Chiji. They kept calling. They picked the fruits more and more actively, and soon, dense spiritual coconut fruits fell like raindrops. Fo Shan and others were in a hurry, and they called some clansmen to take them all. The movement here had already attracted the attention of others. The Feng family, in front and behind were the ships of the 10 major families. Qin Yi, Lan Qi and others watched the movement here, still wondering, what are those cliff monkey beasts doing? Feng Xi's wife is also hard to explain. Why did she start to curse with the cliff monkey beasts? Jiang Wenxiu stretched his neck to watch the fun. Did she do something bad, and cause the cliff monkey beasts to retaliate? Lan Qi, Li Zhong, Yun Ju, and Lu Yuan watched the spiritual coconut fruits being thrown onto Feng Xi's boat, and roughly understood something. This is clearly a spiritual fruit delivery. Yun Ju said, if you use spiritual fruits to hit this young clan leader, I would be happy. I don't know how Madame Song did it. Chapter 268. After giving half a pound of Yuhuang chicken, Song Luhua refused to pluck a hair, no matter how the cliff monkeys threw more spiritual coconuts. This made the cliff monkeys on the cliff anxious, and after a while of chirping, a group of larger cliff monkeys came. The cliff monkeys were covered with brown and black hair, except for a touch of white hair on their foreheads, which was particularly special. When they came, they were not like the original monkeys, chirping and shouting, but just squatted on the trees nimbly, and looked over here from a distance. Song Luhua counted them. There were about 13 or 14 cliff monkeys in this group, and their eyes were particularly calm. It seemed that they had a high status in the monkey group. Feng Xi raised his eyebrows. Level 7 cliff monkeys. Feng Shan and others became alert when they heard it. It is well known that cliff monkeys are notoriously difficult to deal with in groups. The group just now was just low-level cliff monkeys, which was not to be feared. But these were different. Level 7 cliff monkeys were not low in intelligence, their claws were sharper, and their bodies were extremely flexible. They could jump hundreds of feet. Even though they were at such a distance, if they were determined to attack, it would be another difficult battle. Everyone drew their magic swords and became alert. Feng Xi shook his head. Don't be nervous, they need our help, they won't attack. His 5 senses were sharp, and he didn't see any tendency of attack from the group of cliff monkeys. Besides, smart beasts always know when to act, and they might not dare to take risks with such a large team. Feng Xi's guess was right. The group of white-browed cliff monkeys observed for a moment, then decisively jumped down from the tree and went into the forest. Feng Shan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, the group of white-browed cliff monkeys appeared again. This time, they just called a few times at the group of low-level cliff monkeys, and the low-level cliff monkeys stopped throwing fresh spiritual coconuts to the boat. Then, the group of white-haired cliff monkeys held a bunch of brown-skinned spiritual coconuts and threw them one by one. Unlike the group of low-level cliff monkeys just now, this group of level 7 cliff monkeys did not throw them directly at people. Feng Shan and others took these brown-skinned spiritual coconuts, and were surprised to find that their tops were open and tightly blocked by a short wooden branch as thick as a thumb. Song Yuan shook it, and clearly heard the sound inside. It seems to be water. It's lighter than fresh spiritual coconuts. Quickly pull this stick away, and see. Song Luhua was very curious about what was inside. Everyone was very curious. Song Yuan gathered strength in his palm, and with a little effort, the stick on the spiritual coconut shell fell off. In an instant, a strong aroma of wine spread from the small hole on the spiritual coconut shell. The aroma and rich spiritual energy that came to her face made her feel intoxicated. Song Luhua felt her mind gradually becoming confused, her whole body light and floating, as if her feet were stepping on cotton. Feng Xi saw that her face was red and her steps were shaky, so he hurriedly hugged her in his arms. Good wine. Song Yuan and Feng Shan took a deep sip, looking intoxicated. I've heard that cliff monkeys are good at brewing wine, and it seems that's true. These spiritual wines are probably of high quality and grade. Continuously, brown-skinned spiritual coconuts were thrown over, and Song Yuan and others were overjoyed. Feng Xi fed Song Luhua some hangover medicine, and she was freed from her dazed state. Song Luhua's eyes sparkled and she said, Feng Xi, that's wine. Is it spiritual wine brewed by cliff monkeys? Feng Xi nodded, not bad. Then let's exchange more, that wine looks good. Song Luhua also knew that the wine was of a high grade, at least a 7th grade spiritual wine. She only smelled a few times, and roughly knew the ingredients inside, including spiritual coconut juice, red cherry fruit, and yu grass, all of which were spiritual fruits and plants of high grade. In the last battle, she provided the lightning whip, which helped everyone escape the crisis, so she also got a lot of yu wing chicken. These spiritual wines are very valuable, and the process must be not simple, so Song Luhua is naturally willing to exchange. After evaluating it in his mind, he decided to exchange it with 100 kilograms of yu huang chicken. The white-haired cliff monkey beast on the opposite side saw the yu huang chicken thrown over and shouted happily. A dozen white-haired cliff monkey beasts exchanged some information, and sent 2 of them to carry the package away. Then, they continued to throw brown-skinned spiritual coconut fruits onto the boat. Song Luhua and others made a lot of moves, so Qin Yi and others naturally saw it. They first saw her cursing at the cliff monkey beast on the opposite cliff. The little mouth kept cursing for a long time without repeating the same words. Then, he called the clan members to scold on his behalf. This rather strange approach made Qin Yi and others speechless and amused. Jiang Wenqiu stretched his neck to watch the fun and laughed out loud. Ha. Song Luhua, that girl, she amused me to death. She can even quarrel with the cliff monkey beast. She is also a talent. Qin Yi held his forehead. This style is indeed something that Feng Xi's wife can do. Lu Yuan's mouth twitched, and he crossed his arms to watch the fun. Nong Hung took a glance and thought the woman was boring. Yun Ju didn't think so. With a wife like this, Feng Xi's life must be very interesting. Li Zhongzi had a table of food and wine prepared, and he sat on the deck, listening and eating, feeling very comfortable. Lu Hung smiled slightly. Mrs. Song is so good at talking. I wonder if she can handle a quarrel with Feng Xi. Both Song listened and found that he couldn't understand what he heard at all, so he leaned on the railing and closed his eyes to rest. Lan Shi was the same. What is this Bluetooth? Is it a Bluetooth? Where is General Huang Long? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out the origin of this Bluetooth and Huang Longjiang. He could only shake his head and smile bitterly. It seems that he is still not well educated. Until the Feng clan members joined the quarrel, Qin Yi and others were speechless. How boring are the Feng clan members? After a quarter of an hour of quarreling, Qin Yi and others saw the white-browed level 7 cliff monkey beast. Everyone frowned and became alert. But after waiting for a long time, Feng Xi and others threw something over, and the cliff monkey beast also threw the spiritual coconut fruit over. What are they exchanging? Exchange the 8th level feather phoenix chicken for the spiritual coconut fruit? Is Feng Xi so stupid? Everyone was talking about it. Lan Shi was the first to guess the answer. It's spiritual wine. It is recorded in the miscellaneous classics of wine brewing that the cliff monkey beast is good at brewing wine, and its wine is mellow and delicious. The most important thing is that the spiritual wine brewed by the cliff monkey beast is rich in spiritual energy, and drinking it can help people practice and upgrade. Lan Shi didn't expect that such a simple journey would have such an unexpected surprise. Immediately ordered people to throw some 8th level feather phoenix chickens over. Sure enough, the next moment, the cliff monkey beast threw the spiritual coconut fruit containing spiritual wine to them. Qin Yi and others followed suit, and when they opened the shell, they knew it was spiritual wine. Just by smelling the smell, they knew its value. So, they prepared to increase their bets. The mercenary team and other families were not stupid either. Seeing this, they threw the 8th level Yuhuang chicken meat to exchange. However, the Yuhuang chicken meat they got was naturally not as good as the top 10 families, and they did not have the capital to exchange it openly. As the first person to exchange, Song Luhua naturally got a lot of advantages. The amount of spiritual wine exchanged was large and of high quality. As for Qin Yi and others, although they were not at a disadvantage, they naturally did not get much advantage compared to Song Luhua, who ate grapes first. As the spiritual wine of the cliff monkey beast decreased, they dispersed one after another. At night dinner, Song Luhua and Feng Xi prepared to taste the delicious wine. Pour the spiritual wine out of the brown coconut shell. The clear and slightly red spiritual wine overflowed with mellow fragrance, and Song Luhua was drunk just by smelling it. She poured the wine into her mouth in a daze. A mouthful of spiritual wine went down her throat. The unique fragrance of the spiritual coconut fruit was refreshing. The sweetness of the red cherry fruit was light, and the mixed fragrance of various spiritual plants gave people an indescribable comfort. The wine entered her 6 internal organs, making her whole body hot. Unknowingly, she fell asleep on the table, with a strong smell of alcohol in her breath. Seeing this, Feng Xi smiled, hugged her in his arms, and drank a glass of spiritual wine. The rich spiritual energy circulated in the spiritual palace, and the upper limit of spiritual power increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. After drinking several glasses of spiritual wine in a row, the barrier from the 6th level to the 7th level was broken, and Feng Xiai also became drunk. He carried the person in his arms to the couch and fell asleep in each other's arms. The same thing happened in every family and clan. Chapter 269. The next day, Song Luhua woke up and felt relaxed, and as if she had unlimited energy. She circulated her spiritual power, and found that her spiritual palace had grown larger. Is this a breakthrough? Poor thing, after so long, she finally became a 3rd-level auxiliary spiritualist. Song Luhua was shocked and very happy. After a little thought, she understood what was going on. It must be because of the spiritual wine. Since the spiritual wine has such an effect, I think the strength of the clan can rise to another level. This time, there will be another layer of guarantee for life safety. This wave, it's really a huge profit. Song Luhua was very happy. Walking to the deck, Feng Shan, Song Yuan and others gathered together and discussed excitedly. Last night, I drank the spiritual wine and I broke through. Me too. Everyone bowed to each other. Congratulations, Brother Shan. Congratulations, Brother Qiao. Congratulations, Brother Song. Congratulations. 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 A group of tribesmen were all laughing, and when they saw Song Luhua, they all surrounded her and flattered her non-stop. Madam is wise. Madam is far-sighted and must have expected it long ago. Everyone subconsciously ignored her previous actions and praised her. They were all praising the main branch of the tribe. Song Luhua laughed dryly, and waved her hands quickly. She had no foresight, she was just eating a snack, attracted a group of foodies, and then scolded for scolding, but ended up getting a lot of good things in return. The development of this matter has improved everyone's cultivation, and she is also confused. Song Yuan widened his eyes, and pointed at the tribe members in disbelief. How can you say such a conscienceless thing? Song Luhua gritted her teeth, and glared at him. Song Yuan shut up, and stood aside, away from this hypocritical circle of right and wrong. Feng Shan, Feng Yi and others despised the shameless behavior of the main branch clan members, secretly spitting shameless, and then joined the ranks of fancy praise, with a shy smile. Even Feng Qing, who was not good at speaking, thought hard about a few rainbow farts. Song Luhua was surrounded by a group of clan members and praised. Listening to their spit flying, using all kinds of false remarks, fancy praise flying all over the sky, embarrassed to dig her toes on the ground, and ran back to the room, like escaping. She wiped her sweat and complained. If such a clan member were born in modern times, he could become a brainless fan. It's all fabricated, and it sounds like the truth. What the first person in the ages, the first benevolent and wisest. If she hadn't been rational and had some idea, she would have almost believed it. On the boats of the 9 major families, Qin Yi, Lan Shi, Nong Heng, Yunju and other clan members of the 9 major families also looked very proud. I didn't expect this trip to be so ordinary, but I had such good fortune. If they follow the normal progress, it would take 10 years to reach the next level. Now, they have become 6th level warriors in just 2 months. In the past, they would never dare to think about this. It seems that going out more often may not be a bad thing. Jiang Wenxiu said happily, I am the most promising person in our Jiang family since ancient times. When I return, the old man will abdicate immediately, haha. The Jiang family members looked up at the sky speechlessly. What kind of beautiful dream are you dreaming? I am afraid that you have not been beaten enough by the clan leader at home. Jiang Wenxiu was narcissistic for a while, then he turned around and thought about the source of this benefit. Speaking of which, Song Luhua is really lucky. She cursed the cliff monkey beast, and made her curse out such a top-grade spirit wine. TSK. I will never laugh at her again. Of course, the main reason is that he originally thought that this girl was just good at talking, and he couldn't win the argument at all. This time, he saw that she could be even more powerful. He didn't dare to tease her casually, otherwise if she cursed him like this, his ancestors would be scolded to death, and he couldn't stand it. When Jiang Wenxiu thought of that scene, he couldn't help shaking his head. No, I can't stand it. Lan Shi's boat followed the Feng family's boat. He looked at the pretty figure on the deck in front and smiled. Who would have thought that a quarrel could help them get such a harvest? Qin Yi, Lu Yuan and others couldn't help laughing and feeling lucky. Good scolding. How could they get anything without scolding? The 6th level cultivation is indeed extraordinary. From now on, he can set up a spiritual domain, and his safety will naturally have an extra layer of protection. Not only that, the family's power has also been improved, which is a blessing. Other families and mercenary teams are also very lucky. Fortunately, they did not turn back halfway, Otherwise they would regret it if they missed such a good thing. Many people have made breakthroughs in their cultivation, and the whole team is full of confidence. For a whole day, laughter can be heard from all the boats. At this time, countless flowers grew on both sides of the river. One of the light golden flowers bloomed the most. They were narrow and long like tiny trumpets, and they bloomed in clusters around the vines, with a few green leaves dotted in between, and they were clearly staggered. The fragrant aroma was refreshing, elegant but not coquettish. The more you smelled it, the more fragrant it was, making you feel comfortable all over, attracting the eyes of the women on each boat. It was a pity that they had to hurry on their way, and the team certainly couldn't send people out to help them pick flowers just because they wanted to. They knew what was going on, so they naturally didn't dare to ask. Song Luo couldn't sit still. She wanted to pick some to fumigate the house and clothes. So she asked Feng Xiai, "I want to pick some of those flowers." Women love flowers. Feng Xiai understood, nodded and smiled. "Madam, wait a moment, I go pick them now." After Feng Xiai finished speaking, he waved his hand and dropped a light boat on the water. He jumped down, urged his spiritual power, and drove the wooden boat towards the cliff. He waved his spiritual sword, and with a few swipes, countless vines with light golden flowers were cut off. Feng Xiai was quick-witted and put them directly into the space ring. This move attracted the envy of the women on each boat. Qin Yi and others saw this and knew that she wanted it, so they sent people to pick it. Now, she is a great contributor, and she happens to like these things, so she is naturally willing to help. Moreover, they naturally saw the eager eyes of the women in the clan, and it is not a bad idea to satisfy them. Chapter 270. It was a nice day, and we had a little rest today. Everyone gathered on the deck to enjoy the breeze, and suddenly, a wave appeared on the water. "Look, there's a fish over there." "How rare, isn't that one too?" The companion took a look and pointed to another fish that jumped out of the water. These days, when sailing in the water, fish occasionally swim on the surface, and some of them are larger, which creates some ripples, which is normal. No one cares. Song Luo leaned on the railing and enjoyed this different view. Suddenly, she smelled a nauseating smell that was hard to describe. It was neither stinky nor rotten, neither fragrant nor fragrant. In short, it was hard to describe. She asked Song Yuan, "Brother, do you smell a strange smell?" "What strange smell?" "I don't smell it." Song Yuan sniffed and shook his head. "Fo Shan Fengyi, how about you? Do you smell a bad smell?" "No." Fo Shan, Fengyi, Feng Qing and others looked at each other and shook their heads to deny it. "Mammy, how about you?" Madame Yang asked in confusion. "Madam, did you smell it wrong?" "I don't smell anything." Song Luo wrinkled her nose and took a deep breath. The stench became stronger and almost made her vomit. "That's strange. Am I the only one who can smell it?" Feng Xiai finished bathing and came out of the room. Song Luo's eyes lit up, and she even pulled him to the railing. "Feng Xiai, do you smell a strange smell? It's a bit smelly and disgusting." She looked at Feng Xiai eagerly. Feng Xiai saw the waves on the water surface and frowned slightly. With his sensitive facial features, he instantly noticed something was wrong. "I smell it. It's really wrong. There's something wrong on the water surface. Pass the order down, be alert." Feng Shan and others got the order and instantly tensed up. They set up their formations in a well-trained manner, held their spirit swords tightly, and stared at the water surface vigilantly. "Qin Yi, Lan Shi, Nong Heng, something is wrong, you guys be careful." After contacting the top 10 families and the mercenary guild with a spirit stone, Feng Xiai touched Song Luo's head. "It's not safe on the deck, my lady. Go back to your room and take shelter first." "Okay." Since it was about her own life, Song Luo naturally didn't show off. Before returning to her room, she hesitated for a moment and took out some flowers from the jade bracelet space. These flowers were the light golden flowers that Feng Xiai picked for her yesterday. This flower has a strange fragrance. If you find the smell disgusting, just put the flower on the tip of your nose and smell it to suppress it. In fact, she had already used this flower to refine a pot of fragrant pills yesterday. The use of the fragrant pills. It's better not to mention it. Feng Xiai took the flower and put it on the tip of his nose to smell it. A faint fragrance came over him. The stench in the air was really that bad after all. As the strange smell became stronger, everyone began to smell it. "What is that? It stinks. Ugh. Oh no, this smell is poisonous." A tribesman took a breath of the stench and felt dizzy. He saw his companions next to him with double vision. After shouting, he quickly covered his mouth and nose with his sleeves, and it felt a little better. Fo Shan and others also noticed it and shouted, "Cover your mouth and nose, quickly, this stench is poisonous." After shouting, he quickly took out a pile of handkerchiefs, and gave one to each person to cover their mouths and noses. The ripples on the water surface became more and more violent, and the waves continued in all directions. A gray shadow slowly emerged from the water. As it revealed its full appearance, a water beast the size of an adult black rock pig appeared in front of everyone. The back of the water beast was brown, the belly was slightly lighter, the body was long and the snout was short, the eyes were round, and the ears were small, and the limbs were also very short. Its body was fat, and the hair was also very short, close to the skin. It opened its mouth, and there were still scattered fish pieces hanging on the 2 rows of sharp teeth. Turbid saliva dripped down the neck and fell on the water surface, forming circles of water waves. Feng Xiai saw its full appearance and frowned slightly. Level 7 Water Weasel. Looking around, the water surface was full of these things. Their heads emerged from the water one by one, looking at the boat in unison, making people feel strange and cold. Jiang Wenxiu covered his nose and spit. "What a damn bad luck. I haven't seen this ghost thing for many years. How come I met it here? It's still a level 7 monster. Bad luck." Lan Chi was still optimistic. Water Weasel has excellent defense, and it is difficult for martial arts masters of the same level to damage its fur. It attacks with poison gas, which is quite unpleasant, and can quickly make people dizzy and die without knowing it. At present, these water weasels have not really released poisonous gas. Once they launch an attack, this area will immediately be filled with poisonous gas, which is dozens of times more poisonous than the miasma in Huashi Valley. But don't worry too much. The poison of water weasels is not unsolvable. There is something in its body, named Stinky Treasure, which can be eaten to cure its poison. We have just advanced to the 6th level. As long as we can stay awake in its poisonous gas, there will be no big problem. Even so, the stench alone is enough to make people eat a pot. Yuanju frowned and cursed. Going to participate in the 4 Domains Exchange Conference this year is simply a tribulation. Everyone covered their mouths and noses and prepared spiritual nets and other capture tools. If a fight really broke out, they would at least find a way to catch a few water weasels and take the stinky treasures in their bodies to detoxify. Qin Yi and others discussed that if they wanted to get rid of the threat of these water weasels, they could only hunt some of them and take their stinky treasures to detoxify. After deciding on a solution, Feng Xiai and others decided to speed up the ship first, killing as many as possible. The ship suddenly accelerated, and before the water weasels could react, countless heads hit the bottom of the ship, making a thumping sound. Feng Shan and the others were standing on the deck. When they heard the noise, they all felt a headache for them. Who knew that the heads of these water weasels were crushed by the bottom of the boat, and their fur was not damaged. They emerged from the water again, shook off the water on their heads, and screamed like crazy. They quickly rushed towards the boat, and their slightly fat bodies climbed onto the boat flexibly. Feng Xiai and the others quickly shot them down with their spirit swords. Then, they suddenly opened their mouths and instantly spit out a stream of yellow-green gas from their mouths. In an instant, everyone felt a stench, and a rotten smell rushed straight to their heads. They held their breath, waiting for the wind to blow away the poisonous gas. But those water weasels were not so easy to deal with. After the wind blew away some of the poisonous gas, the water weasel released a stronger smell from its lower body. Damn it, this thing can release poison from both the upper and lower parts. Feng Shan and others widened their eyes and cursed in their hearts. Feng Xi was also quite surprised, and had never heard of a water weasel being able to release poison from both the upper and lower parts at the same time. Jiang Wenxiu and others were also dumbfounded. This is a water weasel? This world is crazy after all. Ordinary water weasels are already difficult to deal with, and this special water weasel has an amazing amount of poison, and the poison gas is even more unbearable. Even if Feng Shan and others held their breath, the poison gas entered their bodies through their skin, and an indescribable feeling of nausea and dizziness came at the same time. They could only pinch the flesh on their thighs to stay awake. At this moment, they not only had to prevent those water weasels from climbing onto the boat, but also had to fight against this deadly and disgusting poison gas. In this situation, let alone fighting, even self-protection was a bit difficult. This situation was different from the initial estimate. Feng Xiai said with a serious face, "This flower can relieve dizziness. You hold on for a while. I'll be back soon," he said, and walked towards the room. Feng Xiai found that the flower his wife had just given him could play a weak detoxifying role, and immediately distributed it to the tribesmen. Feng Shan and others took the flower, put it to their noses and sniffed it, and their chaotic brains really became clearer. At this time, many water weasels climbed up along the side of the ship, and Feng Shan led everyone to resist with difficulty. This deadly poisonous gas was everywhere, and Song Luhua in the room was retching non-stop. What the hell, it stinks! Ugh! She felt dizzy and her eyelids were so heavy that she almost fainted. A strong sense of sudden death and crisis came over her, and she had a premonition that if she fainted from the smoke, she would be in danger. Song Luhua gritted her teeth, took out the golden flower from the jade bracelet space, and took a deep breath of the fragrance. The nausea was slightly suppressed, and her mind regained a little clarity. Leaning against the head of the bed, half dead. When she thought about being suffocated by the stench in her lifetime, Song Luhua couldn't help but feel cold in her heart. If she really died here in this way today, she would not be able to rest in peace. The stench continued to pour into the room, and Song Luhua felt that the flowers in her hand had no effect at all. In a daze, she suddenly remembered the fragrance pill she had refined. By the way, this flower fragrance is useful, and the fragrance pills must be useful too. At this moment, she didn't care about the consequences of taking the fragrance pills. She barely cheered up, and tremblingly took out a wooden barrel from the jade bracelet space. She was about to put one in her mouth to get rid of the current predicament first. Feng Xiai arrived. My wife, are you okay? Chapter 271. Feng Xi's arrival interrupted her movements. Song Luhua paused and almost slapped herself twice. She was so stupid that she dared to take the medicine she made. Feng Xiai saw that she was not in a good state and transferred some spiritual power to her. Song Luhua breathed a sigh of relief and pointed to the wooden barrel on the ground. Another wooden barrel was thrown out from the jade bracelet space, and 2 wooden barrels were placed in front of the bed. That medicine should be able to deal with those stinky things outside. Try one. Don't eat it. After giving a difficult explanation, Song Luhua waved her hand and took out a large pile of light golden flowers from the space ring, and instructed Feng Xiai to spread them all over the bed and some in the corners of the house, and then stopped talking. Feng Xiai touched her forehead and comforted her. Madam, wait a minute, I will give the instructions and come back to see you later. When Feng Xiai went out with the wooden barrel, Song Luhua picked a few flowers from her side and blocked her nostrils. She thought that after today, no one would like to smell this good fragrance anymore, so she had to take this opportunity to smell it for a while. Besides, the stench outside was unbearable, so it would be better if it was blocked. When Feng Xiai came to the deck with the wooden barrel, Feng Shan and the others pinched their thighs and slapped each other in the face to stay awake. At the same time, they had to fight those weasels, and they were very busy. Every tribe member present was slapped with a black eye and a swollen face, leaving only a slit in their eyes to see things. This kind of fighting method was unprecedented, and everyone wanted to cry but had no tears, and they wanted to fall down immediately. Seeing Feng Xiai coming with the familiar wooden barrel in his hand, their eyes lit up astonishingly like piglets seeing food. Clan leader, is there a solution? Feng Xiai nodded and handed the wooden barrel to Feng Shan. Give it to each person, 1 pill, take it orally. It's saved. Finally, I don't have to be slapped or pinched. I don't have to endure this dizzying stench. The Feng clan members cheered. When Feng Shan thought about who made this medicine, his heart felt a little cold, and he kept praying in his heart, Bless me, ancestors, please don't make it too bitter, too spicy, too. He prayed several times in a row, and after dividing the medicine, he ate it with a fearless attitude. The medicine was surprisingly delicious and fragrant. With this fragrance, he always felt that his brain was much clearer. The unpleasant stench was not so dizzying. His eyes lit up. Madam's medicine is very good this time. It's useful. Everyone had eaten it, and they knew the feeling. Even Song Yuan was almost moved to tears. My little sister has made progress. The medicine she made can finally be taken. Everyone cheered. From now on, we can eat the medicine made by Madam, and we will have no worries. If the weapon refining can be improved, it will be even better. Everyone was immersed in beautiful fantasies while fighting. Feng Xichao sent the medicine to Qin Yi and others on the boat, and used the spirit stone to transmit the message. This medicine may be useful, just take 1 pill. The pill was light golden, and a familiar fragrance emanated from it. Qin Yi and others smelled the fragrance, and instantly felt their minds cleared up. They couldn't help but praise, good medicine. Just by smelling the smell, you can tell who made it. That day, they picked some flowers. A small part was given to their family members, and most of it was given to Feng Xi's wife. The alchemists in the clan are all 5th level. Now they only have this flower fumigation room. I have never heard of using it to refine medicine. The alchemists of the 10 major families are almost the same in terms of ability. Now the only one who can refine pills with this must be Feng Xi's wife. As we all know, the pills refined by Feng Xi's wife are all very complicated. They naturally won't eat them themselves, so they immediately give them all to the clan members. The clan members of the 10 major families got the pills, and their hearts were slightly hanging. At this time, the sudden pills made people have to think wildly. If it was the pill refined by Madame Song, then the pills went into the throat, and a fragrance lingered around the body, and everyone felt that their brains were clearer. Good medicine. There was no discomfort on the body, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This should be made by a pharmacist from a certain family, so there would be no other discomfort. Just as he smiled, he suddenly felt his stomach bloating. Puff, 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 boom. Instantly, the air was filled with fragrance, and everyone felt refreshed when they smelled it. If you ignore the source of the fragrance, each martial spirit master smelled amazingly fragrant all over. Qin Yi stood aside, caught off guard, and was shocked. He was sober, but when he thought of the source of the fragrance, his face turned green. A deafening sound was heard, accompanied by bursts of fragrance, and the Qin family members were blank. Fine fart. As the fragrance spread, the weasels that rushed to the side of the ship became slower, and they all sprayed yellow-green poisonous gas from top to bottom. The two smells blended to produce a more unpleasant smell, but the toxicity seemed not so strong. Everyone was still. Puff puff puff, Qin Yi covered his nose. You guys let the gas out of the ship. At the same time, he became more determined in his heart that the medicine made by Feng Xi's wife really couldn't be taken carelessly. Chapter 272. Not only Qin Yi was stunned by the sudden effect of the medicine, Feng Xi was not much better. He remembered what his wife had told him, distributed all the pills, and did not even touch them, and continued to fight the water weasel that climbed onto the ship's bow. Suddenly, a series of puff sounds were heard, and a strong fragrance entered the nose. The water weasel's poison gas was covered up, neutralized, and another kind of vicious and strange smell was produced. At this moment, his brain was particularly clear, and the water weasel's poison gas obviously had less impact. But Feng Xi was speechless. So, is this the use of the lady's elixir? Puff puff puff, bang. The thunderous sound, and the fragrance that soared into the sky came from the tribesman. Feng Xi silently covered his mouth and nose and walked away. He wanted to be quiet. When Feng Shan and others first took the elixir, they felt quite good, until they began to lose their temper and realized that they were slapped in the face again. Puff puff puff. Puff puff. Feng Shan, Song Yuan and others looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they wailed in unison. We shouldn't have had hope in the lady's younger sister. They felt the changes that happened to them quite clearly, and naturally realized the effect of the fragrance they released. They wanted to deal with those water weasels, but they didn't want to release their breath, even if the breath was fragrant. Fo Shan thought that the smell was wrong, and that he might cry and suffer, but he didn't think that the lady would let them fight the water weasels with farts this time. When people asked them how they fought against the water weasels, could they tell them that they were killed by their farts? It would be so embarrassing to say it out loud. Everyone was silent for a long time, but finally accepted the reality, and decided to fart to the outside world. In this way, a group of people were seen sticking their big butts out, and pointing them at the outside of the boat, dong dong dong. Endlessly. The water weasel that had just climbed onto the side of the boat was facing the buttocks of the crowd, and was the first to bear the brunt of the blow. It was dizzy, and slid down the side of the boat. Feng Shan and others felt a little relieved when they saw that the power was so huge. They took out the spiritual sword and subdued the water weasel that was frightened in a few moves. At the same time, Lan Qi and others were also at a loss and shocked. Why are you leaking fragrance? You must have taken that medicine. Although the smell release can resist the poison of water weasels and has a fragrance, it is the gas that has passed through the stomach gate, so it is not so easy to smell. Seeing that the tribe members were in good spirits, Lan Qi quickly covered his mouth and nose, explained, and left in a hurry. The Lan clan members smiled awkwardly at each other, sticking their butts out of the boat. I knew that Song Liuhua's thing should not be eaten carelessly. This pill made you fart fragrantly. It's really a knife pulling your butt. It opened my eyes. Jiang Wenxiu also did not escape the fate of being slapped in the face by the Jiang clan members. At this moment, he covered his mouth and nose tightly and commanded the clan members, don't release it on this young clan leader, release it on the water weasels, and suffocate them to death. The Jiang clan members only then knew where the medicine came from, and couldn't help crying. They were really miserable with such an unreliable young clan leader. Since it was the elixir refined by Madame Song, why didn't she remind them? Although it was useless, at least they should be mentally prepared. Suddenly, he farted loudly, and those who didn't know would think that his crotch was broken. As the smell at the scene became stronger and stronger, Jiang Wenxiu couldn't help it. After all, you guys leave it first, I leave first. Jiang clan members, Is this human language? Over there, Lu Yuan, Bo Song, Lu Heng, Nong Heng, Yunju, Li Chong and others were in the same situation. In this regard, they secretly made up their minds that they would never eat the elixir made by Feng Xi's wife. This matter is not about life, but it is not decent. As a young patriarch of a clan, it is scary to lose his temper in public, and it is still fragrant. As for the tribesmen, they wish for the best. Here, Song Luo took a while to relax and finally felt better. She immediately took out a few flower beads from the jade bracelet space and stuffed them into the silk handkerchief to block her nostrils. As for the light golden flowers on the bed and in the room, she decisively put them into the space. Feng Xi entered the room and smelled the remaining fragrance in the room, which was almost the same as the smell released by Feng Shan and others outside. He immediately held his breath. Thinking of the source of this fragrance, he was relieved a little. My wife's medicine is really useful. Seeing his tangled look, Song Luo grabbed a handful of flower beads, wrapped them in a silk handkerchief, and handed them to him, changed the smell quickly. Feng Xi took the silk handkerchief and covered his nose with it. The fresh scent of plants and trees filled his nose, and his slightly frowned brows relaxed. Thank you, my lady. Song Luo chuckled, you can use these flower beads first. When we pass this section of the road and meet other fragrant flowers on the road, we can pick some more and ask Madame Yang to make a few sachets for you to cover with. Feng Xi paused slightly, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Why do you say that, madam? Wait until the smell dissipates. I am a man, I don't need a sachet. Yes, yes. Song Luo pulled him to sit down. Just listen to me. I originally wanted to refine a body fragrance pill, but I didn't expect that it smelled good, but there was a problem with the way it was emitted. Although it didn't affect the fragrance, it was still a bit annoying. It's just right for dealing with water weasels, but the follow-up problems are also worrying. Oh, are there any follow-up problems? I'd like to hear more about it. In fact, Feng Xi had some guesses in his heart. As expected, his wife said, this said pill is discharged through the intestines. After 3 days of continuous discharge, it lingers around the body and soaks into the flesh and blood. The fragrance can last for up to 3 months, and eventually fades with time. So, if you don't want the scent bag, then just bear with it. It's better to listen to your wife's words than to listen to them. Feng Xi smiled bitterly. In this case, my wife should prepare a few scent bags for me. He has always loved cleanliness, and often smells this kind of smell, I'm afraid. That's right. On the deck, the poison gas of the water weasel had lost its effect, so it was quick to deal with it. Fo Shan and others cooperated and quickly caught many water weasels that tried to board the ship. The water weasels on the water surface sensed something was wrong, and quickly dived into the water and disappeared. Fo Shan and others were still frustrated. Although they hated the smell, they had important things to deal with, so they could only endure the disgust and kill the water weasel to get its stinky treasure. The pills given by his wife only had a slight detoxification effect. Its main effect was to make them release fragrance, destroy the poison gas of the water weasel, and stun the water weasel. As the saying goes, weasels stink but don't know it. Compared to water weasels, they think their own poison is quite fragrant, so they think that the more fragrant smell is quite stinky. Humans are just the opposite. A very small number of members of the same tribe, as well as the female relatives who accompanied them, had poor concentration and had already fallen into a coma. Only the stinky treasure in the water weasel's body could be saved. The fur of the water weasel was strong, and it took hundreds of sharp cuts with the spirit sword to cut open its belly and take out a yellow-brown stinky treasure like jade. Although it is called a stinky treasure, it is the storage part of the water weasel's stench, but it is actually not stinky. It is very magical, but no one can explain it clearly. Song Yuan grabbed a live water weasel that was tied up like a dumpling and curiously stuffed a pill into its mouth. Brother Feng Shan, what do you think will happen if this water weasel eats the pill? Will it release its fragrance like us? A group of people gathered together. Puff, puff, puff. And stared at the water weasel that was fed the pill curiously. Now that they have their own fragrance, they are naturally not afraid that it will release poison again. The effect of the pill was very fast, and it took effect in the water weasel's stomach in just a moment. The weasel suddenly opened its eyes, struggled with a wow-wow sound, and released a light green gas from top to bottom. The gas was different from the weasel's own poison gas. It smelled bad, but had no toxicity. Fo Shan and the others were too close, and the overbearing smell went straight into their nostrils, mixed with the fragrance emitted from their bodies, forming a new, more disgusting smell. Ugh! You? Everyone dispersed, pinching their noses and vomiting. The weasel was also heavily smoked by the gas it released, and struggled to turn its head to the side, retching. As the weasel continued to emit a foul smell, its eyes rolled back, and it fainted. Fo Shan saw this, and quickly threw the thing into the water, and the smell on the boat got better. Ugh! I almost suffocated to death. Song Yuan's mouth twitched after recovering. How did you use this medicine, little sister? Why do I feel that it seems better to give it directly to the weasel? Fo Shan and others came back to their senses. Chapter 273. Song Luhua had naturally considered the doubts of Song Yuan and others, but there was no other way. Water weasels are stubborn and can release poison. In addition, the taste of this pill is disgusting to them, so how could they eat it? If Fo Shan and others can force them to eat it, then there is no need for the assistance of this pill. In this case, this method is useless. Since they need to use the power of this pill, there is only one way to go. That is, if they can't control the water weasel, they can only control their own bodies. Fo Shan and the others thought about this path for a while, and figured it out. For 3 whole days, the fleet smelled fragrant all the way, attracting many strange beasts on both sides of the strait to come and watch the fun. Everyone on the boat, including Song Luhua, was miserable, and the whole boat was filled with this smell. In the past few days, Song Luhua couldn't even eat because she smelled this smell every day, and it came from such a place. Feng Qing, Feng Yi, and the others were even more miserable. The smell came from themselves, and they were the first to be smelled. Not to mention that they were all sleeping in a bunk bed for 8 people, and the sound of discouragement was heard all night long. Even if it was fragrant, the strong smell made people uncomfortable. They hadn't had a good sleep for 3 days. Fo Shan, Song Yuan, and the 2 main clan members were in a room with 4 people, and their situation was not much better than Feng Qing and Feng Yi. For 3 days, the group of people didn't sleep well, and they all had big dark circles under their eyes, looking pitiful. Song Luhua spread the word that if they could survive 3 days, they would no longer be discouraged. Song Yuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. As for her, she locked herself in the room and didn't go out at all. Even when eating, she chose to eat snacks when she was almost starving to death. Woohoo! I can't eat at all. After 6 meals in 3 days, Song Luhua's face was starved. Feng Xi felt very distressed when he saw this, and wanted to persuade her to eat well, and not starve herself. Song Luhua rolled her eyes at him. I don't believe you can eat. Her poor husband was even more exaggerated than her. He took a bath 4 or 5 times a day, and hadn't eaten for 3 days. His abdominal muscles were starved to 18 pieces. Feng Xi was speechless. Tomorrow, let Madame Yang cook some nourishing soup for you to nourish your body. Nourish, all nourish, eat big pieces of exotic beast meat tomorrow. On the 4th day, Feng Shan and others finally stopped being discouraged. The strong smell was mostly dissipated by the wind, and the air in the ship was relatively fresher. Song Luhua finally agreed to go on the deck to get some fresh air. Poor thing, I don't know how thin my brother and others have become after not seeing you for 3 days. Today, she took a good look in the mirror. In the mirror, she had gone hungry for 6 meals, her face was pointed and delicate, and she was a little more gentle and reserved, so she could pretend to be Sister Lin. I guess my elder brother and his friends didn't eat well or sleep well these days, so they must have become thin and hungry. It wasn't until Song Yuan showed up that Song Luhua realized that she had been too sentimental. He didn't lose weight at all, and his body was very strong. He must have eaten well these days. That was natural. Although Song Yuan and his friends didn't sleep well, they still ate a lot. It was just that when they were eating, it was a bit indecent. A group of people eating while being discouraged was a big scene. Song Yuan hadn't seen his younger sister for a few days, and when he saw her, he was quite happy to greet her, and a fragrant breeze was brought up during his actions. The smell was slightly strong. Song Luhua felt physically uncomfortable when she smelled it. She wrinkled her nose and glared at Song Yuan. Song Yuan was amused. He deliberately took a few steps closer and raised his armpits. Haha. I told you to cheat my brother. Come on, my brother smells very good now. Smell it. In the past 3 days, Song Yuan and others were surrounded by this strong smell. They got used to it and didn't think it was bad. In the past, the room was full of their smelly shoes and sweat. Now it has become fragrant. It is another novel experience. Stay away, you stink. Song Luhua rolled her eyes at her elder brother, Fart. Hey, you little girl, you disrespect your brother, you deserve a beating. Song Yuan rubbed his younger sister's head randomly, until her hair was rubbed into a mess, and then let her go. Song Luhua naturally didn't want to suffer any loss, so she pulled his sleeve and stomped on his big foot, causing Song Yuan to scream in pain. You are so fierce, be careful that Feng Xiai sees it. He is looking at me right now. What kind of face do I have? Naturally, I am gentle and kind, right, husband? Feng Xiai, who was not far away, lowered his head and chuckled, nodding his head. Of course, my wife is gentle and generous, beautiful and kind, with unparalleled talent and wisdom, perfect, and a role model for the women of my Feng family. You really can say that. Song Yuan's mouth twitched violently, as if he was looking at some rare species, looking Feng Xiai up and down. My husband is a noble person, always honest, and I don't allow him to tell the truth? Song Luhua was very satisfied with this answer, smiled at Feng Xiai, turned around and bared his teeth at Song Yuan. Song Yuan had a new understanding of Feng Xi's hypocrisy, and was also amazed at the speed of his little sister's changing face. You little girl, you still have two faces. It's true that the sister is grown up and can't be controlled by others. The brother and sister quarreled for a while, and seeing that both sides were fine, they put down their worries. Song Luhua saw Lanqi on the boat behind from a distance. After not seeing him for 3 days, he seemed to be a little weaker, and wearing a martial arts uniform couldn't hide it. These young masters can do things, but they are more or less a little obsessed with cleanliness. This one must have been hungry for 9 meals, like Feng Xiai. It's a bit funny. Chapter 274. Since they boarded the ship, Shihong and Luzi began to sleep. During this time, the smell in the air did not wake the two beasts. These two guys had never been on a water boat before, and they were actually seasick, which made her laugh for a long time. Now the two are still asleep. Song Luhua does not disturb them. When they get ashore, they are all her cattle and horses. It has been a while since I entered the space ring. The silkworms on the mulberry tree have begun to lay eggs. The colorful silkworm eggs are densely spread on the mulberry leaves. After all, they are wild, and Song Luhua does not care about them. Let them hatch by themselves. The seeds that were sown in the space some time ago have gradually broken through the soil and grown into tender seedlings. Because they were not stimulated by spiritual power, they did not grow fast, and are now only 1 finger high. It is hard to tell what kind of spiritual plant it is. The cute cow is still lying leisurely under the tree of the Dipsicus tree. The wild grass she used growth fluid to stimulate around the tree is particularly fertile. This guy only needs to stretch his neck to chew a few bites of tender grass. Song Luhua is a little envious of this life. After the water weasel, the fleet returned to peace. On this day, the sky was bright, and Qin Yi and others took the Li Lifeng family to a small gathering on the boat. A group of 10 people sat on the deck, tasting wine and chatting. Each of them was extraordinary and upright, and it seemed that it was true. Song Luhua and Yang Mama leaned on the railing and ate orange melon seeds, listening to her gossip, and the female relatives gradually came over. A group of women talked with orange melon seeds and spit flying. At this time, the boat entered a fork, and just after a cup of tea, countless cherry trees on both sides came into view. The pink and white petals fell with the wind, like rain. So beautiful. Everyone exclaimed. On each boat, people crowded on the railings to watch the excitement and the noise, and more people reached out to catch the petals. Feng Xiai and others also became interested, stood up and walked to the railings, and everyone made room for them. Lanqi was the most elegant, and read a lot of books. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but take out his pen and ink and started painting. He held the pen and raised his sleeves, dipped the ink, and sketched. With just a few strokes, he painted a picture of a boat with cherry blossoms in the warm season. The men, women and girls in the painting have different looks, including Feng Xiai, Qin Yi and others. Even Song Luhua, Nani Yang, and the women of the clan are crowded in a corner to enjoy the scenery, and they are also included in the painting. Song Luhua couldn't help but sigh. Clan leader Lan Xiao has superb painting skills. This painting can be passed down from generation to generation. I don't deserve it. It's just a trivial skill. It's not worth mentioning. Song Luhua thought he was too modest and praised him a few more times. Lan Xi smiled, used his spiritual power to dry the scroll, and rolled it up carefully, since Madame Song likes it. Then this painting. Give it to you. Cool. Before he finished speaking, the woman in front of him turned around and looked at Feng Xiai with joy. Lanqi smiled, put away the scroll, and turned her eyes to Feng Xiai. The petals swept in, flying one by one, each with its own posture. The young talents on the boat were piled up, and it can be said that the flowers were gradually dazzling. In terms of elegance, Feng Xiai was no less than him. He waved his hand, and the magic sword was in his hand. Today he was wearing a moon-white wide-sleeved casual dress, his black hair was tied up with a silver hair crown, and he held the magic sword in his hand. His gentle and handsome face was like a jade tree in the heavenly palace, bright and clear. Just standing in the cherry blossom rain like this, there is a kind of peerless style. Song Luo clapped her hands, and Feng Xiai moved. As the spirit sword was swung, the sword light flashed, and the upright figure retreated, turned, or jumped. Every movement was either chic and majestic, or light and elegant. The cherry blossoms flew up and down, gathered and dispersed, and the scene made Song Luo very excited. She had to grow a brain, and understand the love brain. After Feng Xiai finished dancing, he put away the spirit sword in a chic posture. Song Luo rushed over and praised him. My husband is amazing, handsome, and highly skilled. He is simply the most handsome man in the Ten-Wind continent in the past 5,000 years. Feng Xiai was flattered by his wife's praise. He touched her head, and couldn't help but smile. Jiang Wenxiu, who had been fed dog food the whole time, was not happy. Feng Xiai is the most handsome man in the past 5,000 years? Where does this put me? With my family background and skills, I have good looks and courage. How can I be worse than Feng Xiai? I am worthy of being 5,000 years old anyway. You? Hee. Song Luo gave him a contemptuous look. Lanqi, Qin Yi and others couldn't help laughing. Yunju teased. I think Jiang Shao clan leader has no self-awareness. Jiang Wenxiu snorted. It seems that if I don't show you my skills today, you will look down on me. After saying that, Jiang Wenxiu jumped to the middle, took out the spirit sword and began to swing. It's not to mention that although this guy is not as good as Feng Xiai, each move has its own characteristics. It lacks elegance, but is more than strong. When he fights, he is powerful and has a unique rhythm. However, he looked at everyone proudly while dancing, which was very impressive and made people want to fight. Yunju thought so and did so. When Jiang Wenxiu jumped in front of him and showed off, he kicked him. Song Luo only heard a plop and Jiang Wenxiu was kicked into the water by Yunju. After a while, he flew out of the water, spit out a mouthful of water, and looked at Yunju indignantly. Mr. Yun, are you looking for a fight? Then he quickly attacked Yunju. The two of them fought together. At first, they used spirit swords to attack each other, but then they turned into physical fights. You punched, I punched, and the wind of fists blew. Jiang Wenxiu screamed while fighting, and Yunju mocked him. The two of them fought with their hands and mouths at the same time. It was so exciting. Song Luo took Feng Xi's arm and watched with great interest. After a while, she took out a handful of orange melon seeds and started to crack them. She stuffed another handful into Feng Xi's hand. Feng Xiai took them with a smile, cracked them one by one, and placed the orange melon kernels in her palm. Qin Yi came over and said with a smile, "This snack is good." Song Luo was a girl who understood immediately. She immediately took out a basket of orange melon seeds for him. These orange melon seeds were ordinary orange melon seeds. She still had a lot of them. It was just a small basket, so she didn't feel bad at all. Qin Yi held the small basket and stood aside to crack and watch the fun. Lanqi, Lu Heng, Li Zhong, and Li Yuan leaned over to Qin Yi, each grabbing a handful of orange seeds and commenting on them. Nong Heng and both Song were not interested in food. Yunju and Jiang Wenxiu were equally skilled, so there was no obvious suppression when they fought. They fought until they were exhausted, and lay on the deck gasping for breath, with bruised faces and noses. Qin Yi saw this, and pushed the basket in his hand into Lu Yuan's hand, smiling at Lanqi. "Shall we have a fight?" Lanqi also smiled and responded, "Please." So, the two of them started to fight. Qin Yi and Lanqi's fight was also quite exciting. They also fought with bare hands, and their fighting was more gentle than those two, but their palm winds were fierce, and should not be underestimated. Song Luo watched the excitement and said, "You two are about the same level, so it's meaningless to fight like this. I think it's better for all of you to fight together, and show your level." Jiang Wenxiu rested for a while, and thought it made sense. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and joined in. He teased Qin Yi on the left, and threw a few punches at Lanqi on the right. After a few rounds, Qin Yi and Lanqi couldn't stand it anymore, and caught him and beat him up. They beat him until he screamed. Song Luo laughed so hard that he fell backwards, and Yunju also watched the fun with gloating. Jiang Wenxiu was pulled out by Lu Yuan, and glared at the two of them in grief and anger. Song Luo looked at his face, which was bruised and swollen like a pig's head, and laughed even more happily. A handsome man of 5,000 years was beaten to the point of owing 5,000 years, ha ha. A group of young talents were sparring and laughing in the cherry blossom rain, which was both lively and pleasing to the eyes. In the past few days, the second elder drank a lot of spiritual wine and had some insights. He closed the door for a few days and just came out. He carried a pot of spiritual wine, leaned on the railing, and sighed comfortably. Great, great, you young people should be so unrestrained, this is how people should be in their lives. Song Luo heard the infinite emotion in his tone, thinking that he was moved by the scene and remembered his youth. Yes, who hasn't been unrestrained when young? After walking through this section of water, turning 4 or 5 forks, there is a shallow water area. Boats cannot sail here, so you need to wade through the water. After walking this distance, you can get back to the right path. The martial spirit master, who went to investigate, brought this news. Everyone couldn't help but frown. They were still within the range of Yushur, and the flying boat could not be used, so they had to walk on foot. Song Luo had Shihong as her mount, so she naturally didn't need to wade through the water. She sat on Shihong and flew at a low altitude, which was so comfortable. There were many spiritual Christian carps in the water, and many small birds and beasts made nests on the water. The martial spirit master and his female relatives walked along the way, catching fish, picking up bird and beast eggs, and hunting small birds and beasts, and they had a lot of fun. Luzi, who loves to eat fish, squatted on Song Luo's shoulder, looking at the fish in the water and meowing anxiously. Song Luo didn't think of going into the water. The water was not clear at first glance, and there were worms, and she was most afraid of flesh worms. She would not go down and make herself uncomfortable. Luzi couldn't wait any longer, so he jumped into the water and splashed a little water. Song Luo exclaimed, and then she found that this guy could swim. A small head appeared on the water surface, wandering around in the water. Once he saw the shadow of a fish, he swam over and grabbed one in his mouth. Everyone looked at it with amusement. Madame Yan also laughed so hard that the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes looked like a chrysanthemum. She bent down to take the fish from Luzi's mouth and touched its little head. Be good, I put it away for you, just catch it. Meow meow. Luzi had a keen sense of smell, and the movements in the water, especially the fish and shrimp, could not be hidden from it at all. The man and the beast worked together, and in just a few moments, they caught a lot of fish. Occasionally, there were palm-sized light blue shrimp scratching on the water plants, and Luzi would not let them go. However, its little face was accidentally pinched by its nose, and it meowed in pain. Madame Yan was distressed, and quickly pulled the little cat out of the water, and helped it take off the shrimp. At this time, Luzi's nose was already swollen. The claws of these shrimps are very painful, you little thing. You better not provoke them. Meow meow meow. Luzi's eyes were watery. Song Luo was angry and amused, and took the medicine to apply it. Luzi was quiet for a moment, stayed in her arms, and rubbed her palm with his head. Song Luo touched its head with amusement. You are a small animal, you don't eat much. The fish you caught are enough to eat. Don't go down again? For the frugal Luzi, these words were useless. After a moment of silence, it set its sights on the water celery in the water. The low-lying water celery was green and fertile, and Luzi jumped into the water and started picking water celery. Song Luo held her forehead with her hand. This shallow water trip was smooth except that Luzi's nose was pinched by a shrimp. After getting on the shore, passing through a small valley, and going up a slope, it turned out to be a plain. What came into view was a semi-sand land that stretched as far as the eye could see. The grass and trees on the semi-sand land were not tall, and there were clusters of flowers, and wild vegetables growing every 3 or 5 steps. In terms of the difficulty of walking, it was much easier than climbing mountains and crossing ridges. Everyone couldn't help but cheer, great, this is much easier than going up and down the mountain. The women finally breathed a sigh of relief. Climbing mountains and crossing ridges during this period of time was very tiring. I didn't expect that the greatest hardship in my life was to attend the 4 Domains Exchange Conference. I was poisoned a few days ago and almost lost my life. If I have to climb mountains and cross ridges again now, I'm afraid I will collapse. Although they were walking on their legs, they saved a lot of effort. There were no thorns here, so no one was needed to clear the way. The martial arts master ran happily on the flat ground. Song Luo also jumped off Shihong, took out a stick from the jade bracelet space, and poked it left and right, and the stove ran around at her feet, looking very happy. Shihong also carried her wings like the old man, walked around on the ground, and chirped from time to time. The women walked along the way and dug up useful spiritual medicines and wild vegetables. Lu Zi jumped happily behind Song Luhua and started digging wild vegetables and spiritual medicine. It was the middle of the warm season, and there were swarms of butterflies and bees. Lu Zi saw a butterfly while digging, and he couldn't help but jump to catch it. That happy little look was very cute. Song Luhua looked at him with amusement, and when she was tired, she sat on Shihong. This guy didn't fly, but he walked on the ground with his 2 claws, and his speed was not slow. At this moment, the sky was bright, there were flowers and grass, butterflies and honey, and it was a leisurely scene. Song Luhua was sitting comfortably on Shihong and eating spiritual fruit, when Lu Zi suddenly meowed. It meowed, shook its head quickly, and scratched its face with its little paws. Meow! The sound was so miserable that Song Luhua's heart skipped a beat. She quickly jumped off Shihong and went to check. At that time, Yang Ma and others arrived before her. Song Luhua surrounded him, but saw Lu Zi being held in Yang Ma's arms. When he turned his head, he revealed a swollen furry face. Huh? What's Lu Zi doing? Yang Ma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was stung by a bee. Lu Zi looked at Song Luhua aggrievedly. Meow meow meow. Song Luhua checked it out. In addition to its swollen face, one of its front paws was also a whole size bigger, which looked particularly funny. Apart from that, there was nothing wrong with it. Song Luhua burst out laughing. Fortunately, it's just an ordinary bee. Why did you bother them? Now that your face and paws are stung, I wonder if you dare to bother anything else. Meow meow. Lu Zi was aggrieved. Song Luhua picked it up in her hand and threw it on Shihong's back. Just as she was about to make a few more jokes, she heard someone exclaim. Chapter 275. Song Luhua looked up and was shocked by the scene in front of him. Fo Shan and others who were walking in front were surrounded by a group of colorful butterflies, dancing around them one after another. The martial arts masters were also shocked by this scene. They were a little overwhelmed at first, but when they found that these butterflies were not aggressive, they became happy. Fo Shan stretched out his hand and caught a butterfly. The butterfly flapped its wings in his palm, as if collecting honey. Song Yuan also imitated him, and successfully caught a butterfly. Seeing this, he said excitedly, "It's amazing." Feng Yi guessed, these spirit butterflies must have been attracted by the fragrance on our bodies. Feng Qing's cheeks twitched. She didn't like these spirit butterflies surrounding her. She stretched out her palm to chase them away for a long time. After they were driven away, they came back again. In the whole team, all the martial spirit masters, who used the fragrance pills, attracted many spirit butterflies around them. This wonder is something many people have never seen in their lives. The women couldn't help but envy when they saw it. It's like a dream. Now these grown men can attract bees and butterflies. I, a woman, envy them too. I heard that this is due to the fragrance pills that Mrs. Song gave them. If you want to become like this, you can ask if there are any more fragrance pills. Forget it. You all know that if you take the fragrance pills, you will lose your energy for 3 consecutive days. It's too unsightly. I'm shy. The women talked about it. The others were also stunned. The spirit butterfly had butterfly powder on it. Feng Xi thought it was too dirty, so he avoided it directly. He didn't have that fragrance on him, so he naturally didn't attract butterflies. Qin Yi, Lan Shi and others didn't like it either, so they avoided it instinctively. Only Song Luhua looked at the stove that had just been stung into a pig's head, blinked her eyes, and muttered. Fortunately, it only attracted butterflies. If it attracted bees, wouldn't it be terrible? Ouch! As soon as Song Luhua finished speaking, she heard a martial arts master screaming, "It hurts, there are bees." As soon as the scream fell, another martial arts master was hit. "Everyone be careful, there are bees." Next, voices came from the martial arts masters one after another, and the martial arts masters, who were happy to attract butterflies just now, all ran away in panic. The buzzing sound became louder and louder. Song Luhua, She had to run. Immediately, without saying anything, she pulled Yang Ma to sit on Shihong and flew into the sky. As the saying goes, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the pond will be affected. She didn't want to become that fish in the pond. Her power was limited, so she could only take care of so much. She believed that Feng Xi and her elder brother were thick-skinned and could withstand the sting. Feng Xi saw that the bee was not fatal and would only hurt at most, so he said, "Others protect the women, Fo Shan, you stay away." Fo Shan, who was stung by bees, said, "Yes." Fo Shan led his companions, who attracted bees and butterflies, to a more open place. The road was full of flowers and surrounded by bees and butterflies, which looked quite dreamy. Of course, reality is cruel. Song Luo could see more clearly from a high altitude. Once the source of the bees and butterflies left, the other tribesmen and women were instantly free. It was hard for the eldest brother in Fengshan. Not only were there a group of spirit butterflies around them, but there was also a group of bees that were so painful that they screamed and cried. It was so miserable. Song Luo searched through boxes and cabinets, trying to find some medicine, but unfortunately, the medicine she made didn't seem to be suitable for the symptom. Only the Huangquan Nirvana pill was somewhat useful. This was a mother-child pill made from various poisonous spiritual medicines, longevity beads, and the dipsicus tree. This Huangquan Nirvana pill is a complete set of 2 pills, red and black. Take the red one, and go through the Huangquan road first. If you are lucky enough to have a breath left and not die, then take the black pill. No matter how badly you are injured, you can survive. This is the true meaning of the Huangquan Nirvana pill. It seemed a bit inappropriate to give it to the eldest brother, and the others in this situation. Song Luo gave up decisively. Apart from this, there was no other medicine. Song Luo could only spread her hands. She had no other choice. In the distance, Song Yuan screamed and jumped up and down, and put on 10 or 8 layers of clothes and wrapped his head, and then he felt a little better. The alchemists in the team were also looking through their own stocks. They naturally had ways to deal with such simple bees and butterflies. After a while, they found the right powder and sent it over. When Fengshan and the others came back, they were all unrecognizable, with the big bumps on their faces particularly translucent. Song Luo couldn't bear to look directly at it, so she covered her eyes, and then curiously opened her fingers to take a look. Song Yuan looked at her with resentment. "Little sister, I didn't take a single bite of your medicine in vain. Attracting butterflies is not scary, but attracting bees is a bit hurtful." Ha 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 ha. Song Luo held back her laughter. "It's okay, big brother, a real man. Attracting butterflies is not a skill. Attracting bees is a real man. You are a real man, I admire you." Song Yuan rolled his eyes at her. "Whoever wants to be a real man can be one." Song Yuan's lips were swollen from the sting, his face was swollen like a steamed bun, and his eyes were blind. From a distance, it looked like a big steamed bun, and from a closer look, it looked like an even bigger French bread stick. Song Luo couldn't help laughing again. "This bee is just an ordinary bee, it only hurts the skin and flesh, not the life. Just bear with it, and it will pass, haha. The rashes on your body will disappear in one day, haha." After that, he sent him to apply medicine. As expected, he heard the howling of the clan members, including his eldest brother. The medicine was made by the family's alchemist, and it was not bad. It was just that Fengshan and others attracted a lot of bees this time, and they were stung a lot on their faces and necks, which was still a bit painful. There were many bees and butterflies along the way, and Song Yuan and others were worried, fearing that they would attract more. It was really uncomfortable to be stung by bees. Fortunately, although the fragrance on their bodies could not be washed off, the medicine given by the alchemist in the clan was very useful. Just apply it on the body, and no more spirit butterflies and bees will come near. But this experience was deeply engraved in everyone's heart. Fengshan and others were naturally embarrassed. Those who were not affected were ready to use it as a topic of conversation and told their acquaintances after returning. After this incident, Fengshan and others were awarded the title of Tianxiang Langjun. Everyone was furious, but they had no way to refute it. As soon as they refuted it, the mean person ran up to them and said, "You smell so good." They were so angry that they just wanted to beat him up. They fought and quarreled all the way, and their speed was not slow. After traveling on this semi-sand plain for 5 consecutive days, everyone was surprised to find that they had passed the range of the domain stone. This means that the flying boat can be used. In this way, everyone got on the flying boat again. This time, they were lucky. The flying boat encountered several attacks from birds and beasts along the way, but fortunately they did not encounter the domain stone again. A few days ago, they traveled on foot, and the supplies they collected were enough to support them for a period of time, so they did not stop hunting, and their speed was naturally much faster. Finally entered the territory of the East region. On the flying boat, Feng Xiai stood on the deck, looking at the obviously unusual mountains and forests, frowning. Chapter 276. Is this the East region? Fengshan and the others also looked solemn when they saw the situation below. From the perspective of the flying boat, all that could be seen were the lush spiritual plants, and the strange beasts shuttling among them. The noise made by the flying boat startled the birds and beasts in the forest. Groups of birds and beasts flew out of the forest, densely packed, and crows were everywhere, which was frightening. The second elder looked at the East region, which had changed so much in just half a year, and said, I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, the East region has fallen into such a state. I don't know if the people in the East region are okay. That must not be good. With the situation outside the city like this, the situation inside the city must not be optimistic. They were still at the edge of the East region. According to the current situation, it would take some effort to reach the gathering place of the city. Everyone knew this, but no one said it. Everyone continued on their way with a heavy heart. As soon as the flying boat entered the territory of the East region and crossed only a few mountains, the domain stone appeared again. Fortunately, there were not too many high-level and large-sized monsters where they fell, so they could still deal with them. They fell into a rabbit beast's nest. These rabbit beasts were much larger than normal rabbit beasts. One was the size of an adult black rock pig, and the highest level was up to level 6. But since it was not a very aggressive beast, even if it grew to this level, its aggressiveness was limited. Among this group of people, there were originally 5th level martial spirit masters, and then they were baptized by the spiritual wine of the cliff monkey beast. 70% to 80% advanced to 6th level martial spirit masters, and their overall strength took a big step forward. The speed of the rabbit beast itself did not increase much due to the increase in size, and the influence of its upper limit. It was easy for the martial spirit masters to deal with this kind of rabbit beast. The elders like the second elder did not care about testing the younger generation, and used all their skills, which was shocking. Feng Xiai could kill dozens of level 6 rabbit beasts with one sword, and the second elder's sword would kill them in large numbers. Congratulations to the second elder for breaking through the 9th level. Since the second elder came out of seclusion for a few days ago, Feng Xiai keenly discovered the difference in him. There was already a vague guess in his heart. Today, he saw him take action with his own eyes, and the aura of the second elder was leaked, which made Feng Xiai feel a little clue. Haha. You kid, you have good observation skills. The second elder did not deny it, and patted Feng Xi's shoulder. Speaking of this, I have to thank your wife. I have been stuck at the 9th level for decades, and thought that I would never have a breakthrough in this life. I didn't expect that the spirit wine would give me a different understanding. Who could have known that after the 9th level, the breakthrough method would be different from the past? Below the 9th level, as long as you have good talent, sufficient food with strong spiritual power, and practice day after day for several years, you can break through the 9th level. But to truly break through the 9th level, you need a different kind of perception, which is hard to explain, and can only be felt by yourself. Among the group of old guys who accompanied them, half of the elders of the 10 great families broke through the 9th level, about 30% of the mercenary guilds broke through, and as for other small and medium-sized families, only 20% in total. The second elder didn't explain, but Feng Xiai had already glimpsed a little from his few words. He smiled. Second elder, you are too kind, my lady also hit it by accident. It is also very good to have such a credit by accident. When I return, I will definitely reward you handsomely. In that case, I will thank the second elder on behalf of my wife. Feng Xiai and others quickly cleaned up the spiritual plants and strange beasts here, dug up the ground, and indeed found traces of the Jisun jade underground. There are not many Jisun jade here, otherwise these rabbit beasts will grow to level 9 or above, and get the blessing of racial talents, and it will be difficult to deal with them. Shihong and Lu Zi have been diligent since entering this land. Lu Zi is naturally diligent, and Shihong, who is lazy, has also become diligent. Sure enough, as long as there is enough interest, people and animals will become diligent. The road after that is even more difficult to walk, and it has been covered by the range of the domain stone, so the flying boat cannot be used. The spiritual plants on the ground are piled up, growing very closely, and there are many strange beasts, which are extremely troublesome to clean up. Even if they walk out of the range of the domain stone, everyone dare not take the flying boat again. The birds and beasts in the sky are dense, and many of these birds and beasts are high level, and have great lethality. A group of people moved on the ground with difficulty. After finally cleaning up a group of black rock pigs, they suddenly heard a huge movement coming from the left. What's going on? Fo Shan, take someone to check it out yourself. The people sent by the 10 major families and various forces to investigate formed several teams and walked towards the forest on the left. After walking 2 miles with difficulty, they saw a group of people walking towards this side in a panic. The clothes of that group of people did not look like any force in the southern region. It seemed that the group was quite large. Could they be from other regions? Fo Shan and others looked at each other, made a gesture, and prepared to retreat quietly. Even if it was not a strange beast, it would be fine if they were careful. Just as they were about to leave, someone shouted, "We are from the Northern Territory, but we are gentlemen from other regions. Please show yourself." As the shouting sounded, the Northern Territory people looked around cautiously. Since they were shouting like that, they must have discovered them. Feng Shan and the others no longer hid, and jumped out from behind the trees. "So you are gentlemen from the Northern Territory. We are from the Southern Territory. We noticed something was wrong here before, so we came here to investigate. Thank you for all the hard work on this journey." The two parties exchanged greetings, and Feng Shan used the Xuanling stone to transmit the situation here. Feng Xi said, "In this case, please come to join us, everyone in the Northern Territory." The forces in the Northern Territory are mainly in 4 states. One is Yangtze State, whose surname is Yang, and whose totem is the black tortoise. Their clothes are black, and they have many black tortoise patterns embroidered on their cuffs, chest, shoulders, and back with gold thread. The second is Huabua State, whose surname is Hua, and whose totem is the 9-layer peony. Their clothes are pink and white, and their cuffs and the edges of their martial arts uniforms are all peony of the same color. The third is Yuluzu, whose surname is Yu, and whose totem is a green deer. Their clothes are light green, with green deer embroidered on their chests and backs. The fourth is Yanuezu, whose surname is Yin, and whose totem is the moon. Their clothes are embroidered with a crescent moon. As for other forces, they are similar to those in the south region. Feng Shan and others have never seen people from other regions since they were young, so they are curious. But seeing that they are in such a mess, and there are many injured people, it is not easy to chat, so they just briefly talk about the situation along the way. Mentioning the difficulties along the way, the people in the North region burst into tears. It is really not easy. Who knew that such a change would happen in the 4 regions? Not only in the South region, but also in the North region, the Jisun Jade was found. If they had not left early and walked a good road, they would not have arrived here today. Hearing that people in the North region can take flying boats most of the time, Feng Shan and others are nakedly jealous. Blame their bad luck for encountering many domain stones along the way. Chapter 277. The people in the Northern Territory were shocked when they saw Feng Xi and his group, along with Feng Shan and others. In terms of their status, the people in the Southern Territory were all energetic and ruddy, not as embarrassed as them, and they must be quite capable. In terms of their cultivation, the special resources that they in the Northern Territory relied on cultivated so many 6th-level martial spirit masters. But after a quick glance, they found that in addition to those in high positions, even ordinary people were at the 6th level. Not to mention, they also found an exceptionally young 7th-level person. This really overturned their perception of the remote small land in the southern region. Seeing this, everyone put away their contempt. "I am the young master of Yangziza in the northern region, my name is Ling Kong, and I am polite to you all." Young Ling Kong was the first to stand out. He had a masculine appearance and wore a black and gold embroidered black tortoise martial arts uniform. Although it was a little messy, his behavior was dignified. "Hua Lingjun of Wabazu in the northern region, you have heard of me for a long time." Hua Lingjun was wearing a pink and white martial arts uniform, and there was some dirt on the cuffs and knees, which looked quite obvious. But he didn't care at all, holding a light green feather fan in his hand, smiling lightly, more charming than a woman. The young master of Yuluzu wore the family's green martial arts uniform, with an indifferent expression, clasped his fists and said, "Yuluzu Yonan Gu from the Northern Territory." After the first 3 people introduced themselves one by one, a young man wearing a light blue martial arts uniform, with a pale complexion and looking a little thin, smiled and bowed, saying, "Yen Yuezhou, Yen Sinyan greets you all." After the 4 people spoke, the leaders of the other forces came forward to greet each other. Before they met the person, they still had arrogant thoughts, but now that they met the person, that bit of arrogance has extinguished. Feng Xi and others also introduced their origins one by one. The people of the Northern Territory were surprised that this young and extraordinary 7th-level martial spirit master was actually the patriarch of the Feng family, one of the top 10 families in the Southern Territory. After the 2 sides had a simple understanding, the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. After exchanging information, they decided to act together from now on. Song Luhua, the wife of the patriarch of the Feng family, was also quite important, so she was pulled over to introduce herself. Mrs. Song is the wife of the head of the Feng clan in the southern region, and also the elite spiritual assistant for us on this trip. Qingyi came forward and introduced. Seeing this, Song Luhua bowed and smiled. "We will be on the same journey from now on. If there is anything I do not do well, I hope you will forgive me." Although Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun, Yunan Gu, Yen Sinian and others looked tired and in poor condition, they did not look down on her. They returned the greeting politely. I don't deserve it. Song Luhua was very satisfied with their attitude, and had a good impression of them at first sight. Yang Lingkong and the others didn't think so much. Once they recognized the power of the southern region, they treated her with ordinary etiquette, thinking that as the wife of the patriarch of the Feng family, she would naturally show up. Seeing that it was getting late, the teams from the southern region and the northern region discussed and decided to rest here for a night and continue their journey tomorrow. Feng Xiai and the others had just set up their temporary residence when they heard a commotion from the northern region. Third Grandpa, how are you? Young Master, the third elder is dying. Please accept my condolences. Yang Lingkong looked at the third elder lying on the couch, barely breathing, with a sad face, and asked the alchemist beside him, Is there no way at all? The alchemist shook his head. The third elder is too seriously injured. We are powerless to save him. As the two were anxious, the third elder Yangzi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale instantly. In addition to the third elder Yangzi, many elders from Huapa, Yolu, Yanhua, and other forces in Beiyu were injured. On this way, they found the Jisun Jade in the Northern Territory, and also encountered high-level exotic beasts. They were lucky enough to get here thanks to the help of several 9th-level elders. Speaking of which, this year is also unlucky. There are problems in the East region, and the North region is also beginning to be uneasy. I heard that the South region is not optimistic either. Yang Lingkong's eyes suddenly brightened when he thought of this. Yes, the people in the South region have not suffered as many casualties as they have. I think in addition to sufficient military force, there must be powerful alchemists in charge. He can ask them for help. He is not a pedantic person, and has never felt ashamed to ask others for help. The situation is extremely critical now, and saving the life of the third elder is the most important thing. Not only did he think so, other families in the Northern Territory also thought so. So, Song Luhua saw the young masters of the 4 states in the Northern Territory, and people from other forces coming to seek medical treatment. To show their sincerity, they all came to ask in person. Since they came to ask in person, Feng Xiai and others could not refuse, so they ordered the alchemist and the family to take a look. Before going, Feng Xiai and others explained in advance, the level of the clan members may not be as good as the alchemists in your family, so don't hold too much hope. Yang Lingkong and others heard this, and felt bitter in their hearts, and bowed their hands and said, If you can save our clan members, I will reward you handsomely. If we can't treat them, we can only blame fate, and we won't dare to complain. These words were beautifully said, and the people in the South region put aside their worries, and sent all the alchemists in the clan. Hundreds of alchemists looked at the situation of the injured in the North region, and shook their heads. The injuries are too serious, beyond our ability. Please accept my condolences. It seems that the people in the North region will have a hard time on this journey, and the alchemists in the South region are secretly glad in their hearts. They have Madame Song, a powerful auxiliary spiritualist, who can not only refine medicine, but also refine weapons, so that they can get here safely. When everyone in the Northern Territory heard this, their hearts finally died. Yang Lingkong waved his hands in frustration, and ordered people to prepare gifts for the pharmacist Man Yu who came to see the doctor. Looking at the third elder, who was about to reach the end of his life, he sighed heavily. The martial spirit master of the Southern Territory came out, and opened the box containing the gifts. He found that it was a box of high-grade spiritual medicines with high value, and a sachet containing a pair of pink diamond earrings from the Northern Territory. Everyone discussed happily. We often hear that the other 3 regions are rich. Now we see that it is really as well deserved as the rumors say. We just went for a walk, and they gave us such a good thing. Some people accepted the gift, felt embarrassed, and turned back. You young masters may not know that the wife of the clan leader of our Southern Feng clan has great magical powers. If you go to find her, you may find a way. The wife of the clan leader of the Feng clan, is that Mrs. Song? Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun, Yunnan Gu, Yin Xinyan and others were surprised. Yes. The weapon refiner nodded. Although she has low talent, she has a high level of attainment in both weapon and medicine refining, and has a special weapon refining method. Thanks to her help, we have avoided many dangers along the way. Thank you for telling me. Yang Lingkong and others thanked the alchemist. After they left, Yunnan Gu said calmly, You have low talent, but you are good at both refining tools and refining medicine. It sounds ridiculous. The world is full of chaos, and anything can happen. Brother Yu, don't make a conclusion easily. Hua Lingjun shook the green feather fan in his hand. In my opinion, the alchemist in the South region doesn't need to lie about this matter. Why don't we ask Madame Song to take a look? Yin Xinyan said, Now half of my strong men in the north region are injured, and many of my clansmen are also dying. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must try it. These are the elite disciples they brought from their families. They have suffered many losses along the way, and have been seriously injured. If the high-level elders have problems again, let alone whether they can restore their former glory in the next 300 years, it will be difficult to get through this hurdle now. What Xin Yin said makes sense. Please ask Madame Song to give it a try. Now it is a last resort. Yang Lingkong nodded. The young masters of the 4 states have decided, and the other forces have also agreed. There is no way now. It's just that the description of Madame Song by the people of the Southern Territory is absurd, and everyone actually has no hope in their hearts. Yang Lingkong and others made 2 preparations. On the one hand, they sent people to prepare coffins, and on the other hand, they went to invite people in person. Chapter 278. You're looking for me to treat you? Song Luo looked at the people in power in the Northern Territory and pointed at herself. I don't know who was so smart to ask her to come to me. How can the weird thing she made cure diseases? To be honest, listening to these people describe the injuries of their people, if it was in the early stage, she only needed to use the Dipsicus fruit to save them. But they were going to die, and the Dipsicus fruit couldn't bring them back to life. What else could she do? I heard that Madame Song was quite accomplished in refining medicine. We didn't want to bother you. It was really because our family members were too seriously injured. We had no choice but to ask you for help. Yin Xinian stood up and bowed. I hope Madame Song will help. No matter what the result is, we will reward you handsomely. Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun, Yoninggu all stood up to invite. Please come in, Madame Song. Hua Lingjun rarely put away the green feather fan, and said solemnly, Don't worry, whether we can rescue them or not, we will not have other ideas. After all, they are our clansmen. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we want to try. No matter whether you can rescue our clansmen or not, they are our treasures. Yang Lingkong and Yoninggu also promised. We are also willing to offer our family treasures. Please ask Madame Song to help. Other forces in the Northern Territory followed closely and promised. We are also, hope Madame Song will give it a try. Although they felt distressed, who knew that the young masters of the 4 states were so ruthless and willing to hand over the family treasures. If they did not follow, they would inevitably be known as heartless and ungrateful. Little did they know that Yang Lingkong and others saw that the morale of the clan was low, and they also wanted to use this opportunity to express their attitude and give the clan members some confidence. It would be best if they could cure him, but even if they could not, it would boost morale a little. Song Luo didn't notice the various calculations being made. At this moment, she felt that this group of people seemed to have placed all their hopes on her. When she was in a dilemma, she thought of the Huangquan Nirvana pill that she had refined not long ago. This mother-child pill requires taking the red pill first, and then entering Huangquan after a narrow escape. If you can survive, then take the black pill, and you will be cured. These people were seriously injured, and she couldn't guarantee how many could be cured. Perhaps no one could survive the red pill in Huangquan Nirvana pill. He just nodded reluctantly. I do have a medicine in my hand, but the chances are extremely slim. If you insist on trying, then I give it to you. Thank you, Madame Song, for your generosity. Song Luo took out a wooden barrel from the jade bracelet space. Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun, Yunangu, Yin Xinian and others were puzzled. What is this? Song Luo did not answer, but opened the lid herself, and a scent of medicine spread out. Everyone saw a barrel of red and black pills mixed together. Pills? Yang Lingkong and others' mouths twitched. The pills are packed in barrels? Song Luo nodded casually. This is the Huangquan Nirvana pill. Eat the red one first, then the black one. How many do you want? Take them yourself. Then, she talked about the purpose of the pill. By the way, I make some spiritual fruit tea. You can divide it. After the red pill is fed, feed some spiritual fruit tea. If possible, she didn't want her medicine to end someone's life. Maybe the spiritual fruit tea made with the fruit of the Dipsicus asper could do the trick. Then, she took out the unique large cauldron in public and lit the spiritual fire. She threw various spiritual fruits randomly, and finally added a few pieces of Dipsicus as big as a fingernail, poured 2 large buckets of water into it, and began to stir it. Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun, Yunangu, Yin Xinian and others stood aside and looked dumbfounded. Why does it feel so unreliable? This is the southern region. In the southern region, the auxiliary spiritual master who has profound attainments in refining weapons and medicine? At this moment, everyone in the northern region had deep doubts about their own judgment, especially Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun, Yunangu, and Yin Xinian. They watched the head of the Southern Phone clan stirring the cauldron with a stick. If there was not enough water, she added water. If there was more water, she threw some spiritual fruit in. The spiritual fruit was only washed once, and it was not even cut, let alone peeled. But since it had come to this, and they had come to ask for it in person, they watched the whole process with gritted teeth, received the pills, and each received a pot of spiritual fruit tea, and then they all planned to leave. Song Luo reminded, if the spiritual fruit tea is not enough, just add some water. Remember, after giving the injured person the red pill, you must feed him a small cup of spiritual fruit tea. We've got it in mind. Thank you, Madam Song. We take our leave now. Yang Lingkong and the others returned to their own camp, and couldn't help but complain. I thought that Madam Song, who was praised as omnipotent, would have a solution, but I didn't expect her solution to be so unreliable. This Huangquan Nirvana pill, the words Nirvana at the end have no meaning. As long as the Huangquan pill is taken, the tribe members will immediately enter the Huangquan. How can they achieve Nirvana? This is also subverting my life experience. Hua Lingjun smiled bitterly. The southern region is not big, but there are many talents. This mother-child pill, I'm afraid it's a new word made up by Madam Song. Even if Yonengu was calm, he was speechless about this matter. She actually used a wooden barrel to store the pills, and used that weird-looking cauldron to cook spiritual fruit tea. Looking at her posture, she added water when there were too many spiritual fruits, and added more spiritual fruits when there were too many waters. I have an illusion that she usually makes medicine like this. This is not the case. Since she can refine this unheard of Huangquan Nirvana pill, I think she won't refine pills like this. Yin Xinian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No matter what, I still plan to give it a try. Are you serious? Yang Lingkong looked at Yin Xinian in disbelief. Of course. Yin Xinian said, I think that the 10 major families in the southern region and various forces also attach great importance to that Madam Song. The respect of ordinary clansmen can be said to be due to their status, but the attitude of respect from various forces in the southern region can already explain something. Everyone analyzed it, and decided to give it a try. While everyone was discussing, a member of the Yang family came to report with tears in his eyes, Young Master, the third elder is dying, you should go and see him for the last time. Yang Lingkong's heart tightened, and he immediately rushed over. At the same time, Hua Lingjun, Yunan Gu, Yin Xinian and others also followed. The third elder of the Yang family was also their elder, and it was only right for them to see him off on his last journey. When Yang Lingkong and others hurried over, the third elder of the Yang family was only hanging on to his last breath, and at this moment, he showed signs of a last gasp. When everyone entered the door, they saw that his face was ruddy, and he greeted them quite calmly. Child, you are here? Yang Lingkong was shocked, and his heart was tightly tense. Thinking of the pills he had just brought back, he made a decision immediately. Third elder, please don't say anything. I have already asked for the medicine, and I will definitely be able to save you. Third elder Yang shook his head, I know my body, and there is no medicine to cure it except the elixir that can bring back the dead. But where in the world is there an elixir that can bring back the dead? Time is getting more and more urgent, and third elder Yang is still about to start arranging his own funeral. Seeing this, Yang Lingkong immediately interrupted, you are still alive. Why do you need to bring back the dead? Believe me, you will be fine after taking this medicine. After that, Yang Lingkong fed a red pill to the mouth of third elder Yang. Alas! Third elder Yang sighed, and took the pill calmly. In fact, he had nothing to explain. The child was sincere, so let it be. After taking the pill, third elder Yang quietly closed his eyes, and waited for death. Chapter 279. After Yang Lingkong gave third elder Yang the medicine, he was about to give him spiritual fruit tea, when he saw third elder Yang's face suddenly twisted, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. After the blood spurted out, third elder Yang's cheeks, which had originally been a little rosy due to his last moments of life, quickly turned gray, and the corners of his mouth turned purple. Then blood flowed from all 7 orifices, his face was hideous and bloodshot, and his eyeballs suddenly bulged, looking extremely terrifying. He made a painful sound of ho ho, until he was completely silent. Third Grandpa. Yang Lingkong's face suddenly changed, and he screamed, Third Grandpa, hold on. He quickly poured the spiritual fruit tea he got from Song Luo into him. At this time, the lips of Yang San Elder were tightly closed, and he couldn't open them. He took some effort to pry them open. The moment he drank the spiritual fruit tea, Yang San Elder finally stopped vomiting blood, and his eyes, which had been wide open just now, closed. The 7 orifices no longer shed black blood, but he was indeed motionless. The face of Yang San Elder was still ferocious, as if it was frozen on his face, without any sound. Yang Lingkong's heart skipped a beat, and he hurried to check his breath. After checking, he was half heartbroken. No breath. Hua Lingjun walked to the bed, leaned over and felt the pulse of Yang Third Elder, and shook his head at Yang Lingkong. No pulse either. This Third Elder has passed away? The bed was in a mess, and you could hear a pin drop in the room. Everyone stood by with bated breath, looking heavy-hearted. After a short silence, everyone talked about it. This is not a life-saving medicine. I think it is a drug that will hasten death. The wife of the clan leader of the Southern Territory Phone Clan, I think she is just a name for nothing. I heard that she has very poor talent. How can she make any good medicine? This reputation is probably just a boast. The Northern Territory Mercenary Union team and people from various small families began to denounce. Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun, Yunnan Gu, Yan Sinian and others looked serious when they heard this. Don't say such things. When I asked for help, Madame Song had already told me the consequences, and now it is just the worst result. You are saying this at this time. Are you trying to destroy the cooperation between the two regions? Yan Sinian glanced at the complainer and warned. Hua Lingjun snorted coldly. We are the ones who started this matter. Are you saying this to imply that we are too stupid to even distinguish good from bad? We dare not, we dare not. Everyone shook their heads hurriedly. The 4 states have a great influence in the northern region. The mercenary guilds and small and medium-sized families in the northern region dare not offend them. They broke out in a cold sweat and apologized repeatedly. Think before you speak. You have seen that the people of the southern region are not easy to bully. It's fine for us to just listen to this, but if it gets to the ears of the people of the southern region, they will definitely come to you to argue. If they want to beat or kill me, I won't care. Yunnan Gu opened the eyes of the Third Elder Yang and took a look. He was surprised to find that his pupils had not yet dispersed. Lingkong, where is the black medicine? Give it to the Third Elder quickly. Yunnan Gu's words reminded him. Yang Lingkong's heart jumped, and he stuffed the black pill from the Yellow Spring Nirvana pill into the Third Elder's mouth. After the medicine was dissolved, he used his spiritual power to guide the medicine to move in the spiritual palace. Round and round, until his spiritual power was exhausted, his face turned pale, but he did not stop. The people who complained just now were scolded by Yan Sinian and Hua Lingjun. Although they felt that young Master Yang was just wasting his efforts, no one dared to speak again. After an unknown amount of time, everyone saw that Third Elder Yang's face became calm and his eyelids moved. One person was shocked and shouted, "Fake, fake." Yang Lingkong knew that he wanted to shout fake corpse, so he ignored him and hurried to check on the Third Elder. The eyelids really moved. He sniffed his breath again, and a thin stream of air came out of Elder Yang San's nose. Hua Lingjun felt Elder Yang San's pulse again, and was surprised to find a weak pulse. He nodded to Yang Lingkong. Congratulations, Elder Yang San may have a chance of survival. Great. Yang Lingkong remembered that Madame Song had said that once he was fed the black pill and had a breath, he would be safe. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt relieved. Thinking that they had just questioned Madame Song, Yang Lingkong felt a little guilty. As for the thank you gift, he decided to change it to a more expensive one. While they were checking, they saw that Elder Yang San's face gradually turned red. In this short period of time, his breathing and pulse became stronger and stronger. Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun, Yunnan Gu, Yan Sinian and others took turns to check and were surprised to find that Elder Yang San's injuries had completely recovered. This is so magical. I can't believe that Elder Yang San's internal injuries from a few days ago have recovered. Everyone gathered around Elder Yang San's bed in an uproar. Seeing this, Hua Lingjun and the other two couldn't wait to go back and give medicine to their family members. Lingkong, since the Third Elder Yang is fine, we will go back first. The family members are waiting for medicine. Seeing this, the others couldn't wait to say goodbye. Yang Lingkong nodded, watched a group of people leave, and was preparing to change the clothes and bedding for the Third Elder. But the Third Elder opened his eyes silently, and one eye looked at Yang Lingkong in front of him blankly. Yang Lingkong saw the face of the Third Elder clearly, and couldn't help but stiffen. Lingkong, why are you here? Did you lose your life like me? After saying this, Elder Yang San suddenly looked sad. If I had known this, I would have stopped you from attending this damn 4 Regions Exchange Conference. I'm old, and I die if I die. You're still young, and you're the young master of Yangzhou. He was talking to himself, but he didn't see the silence on his young master's face. Lincoln, why don't you speak? Could it be that you died and became dumb? Young Lincoln looked at the third elder with one eye open and one closed, and finally couldn't help asking, "Can you open the other eye?" "One eye open, one closed, isn't it uncomfortable for you? Also, the open eye doesn't need to be as big as a bell, and the closed eye doesn't need to be closed so tightly." The third elder yawned and realized that something seemed to be wrong, and the range of his eyes had become smaller. What's going on? Could it be that he died and became a one-eyed blind man? The third elder Yang was quite surprised. Young Lincoln was speechless. "You still think you are dead at this time? Third Grandpa, we are all alive, you are not dead." Thinking that he was dead, the sensational Yang San elder said a lot of words. So you are not dead. What's wrong with your regretful tone? Young Lincoln was completely speechless, and took out a mirror, and handed it to Yang San elder. "Try it, open your right eye and see." Yang San elder looked in the mirror, and saw that one of his eyes was open, and the other was closed. The open eye was wide open, and the closed eye was tightly closed, looking quite ferocious, not like him at all. If he didn't know what he looked like, he would have thought this mirror was some kind of ghost thing. He tried to close his eyes, open them, and tried it twice, but he could still only open one and close the other. If he opened his left eye, he couldn't open his right eye. If he opened his right eye, he couldn't open his left eye. And the open eye must be as big as a copper bell. What's wrong with my eyes? Elder Yang San froze. Young Lincoln also saw this situation for the first time, and he couldn't give a reasonable explanation. The only thing he thought of was the medicine given by Mrs. Song, but this medicine actually saved the life of the third grandpa. How could he think so? Chapter 280. Over there, Hualing Jun, Yunnan Gu, and Yin Sinian, after witnessing the Yellow Spring Nirvana pill with their own eyes, hurried back to their own base and gave the pill to their seriously injured elder. Having had the experience of Elder Yang San, they were much calmer. As soon as they gave their elder the red pill, they immediately opened his mouth to drink spiritual fruit tea. During this period, whether he vomited blood, convulsed all over, or in any other situation, Hua Lingjun and others remained calm. Until the last sound was gone, they fed the black pill to dissolve, input spiritual power, and took it to walk a few circles in the spiritual palace and meridians. After the whole set of treatment, Hua Lingjun saw that his elders really got better, and his heart was completely relieved. After a while, the seventh elder of the Hua family woke up. He opened his eyes, and looked quite normal. Hua Lingjun was overjoyed and quickly helped him sit up. "Grandpa Chi, how do you feel?" The seventh elder of the Hua family was about to reply to him, leaving a pool of snot, and he hurriedly twisted it with his hands. "Old man." After twisting the snot, he just said 2 words, and the snot came down again. Hua Lingjun handed over a handkerchief, and the seventh elder of the Hua family wiped his nose, and just said 1 word, the snot came down again. Hua Lingjun only asked 1 question, and Elder Huachi only said 2 words, and then he kept blowing his nose. Suddenly, the only sound in the room was Elder Huachi blowing his nose. Elder Huachi was so busy that he had no time to answer him. "Hua Lingjun, why is your nose running all the time?" Elder Huachi also wanted to know, but the snot in his nostrils seemed to be endless, and it just came out after he blew it. After such a while, his nose had turned red. He simply stopped twisting it, and let the snot drip down his nostrils. "I'm fine. I must have caught a cold. I just need to rest for a while." Hua Lingjun didn't think much about it. It wasn't until he went to visit the 2 elders of the Yu and Yin families, and saw that the 4th elder of the Yu family had a crooked mouth and was drooling, and the 6th elder of the Yin family was crying, that he realized something. He went to visit the 3rd elder of the Yang family, and saw the strangeness in his eyes, which confirmed his thoughts. Mrs. Song's medicine seems to be a little wrong. I also think that in just half an hour, my 7th elder has already runny nose. The nose of the 7th elder Hua was red, and the skin was twisted off. Now he couldn't be touched. When Hua Lingjun thought of the pity of his 7th elder, he couldn't help laughing and speechless. "What's yours? My 3rd elder can't close his eyes. He even has to sleep with 1 eye open and 1 eye closed." Yang Lincoln didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yunnan Gu and Yen Sinian looked at each other. After hearing the miserable situation of these 2 elders, they felt that their elders were lucky. What's the matter with a crooked mouth and drooling, and what's the matter with tears? At least it's not that uncomfortable. Of course, this is only the elders. Other tribesmen did not escape either. Although they survived, they all developed major and minor illnesses. Some could only move half of their body, some had toothache and could not eat, and some had lost all their hair. There were also those who were deaf, blind, dumb, could not move one leg, could only walk in a straight line, trembled 3 times when walking, and suddenly became impotent. A mess of problems. In this way, anyone who took the Huangquan Nirvana pill had some problems to some extent. The 4 people listened to the examples of the tribesmen who were rescued in their tribes, and they couldn't help but frown. These are the conditions of the clansmen who have taken the Huangquan Nirvana pill. I think there must be some problems with Mrs. Song's pill. Yang Lingkong held his forehead. There was really no way to wash it for her. In my opinion, it's good enough to be able to save her life. It's just a small problem, and it will pass if you endure it. Yin Xinian smiled bitterly. Lingkong has a point. It's better than death. Hua Lingjun nodded. Indeed. Yunnan Gu was not the kind of person who didn't know what was good for him, so naturally he had nothing to say. Song Luhua gave the pill to the people of the Northern Territory and forgot about it. She knew there were side effects, but compared to her life, they were nothing. At most, she would suffer a little, and it would be fine in a month or so. By then, she would naturally be free of all problems. Besides, she just had a hunch, but she didn't know where the specific problem would appear. She was too lazy to tell him. So let it be. The next day, the Northern Territory and the Southern Territory dispatched teams to continue clearing out the strange beasts and spiritual plants. Song Luhua walked around the street with her hands behind her back, and then heard the tribesmen station their report. Madam, people from the Northern Territory are here. She had heard that the wounded in the Northern Territory had been rescued, and guessed that they came here to deliver rewards. She waved her hand and said, "Please come in." The Feng clan invited people to the reception room. Song Luhua didn't expect that the young master of the 4 states in the Northern Territory would come in person. Sure enough, she asked someone to serve tea, and saw several people taking out something. There were exquisite small boxes the size of a palm, small jade bottles, and extra large black wooden boxes. Yang Lingkong sent a 3-foot-long black wooden box. He opened the black wooden box and showed the contents to Song Luhua. "Mrs. Song, please look. This is a treasure that my Yang family has treasured for thousands of years. This thing can make a person lose all spiritual power. Although we don't know its use, we think it is not an ordinary thing. If you don't mind, I will give it to you as a reward for your help in saving my Yang family members." Song Luhua looked and saw that the meter-long black wooden box contained a dark stone. She stood up and approached. As soon as she got close to a distance, she felt that the spiritual power in her body was being drawn out, and some of it floated towards this strange stone. "It's really magical." "In that case, thank you, young Master Yang." Song Luhua took such a strange thing without hesitation, as she was planning to use it to refine weapons. Yang Lingkong bowed and sat back in his seat. Then came Hua Lingjuan's thank you gift, and he handed over a small jade bottle the size of a palm. "This is a treasure of our Hua family. It is the 9-layer peony flower, dew condensed from the 9-layer peony in our family, that has been 10,000 years old, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It contains huge spiritual power, and can help people break through their cultivation." He asked around and heard that although Mrs. Song was very good at refining weapons and medicine, it was also true that her talent was very poor, and her cultivation level had increased very slowly over the years. "I think this thing is suitable for her." Hua Lingjun is very confident about his treasure. Sure enough, Song Liuhua's eyes lit up when she heard it. This thing is indeed what she needs. I didn't expect that there is such a treasure in the northern region. She is only at the 3rd level of cultivation now. Although she has surpassed the girls of the same age without knowing it, it is still not enough. Although her cultivation is low, it does not hinder her from refining medicine and refining tools, but there are too many waste products, and the spiritual tools she refines are not durable, which is not a problem. At this juncture, the key is to have a higher level of cultivation and refine something useful. The people in the northern region are quite rich. With the good things from the first 2, Song Luhua couldn't help but look forward to the rewards from Master Yu and Master Yin. Chapter 281. Yunnan Gu did not disappoint her, and handed over a palm-sized jade box. "This is the treasure of my Yu family, the body refining fruit. After taking it, it can greatly increase the defensibility of women. As long as you don't deliberately seek death, ordinary small and medium-sized monsters below level 5 can't do anything to you. The body refining fruit is an extremely rare treasure of their Yu family. Now there are only 10 left in the whole family, and only the wives of the former state lords are qualified to take it. The one in his hand was given to him by his father before he left, and he was asked to marry the eldest daughter of the Shi family of Tianshu Mansion, one of the 7 prefectures in the East region, as one of the betrothal gifts. Yunnan Gu didn't want to take it out at first. But the effect of the Huangquan Nirvana pill made him change his mind. His people were so badly injured, and the pills that Mrs. Song from the southern region took out could save them all. Although there are some other problems, it is already extremely difficult to achieve this. This journey is full of dangers, and life and death are unknown. At this juncture, if you can establish a good relationship with her, the benefits are naturally self-evident. Yonengu wanted to make friends with her. As for the marriage, it was just his father's wishful thinking. He had never even seen what the eldest lady of Tianshu Mansion looked like, so what kind of marriage? Moreover, at this time, saving one's life is the most important thing. Who cares about getting married? Song Luhua didn't know the origin of this body-refining fruit, but when she heard the effect, her eyes lit up immediately. Yunangu opened the small jade box, and inside was a crystal-clear fruit, exuding a light fragrance, and the rich spiritual power was refreshing. Just smelling it, I felt comfortable all over. Song Luhua knew what was good. She knew that even a 6th-level martial spirit master would not dare to say that he could have such a defensive ability, and the auxiliary spirit master was weak, so naturally he couldn't compare. This treasure can directly make her life 5 times thicker. This means that even if she is surrounded and beaten by stone badgers, she will not lose her life so easily. Wonderful. In this case, I will accept it with a thick face. Yonengu smiled. Mrs. Song saved my clan, and it is what she deserves to accept this thing. There is no such thing as being shameless. Such a precious thing has been given away, so Yonengu naturally did not hesitate to say a few more nice words. Yin Xinyan presented the last thank you gift, and he opened a jade box that was about the same size as Yonengu. In the box was a starry blue fruit the size of an apricot. Apart from its beautiful color, it looked ordinary. The spiritual power was almost imperceptible. Yin Xinyan said, "This is the moon fruit, which can upgrade low-grade talents to medium-grade talents." After listening to Yin Xinyan's introduction, Song Luhua was shocked. This thing seemed to be tailor-made for her. Later, after she married Feng Xi, she ate a lot of good things. She thought her talent had improved, but after the test, she still had a low-grade talent. She didn't feel disappointed. After all, her talent was really low and about to fall below the bottom line. Of course, if there was a way to improve it, Song Luhua would be even happier. The people of the Northern Territory are really fat sheep. Song Luhua smiled kindly and said generously, "I appreciate the kindness of the young masters. If there is a need in the future, I will do my best." Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun Yunangu, Yin Xinyan nodded and thanked them. "In this case, we thank Madame Song." Yin Xinyan hesitated for a moment and asked, "Madame Song, have you heard of the dipsicus fruit?" Song Luhua was stunned, thinking that this guy might know that she put the dipsicus fruit in the spiritual fruit tea and came to test her. She could take it out and use it, but she would never admit it if others asked. She shook her head. "Dipsicus fruit? What is it? I have never heard of it." Yin Xinyan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if Madame Song has never heard of it. The dipsicus fruit is a magical medicine. If it can be taken with the moon fruit, it can play a greater role. Of course, this is just a legend. After all, no one has seen the dipsicus fruit for tens of thousands of years." Hearing this, Song Luhua was delighted. Isn't it a coincidence that she just happened to have this thing? Of course, she also pretended to be regretful. "I am satisfied to have the Yuetian fruit, but I dare not even think about the rare fruit of the dipsicus dianthus." The 4 of them stood up and said goodbye. Song Luhua suddenly remembered the little trouble left by the Huangquan Nirvana pill and said, "I guess everyone who ate my pills had some little troubles." Yang Lingkong and others paused and looked over. Hua Lingjun said, "There are indeed some small troubles." Thinking of the various situations of the clan members, Hua Lingjun wondered. Some clan members can't stop crying, some clan members lost all their hair overnight, and I wonder if Madame Song has any solution. Yang Lingkong, Yin Xinyan, and Yonengu also supplemented the various situations of their family members. Song Luhua exclaimed after hearing this. She didn't expect so many messy situations to occur. She just accepted someone's treasure, and now so many problems have emerged, she seems a little embarrassed. What to do? Yin Xinyan saw her embarrassment and smiled. Mrs. Song's medicine almost gave the clan a second life. I think this kind of magical medicine must have a price to pay. We are ready. Yang Lingkong, Yunangu, and Hua Lingjun also nodded in approval. The 4 of them tried to make up for her, and Song Luhua coughed uncomfortably. What you said makes sense. In fact, I made this medicine out of inspiration, but it's a pity that I can't make it perfect even if I use up all the precious spiritual medicine in my hands. Don't worry, these minor problems are only temporary, and they will all disappear in a month. That's right. Yang Lingkong and the other three looked at each other. They had already made the worst plan, but they didn't expect that now they would get this good news. They valued Mrs. Song's ability more. After seeing Yang Lingkong and the other four off, other forces in the Northern Territory also sent gifts of thanks. Although they were far inferior to the young masters of the 4 states in the Northern Territory, they were still quite unique. Spiritual fruits and medicines from the north, various jewelry from the north, and even Lingbai and Xianjing stones, Song Luhua accepted them all. A few days ago, Shihong took Luzi out, and felt sleepy when she came back. Song Luhua guessed that the two guys probably went out to dig for Jisun Jade. I don't know how much they ate, and they looked so dead. Song Luhua simply threw them into the space ring. In the space, under the tree of the Dipsicus tree, Shihong and Luzi curled up together, and slept soundly. The cute cow was pushed aside, lying on the ground and chewing some grass from time to time. With a pair of big watery eyes, it saw Song Luhua, got up from the ground excitedly, and rushed over with a moo. Song Luhua stood there with her arms around her chest, and sure enough, she saw it rushing over and brushing past her. I'm here. Although she was used to it, she still found it a little funny that it happened every time. This look can only be seen clearly when farming. The cute cow was docile, and Song Luhua patted its head, and took out 2 pieces of Jisun Jade from the jade bracelet space, and stuffed them into its mouth. Eat it. This cute cow is the most obedient pet. It basically hits whatever you point it at. Although its eyesight is not good, and it deviates from the direction 5 out of 10 times, it cannot be said that it did not try its best. Even the stove, which seems to be quiet and well-behaved, becomes noisy when it gets upset. Although this cute cow has poor eyesight, it can be trained to be a bulldozer. After that, Song Luhua will feed it some Jisun Jade according to its digestion level. Chapter 282. Song Luhua couldn't wait to put the good stuff into her mouth. She first took the Wechen fruit given by Master Yin, and at the same time generously took a whole Dipsicus fruit. After taking the 2, Song Luhua felt a tearing pain all over her body. She just howled, and Madame Yang heard the noise, and rushed over to knock on the door. Madam, what's wrong with you? When Madame Yang asked, Song Luhua felt a gentle spiritual power flowing through her body, which was very comfortable. The pain just now seemed to be her illusion. She shook her head in confusion. I'm fine, madam, go and do your work. Madame Yang had just taken a few steps when she heard her wife's howling again. She hurried back and shouted outside the door, Madam, are you okay? In the room, Song Luhua, who no longer felt any pain, gritted her teeth and said, I'm fine. Just as she finished speaking, her body began to hurt again. In order to prevent Madame Yang from thinking she was sick, Song Luhua gritted her teeth and stopped screaming. Finally, after this wave, Song Luhua was sweating profusely. Madame Yang was still worried and stood outside the door. Song Luhua took advantage of the pain to say to Madame Yang, Madam, I was just yelling for fun, it's okay, don't worry. Then, she stopped suppressing her pain. If it hurts, she will howl a few times. Madame Yang outside the door only heard her own wife howling a few times in the room, and then stopped howling. She was confused and left. Half an hour passed. Song Luhua was sweating, but she felt that her body seemed to be much lighter. She took out a spiritual fruit and ate 2 bites. The abundant spiritual power went through her spiritual palace and meridians, and her whole body felt relaxed and comfortable as never before. The spiritual power of this level 5 spiritual fruit entered her body, and she clearly felt that her spiritual power limit had increased a little bit. In the past, even if she ate 10 level 5 spiritual fruits in one breath, she would worry that her spiritual power limit would drop, not to mention the increase in her spiritual power limit. Although this time the increase in spiritual power limit was as small as a hair, it was still a very obvious change for her. After all, she only ate 1 level 5 spiritual fruit. Is this the difference in talent? Song Luhua was delighted, and ate 1 level 5 spiritual fruit after another, until her stomach couldn't bear it anymore. She stopped. At this time, she found that the upper limit of her spiritual power had increased a little. Although not much, it was still very obvious compared to before. Higher talent is different. Without testing at this moment, Song Luhua knew that her talent had indeed changed for the better. After a short rest, she couldn't wait to take the body-refining fruit. The body-refining fruit had no taste, no seeds, and the flesh melted in the mouth. After entering the stomach, there was no special feeling. In short, it gave people a mediocre feeling. Song Luhua was a little confused. Is this normal? How about giving it a try? Thinking about it, she took out a bluestone brick from the jade bracelet space, hesitating whether to hit the brick on her head. After hesitating for a long time, she finally gave up. Forget it. Even if my skin is thick, I can't stand this. Whether my skin has become thicker or not will be revealed when I encounter a strange beast. It's a pity that there is only one body-refining fruit. If there were many, I could give it to my clansmen to try. Song Luhua forgot about it, and drank the 9-layer peony flower dew sent by young Master Hua. When the flower dew entered her stomach, a surge of spiritual power flowed in her spiritual palace and meridians in an orderly manner, and Song Luhua entered a wonderful state. Her body became very light, as if she saw a big river flowing and washing in her body. With a popping sound, she felt relaxed all over. Then, it was a new cycle. She felt like she was floating in the air. With another popping sound, she woke up from the chaos. Feeling the spiritual power filling her body, she woke up from a dream. Her cultivation level had improved to the 5th level. This was a world of difference from her expected improvement. Song Luhua was overjoyed. She immediately took out the cauldron and started to refine the medicine. However, after refining for a quarter of an hour, she refined a cauldron of elixirs. The faint smell of medicine came into her nose, and Song Luhua felt like she was dreaming. She picked up a dark brown pill, her eyes full of disbelief. It's done now. Although this pill was just average, it was done in such a short time, she hadn't reacted yet. Since she came to this world, she had never been so awesome. Song Luhua took a long time to react before she came to her senses. She suddenly had the idea of refining hemostatic powder. Hemostatic powder is the most basic medicine in the 10 Winds continent. After practice, the lowest level and least talented assistants can refine it. She was the only one who couldn't. Song Luhua was not convinced by the different treatment. She had to try again today. However, the first level stumped her. Because she had never done anything right, whether it was refining medicine or refining equipment. And Fengyang, Fengli, Fengsu and others had taught her how to make simple medicine like hemostatic powder, but she couldn't make it at that time. She didn't even remember the prescription clearly. Song Luhua could only add it based on her memory. Hemostatic grass, Lingsu leaves, Qixue vine. She had years of experience in refining medicine randomly. Once these things were added, she instinctively began to adjust the temperature and dosage based on her own feelings. A quarter of an hour later, a scent of medicine wafted out of the cauldron. Song Luhua opened the lid, and pills the size of a baby's fist appeared in front of her. The blood-replenishing powder was not refined, but the blood-replenishing pill was refined. It was still for internal use. But each of these pills was as big as a baby's fist. How to swallow it, chew it up and eat it. Song Luhua took out one and smashed it hard on the ground. The hard blood-replenishing pill directly smashed a hole in the temporary wooden floor. A successful and failed experience of refining medicine. Song Luhua didn't believe in evil, so she refined another furnace, and the same medicinal fragrance came out. As expected, she succeeded again. She opened the lid, and was happy to see that it was smaller than the previous pot, only the size of a ping-pong ball. But each of these pills had sharp thorns. How could she eat them? Song Luhua picked up one with chopsticks and threw it on the floor, which pierced the wooden floor 3 points deep. She smashed the brick with a bluestone brick, and the brick was marked. Destroy it, I'm tired. Who dares to eat this kind of pill? She will wash her hair upside down. Chapter 283. Feng Xiai, help me split this pill and see. At night, Song Luhua took out the blood-replenishing pill she had made yesterday, and handed it to Feng Xiai. Feng Xiai took the pill, which was as big as a baby's fist, and was suddenly a little amused. Is this the pill you just made, madam? He had never seen such a big pill before. Yes, help me cut it open. Song Luhua knew that this pill was indeed too big, but its effect was actually quite good. If it could be modified, wouldn't it be an excellent product? At her urging, Feng Xiai took out his spirit sword and gently slashed it a few times. It didn't cut it open. Feng Xiai, not only is it big, it's also hard as a rock. I was careless just now, I'll try again. This time, he used more force, and the spirit sword in his hand was like a gust of wind, and the hard pill was instantly split into 2 pieces. Compared to a normal pill, it was still too big. Feng Xiai raised the spirit sword and was about to make it thinner, but Song Luhua hurriedly stopped him. Don't split it yet, let me take a look first. The moment the blood-replenishing pill split into 2 petals, she keenly felt that the medicinal properties in the pill were rapidly lost. In just a blink of an eye, it was gone. How could this be? The medicinal properties are all gone. In theory, even if a normal pill is destroyed, it is normal for the medicinal properties to be lost, but it will not be lost so quickly. Song Luhua was puzzled. Feng Xi's eyes fell on the extremely rhythmic light, silver lines in the pill, and was secretly surprised. Danwen? What Danwen? Song Luo just felt that this word was too niche. This was not a fairy tale written by modern people. Where did Danwen come from? It's strange. Feng Xi couldn't understand his wife anymore. With her current 5th level cultivation, she could refine elixirs above the 9th level. This elixir pattern is the testimony of the top-grade high-level elixirs that can only be refined by alchemists above the 9th level. Seeing her confused look, Feng Xi explained to her. My wife's level of refining elixirs can be said to be quite flexible. Song Luo finally understood what she had refined. That's what Feng Xi said. Everything she refined had no lower limit or upper limit. Even if she refined a pile of waste, it was still flexible. Considering the nature of her own refining, Song Luo was not very happy, and just nodded calmly. He took out another bucket of thorny pills. This is also a blood-replenishing pill. Can you help me cut it open and take a look? With the previous example, Feng Xi was no longer surprised when he looked at a bucket full of strange-shaped pills. He silently took out a prickly pill, cut it open with the spirit sword, and indeed found the pill pattern inside. The medicine is good, but I don't know who will take this kind of pill. After learning that the pills she refined were all top-grade medicines, Song Luo was both happy and worried. She was happy that the medicine was really good, but she was worried that the medicine could only be taken into the stomach in its complete form. If it was damaged, the pill pattern inside would also be damaged, and the medicinal effect would be lost. But she thought that as long as she didn't eat it, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Song Luo was completely happy. The next day, Feng Xi and others started to clear the way ahead early in the morning. Song Luo soaked in the refining room to ponder various pills and spiritual tools. After reading the picture book for a long time, she was about to make the medicine when she heard a commotion outside. No, I feel dizzy and can't walk. Come quickly, help me. She noticed something unusual and hurried out of the refining room. But she saw many injured tribesmen lying in a mess on the open ground not far away, with blood spilled all over the ground, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Feng Yin was taking the tribesmen to apply medicine and bandage, and the women in the garrison also temporarily put down their work and went to help. Song Luo didn't see Feng Xi and her elder brother, so they probably hadn't come back yet. As she approached, she saw the tribesmen lying on the ground with pale faces and extremely weak bodies, with faint traces of blood oozing from the bandaged wounds. It looked like they had no strength left. What happened? Did we encounter a very powerful beast today? A tribesman said weakly, Madam, you don't know that we encountered a very strange beast today. It had only a short oval head and 8 legs. Although most of these beasts are level 6, they are extremely fast. Each foot has sharp claws. If you are scratched by them, a big hole will be broken and bleeding. Although they are not big in size, they can not only run on the ground, but also climb trees and jump with the convenience of many feet, making it difficult to defend against them. It is a bit difficult for us to deal with them. In just half a day, half of our brothers were injured. The tribesman finished the whole story in one breath, and then began to sweat. Song Luo nodded. I know, you lie down for a while. I go to Feng Yin to see. She walked to Feng Yin's side, where Feng Yin was cleaning the wound of a wounded tribesman, applying medicine, and wrapping it with cloth, all in one go. The tribesman was seriously injured, with 7 or 8 egg-sized holes all over his body, and the wounds were bloody, and oozing blood even after applying hemostatic powder. When Feng Yin cleaned his wound, he clenched his teeth tightly, and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, his life was not in danger. Song Luo asked Feng Yin, Is there anything I can help you with? Feng Yin raised his head. His eyebrows were wrinkled so much that they could pinch a mosquito to death, and he shook his head habitually. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. I do have something to trouble you. You can see that the tribesmen were injured and lost too much blood. If they are nourished by food, it will take quite some time. Before he finished speaking, Song Luo had already understood his intention. Isn't this a coincidence? The blood-replenishing pills she made 2 days ago are still there. She was just looking for someone to try the effect, and now the ready-made guinea pigs are delivered to her door. That must be given. Sure enough, under Song Luo's gaze, Feng Yin continued, The current situation is not ordinary. There is not enough time for them to slowly recover. I wonder if Madam has a quick way to replenish blood. Most of the alchemists in the clan mainly refine spirit-replenishing pills, and have also figured out several blood-replenishing pills, but the effect is still too slow. They simply can't wait. Besides, Feng Yin is most worried that with the flexibility and ferocity of the 8-clawed beast, There will probably be a second batch of injured people soon. Thinking of this, time is even more urgent. After Feng Yin finished speaking, he looked at Song Luhua expectantly. Song Luhua smiled mysteriously, and threw out a few wooden barrels from the jade bracelet space. Seeing this familiar bucket, Feng Yin's eyes suddenly lit up. You really have a way. When Feng Yin opened the lid, what came into view were pills the size of a baby's fist. Is this a pill? Are you sure it's not a ball? Feng Yin's eyes froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Yes, this blood-replenishing pill is big, it's always replenishing. Song Luhua said shamelessly. The effect is definitely good. I wonder if this blood-replenishing pill can be broken apart and eaten. Feng Yin quickly regained his composure and continued to ask, or turn it into a potion and give it to the tribe members to take. I don't recommend it. Don't think this pill is ordinary, but there are special patterns inside. If you destroy it forcefully, it will only ruin the medicinal properties. Pattern? Yes. Song Luhua nodded affirmatively. Feng Xiai said so. Feng Yin was shocked. This matter was confirmed by the head of his family, so he naturally believed it. At that time, looking at the several wooden barrels in the east, his eyes lit up. Don't worry about whether this medicine is big or not. Even if the top-grade pills above the 9th level are bigger than the head, there are still people rushing to swallow them. Besides, the pill refined by his wife is only this small. How big is it? He thought the size was just right. He opened the lids of the wooden barrels one by one, and Feng Yin was delighted to see the barrels full of pills. Until he opened a barrel of thorny pills, even Feng Yin, who was very optimistic about top-grade pills, couldn't help but feel his eyebrows twitching. Nothing, it may just look like thorns, but it feels very prickly to the touch. Feng Yin was completely choked. If the medicine is refined like this, even if it is a top-grade pill, it is not easy to swallow. As expected, you must always be vigilant about the pills refined by your wife. A group of tribesmen who lost too much blood, their faces were pale, and they lay on the ground weakly. Feng Yin expressed deep sympathy to them. Chapter 284. Feng Yin was thinking about feeding the 2 blood-replenishing pills to his tribesmen when he heard the shouts of Song Yuan and others. Turning around, he saw Feng Shan, Song Yuan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi and others being carried back. All of them were pale, their clothes were tattered, and they looked quite miserable. Feng Yin hurriedly stood up and pointed to an empty space. Just put them here. Feng Xiai walked in front and saw several familiar wooden barrels placed on the ground, and his mouth twitched. Feng Yin, arrange for the wounded, and rest for a day tomorrow. Yes. After simply arranging the family affairs, Feng Xiai hurried away. Song Yuan, Feng Shan and others were placed in the open space. A group of people were stabbed with many holes all over their bodies. They were simply treated in front, and the wounds were wrapped with cloth. When they were brought back, the wounds that were only covered with a layer of hemostatic powder burst open, and blood flowed out of the wounds like water. In just a few moments, a group of people had lost their color, and their lips turned white. Feng Qing lay on the ground, and closed his eyes weakly. Fo Shan was not much better, he just forced a smile. I'm fine. As he spoke, he felt dizzy. Song Yuan was a little better, he felt that his vision was not clear. He closed his eyes, opened them again, and he could see clearly. Feng Yin was very experienced. He first ordered people to feed them the spirit-boosting pill, and then poured a bowl of hot spirit honey water, and then quickly cleaned their wounds, applied medicine and bandaged them, all in one go. After this set of treatment, Song Yuan and others felt that their bodies were warmed up, and their condition was better than before. Fo Shan and the others were piled up together, with several heads gathered in a circle. Now that he had recovered his energy, Feng Shan began to mutter. I've suffered a great loss today. I kill all those little things after I recover from my injuries. Feng Yi rolled his eyes. What can I kill them with? It's good enough that we didn't get killed. What's more, in our current situation, if we want to recover our energy and blood, it will probably take a long time. By then, if those little things rely on the Jisun Jade underground to advance, we will be even more helpless. Fortunately, the clan leader has a backup plan. Otherwise, with our current state, any few strange beasts can destroy our nest. Feng Shan knew Feng Yi's worries, so he sighed and said nothing. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit stagnant, Song Yuan grinned and said, with my little sister here, what are you afraid of? She has many tricks and many strange treasures. She must have a way to make us recover quickly. Song Yuan was referring to the dipsicus fruit. Suddenly, Feng Yin's voice interrupted. Brother Song is right. Madam has already made a good medicine to heal us. Feng Yin came to deliver medicine to them, and happened to hear these words. I immediately helped everyone sit up and said, I'm here to deliver medicine to you. Everyone saw the familiar wooden barrel, and their eyelids twitched. 3 parts of joy, 3 parts of uncertainty, and 4 parts of trepidation. In short, their mood was very complicated. Feng Shan and others looked at each other and prayed secretly that they would not be too troubled. Feng Yin seemed to see their thoughts. He opened the lid of the wooden barrel, took out pills the size of a baby's fist, and gave one to each person. Everyone was stunned. After a moment of silence, Song Yuan asked, swallow it directly? Of course. Feng Yin nodded without hesitation. This medicine is already very good, and it has a great blood replenishing effect. But this is too big. Song Yuan held the medicine, and had no idea how to swallow it. Swallow it hard. Feng Shan held the medicine in silence for a long time, and finally stuffed it into his mouth, rolled his eyes, hit his chest, pinched his neck, and finally swallowed it with great effort. Ugh. After all the hassles, the pale-faced people turned red. Feng Yin said, you guys take a rest, I go deliver the medicine somewhere else. Feng Yin had just left, and Song Yuan and the others hadn't had time to complain, but they felt their blood and qi were full. The body that was so weak that it almost fainted suddenly became energetic, and its face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sick group of people jumped up from the ground in an instant, and became lively again. Feng Shan moved his hands and feet and praised, it's true, although the medicine is a little big and hard to take, it's really effective. The medicine made by my wife would have some imperfections, and Feng Shan and others were used to it. After this hurdle, I thought it would be fine. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yi exclaimed, Brother Shan, your pants are bloody. Song Yuan, Feng Qing and others looked over, and saw blood on the buttocks of Feng Shan's martial arts uniform. Brother Song, you are bleeding too. Song Yuan touched his back, and found his hands covered with blood. Next, Feng Yi found that Feng Qing and others were bleeding, and he realized it belatedly, and touched his pants, and there was indeed blood. This is probably because of the blood-replenishing pill just now. Maybe it's too much? What the hell is this? A group of grown men couldn't help but wail. After a few howls, their noses began to bleed. Song Yuan, Feng Shan and others looked at each other, and looked at the other injured tribesmen. Sure enough, they were all the same as them. Okay, they were all the same, so it's okay. But why do I feel a little anxious? Song Yuan watched Feng Shan and others' cheeks gradually turn red, and soon they turned red like small red shrimps, and their noses bleed more violently. Blood was gushing out from head to toe, and it was all over the place. Song Luo came out and took a look, and was stunned. If she hadn't known, she would have thought they were slaughtering pigs. She thought it was just a nosebleed, but she had taken too much medicine. It was indeed a medicine with Danwen. Song Luo stood there in a daze, but she didn't know that she was caught by Song Yuan, who ran towards her wailing, little sister, what should I do? What should I do? Song Luo suddenly had an idea. If you don't want to bleed, you can bleed yourself. Song Yuan was shocked. Chapter 285. Bloodletting? Did Madam really say that? A group of martial spirit masters were bleeding from their noses, their faces flushed, and they looked at Song Yuan in disbelief. Song Yuan nodded awkwardly, yes, that's what my little sister said. That's okay. Someone tried it on the spot, and after bleeding a whole basin of blood, he found that he was not so irritable. His eyes lit up, it really works. Everyone was delighted, and took out their spirit swords, ready to bleed themselves. At this time, someone hesitated and said, this method is good, but don't you think there is something wrong with it? What's wrong? You will feel better after bleeding. I mean, it would be a waste to bleed in vain. We have all this blood, so why do we have to fight with the 8-clawed monster? Why do we have to do it ourselves? It makes us look stupid. Well, it seems to make sense. After hearing this, everyone discussed it and felt that this method was more reliable. That 8-clawed beast is good at bleeding. Now we don't have much else but a lot of blood. I'm going to fight them. Brother Run is right. Feng Shan saw that everyone had reached a consensus and thought that this method was feasible, so he planned to wait for Feng Xiai to come back before making a decision. During this period, everyone was holding back their noses and bleeding wildly, and they were reluctant to bleed themselves. Over there, the powerful forces in the north and south regions were gathering together to discuss their next move. We have injured a lot of people this time, and I'm afraid we won't be able to replenish our blood and qi in a short time. In my opinion, it would be better to retreat a distance and wait for the blood and qi to recover before moving forward. This is what the North Territory thinks. They have been hurt all along the way, and have not recovered yet. Now they have been hurt again. If they continue to move forward, it will be extremely disadvantageous for them. I wonder what you think. Yang Lingkong looked at Feng Xiai and others. Before coming, Feng Xiai had already disclosed the details to all the forces in the South Territory, and everyone had made a decision in their hearts. All of them cast their eyes on Feng Xiai. Feng Xiai got straight to the point. Things have not come to this point yet, and we have a plan to deal with it. Oh, I wonder what the countermeasure that the Feng clan leader mentioned is. Hua Lingjun asked with a smile, shaking his feather fan. Pills. Feng Xiai said the two words lightly. My wife has refined a lot of blood-replenishing pills, which are used to replenish qi and blood, and the effect is very good. Although Feng Xiai has never seen the effect of this pill with his own eyes, based on the pill pattern, the medicine is not bad. When this was said, everyone in the Northern Territory was in an uproar. Is it really so? Qin Yi smiled and said, Feng Xi's wife, Mrs. Song, the wife of the clan leader of the Feng clan, is the only all-round spiritual assistant in our Southern Territory. A mere blood-replenishing pill is naturally no problem for her. The people of the southern region all nodded in agreement. That's true. We have gone through many hardships and obstacles along the way. Without her help, it would be difficult to get to where we are now. The people of the northern region saw that almost all the forces of the southern region agreed with this statement, and they believed it about 70%. In addition, the effect of the Huangquan Nirvana pill last time was almost certain. Yin Xinyan and others looked at each other, and stood up to thank her. In this case, I will trouble Madame Song. The pills will be sent later. When Feng Xiai returned to the base, he saw a scene that made him laugh and cry. Feng Shan and the others ran towards him with red faces and nosebleeds. Looking closely at their footsteps, blood flowed down their trouser legs with every step. His steps were powerful, and his breath was relatively stable, so he was probably fine. Combined with the blunders that occurred when his wife was refining medicine, Feng Xiai had already guessed about 70% of it. He pretended not to see it, stopped, and waited for Feng Shan to approach. When Feng Shan saw him, he explained the effect of the blood-replenishing pill in detail. Feng Xiai was stunned for a moment when he heard his wife suggest that they bleed. As expected of her, she was quick-witted enough to come up with such a solution. Feng Shan said, We think bleeding is too wasteful. We have plenty of energy and blood. Why don't we continue to fight the eight-clawed beast? On the one hand, it consumes energy, and on the other hand, it releases excess blood and qi, which is killing two birds with one stone. Feng Xiai nodded. Let's do as you say. Don't act yet. Wait for the forces of the two domains to act together. Yes. Go and call Feng Yin. Forget it, I go myself. Seeing that they were bleeding all the way, Feng Xiai turned and walked towards the kitchen. How many blood-replenishing pills are left that Madame gave you just now? Feng Yin took out the remaining 3.5 buckets of blood-replenishing pills from the space ring. The tribe used 132 large blood-replenishing pills, and there are 468 large blood-replenishing pills left. The 2 buckets of small blood-replenishing pills with thorns that Madame gave you have not been touched, and there are 1,000. Feng Xiai nodded. When he returned to the room, he saw his wife sneaking around the door and peeking at the empty space. He flicked her head with amusement. What are you looking at? Song Luhua shook her head quickly. Nothing. She refused to admit it. She just wanted to watch the fun. Feng Xiai smiled, did not ask any more questions, and mentioned the matter that the two domains had just discussed. Song Luhua readily took out the remaining blood-replenishing pills from the jade bracelet space. A total of 6 barrels, 3 barrels of large blood-replenishing pills, and 3 barrels of small blood-replenishing pills with thorns. The rest are all given to Feng Yin. Is it enough? If not, I will try to refine a few more furnaces. It's enough, thank you, madam. Feng Xiai touched her head, took the blood-replenishing pill, and walked out the door. After a while, Qin Yi and others received the blood-replenishing pill. He looked at the Feng clan member holding a large wooden box, secretly wondering, just 100 pills. Why do you need such a large wooden box? The Feng clan member saluted and said, These are 100 blood-replenishing pills. You need to swallow them whole. Qin Shao clan leader remember. I understand. Thank Feng Xiai and Madame Song for me. After the Feng clan members left, Qin Yi opened the wooden box, and was shocked by the fist-sized pills neatly stacked inside. Such a big blood-replenishing pill? You have to swallow it whole? As expected, the pills made by Feng Xi's wife always make people's eyes darken. He closed the box and waved his hand, saying, Take it down and share it with the injured clan members. You must swallow it, remember? The Qin clan members were shocked when they got the pills that were as big as a baby's fist. Are you sure you heard it right? Swallow such a big pill. The Qin clan member, who was distributing the medicine, looked at the brothers with sympathy, and nodded very affirmatively. Yes, that's what the Feng clan member, who came to deliver the medicine, said. Qin clan member, The hanging heart finally died. Don't expect to swallow the pill made by Madame Song smoothly. After a lot of trouble, almost choking 2 clan members with thin necks, the injured of the Qin clan finally swallowed the choking pill into their stomachs. Fortunately, this medicine is really effective. As soon as everyone took the pill, they felt warm all over, and soon they all jumped up from the ground. I'm fine, haha. A tribe member moved his hands and feet excitedly, and then someone pointed at him and said, Six brother, you peed your pants. Six brother touched his butt blankly and found blood on his hand. Everyone was horrified. Six brother, your butt is bleeding. Six brother, ? Before he could react, the tribe member screamed again, Six brother, you have a nosebleed. Based on the principle of not pitting his own people, Feng Xiai sent all the blood-replenishing pills to the various forces in the southern region. As for the much smaller, thorny blood-replenishing pills, they were all distributed to the people in the Northern Territory. The various forces in the Northern Territory gathered together. At this time, someone came to report, Young Master, the people of the Feng clan in the Southern Territory sent blood-replenishing pills. Yang Lingkong and others looked at each other and said, Why don't you invite them in? After a while, the clan member was followed by several Feng clan members. The Feng clan member saluted to everyone and said, We are ordered to come and deliver blood-replenishing pills to you. Please look. Then, they came forward with wooden barrels and placed them neatly on the ground. Is this a blood-replenishing pill? Yang Lingkong and the others looked at the wooden barrels, wondering if they had heard wrong. That's right, there are a total of 2,500 blood-replenishing pills here. Please distribute them among yourselves. This is the first time I've seen pills in wooden barrels. Hua Lingjun smiled and teased you, opened the lid, looked at the full barrel of pills, and blinked. This? Am I seeing right? This is a blood-replenishing pill. Whose pill looks like this? Yang Lingkong, Yunan Gu, Yin Xinian and the others also gathered around, and when they saw the barrel full of thorny pills, their faces froze. This pill has thorns. Are you sure it's edible? For the first time, the Feng clan members knew that the blood-replenishing pills made by their wives were different. In addition to the blood-replenishing pills that were too big to swallow, there were also these thorny ones. When asked about this question, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Can be eaten. Very nutritious. All of their clan members could eat the pills that were so big that they could choke people to death. What's wrong with such a small blood-replenishing pill with some thorns? This was the pill made by their clan leader's wife. It was not easy to get to this point. The Feng clan member tried to convince himself, but his guilty look obviously could not convince a perceptive person. Yin Xinian was thoughtful. This blood-replenishing pill must be swallowed whole, otherwise it will lose its effect. The blood-replenishing pill has been delivered, and we will go back first. The Feng clan member quickly slipped away, leaving the people of the Northern Territory looking at this thorny pill in bewilderment. After a long silence, Yin Xinian opened the lids of the remaining wooden barrels, which were full of this kind of thorny pill. Even though he was well informed, he could not help but remain silent. So many blood-replenishing pills, all of which have thorns. Is the person from the southern region trying to trick us? Someone speculated. The Ten-Wind continent is at a critical juncture of survival. Why is he plotting against us? It is obviously unreasonable. Yang Lingkong immediately refuted this speculation. Yin Xinian paced a few steps and said, In my opinion, these pills should have no other problems except that they have thorns. From the expression of the Feng clan member just now, it is not difficult to see that the pills made by Madame Song may have always been in this style, and they should be used to it. After his analysis, everyone reluctantly accepted this idea. Yang Lingkong and other young masters of the 4 states took charge, and distributed the blood-replenishing pills. The injured in the Northern Territory looked at the pills handed to them, and couldn't help wondering, is this really a blood-replenishing pill? Does the blood-replenishing pill have thorns? They had never seen any pill with thorns in their lives, except for this blood-replenishing pill. You have to swallow it directly. But it has thorns, brother. They just took it in their hands, and felt it was quite prickly. They couldn't imagine whether it would pierce their mouths and necks if they swallowed it into their throats. The man who distributed the medicine looked at the injured brother with pity, thinking to himself that it was a close call. If he had not been temporarily arranged to take care of the injured yesterday, he would have been the only one eating the thorny blood-replenishing pill today. Although he thought so, he still urged, "You haven't seen a lot, eat it quickly. People from the south region can eat it, but can't people from the north region eat it? Don't hesitate, just swallow it." A group of pale-faced injured people lying on the ground. It's easy to talk while standing. The young master gave the order, and the pill had to be taken today, whether they wanted to or not. Everyone gritted their teeth, and put the piercing blood-replenishing pill into their mouths. As soon as the pill was put into their mouths, it was like countless fine needles jumping on the tip of their tongues. Everyone opened their mouths and spit out the pills in one gulp, spitting out their slightly bleeding tongues, and couldn't help but ask a soul-searching question. Is this really for people to eat? After a pause, everyone decided to try again. The thorny pill jumped in their mouths, and they wanted to swallow it, but they couldn't make up their minds. They tried to bite off the thorn, but the pill was as hard as a rock and they couldn't bite it. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and swallow the pill fiercely. After swallowing a pill, their mouths were full of blood, their throats were burning, they couldn't speak, and they kept howling in pain. Fortunately, the moment the pill entered their stomachs, a warm current flowed through their bodies. Now, except for the pain in their mouths and throats, they were no longer dizzy, and their eyes were no longer black. After a while, they were full of strength. Cough cough. Okay, my chi and blood seem to have recovered. Someone jumped up from the ground and said in a very hoarse, almost inaudible voice. Many people also sensed the changes in their bodies, and quickly jumped up from the ground. At this moment, they only felt that their bodies were full of strength. Finally, a smile appeared on the face full of worries. After laughing for a while, I suddenly felt something wrong with my buttocks. Why did I feel wet? Until someone pinched his throat and pointed behind a companion with a surprised look. Pants. Cough cough. Pants. Wet. Nose. Blood. After a period of chaos, anyone who had taken the tonic pills began to bleed from their buttocks and noses, their blood and chi surged, and their faces turned red. Yang Lingkong and others looked at the tribesmen bleeding from head to toe, and couldn't help but feel a headache. Assigned their own alchemists. Go and check them out. The alchemist checked briefly and said, reporting to the young master, the tribesmen are fine, but they are like this because of excessive blood and chi. How to solve it? The simplest way is to bleed. Once the excess blood and chi are released, there will be no more bleeding. Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun, Yunnan Gu, Yin Sinian, The four looked at each other, and remained silent. After a while, Yin Sinian suddenly laughed. This Madam Song is quite interesting. Hua Lingjun shook her fan and chuckled. More than interesting. She has shocked us twice in just 2 encounters. I just don't know if people in the southern region often eat the strange medicine she made? Yunnan Gu's eyes flashed with a smile. Although this medicine is a bit strange, the effect is not bad. Isn't it good? Even blood cows can't stand her nourishment. Chapter 286. After replenishing their chi and blood, the forces in the north and south region started a new round of fighting. With the chi and blood in their bodies, everyone was excited and full of fighting spirit. Fighting with the 8-clawed beast, they were even more fierce and fearless. The claws of the 8-clawed beast were flexible and sharp. Once it hit a person, it would leave a blood hole in the person's body. The blood flowed out from the hole, and the martial spirit masters in the 2 regions screamed in pain, but as the blood flowed out, the restlessness in their bodies was relieved a little, and they didn't feel too uncomfortable. The group of people fought passionately, and from the momentum, they overwhelmed those 8-clawed beasts, and killed countless 8-clawed beasts under the spirit sword. As the fight went deeper and deeper, the human race was still full of energy. In comparison, the 8-clawed beasts were a little powerless. But with the Jisun Jade under their feet, they were reluctant to retreat, and could only fight stubbornly. After a while, another batch was wiped out. This 2-level reversal of the situation attracted the attention of Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong and others who were fighting on the side. TSK. Song Liuhua's blood replenishing pill is not ordinary. It not only replenishes blood, but also enhances momentum. It's also very powerful. Jiang Wenxiu kicked away an 8-clawed beast that flew over, and stabbed back with his right-hand spirit sword, cutting off all 8 claws of the 8-clawed beast, leaving only a short oval head crawling on the ground. Earlier, when he saw the pill sent by Feng Xiai, he couldn't help but gloat over the misfortune, causing the clan members to roll their eyes. Now seeing the effect, he praised Song Luhua for doing a great job. Lan Shi also praised it in his heart, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the excessively large pill. Many members of the Lan family were choked by the blood-replenishing pill. Some people didn't believe it and bit it with their teeth, and almost knocked out their teeth. Obviously, This blood-replenishing pill is not only large, but also hard. It is not without reason that the whole pill needs to be swallowed. There is a martial spirit master in Li Chang's clan whose throat is too narrow. He can't swallow the pill no matter what. So he can only give up. You can't really choke people to death. The injured people from the 5 families of Nong, Bo, Lu, and Yun took some effort to swallow the pill. They rolled their eyes, and almost choked to death, just to eat a pill. When they think of it now, they still want to laugh. They were used to the pills made by Feng Xi's wife, which had some minor problems here and there. Even if the tribe members had nosebleeds and blood sprayed from their buttocks after taking the pills, it seemed that it was no big deal. Obviously, they had gone through the test again and were used to it. But the people in Guanbei territory seemed to be a little uncomfortable. Yang Lingkong and others were stunned for a moment when they saw the tribe members, who were not afraid of pain or bleeding, and who fought bravely, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They had a deeper understanding of the thorny blood-replenishing pill in their hearts. Maybe this pill is really good. Of course, it would be even better if it didn't have thorns. In their northern region, many people took this pill and hurt their throats. They might have to be dumb for a few days. Thinking that there were a group of tribesmen in the garrison who had eaten the Yellow Spring Nirvana pill, their mouths were crooked, their eyes were tearing, their noses were runny, and they turned a blind eye to all kinds of conditions. And now there was another group of dumb people. Yang Lingkong and others felt helpless and funny. Before sunset that day, a group of martial spirit masters, who had replenished too much blood, relying on the thickened blood volume, bravely killed the beasts and finally killed all the 8-clawed beasts. In the space, the cute cow ate the Jisun jade and fell into a coma. A cow, a bird, and a cat, all 3 nestled under the tree of the Dipsika sacred tree and slept soundly. After turning over the Jisun jade in the ground, everyone rested for a night at the station and continued on the next day. In the next few days, although they encountered many high-level beasts, Feng Xi and others were outnumbered and successfully cleared the obstacles under their joint efforts. Song Luhua then thought about refining medicine and refining equipment in the room. As her talent and cultivation level increased at the same time, she found that her success rate in refining medicine and refining equipment was greatly improved. Lower-level medicines, like blood-replenishing pills, can basically be refined in one go, and except for minor differences, the quality is pretty good. Other spiritual tools or pills that are slightly more difficult can be refined in one batch in no more than 5 times, with 2 or 3 successes. As the number of successes increases, the energy and spiritual power consumption also increases. Perhaps it has something to do with the super-large refining cauldron she used. That day, after Song Luhua refined a batch of medicine, she and Yang Mama strolled around the station and found a small orange flower. After her level was raised, her sensitivity to spiritual plants also increased. Song Luhua was surprised to find that these orange flowers were not simple. This flower is only the size of a fingernail, with 3 petals and a small orange flower bead in the stamen. It has no fragrance and feels icy. The spiritual power is extremely obscure. If she hadn't come in person, she really couldn't tell the difference between it and ordinary weeds. Although this flower is highly poisonous, if the poison is removed, it will become a beauty product that can eliminate all imperfections on a person's face and repair cheek defects, including the whiteness and wrinkles of the skin. However, her skin is fair and delicate, and she has taken Ding and Dan before, so she doesn't need this thing. It's really a good thing. I use it to reward the women in the clan after I remove the toxicity. Carrying a basket, he picked all the orange 3-petal flowers nearby, but there was only half a basket. After lunch, Song Luhua took out the refining cauldron and poured the 3-petal flowers into it. Add the corresponding spiritual medicine according to your feeling, and keep using various spiritual medicines to neutralize the toxicity. There is too much yueqing grass. Add some Qianzimu to neutralize the toxicity of yueqing grass. It's too strong, add some water. In this way, her big cauldron was filled up repeatedly. Finally, when it was filled up, the toxicity was balanced. Song Luhua was satisfied. At this point, this medicine refining was not perfect. At this moment, she was drained of her spiritual power and essence, her whole body was weak, and she lay motionless on the ground. Her expression was very depressed. At this moment, she didn't want to move a little finger. Madame Yang prepared the ingredients for dinner, and when she didn't see her come out for a long time, she knocked on the door. But she was lying on the ground, so she quickly helped her up and said distressfully, "Oh, my wife, why are you lying on the ground?" As she helped her to the couch, she saw that her face was pale, and she said with worry, "Are you feeling uncomfortable? Look at your pale face." Song Luo closed her eyes and shook her head. Madam, I'm fine. I want to rest for a while, you go. As soon as she finished saying this, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Madame Yang touched her forehead, but didn't find anything unusual, just thought that she had been too hard these days, and consumed too much. So she cooked soup with high-grade exotic beast meat to nourish her body. Song Luo felt better after drinking the soup, but still had no energy. This continued for 4 or 5 days. Madame Yang stewed nourishing soup for her every day. After several days of nourishment, she finally recovered. After this day, she no longer dared to refine pills and tools frequently. Originally, the success rate was too low, and there was nothing wrong when she could not refine a furnace for half a month. Now the success rate has greatly increased, but she can only successfully refine 2 tripods a day, and she is completely exhausted. It seems that refining tools and medicine should not be done too frequently. At this time, she finally had the mind to take out the orange 3-petal flower that she had extracted earlier and examine it carefully. The flower liquid is transparent orange in color, and has a faint fragrance that is not unpleasant and can even be considered pleasant. It does have a beauty effect, but this effect seems to be a little different from what she imagined. She is a little hesitant to use it on her tribe members. Chapter 287. The days went by repeatedly. Since the last time she consumed too much spiritual power and energy, Song Luo reduced the number of times she refined medicine, and her life became leisurely again. Occasionally, she followed Yang Ma to stroll around the area. She picked wild vegetables, and Song Luo squatted beside her to dig the soil. Occasionally, if she was lucky, she could pick up a few wild eggs, but she couldn't tell what kind of eggs they were. Feng Xiai and others still went out hunting every day. Occasionally, she would go to the temporary refining room to see the tribesmen refining medicine and weapons. The auxiliary spiritualists in the clan mostly refine spiritual replenishing pills, and occasionally refine a few furnaces of hemostatic powder or other common pills that can be used occasionally. This trip to the East region was originally for the 4 Regions Exchange Conference. After the pharmacists, weapon refiners, and spiritual plant masters in the North region became familiar with each other, they occasionally came to visit and exchange ideas after getting permission. Such things are naturally a two-way street. The auxiliary spiritualists in the South region will also be invited to watch the auxiliary spiritualists in the North region refine medicine. The 2 regions are 108,000 miles apart, and they can only come out to see during the 4 Regions Exchange Conference. Although the situation is not optimistic now, it does not prevent them from taking this opportunity to exchange experiences. The assistant spirit masters in the Southern region also took this opportunity to exchange experiences with the assistant spirit masters of the major families, otherwise they would miss this opportunity. Song Luo was pulled to listen several times, but she could not integrate into it after all. The main reason was that her way of refining medicine was completely different from theirs. Any theory was useless in front of her. She only spent her time to roughly remember a few commonly used pill recipes. When the assistant spiritualists from the northern region surrounded her, hoping that she could teach them some techniques for refining medicine, Song Luo could only pretend to be profound and fool them with the same tricks she used to fool her family members. Otherwise, if she demonstrated her extremely wild method of refining medicine on the spot, wouldn't these northern region alchemists doubt their lives? In the space, the silkworm eggs of the heavenly silkworm still hadn't hatched, and Song Luo took a look and ignored them. Most of the seeds planted some time ago have grown up. Some are vine-shaped, and some are small tree-shaped, but it is still unclear what species they are. After walking around the ground for a while, he came out again. What should I do? This damn mark has spread again. The detoxification pill is useless. Yesterday, everyone was cleaning up the strange beasts as usual, but they encountered a group of manta ray beasts. This beast is pink all over, only the size of an adult man's palm, and has a flat body. It can fly, but not high. It lives in trees all year round. It is a carnivorous and herbivorous omnivorous beast. The hunting method of manta ray beasts is also very special. There are 5 senses hidden in its abdomen. The 5 senses are gorgeous and highly poisonous. Once it gets close to people, it can hit the 5 senses mark on people through the cloth. As time goes by, the mark of the manta ray beast gradually expands on the human body until the human dies completely, and it is used as a reserve food. This kind of strange beast eats both meat and vegetables, and its 5 senses are poisonous, so it has never been a member of the human diet. Normally, the manta ray beast is only level 3 to 5, and there are not many of them. If you encounter one, people usually kill it to eliminate future troubles. Affected by the Jisun Jade, most of the manta ray beasts here are level 7 to 9, and their lethality has also increased several times. Yesterday, many people were caught off guard and attacked by this manta ray beast. Some of the alchemists prepared the detoxification pills for the manta ray beast, but it did not stop the 5 cents marks of the manta ray beast from spreading. In just one night, the 5 cents mark spread more than 3 times. At this rate, it is unknown whether people can survive tonight. Although everyone has not felt the changes in their bodies, killing people with such a blunt knife is the most terrifying. Many people in the north and south regions were hit, and the atmosphere of all forces was very solemn. Early in the morning, Song Luhua noticed that the atmosphere in the base was strange. Feng Xi was not seen. Her elder brother, Feng Shan, Feng Qing, Feng Yi and others stood in a group with sad faces, pacing around anxiously. When everyone saw her, they quickly surrounded her, crying for help. Little sister, elder brother is in trouble. Madam, I am going to die. Everyone was crying and snotting, and finally said in unison, help. Tell me more. She rubbed her eyes and yawned, very puzzled. It's only been one night. Why are you crying for help again? Feng Qing was pushed and staggered to the front. Feng Shan and others encouraged. Feng Qing, show your mark to madam. Feng Qing blushed shyly, turned his back and began to untie his belt. When his shirt was unbuttoned, revealing his lean back, Song Luhua saw a big face. That face was very different from that of a human, but it was very charming, with big pink eyes, a nose, and a slightly smiling mouth. If it wasn't printed on a human, it would look a little cute. Is it the mark of the ray beast? Song Luhua looked at it for a moment, and quickly determined the source of the mark. There is a page in the Ten Wind Continent Strange Beasts that records its characteristics and toxicity. I heard that this thing is quite rare. Looking at the extent of the spread of the mark, Feng Qing's entire back, 2 eyes, a nose, and 1 eye barely cover the entire back, and the outline has spread to the chest and abdomen. Song Luhua's face suddenly became solemn. If I remember correctly, this mark came yesterday? Song Yuan nodded. Little sister, this mark did come yesterday. It spreads too fast. If we don't detoxify in time, I'm afraid we won't survive tonight. The antidote in the hands of the clan's alchemist can't detoxify the mark of this high-level ray beast. Feng Xi has ordered the alchemist to develop a new antidote day and night. Do you have a way to delay the spread of this poison? Song Yuan knew that his little sister had many tricks, so he tended to ask her first. If there is really no way, then it is their fate, just accept it. Song Luhua was silent for a moment, and took out a wooden barrel from the jade bracelet space. Isn't this a coincidence? I have a beauty lotion here, which I think can solve most of your problems. It's just that the consequences are a little hard to say. You should be mentally prepared. Chapter 288. What psychological preparation? Song Yuan and others were a little scared when they heard these words. I can't explain it clearly. You will know it clearly after you use the medicine. But don't worry, there will be no danger to your life. Song Yuan twitched his mouth. Is this what we are afraid of? No matter whether it is the elixir or the spiritual weapon refined by his younger sister, it did not cause life-threatening. It is also very effective, but only those who use it know the ups and downs. Thinking of the embarrassing moments in the past, Song Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Song Luhua naturally knew what they were afraid of, but she just thought they were too fragile. It's just a little side effect. What's there to be afraid of? Rolling her eyes, she urged, do you want to use this medicine or not? If not, just disperse it, don't delay my feast. Song Yuan choked. Look at this temper, he hasn't died yet, but he wants to feast. This is his sister. Don't feast first, I choose to take medicine. Song Yuan answered sensibly. Seeing this, Feng Shan also hurriedly apologized with a smile. Madam, don't rush to eat. Let's take the medicine first. Feng Yi echoed. Yes, let's take the medicine first, and then take you to another place for a feast. Song Luhua, Very good, it is in line with the usual style of this group of people. Once this item is sold, we will not be responsible for it, and all consequences will be borne by the user. Of course. Song Yuan and others hurriedly nodded, fearing that she would want to eat their feast again. Song Luhua was satisfied and threw a wooden barrel from the space of the jade bracelet. She covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief and opened the lid herself. A barrel of orange liquid medicine appeared in front of everyone, and a faint fragrance came to everyone with the wind. Song Luhua said, This is the beauty serum. You can take it with confidence. After Song Luhua finished speaking, she slipped away. How could they feel at ease with such a look? Song Yuan and Feng Shan looked at her figure running away, and they felt even more uneasy. Then, let's take the medicine first. Feng Shan coughed lightly and asked for everyone's opinions. Let's eat, Brother Shan, please go first. No, no, no. Brother Wen, please go first. How about please go first. Feng Yi smiled and said, Brother Yu, please go first. Brother Song, please go first. Song Yuan quickly recommended someone. A group of people pushed each other and finally decided to eat together. Feng Shan carefully scooped a small spoonful of medicine with a wooden spoon. After everyone had a cup, he was the first to drink it all. He thought the taste of the medicine would be quite strange, but it turned out to be as sweet as water. How does it taste? Song Yuan asked. Like water, with a slight sweet taste. Everyone followed suit. In this way, they all used the medicine. They waited anxiously for a while. During this period, they checked the marks on their bodies from time to time. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, everyone found that the marks on their bodies had changed. The mark has faded. Look, has the mark on Feng Qing's back faded? Song Yuan's mark was on his chest. He quickly checked it, and found that the mark on his chest was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, it disappeared without a trace. Haha. I'm fine. Song Yuan laughed excitedly. The marks on Feng Shan and others also disappeared, so they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The death crisis that loomed over their heads disappeared, and everyone naturally smiled again. But thinking of the uncertainty of this medicine, everyone was a little frightened. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, there was still no response, which made everyone even more uneasy. Song Yuan wondered, Strange, how come you are fine after taking my little sister's medicine today? Feng Shan, Feng Yi and others were also very confused. Feng Shan said, I have a bad feeling in my heart. Feng Yi looked at him and said, Me too. Everyone waited anxiously, and after waiting for a while, nothing happened. This made them even more worried. They were no longer as naive as before. Since the medicine and spiritual tools made by the wife of the head of the family must have pitfalls waiting for them. Last time, they had a fluke, but in the end, they were taught a lesson by reality. Someone suddenly said, I just heard the wife call it beauty liquid. Could it make us look more handsome? After he reminded them, everyone seemed to remember it. He clapped his hands and said, Beauty, beauty, it must be so. Feng Shan, Song Yuan also had some ideas in his mind after hearing what they said. Based on the name, it seems that the flaw is not too unacceptable. At this moment, the large meeting halls of the North and South regions were filled with people. The clansmen of the 4 states in the North region and the 10 major families in the South region sat at the top. They gathered this time to discuss the antidote. Hua Lingjun said, My North region's alchemist has developed a new antidote for the manta ray beast mark. But the medicinal materials used were the precious high-level spiritual medicines in our tribe. After all, there were too few high-level spiritual medicines, and the number of antidotes refined was limited, only 300 pills. There are too many people poisoned in our 2 regions. Even if we share a portion, it is just a drop in the bucket. This morning, I heard from the tribe that the mark of the manta ray beast has spread rapidly. If we can't find a solution, I'm afraid. Hua Lingjun rubbed his forehead with a headache. This trip to the East region was really worrying. The forces in the South region were secretly surprised when they heard that they had refined a new antidote. Their many alchemists worked all night yesterday, but they only made a mitigating pill. The people of the Northern Territory developed the antidote in just one night. If it weren't for the limitation of medicinal materials, I'm afraid they could solve this crisis today. We have to admit that the Southern Territory is indeed poorer than the Northern Territory, whether in terms of resources or talents. The pill that relieves the poison of the stingray beast was made by the alchemists of the Lan family, and Lan Shi knew more about it. He smiled bitterly and said, We only have pills that can relieve the poison, and the quantity is guaranteed, but it can only relieve the poison for 1 day at most. I'm afraid it won't last longer. 1 day. 1 day is better than another. Yang Linghong said, We invited you to come here this time. First, we want to discuss the whereabouts of these 300 detoxification pills. Second, I also want to ask Mrs. Song from your domain if she has any solution. I remember sending an invitation to Mrs. Song. I wonder why she... The future? He looked at Feng Xiai in confusion. Feng Xiai said, She has been refining medicine day and night recently, and her spiritual power has been consumed a lot. She is weak and needs to come later. As for how late, whether to come or not, he has his own explanation. Qin Yi and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips when they heard Feng Xi's serious lies. Who among them didn't know that? Feng Xi's wife was too early to get up, so he just gave her a name of consuming a lot of energy. After giving the beauty medicine to Feng Shan and others, Song Luhua went to the kitchen. In order to nourish her body, Yang Ma would stew a bowl of nourishing soup every morning. Today was also the day. After drinking a bowl of nourishing soup, she felt warm all over and wanted to sleep again. Madame Yang handed her an invitation. Madam, this is the invitation that the clan leader asked me to give you when you wake up. The clan leader said that it's up to you whether you want to go or not. Although his wife is capable, he can't take everything on her. Feng Xiai didn't want to put too much pressure on her. Song Luhua opened the invitation. The invitation was very simple. It only said when to go, and didn't say what to discuss. She thought of the strangeness of Feng Shan and others, and knew what was going on. At this time, 2/4 of an hour had passed since the time on the invitation. Song Luhua twitched her mouth. Is it really okay for her to go now? Chapter 289. Song Luhua finally went there. Even if it was to deliver medicine, she had to go there. Now that they had invited her, she would go over to take a look, so as not to make things difficult for Feng Xiai. After some discussion, the detoxification pills made by the pharmacists of the northern region were finally determined to belong to them. There were a total of 300 detoxification pills, 160 from the northern region and 140 from the southern region. The southern region provided the pill formula for delaying toxicity free of charge. When Song Luhua arrived, the meeting was almost over. Her sudden appearance attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. Yang Lingkong and the others naturally gave her a warm welcome when they saw her. Mrs. Song is here? Please take a seat. The empty seat next to Feng Xiai was specially prepared for her. On the right was Jiang Wenqiu's seat, and he winked at Song Luhua. Song Luhua sat down and gave him a slap on the back of his head. After sitting down, Feng Xiai smiled gently and handed over a cup of tea. Song Luhua smiled at him and cast her eyes on Yang Lingkong and the others. Young masters asked me to come. Is there something? Although he had many guesses in his mind, he still asked again to clarify the matter. Sure enough, Yang Lingkong said, please ask Madame Song to come here. It's for the poison of the stingray beast. So I know. As she said that, she stood up and threw out a few wooden barrels from the jade bracelet space. Yonan Gu, Hua Lingjun and others' eyelids twitched. This damn familiar feeling. Remember the last time the Huangquan Nirvana pill was taken out by her like this. After all, it was the first time they saw the pharmacist use a wooden barrel to store medicine since they were so old. Isn't it familiar? Qin Yi and others couldn't help laughing, and at the same time, they had a rough idea in their hearts. The worries in their hearts were completely gone, and they sat in their seats relaxedly, waiting to see the show. Seeing this, Yin Xinyan was thoughtful, pondered for a moment, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The tense nerves also relaxed at this moment. Yang Lingkong twitched his mouth. This is a medicine that can remove the mark of the manta ray beast, or you can call it an antidote. As soon as these words came out, the people in the south region were completely relieved. The people in the north region were quite surprised and couldn't help asking, really? How can it be false? Our Madame Song never tells lies. Right, Madame Song? Jiang Wenqiu said nonchalantly. This is true when you listen to it roughly, but it is a little bit wrong when you listen to it carefully. Song Luhua glanced at him horribly, and Jiang Wenqiu shuddered and sat up straight. Having experienced the first Huangquan Nirvana pill and the second blood replenishing pill, and with the personal certification of the big clans in the South Territory, the big forces in the North Territory were delighted. It seems that this is 80% true. As for why it was only 8 points, it was because there was still 1 point of defect after the first 2 intakes of the elixir. They left the remaining 1 point for observation. Everyone opened the lid and saw that there was a bucket of light purple liquid medicine in the wooden barrel with a special fragrance. Song Luhua told everyone how to use the medicine and finally emphasized, this medicine can indeed remove the poison of the manta ray beast, but there is still a small problem that cannot be confirmed. If you can accept it, you can take it yourself. Qin Yi and others, I knew it would be like this. Everyone in the Northern Territory, Thinking of the painful experience of using the medicine twice, they were a little worried, but in order to save their lives, they still put on a smile. I can accept it. What if they can't accept it? Are they really going to die? Seeing that these people are sensible, Song Luhua was very satisfied and added, once this item is sold, we will not be responsible for it. All consequences will be borne by the user. Qin Yi, Jiang Wenqiu and others sat in their seats, smiling like flowers. Song Luhua also smiled. I know you want to laugh, but I suggest you don't laugh first, unless you want to have a feast. Qin Yi, Lan, she coughed lightly, my Lan family chooses to take medicine. If you have a banquet, Don't forget to invite me. Eat the Yun family's banquet. My Jiang family doesn't host banquets. Jiang Wenqiu pointed at Yunju. Yunju glared at him and looked at Lu Heng. I remember the Lu family has a specialty dish, Lu's flying cake. Remember to show it to us when you have a banquet. Lu Heng. Who did I offend? Want to eat flying cakes? Dream on. A group of people joked with each other, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Yang Lingkong and others were surprised, but soon relieved. The North and South regions are similar. Although the 4 states in the North region are in a competitive relationship, their relationship is naturally closer than that of other forces. The 10 major families in the South region are probably the same. The 2 regions divided the medicine, and Song Luhua and others also said goodbye and left. As she walked to the door of the station, she suddenly thought, I seem to have forgotten to tell them the name of this medicine. The medicine is called Beauty Liquid. Feng Xi touched her head with a smile. It doesn't matter, the name is given by people, and it doesn't affect its effect. Song Luhua thought about it, and nodded in agreement. It seems to be right. As soon as the couple entered the camp hand in hand, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. A group of colorful people rushed over here. Feng Shan had green hair, a green head, and green skin on his face. He ran over anxiously. Madam, come and see what's going on? Why? Why did I turn green? And me, madam, look, why did I turn red? Feng Yi held a mirror and looked at his weird self in the mirror, wanting to cry but not tears. He glanced over, wow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, white, black, ice blue, indigo. People of all colors. Feng Qing quietly stood beside her. Song Luhua looked up and saw a serious bright yellow face with bright yellow hair, which looked out of place. She was really a little guilty. She turned her head to the right and bumped into a wall of flesh. She looked up. It was pitch black and she couldn't see anything. Her elder brother Song Yuan's resentful voice rang in her ears. Little sister, you bumped into me. Song Luhua, Song Yuan spoke, and she could see 2 rows of big white teeth clearly. Chapter 290. It's a small problem. It will fade away in a month, don't panic. Song Luhua smiled at Song Yuan. Don't panic. Big brother, don't wear black clothes in this month. Change into white clothes to be conspicuous. Speaking of this, Song Luhua looked at the colorful faces, and smiled and suggested, don't learn from my big brother, the tribesmen who have turned black must not wear black clothes, otherwise you can't be seen. Song Yuan, Some tribesmen who have also turned black, Madam, what a bad word. Feng Xi held his forehead with his hands, his eyes full of smiles. After his wife finished her instructions, he waved his hand, let's all go. Rest early tonight, and continue fighting tomorrow. After that, he took his wife and left. Back in the room, Song Luhua was puzzled. It's obviously a beauty product. How did it become like this? Forget it, I've already eaten it, there's no point in worrying about it. Song Luhua decisively put the matter behind her. At this time, Qin Yi and others distributed the orange liquid medicine to the tribe members. Qin clan members, why does it smell so familiar? In their southern region, only Madame Song often refines this kind of medicine, and other alchemists generally only refine pills. Qin Yi saw the hesitation of the clan members, and told them very confidently, don't be confused, this medicine is the new medicine refined by Madame Song, which can cure the poison of the manta ray beast. Don't just stand there, drink it quickly, people are waiting to eat our feast. Eat a feast. You can have a feast when you get married, you can have a feast when you hold a banquet, and you can also have a feast when you die. In this situation, it seems that the only way out is to return to heaven. The Qin clan members, who reacted could not help but twitch their mouths, and drank the bowl of antidote in one gulp. It is okay to eat other people's food, but never let others eat their food. After taking the antidote, the expected situations did not happen. After waiting for a while, the Qin clan members found that the manta ray beast mark on their bodies had dissipated, and they were all excited. The effect was within Qin Ye's expectations, but he stood by and watched for a while, and saw that the clan members did not have any other symptoms, and he was secretly surprised. I don't know what the consequences are that Feng Xi's wife is talking about. Because there are still clan affairs to deal with, he went into the house. As soon as he finished dealing with clan affairs, and stood up from his chair, he heard a commotion outside. Ah! Ghost! The clothes have become spirits. The 6th brother saw a moon-white martial arts uniform coming towards him out of thin air, and he shuddered with fear. I'm not a ghost, 6th brother, I'm Shizi, take a closer look. The young man named Shizi looked at his dark hands helplessly, and then looked at the yellow-haired and yellow-skinned sixth brother jumping up and down in front of him. I'm just a little darker, you look like a monkey. He opened his mouth, and the sixth brother saw his white teeth. Combining his own changes, he realized that Shizi had turned black. He patted his chest. I was scared to death. The Qin clan members found that they had changed colors without knowing when. Black, blue, white, purple. A group of people gathered in the open space, curious and headache. Qini opened the door and saw the colors of the yard, feeling dazzled. Everyone looked familiar, but he didn't seem to know them. His mind went blank for a moment, and then he shouted in disbelief, Chansheng? I'm here, young clan leader. The young man named Chashing squeezed out of the crowd with blue hair. Qin Yi saw him clearly. His blue hair and exposed skin were all blue, and against the background of the moon-white martial arts uniform, he looked particularly blue. It was so blue that it was shining. This group of clansmen with different colors underground made him dizzy. This must be the small problem that Feng Xi's wife mentioned. It's so scary that people can die if you go out. Is this really a small problem? He comforted her and hurried to find Feng Xi. On the other side, the Jiang family members took the medicine and worked very happily. Their young patriarch is unreliable, so they have to save some face. It's just taking medicine. What medicine has Madame Song made that they haven't taken? At most, they will feel uncomfortable for a while. What's the big deal? Well, it's useless to escape. It's better to take it quickly. After taking the medicine, the Jiang family members soon found that the marks on their bodies disappeared and their lives were saved, which was also a cause for celebration. Jiang Wenxiu was still waiting to see the excitement of his family members, but he didn't expect that after waiting for a quarter of an hour, they didn't react at all and left in boredom. When he came out again, he saw a group of rainbow people jumping around in his own open space. Even though Jiang Wenxiu was a thick-skinned man, he couldn't help but be stunned. After reacting, he couldn't help laughing, slapping his thighs and laughing. Song Luhua is also a talented girl. She ate you into such a weird state. Ha. I laughed to death. The Jiang family members were worried, and suddenly they were laughed at by him crazily, and they all rolled their eyes at him. You still have the mood to laugh. We are in this state. We don't know if we can change back. If they go back like this, they will be chased out by their families as monsters. It is really unfortunate for the family to have such an unreliable young clan leader. Jiang Wenxiu laughed enough and walked in front of the crowd, pulling the purple hair of one and poking the ice-blue cheek of another. All the clan members present were bullied by him. The Jiang clan members let him do whatever he wanted. When Jiang Wenxiu had enough fun, he smiled and said, Don't worry, I still know Song Luhua. This, haha, the color change will not last long. If you are worried, I will go and ask. As expected, a group of people met at the Feng clan's residence. The young clan leaders of the 10 major families in the southern region and the young masters of the 4 states in the northern region have all arrived. Many people have not recovered from their shock yet. Lan Shi and others are used to it, and now they are back to their senses. They are quite calm. People from the northern region, Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun, Yunnan Gu and others are still a little dazed. Yin Xinian did not show it on his face. When he saw Lan Shi and others, he smiled and greeted them. It is impossible not to be shocked. Originally, the clan members took the medicine and the marks disappeared, and everyone was happy. Unexpectedly, half an hour later, the tribesmen found that they had changed color, and their companions had also changed color. The various colors were extremely dazzling. Yin Xinian then remembered what the southern region Lady Song meant by no responsibility. After checking, he found that the tribesmen had only changed color, and there was no problem with their bodies, so he breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, seeing the people from the southern region, he completely let go of the last breath in his heart. He had never seen any worry in them, so he thought that this change should not be a problem. Song Luhua was a bit overwhelmed when she heard that they were coming. She only asked Feng Xi to bring a message. It will disappear in a month. Then everyone left. On the way back, Yang Lingkong couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect that the trip to the east region would broaden my horizons. Hua Lingjun gently waved his feather fan and laughed. We are the same, and our horizons have been broadened to the back of our heads. Yunnan Gu smiled lightly. This trip was worth it. Yin Xinian just smiled and didn't say anything. In his opinion, there will be opportunities to broaden their horizons later. Chapter 291. Song Luhua felt her eyes hurt from facing a group of colorful people every day. She simply locked herself in the room and began to think about refining medicine. The black strange stone that Yang Lingkong gave her a few days ago that can absorb people's spiritual power has not been used yet. She took advantage of her son's time to think about it. The strange stone is really extraordinary. She only knocked off 2 small pieces, and a lot of spiritual power was absorbed. The process of refining the weapon was not very smooth, and both furnaces failed. Song Luo lost interest, and put the remaining strange stones into the space of the jade bracelet. Here, the martial spirit masters from the north and south regions removed the poison from the manta ray beast, and then proceeded to clean it. Due to the effect of the beauty liquid, their skin and hair all turned colorful. In this way, the manta ray beast wanted to mark them, but it couldn't. It's like this. Fo Shan and others were dodging the manta ray beast at first, but they didn't expect that they couldn't mark it at all. Song Yuan, who was wearing a white martial arts uniform, couldn't help but grin. My little sister's beauty liquid is really too good. Fo Ni, with his fiery red hair and skin of the same color, rolled his eyes speechlessly. He admitted that his family head's wife was excellent, but she could be a little less excellent, especially in the defects of various elixirs and spiritual tools. Since they found that the manta ray beasts could not leave marks on them, these rainbow people stood up. One by one, they went into battle with bare hands, caught a manta ray beast, threw it to the ground with a smack, and crushed it with their feet. The scene was in chaos, and the atmosphere was a bit joyful and weird. Feng Xiai and the others stood behind with their hands behind their backs. Jiang Wenqiu hissed and grinned. I think they have a lot of resentment. Qin Yi brushed his sleeves. Of course they have. They are the culprits. It's easy for them to deal with these manta ray beasts now. Let's go. There's nothing to see. Lu Yuan and the others observed the battle for a while, and left first. Seeing this, Yang Lingkong and the others in the Northern Territory also left. After dealing with the manta ray beasts, the road behind was a little easier to walk. The strange beasts encountered were relatively common, mostly below level 7. The joint efforts of the North and South regions, coupled with the help of the 9th level masters of the 2 regions, were relatively smooth. As time passed, the series of problems that the people in the North region had encountered some time ago due to the Huangquan Nirvana pill disappeared. Yang Lingkong and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mingyou, Shihong and Luzi finally woke up. Song Luo found that they all had some changes to a certain extent. First of all, Mingyou, its body shape did not change much, and it was still very petite. Song Luo was looking at it, but saw that the first reaction of this guy after waking up was to chew 2 mouthfuls of grass. Then it stood up and ran towards her accurately, mooing around her a few times, and then used its calf head to push against Song Luo's palm and acted coquettishly for a while. Next, it ran to the pond not far away and began to drink water. Song Luo looked at the cute cow's tail wagging happily and fell into deep thought. Could it be that this guy's eyes are healed? After a while, the cute cow finished drinking the water, and then ran towards her again, stopping at a distance that was not too far away. The honest and simple face of the cow was facing her, and the big watery eyes looked at her with admiration. Song Luo confirmed that the cute cow's eyes were healed this time. It was not easy. The squinting little cow could finally look straight at others. Apart from that, she did not find any other differences for the time being. As for Shihong, the bird had grown a little bigger, but it was basically negligible. The light blue feathers were shiny and glossy, like the finest velvet, and the red and blue mark on the forehead was even brighter. He spoke more fluently. When he saw her, he kept calling her princess, princess without pause. His voice was not as lame as before, but full of articulation and a hint of etherealness. He spread his wings and walked back and forth in front of Song Luo proudly. His long tail wings were sometimes spread out, sometimes erected, showing off to Song Luo, with a pair of expectant little eyes, just waiting for people to praise him. Could Song Luo spoil him? He only took a glance, and immediately turned his eyes to the stove. The stove was still the size of a palm. It was excitedly changing its form, sometimes a pink-blue snow rabbit, sometimes a fiery red fire cat, having a lot of fun. It seemed that it could change its form at will. Apart from that, no other changes were found. Since you are all awake, let's go out and get some fresh air. Song Luo took the 3 little ones out. As soon as Shihong showed up, she was surrounded by the tribesmen. The tribesmen had seen their wife's spiritual pet mount many times before, and today, they felt that it was much more majestic. Look at this feather, it even has a halo in the sun. It puffed out its chest and walked around in the open space, looking very proud. Shihong looked at this group of colorful people, and her puzzled little head stared for a long time before she reacted. A tribe member with purple all over wanted to touch it, but Shihong avoided it with disgust. The tribe member was disgusted by a bird and took his hand back. Seeing this, the other tribe members, who were ready to move had to take their hands back with regret. Madame Yang hadn't seen Shihong for a long time and still missed her a little. She prepared some snacks and stuffed them into its mouth, and Shihong swallowed them in 2 or 3 bites. It chirped a few times and said, "Thank you, Madam." The clear bird language reached Madame Yang's ears. Madame Yang was very surprised. She touched Shihong's head and praised. Shihong said it very well. She then rewarded him with another snack. Shihong swallowed the snack in one gulp, looked at the group of rainbow people pointing at it, threw a word ugly, and walked away proudly. Clan members, Madame's bird is too bullying. In the afternoon, Song Luo took Shihong and Lu Zi for a stroll outside. It was the warm season, and Lu Zi still walked outside in the form of a fire cat. I haven't dug wild vegetables for a long time. When I saw the fresh wild vegetables, I couldn't help but start digging. Shihong is a street stalker. When she met people along the way, she was like a peacock with its tail spread out, showing off its feathers and beautiful tail. Song Luo just felt that it seemed to have become a little narcissistic. Mingyo is a well-behaved animal. It followed Song Luo quietly throughout the whole process, and occasionally nibbled a few bites of wild grass on the roadside. There is a shallow stream in front. It is said that the martial spirit masters of the 2 domains bathe here every evening. Feng Xiai told his wife not to go here if she has nothing to do, to avoid eye irritation. At this moment, no one was fetching water from the stream, and Song Luo was planning to go back after visiting here. The cute cow mooed a few times, ran over happily, lowered its head, and began to drink water. Seeing this, Song Luo decided to wait for a while. But after waiting for a long time, her feet were sore, and the cute cow still didn't drink well. Song Luo was puzzled. Why does it take so long to drink water? When she got closer, she was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. Chapter 292. In the evening, everyone returned, and a group of colorful martial spirit masters happily came to the stream with clean clothes in their arms. After taking off all their clothes and preparing to jump in, they were dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Where's the water? There was only a pile of stones left in the stream. The stream where I bathed last night had dried up. A group of people rubbed their eyes, and still couldn't believe it for a long time. Could it be that I remembered it wrong? If you are the only one who remembered it wrong, it's possible, but it can't be that all of us remembered it wrong, right? The martial spirit masters from the north and south regions looked at each other, and finally put on their clothes and left in bewilderment. After dinner, Song Luo strolled around the camp and heard Feng Shan and others discussing something. Her elder brother had a loud voice, and Song Luo heard him say, "It's really a ghost. I was bathing there yesterday, and I went there to wash my face this morning. I went there in the evening, and the water was dry." Feng Shan was also very puzzled. It's really strange. Could it be that some special beast drank up all the water in there? After hearing what Feng Shan said, Song Luo pretended to be passing by and left decisively. Wasn't it drunk by the strange beast? She really didn't expect that the cute cow could have such ability. In the afternoon, she just thought it went to drink some water to quench its thirst, but she didn't expect it to drink all the water in a stream. Song Luo realized it later, and remembered the pool in the ring space. When she looked, it was dry. At this point, she could only pretend to be dumb. Could she jump out and say to everyone, "Sorry, my cute cow drank your bath water clean"? Anyway, since no one saw it, she had no responsibility, and Song Luo simply let it go. She let it go, but a group of martial arts masters who lost their bath water could not let it go, and kept speculating behind their backs. This matter caused quite a stir, and Feng Xiai, Yang Lingkong and others knew about it. They sent people to investigate, but did not find anything unusual. Feng Shan finally found a clue after asking around. Report to the clan leader. According to the clan members, the ladies seem to have been to that stream today. When Feng Shan heard the news, somehow, he felt that this matter must be related to his own lady. With her ability, anything impossible can happen. A small stream is nothing. Feng Xiai listened to his report. A trace of surprise flashed across his face. Thinking of his wife's methods, he tapped his fingers and thought that this matter was not impossible. But how could Feng Xiai admit it openly? He glanced at Feng Shan. Do you think this matter is related to Madame? Feng Shan has been with him for quite a while, and he knew what he meant by the look of the head of the family. He said embarrassedly, "I don't have this intention. Go down, don't spread the news." Yes. If someone from the Feng family saw it, then naturally someone from other families saw it. Qin smiled when she heard from the family members that she had been there. If this matter is related to her, then it's not surprising. There's no need to investigate further. Tell the family members to shut up and stopped spreading it. Over there, Jiang Wenxiu, Lu Yuan, Li Chong, Lanqi, Lu Heng, Bo Song, Yun Ju, Nong Heng and others learned the news one after another, and they also had a clue in their hearts. Each of them gave instructions to the family members, and then forgot about it. Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun, Yoning Gu, and Yen Xinian from the Northern Territory were a little confused, but when they saw no news from the Southern Territory, they knew that the matter was not serious. I heard that someone saw Madame Song go to that stream. What's interesting is that she just went there in the afternoon, and the stream dried up in the evening. Yen Xinian smiled. That's interesting. It's really interesting. The four of them understood each other tacitly. After eliminating the danger, it was just an ordinary stream, nothing special. The four of them smiled, explained to their family members, and let the matter go. At night, Feng Xiai suddenly asked, I heard that the creek nearby suddenly dried up. What do you think, madam? I don't have any opinion. It was my cute cow that did it. Song Luo didn't expect Feng Xiai and his men to be so quick and find out about her so quickly. She lay sideways in his arms, her fingers tangled around Feng Xi's hair, and admitted it straightforwardly and decisively. Feng Xiai didn't expect her to admit it so decisively, and rubbed her hair with amusement. How did the cute cow do it? In Feng Xi's memory, the cute cow was less than half a person's height, and was very small. It was hard to imagine that such a small cute cow could drain the water of a whole stream in such a short time. Suddenly, he thought of his wife's hand holding a lot of Jisun jade, unless the cute cow ate the Jisun jade and showed other changes. Feng Xiai guessed it. Song Luo chattered and told Feng Xiai about feeding the cute cow with Jisun jade, and also told him about the strange behavior of the cute cow. Feng Xiai, you don't know how much that little guy can drink. He drank up such a large pool of water in my ring space, and today he drank up the water of the stream again. If it continues to drink like this, I doubt whether it can be kept alive. Yes, Song Luo realized it belatedly and began to worry. If it is in the water, it is fine. If it encounters land, it may not encounter rivers every day. With the way the cute cow drinks, which river can withstand it? Feng Xiai has a different opinion. The cute cow drank so much water this time. I think it will last for a while, don't worry, my lady. He had a vague guess in his heart, but there was no evidence for this matter, so Feng Xiai was not convenient to tell her for the time being. The next day, Feng Xiai and the others cleared a new path and began to dig the ground to find the Jisun jade. Shihong and Luzi, who had seen the light of day again, were very motivated since they tasted the sweetness of the Jisun jade. Shihong, the cunning one, also tricked the cute cow over. It spread its wings and jumped to Song Luo's side. It kept chirping and saying nice things. Madam, good luck. Princess, good luck. Madam, hello. It turns out that being able to talk really has advantages. Song Luo didn't want to pay attention to it, but it couldn't help but feel happy when it called her princess and madam. Seeing Shihong, she didn't think it was cunning, but she saw some cuteness. As the saying goes, no one comes to the temple for no reason, and no one says nice things for no reason. Song Luo had laughed enough and asked it, You are so sweet today. Is there anything you want from me? Shihong jumped to the side of Mingyo and pushed it over with its wings. Song Luo didn't understand what it meant, you want Mingyo. Ho. Ho the ground, chirp. Shihong's eyes turned straight, staring at Song Luo expectantly. Song Luo then understood its little calculation. You want Mingyo to help you plow the land and dig the Jisun jade? Chirp. Mistress, good health. Shihong complimented again. Song Luo twitched the corner of her mouth. Shihong was still the cunning Shihong. Chapter 293. Song Luo trained the cute cow for the purpose of using it as a bulldozer. Since Shihong, the treacherous one, had such an idea, she just wanted to try the cute cow's ability, and the two hit it off. Song Luo immediately put the plowing equipment on the cute cow. Pointing to a large open space in front of her, she said, Go, little cow. This cute cow is also quite human. Hearing the mistress's order, he ran wildly on the ground with the plow. Although this guy is small in size, he has great strength, not to mention the upgraded cute cow. The four little hooves were so strong that they ran on the ground. Wherever they passed, the land seemed to have no resistance, and the moist soil underground was turned up, which was quite pleasing. Some of the core jades were buried too deep and needed to be plowed deeper. Shihong and Luzi couldn't wait that long. The cute cow only plowed the surface layer. They smelled and sniffed behind, and once they found a clue, they quickly dug with their claws. Fortunately, with the help of the cute cow, they saved a lot of energy. Soon, the two dug out several pieces of Jisun jade from the ground and quickly hid them in their space rings. They looked as if they were afraid that others would snatch them away, and Song Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The three strange beasts, a cow, a bird, and a cat, caused quite a stir, and the martial arts masters digging nearby all looked over. Shihong and Luzi appeared in the sight of the people of the southern region every day, so the people of the southern region were not surprised. Although they had never seen the cute cow, it had a plow on it, and they knew with their buttocks that it must be another pet of Mrs. Song. As everyone knows, the spirit pets that Madame Song keeps usually do not attack people. Thus, the vigilance that had arisen from seeing the cute cow just now completely faded away. The people in the Northern Territory were different. They had seen people keeping spirit pets before, but most of them were extremely soft beasts, such as rabbit beasts and snow rabbits, which were small and had low cultivation. Even if some people were unique and kept relatively ferocious beasts as spirit pets, most of them were kept in cages. This was the first time they had seen someone let a spirit pet out directly. I couldn't help but feel a little alert. Whose spirit pet is that, and why was it released? It's fine if it's a red little beast, but the bird beast has a strong attack power. And the one plowing the land, if I'm not mistaken, it's a cute cow, and its level should not be low. How can such a ferocious beast be released so easily? The people in the North Territory talked a lot, holding spirit swords in their hands, looking at the pale blue bird and the cute cow with a serious face. The people in the South Territory, who knew the details, hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, brother, those three are spirit beasts raised by our Madame Song. The spirit beasts she raises understand human nature, and will not actively attack humans." Although the people of the Northern Territory did not believe it, their tense bodies relaxed a little. Feng Xiai, Lan Shi, Yang Lingkong and others stood together, and seeing this, they could not help but stretch their necks to look. Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun, Yunnan Gu, and Yin Xinian frowned slightly when they saw this. Seeing that Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, and others did not show any abnormality, they were slightly surprised and let down their guard. Qin Yi asked Feng Xiai curiously, "Isn't that a cute cow? When did your wife catch another cute cow as a spirit pet?" "Yeah." Feng Xiai briefly answered Qin Yi's question. Jiang Wenqiu stared at the cute cow and touched Feng Xi's arm with his elbow. Song Luo is amazing. She quietly raised a cute cow and used it to cultivate the land. I think no one is better than her in raising spiritual beasts. TSK, it's been a short time since I last saw it, and the blue bird has grown a lot. It's really awesome. Jiang Wenqiu was so greedy that his saliva was about to fall out. He would teach him to meet a good-looking beast someday. He, Master Jiang, also wanted to have a cool spiritual pet as a mount. Now I can only sigh that heroes are not recognized. Lu Yuan saw through his little thoughts at a glance and said lightly, "Feng Xi's wife can control it, but you can't." Jiang Wenqiu curled his lips. "Young master, don't I know it myself? I need you to answer." Yunju laughed at him. "Lu Yuan is right. Forget about the mount. You can't even control your father's flying boat, and you still want to control the mount, haha. I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. The last time he went to catch the sinking starfish, this guy stole his father's flying boat, and was severely beaten when he returned. Chief Jiang even threatened that if this guy dared to approach his flying boat again, he would not report it to him, and would let the clan members guarding the flying boat beat him directly." Jiang Wenqiu rolled his eyes, and had nothing to say after his wounds were exposed again. Lanchi smiled and said, "This cute cow is of high level. It can not only cultivate the land, but also protect safety. Madame Song has collected this spiritual pet well." Lu Heng nodded. "It can be said to kill two birds with one stone." Both Song, Nong Heng, and Li Chong also agreed. A group of people in the south region were discussing Song Liuhua's spiritual pets in a relaxed manner. Yang Lingkong and others watched for a while, and found that these spiritual pets did not actively attack humans. I couldn't help but get curious. Especially the big light blue bird, which attracted Hua Lingjuan's attention. He looked at the blue feather fan in his hand, and shook it gently. He said regretfully, "The feathers of the bird are quite beautiful. If it doesn't have an owner, I would like to grab a few feathers to make a fan." Feng Xiai glanced at him. "Shihong is my wife's favorite mount, so it's better for you not to take it." Hua Lingjun smiled. "Don't worry, Chief Feng, I won't mess with things that have an owner." Well, he was itching to pull out a few, but Feng Xiai emphasized that it was not good to do it again. Many people looked at Shihong. Yin Xinian thought of the stream that disappeared out of thin air, and looked at the cute cow working hard on the land with a deep meaning. It seems that Mrs. Song's strength is far more than what they see on the surface. Although Yuan was surprised, it was better for them, wasn't it? Song Luo let the three little ones fly, and then found a place with a great view, and set up the 4-piece set for an outing, tables and chairs, snacks, tea, and a storybook. Time passed quickly as I read a storybook, had some snacks, and watched Shihong and the others working. When I looked up again, I saw the 3 little ones, Mingnyo, Nyo Shihong, and Luzi, who had become familiar with humans. Shihong puffed out his chest, and walked around proudly in the crowd. If someone gave him a piece of Jisun jade the size of a fingernail, he would allow people to touch it. Although these rainbow people were a bit mean, Shihong decided to be patient since they were paid. Luzi was much smarter. He held a small basket in his mouth and meowed at others with his innocent big eyes. It is quite spiritual and looks cute. The martial spirit masters are very curious about it, and are not stingy in giving a small piece. Even the Northern Region martial spirit master, who was quite wary of them, just now couldn't help but hold it in his arms, and stroke it twice, and then offered a small piece of broken hard jade. Just by being cute, the furnace made a lot of money. Shihong was not happy, and started to say nice things. Auspicious, good luck, million blessings and other nice words were said for free. Hearing that he could talk and say nice things, everyone was shocked again. All the small pieces of Jisun jade, or Jisun jade residue, that he had collected were given to it. The cute cow was surrounded by people, and looked at it curiously for a long time. Someone said, "Do you see that piece of land? If you plow the land for us, I will give you some Jisun jade." After that, the man went around among his brothers and collected a pile of broken Jisun jade, put it in a bag, and hung it on the horns of the cute cow. The cute cow received the reward, mooed a few times, and ran towards the piece of land pointed by the martial spirit master with its hooves raised. Song Luhua propped up her chin and looked at her 3 conspicuous bags. Chapter 294. In the evening, the land was turned over. Shihong, Luzi, and Mingnyo, the 3 little ones, made a lot of money. The 2 in front made money by being cute, and the 1 in the back made money by hard work. Luzi kindly shared some of his gains today. Song Luhua symbolically grabbed a handful of broken Jisun jade with her hands. As for the big pieces, his claws were small, and he didn't get many pieces. Song Luhua didn't take his. Touched Luzi's furry little head. What a well-behaved little animal, you can keep the rest for yourself. Meow. Meow. The cute cow followed suit, shaking the 2 pouches hanging on its horns, mooing, and sending them to Song Luhua. A pair of big, watery eyes looked at her with admiration. Moo. Give me yours too? Song Luhua opened the pouch, which was filled with a lot of broken Jisun jade. Poor thing, the one who worked hard didn't even earn as many Jisun jade pieces as the one who was just being cute. No matter how evil Song Luhua was, she felt embarrassed to take its hard-earned money. She took out a few pieces of Jisun jade with marks from her body, and put them in. Thinking that the stove and Shihong both had storage space, she picked a smoky gray storage ring from the jade bracelet space, strung it with a rope, and hung it on Mingnyo's neck. Mingnyo was not stupid. Song Luhua only took him to use it a few times, and he learned to use it by himself. He happily spun his 4 hooves around, mooed, and rubbed her palm with his calf head. As for Shihong, the 2 only said that this guy had been pretending to be dead since he came back. When he saw her looking over, he immediately turned his back to her. Song Luhua rolled her eyes. A certain guy called Hong is really a sweet-mouthed scum bird, who calls people princess and madam when he needs help, but now that he has received the benefits, he has become a mute. Shihong's ears moved, still pretending not to hear. It even pretended to be very focused on pecking at something on the ground. Song Luhua saw through its trick at a glance, and continued, "It has not only become mute, but also deaf ears. I am considering canceling the contract and setting it free." At this point, Shihong finally stopped pretending to be deaf and dumb. She turned around, hopped over, took out a small basket from the space, hooked the basket with her claws, and poured out a small handful of broken hard jade. Not enough. Enough? Chirp. Shihong hesitated again and again, staring at Song Luhua for a long time. Song Luhua also stared at it. Finally, Shihong was defeated. She poured out a little more stingily, and Song Luhua directly pushed it over with the basket, and a lot of it poured out. The shiny pieces of the Jisun jade rolled everywhere, and Shihong quickly spread her wings, and picked them up in the basket with her mouth. Song Luhua didn't give it a chance, and took out a broom from the jade bracelet space, and gathered the pieces of the Jisun jade on the ground in a few seconds, and threw them into the jade bracelet space, intending to share them with Mingnyo. Don't think she doesn't know that Shihong, with the help of Mingnyo, found a lot of big pieces of Jisun jade, and didn't think of sharing some with others. You can't bully the honest cow like this. Song Luhua thought that she was still not satisfied, and poured out a lot of the remaining pieces of Jisun jade in the basket. The broken hard jade that Shihong begged for by abandoning the dignity of a bird was confiscated by the mistress. Shihong jumped around on the ground in grievance. She jumped and cursed Cha-Cha. Mistress. Bad? Rob. Cha-Cha. Shihong. Song Luhua was angry and amused by this look. Feng Xiai came in from outside and saw his wife standing by with her arms around her chest, Lu squatting by her right foot, and Mingyou lying on her left. 3 pairs of eyes stared at the big blue bird that was walking around in the room and muttering non-stop. When Lu Zi saw Feng Xiai, he meowed and ran to him to greet him. A trace of vigilance flashed in the cute cow's big, watery eyes, and a small hoof rubbed the ground anxiously. Song Luhua noticed it and patted its head soothingly. The cute cow moved closer to her and then calmed down. Feng Xiai walked up to Song Luhua. What's wrong with Shihong? Song Luhua told Feng Xiai about Shihong's bad behavior. This bird has a lot of tricks. Feng Xiai glanced at Shihong, and the bird instantly quieted down, walked around Feng Xiai to a farther corner, chirped a few times, and pretended to be busy with its beak to tidy up the feathers on its chest. Song Luhua was too lazy to deal with this bully. The next day, they continued to move forward. Song Luhua was strolling outside the camp with a few small ones, when suddenly a water blue chicken the size of a turkey, of unknown species, flapped its wings and appeared in front of her. She had never seen a chicken of this color before, and Song Luhua was stunned for a moment. At the moment she was stunned, the water blue chicken suddenly spit out something from its mouth and hit her directly. Kakata! Before Song Luhua could react, she heard a bang and the person had already been blown away. Shihong, Lu Zi, and Mingyou were busy with their own things not far from her. When they heard the sound, they walked towards where she was standing just now, but no one was there. Mingyou turned around in confusion, his big eyes kept turning around. Lu Zi sniffed with his little nose and jumped over. Shihong threw Lu Zi on its back and walked away. Mingyou saw this and followed behind with his hooves sticking out. 100 meters away, Song Luhua was lying on the ground with her face on the ground, biting a mouthful of mud. Fortunately, her body had been strengthened several times. If she were an ordinary spiritual assistant, she would have been paralyzed on one side of her body if she didn't die. Pulling her head out of the pit, Song Luhua gritted her teeth in anger. She put her hands on her hips and walked back angrily. If you dare to kill me, I teach you a lesson. She had just taken a few steps when she met a pair of blue eyes. Cluck! Cluck! This is a group of blue chickens. Song Luhua's anger froze on her face. How could she fight them? If a chicken spits out something unknown, it will surely kill her to the Milky Way. As the saying goes, a man who knows the times is a hero, so she was ready to dodge first. Just as she was about to run, she saw 3 little ones coming over, and Song Luhua's eyes lit up. She waved her hands quickly. Come here, my dears, I'm here. These chickens are bullying your master. Teach them a lesson for me. Fighting is an instinct engraved in the bones and blood of the beasts, and Shihong rushed forward excitedly when she heard it. She flapped her big wings and whistled. The stove was not much behind, with a meow and 2 kicks, accurately kicking a water blue chicken away. The cute cow was not so flexible, and it raised its 4 little hooves and kicked several times before it kicked a water blue chicken away. In the end, what Song Luhua hated most was the water blue chicken that sent her flying. Ever since she was sent flying by the Black Rock Pig last time, Song Luhua had trained herself to remember the characteristics of strange beasts, in order to prevent such a situation from happening again. Well, revenge for herself. Now it was just in time to use it. She remembered that the water blue chicken had a small toe broken on its foot. She looked at this group of water blue chickens for a long time, but didn't see any with such characteristics. Song Luhua clenched her fists. If I don't take revenge for this, I'm not a gentleman. Chapter 295. Song Luhua stood aside and watched the battle. Only then did she see clearly what the water blue chicken vomited out. It turned out to be a water blue water ball. Each water ball was as big as a baby's fist. It was quite powerful. Once it hit the target, it would leave a fist-sized hole on the target. The tree next to it was hit, leaving a baby's fist-sized hole on the trunk. If it hit the ground, a bigger hole would appear. The power was comparable to a small water bomb. Thinking of being blown away by this water bomb, Song Luhua couldn't help but sigh that she had saved her life. Several fighting spirit pets, Shihong flapped their big wings, and the water blue water bullets could not get close to them at all, and were blown away. As for Mingyou, although he was not flexible enough and did not dodge in time, his cowhide was extremely tough. The water bullets of the water blue chicken hit it, just like small raindrops falling on it, not even enough to tickle it. Only Song Luo, who was standing aside to watch the fun, was unfortunately hit again and was blown away 100 meters. As the saying goes, the first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. She quickly got up from the ground and spit out the grass in her mouth. With a casual glance, she saw a familiar broken chicken leg within 3 meters. The water blue hair all over the chicken was the water blue chicken that had sent her flying in the first place. New hatreds and old grudges surged into her heart. Song Luo reacted quickly, took a run up and pounced on the water blue chicken with the force of a mountain pressing down on her head. Once she had it under her, she immediately raised her fist and punched it. The water blue chicken had not reacted to spit out the water bullet before she was pounced on. The chicken was hit hard on the head and was stunned for a moment. When it came to its senses, it began to struggle violently, using all its strength to drag Song Luo on the ground for a distance. Song Luo was determined to avenge herself and wipe out the humiliation just now, so she took out a wooden hammer from the space of the jade bracelet. She hammered the water blue chicken on the head, one hammer after another banging. As the saying goes, no matter how good the martial arts are, they are afraid of kitchen knives. The water blue chicken lost the initiative and had no chance to spit out the water egg bullet before being approached. Now it was suppressed and hit by hundreds of eye drops, and finally it stopped moving with a series of clattering sounds. Song Luo moved away, leaving only a water blue chicken that was still warm under her. A pair of azure blue eyes opened wide, obviously dying with eyes wide open. However, Song Luo had no sympathy at all. She kicked with her foot. "You dare to use water to bomb me. This is the consequence." The aqua blue chicken feathers all over the ground, combined with the eyes that could not be closed, looked a bit miserable. It was the first time that Song Luo killed such a big bird and beast alone, and she felt a sense of accomplishment in her heart. Holding the chicken feet of the aqua blue chicken, she shook it twice, and shook out a baby fist-sized aqua blue bead from the chicken's mouth. "What is this?" She picked it up curiously, and found that there was no spiritual power on the bead, so she put it away temporarily. Not far away, Shihong, Luzi, and Mingyou had already dealt with a group of water blue chickens. A pile of water blue beads burst out on the muddy ground. Shihong finished the battle and stood aside leisurely to tidy up her feathers, while Luzi licked his paws and continued to dig wild vegetables. Song Luo looked at Mingyou, but saw that this guy picked up a water blue bead and ate it. After eating a bead, there was no bad reaction, so Song Luo was relieved and began to clean up the mess on the ground. There were about 40 or 50 water blue chickens, each as big as an adult turkey, and each weighed about 20 pounds. Added together, there was a lot of meat, and Song Luo collected them all. The water blue feathers on the ground were messy, and Song Luo did not let them go and collected them all. The feathers were fresh and bright, emitting a gorgeous brilliance in the sun. If they were woven into feather clothes, they would surely be very beautiful. This time, Song Luo picked up 47 water blue chickens, and got 35 water blue beads, and Mingyou ate 12 of them. Song Luo didn't take it to heart. At noon, Yang Ma killed a water blue chicken, and found that the meat of the water blue chicken was tender and icy cold. It was sliced into thin and even slices without cooking, and it was particularly delicious. It tasted better when dipped in sauce. Song Luo tasted it, and found that the meat was a little sweet, and melted in the mouth. After eating it, a cool spiritual energy entered the spiritual palace. After just a few bites, she felt a little full. Feng Xiai and Song Yuan also ate a lot, and the second elder also praised it highly. Song Luo originally planned to give these water blue chickens to Feng Yin for processing, but Feng Xiai, his elder brother, and the second elder liked them, so she kept 2/3 and gave the rest to the tribe members to taste. As for what this water blue chicken was, Feng Xiai was also confused. He flipped through the book all night and didn't find any clues. Anyway, it was not poisonous, so Song Luo didn't bother about it anymore. The next day, Shihong grabbed the cute cow and took the stove out to play. When they came back at noon, Song Luo twitched her lips when she saw the green juice on Luzi's mouth. Could it be that he went to eat grass? Sure enough, Luzi jumped out from Shihong and threw a small basket of grass from the space. Meow meow. Luzi pushed the small basket of grass to Song Luo's side. Song Luo pulled out a handful with her hands. It was very green, pure grass. It wasn't even a wild vegetable. What is this? Song Luo looked at Luzi curiously. The stove meowed a few times, and Shihong said, "Eat." Chirp. Having been cheated before, Song Luo would never eat it. She found that the grass was pulled out with the roots, so she planted it in the space ring. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and the colors on Feng Shan and others had faded by more than half. Although they were still colorful, they were not so dazzling. Song Yuan's charcoal-like color finally looked less black. But he still couldn't wear black clothes, as it was easy to be lost. Since she met the blue chicken at the garrison, Song Luhua has not been out for a while. She stayed at home to make medicine. She said she was making medicine, but in fact she was just slacking off. After 5 days, she only made a black plaster. Its use was very common, and compared with the one she had made before, it was not worth mentioning. On this day, people from the north and south regions were continuing their journey, and they saw flying boats appearing in the distance. Before everyone could see clearly, they saw that the flying boats began to sway left and right and fell. It's someone from the western region. Feng Xiai, Yang Lingkong and others discussed and decided to postpone their journey and wait here. Now they still need more than half of the journey to the main city of the east region. The more people there are, the easier it will be to open the passage to the main city. But Feng Xiai and others waited for a while, and saw the flames rising to the sky where the flying boat of the western region team crashed. A faint wailing sound sounded, and Feng Xiai, Yang Lingkong and others looked tense. Foshan, you take hundreds of tribesmen to protect the women. Brother, you take hundreds of tribesmen with me. The north and south regions sent people to support. Fire Frog Beast. Retreat, retreat quickly. The forces in the western region are divided into 9 palaces, namely the Bailey clan of Chang'an Palace, the Dongling clan of Kangbo Palace, the Shaozhong clan of Yaya Palace, the Lufei clan of Luoying Palace, the Xiuyu clan of Gushuan Palace, the Mai clan of Shuangmei Palace, the Gishu clan of Jinxiang Palace, the Dugu clan of Qinyuan Palace, and the Xianyuan clan of Zili Palace. The western region is the only region with relatively concentrated forces. There is no other force except the 9 palaces. The so-called mercenary guild is even worse than the northern region. A group of scattered soldiers and brave men who can only join the 9 palaces to the end. The group of people went through untold hardships, trekking through mountains and rivers, and finally reached the territory of the east region. Less than an hour after the flying boat took off, it encountered a boundary stone falling. As luck would have it, it happened to fall into the nest of the fire frog beast. This thing is bigger than a human head, and part of it has just absorbed the spiritual power of the underground Jisun Jade and advanced to an 8th level beast. Not only is it annoying with its quack quack sound, but the flames it spits out are also very lethal. Before people get close, their skin is burned. Not to mention the martial spirit masters, who were hit by the flames. Their hot clothes clung to their skin and flesh under the temperature of the flames. As the smell of burning spread in the air, the martial spirit masters screamed and ran around. The Jiogong tribe members resisted the attacks of the fire frog beasts, while putting out the fire on the tribe members, who were on fire. They were even in a panic. When Feng Xiai and others arrived, they saw such a scene. They immediately joined the team to help. The people of the Jiogong in the western region were trying to retreat, and suddenly a group of colorful people rushed in to help, and they were stunned for a moment. But the situation on the scene was too critical. Even if there were a lot of doubts in their hearts, they could only suppress them in their hearts and devote all their energy to the battle. With the help of people from the north and south regions, the people in the west region finally rushed back to the temporary bases of the north and south regions with all the injured. Although these people had strange skin colors, the people in the west region had guessed something. The Ten-Wind continent was divided into 4 regions. In addition to their west region, there were only 3 regions: the east, the south, and the north. Now that the life and death of the east region was unknown, only the forces of the north and south regions were left. Bailey Zhu took a glance at the young master of Chang'an Palace and knew what was going on. He nodded to the young masters of the other 8 palaces in the western region, and the 9 of them stepped forward together. I am Bailey Zhu of Chang'an Palace in the western region. I am Dongling Fu of Kangbo Palace. Xiao Jinghao of Yaya Palace. Lu Fiki of Luoying Palace. Xiao Yuqing of Gushuan Palace. Mo Yikong of Shuangmei Palace. Gu Shuyu of Jinxiang Palace. Du Guiying of Qinyuan Palace. Xianyuan Biao of Zili Palace. 9 handsome men with different characteristics bowed together. Thank you for your help. Feng Xiai, Yang Lingkong and others returned the gift and introduced their families. It's getting late. We will help you build a place to stay first. Yang Lingkong saw that they were injured and in a miserable state, and couldn't help but think of their initial situation inside. Thank you very much. This time it was too unlucky. Many people in the tribe were burned. Bailey Zhu and others quickly expressed their gratitude. After finding a place to stay, the people of Jiogong were still busy all night. Young Palace Master, they are probably in bad condition. The alchemist of the Bailey clan looked flustered. Looking at the wailing tribesman, he had no idea what to do. Bai Li Zhu frowned. Why do you say that? It's just an ordinary burn. Can't I take some burn pills? The burn pills have been given, but the injuries have not been relieved at all. I think ordinary burn medicines are probably useless. The tribesmen who were burned on the bed wailed, and their moans became smaller and smaller. This is not a good sign. Bai Li Zhu looked at half of the injured and his face was dark. Go find a way, make sure to rescue them. During the trip to the East region, many people have been killed on the way. If they lose so many more this time, their Chang'an Palace may have to change its name. Not only the Chang'an Palace, but also the injured in the other 8 palaces are not in good condition. No matter what the cost, we must rescue them. The lights of the 9 palaces in the western region were bright all night, and they were busy until dawn. The alchemists of the 9 palaces went to apologize with a dusty face. Young Palace Master, we are incompetent. Indeed incompetent. Back off. Bai Li Zhu looked at someone with an ugly face. Prepare a generous gift for me. I'm going to ask the north and south regions if there are any powerful alchemists. Dong Lingfu, Xiao Jinghao, Lu Fiki, Xiao Yuqing, Mo Kong, Gu Shuyu, De Guying, Xianyuan Biao and others discussed and planned to go together. The north region is strong and can hold on until now, which is understandable. The south region is small and remote. It's curious that they can still get here under such circumstances. The 9 people made a simple analysis. Bai Li is right. Any force that has come this far should not be underestimated. I wonder if you have noticed that many people in the north and south regions have strange skin colors. Red and black are fine. They can be said to be caused by sunlight, but purple, cyan, blue, even their hair is the same color. It's really strange. When I first saw him, I thought I saw a monster. Lu Fei is a baby-faced, seemingly young man. In fact, he is not very old, only 19 years old. He patted his chest, looking frightened. You are really young, rare. You are the only one in Luoying Palace. It is rare that the Palace Master Lu Fei is willing to let you out. Xiao Jinghao teased. The Luoying Palace Lu Fei family has only one son in each generation, and the rest are all girls. Although the girls in the family are all talented, this one baby is not enough. This time, they asked him to come with them, which really surprised them. After all, they, the 8 palaces, and the Lu Fei family have some in-laws, so they can take care of them and naturally lend a hand. Lu Fiki scratched the back of his head. All the brothers are here, so my father asked me to join in the fun. Who knew that this fun couldn't be easily joined? Thinking of the dangers along the way, Lu Fiki's baby face wrinkled into a ball. Seeing that the topic was off, Dong Lingfu said, I just hope that these 2 regions can find a way to solve our current difficulties. I think it's better not to have too much hope. Mo Kong frowned, his long face full of sorrow. It's not that I'm conceited. Our western region is vast and rich in resources, and there are many talents. The alchemists in the clan haven't found a way to solve it yet, so what can the north and south regions do? Anyway, go and try it. If you don't try it, how do you know there is no way? The south region may not have a way, but each state in the north region has its own unique treasures. Maybe they have a way. Xiao Yu's bright and white features, a pair of eyes full of hope. He had a hunch that they would not return empty-handed this time. Chapter 296. They first went to the North Territory, presented the thank you gift, exchanged some pleasantries, and then got down to business. Bai Li Zhu took the lead and said, I'm sure you have seen the tragic situation yesterday. My 9 palaces alchemists have been struggling all night, but they are helpless. I want to ask Guizhou's alchemists to take a look. Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun, Yin Sinian, Yonan Gu and others looked at each other. Yin Sinian coughed and said, I'm afraid that young Palace Master Bailey has overestimated us. There are so many talented people in the Western Territory, but they can't do anything. How can my Northern Territory's alchemists be so virtuous and capable? In this matter, I'm afraid we... Hearing the refusal in Yin Sinian's words, a trace of regret flashed across Bai Li Zhu and others' faces. After a few more pleasantries, they said goodbye. After leaving the station, Dong Lingfu narrowed his eagle eyes slightly. What do the people from the northern region mean? They refused without even trying. The people of the 9 palaces were confused and had to go to the southern region first. It was the first time that Song Luhua had seen someone from the western region. The 9 young palace masters also had their own characteristics. Bai Li Zhu was slender, with black hair and wearing a green dress. He looked elegant and sharp. Dong Lingfu's most impressive thing is his eagle eyes. which are more murderous than both Song's cold and hard eyes. Xiao Jinghao has broad facial features and a face full of righteousness. Lu Fiki has a baby face, which is somewhat similar to Feng Yi, but she doesn't have dimples on her face and is about the same age as Feng Yi. Xiao Yuqing, Mo Kong, Gu Shuyu, De Guiying, Xian Yuan Biao are all handsome men with their own characteristics. Song Luhua was pushed out by Qin Yi just after she finished looking at this group of people. Madame Song from our southern region, the wife of the patriarch of the Feng family. Song Luhua stepped forward and bowed. Young palace masters, nice to meet you. Madame Song, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Although Bailey Zhu and others were curious about Feng Xi's young age and how he became the clan leader, they were not surprised. However, seeing that Madame Song, a mere clan leader's wife, dared to take the risk and travel all the way here, they looked at her more carefully. But after looking around, they found that she was just an ordinary spiritual assistant with a beautiful appearance. They did not find anything special about her and forgot about her. Qin Yi and the others saw what they were thinking. Although they looked reserved, they were already waiting for the show. I heard that this group of people burned many of their clansmen yesterday, and there is still no way to solve the problem. According to his understanding of Yang Lingkong and others, they must want to wait for Feng Xi's wife to take action, and naturally they are unwilling to do something that is thankless. Sure enough, after the greetings, he heard the young palace master of Chang'an Palace say, "My clansmen are seriously burned. I am ashamed that no one in the clan can help. I wonder if you can borrow the alchemist in the clan. Don't worry, whether it succeeds or not, we will definitely offer you a great gift, and there will be no dissatisfaction." Song Liuhua's eyes lit up when she heard about the great gift. Last time, the great gift from the Northern Territory helped her talent, defense, and cultivation to a higher level. I heard that the Western Territory is also very rich. I wonder if this great gift... Song Liuhua's eyes were shining. I wonder if this great... Ahem. How are the burned members of your family doing? Are they still breathing? Can I take a look? Feng Xi guessed his wife's thoughts at a glance. He smiled and said, "My wife is recognized as the #1 spiritual assistant in the entire Southern Territory. You may let her have a try." Qin Yi joked. Not only the South region, but also friends in the North region have been conquered by our Madame Song's superb alchemy skills. Jiang Wenqiu nodded quickly. Yes, Qin Yi is right. Lan Qi, Nong Heng, Li Chong, Bo Song, Lu Heng, Lu Yuan, Yun Ju and others are not fools. At this moment, who didn't see what Feng Xi's wife was thinking? She was blinded by the gift. It's a pity that their South region is too poor and doesn't even have a family treasure. She has helped them so many times, but except for money, she has nothing good to give her. This great gift from the Western regions, shouldn't she fight for it? Several people understood and nodded. Trust Madame Song, maybe you can save your life. Bai Liju and others from the Western regions. Such obvious flattery either treats them as suckers or fools. But people have said this, it seems unreasonable not to let Madame Song try. Then, thank you Madame Song? Bai Liju barely maintained a smile and bowed to Song Luhua. You're welcome. Take me to see him. Since he was going to give her a big gift, why should he thank her? Song Luhua was very happy and had already prepared a plan to deal with it. For the big gift from the 9 palaces of the Western region, she decided to make a decision that went against her conscience. Seeing this, Qin Yi and others also followed to watch the fun. Over there, Yang Lingkong and others heard the news that she was going to treat him personally, and they all smiled mysteriously and ran over. Bai Liju was surprised. It was just a visit to the doctor. Why did the important figures from the North and South regions come with him? Xiao Yuqing saw the crowd watching the excitement and Mrs. Song's excited eyes, and a bad premonition flashed through his mind. But he couldn't say what was wrong. He could only watch her casually probe the chests of a group of burned tribesmen, muttering, "Alive. This one is also alive. All of them are still alive." Bailey Zhu and others couldn't help but twitch their lips when they heard her muttering. If it's not alive, why did he ask someone to treat it? Is this Madame Song mentally ill? Well, they really misunderstood Song Luhua. In order to make her conscience feel a little better, she was also prepared to offer dozens of pairs of Huangquan Nirvana pills in her collection to rescue, if someone couldn't hold on. Now that she was sure that no one was dying immediately, Song Luhua let go. Clapped her hands. No problem, there is a way to save them. She started searching in the jade bracelet space. Then, she threw out 9 of the 10 or so wooden barrels in the corner. Apply this medicine all over the body, and the burned tribesmen will be well tomorrow. The familiar wooden barrel appeared in front of everyone, and Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong and others' eyelids twitched slightly, and then they were relieved. This time, the people of the western region suffered, and they just had to watch the show. It was said that being seen by the people of the western region, a group of tribesmen with colorful skin and hair, was a bit embarrassing. Now it's alright, I guess the embarrassment of the people of the western region will soon come. Lanchi, Yansinian and others were happy to watch the fun. Seeing these wooden barrels, not to mention the eyelids of the people in the north and south regions twitched, Bailey Zhu and others also felt puzzled. Is this barrel filled with medicine? Lu Fiki opened her big round eyes and approached curiously. After opening the lid, barrels of black viscous stuff appeared in front of everyone. Yes, these are medicines. I used a lot of precious medicinal materials to make them. They have excellent effects on burns. Are you sure this is useful? Of course it is useful. I swear here, if it is useless, let them eat dirt. Song Luo pointed at a circle of people watching the fun, including but not limited to Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong and other important figures in the north and south. In short, all those who came to watch the fun were not missed. Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong and others, they were just watching the fun. Chapter 297. Since Madame Song has made this vow, let's give it a try. Bai Li Zhu looked at Madame Song, whose style of doing things was quite unusual, with a hard time describing. He waved his hand, and was about to order his family members to act. Song Luo added, after applying this medicine, there will be some strange reactions, but these are temporary. Whether to use it or not is up to the young palace masters to decide. Strange reactions? Bai Li Zhu paused. May I ask what kind of strange reactions Madame Song has? I don't know the details. I know after I use it. Song Luo knew the general idea, but it was not good to tell her everything at this time, lest she could not control the situation. You made this medicine, but you don't know its effect? Lu Fiki looked at her curiously. Song Luo saw that his eyes were clear and there was no mockery, so she explained, I have always been special in making medicine, otherwise I can't solve your problem. If I guess correctly, the 8th level fire frog beast must have obtained a lot of extreme hard jade, and obtained the ability of the 9th level beast in advance. Its fire may also be a special fire. After hearing this, Bailey Zhu and others were slightly surprised. They had suspected this yesterday, but they had never seen an 8th level fire frog beast before, so they could not make a conclusion. Listening to the words of this Mrs. Song, it is somewhat credible. Bailey Zhu asked, I wonder if the abnormality of this medicine will affect life, Mrs. Song? Of course not. Song Luo looked at him in surprise. I am saving lives, not rushing them. How can it affect lives? Bailey Zhu was choked, coughed awkwardly, and continued, will it affect the battle? Song Luo thought about it. It shouldn't be. Will it affect the cultivation? Song Luo could answer this question with certainty. No, it won't affect the cultivation at all. Bai Liju was relieved and asked the clan members to apply medicine to the injured. Song Luo and others stayed outside for a while and drank tea. Soon they heard good news. The Bailey clan member, who answered, looked at Song Luo and said, Young palace master, Madame Song's medicine is very good. Since applying her medicine, the scabs on the burned brothers have quickly fallen off, and the burned skin has shown signs of new skin growing. Great. Bailey Zhu and the others were quite shocked when they heard this. It seems that this Madame Song is really capable. He immediately bowed his hands and thanked her. Thank you for your help in this matter, Madame Song. As for the thank you gift, I will personally visit you tomorrow to present it. They need to reevaluate the ability of this Madame Song, and the thank you gift must be prepared again. The gift was secured, and Song Luo left with a group of onlookers. Before leaving, Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong and others all showed a meaningful look. Xiao Yuqing was very puzzled. I always feel that they are weird. You are the only one who is suspicious every day. Don't think about it. Now divide these medicines, and quickly protect your family members. Dong Ling glanced at Xiao Yuqing again, and left with a wooden barrel. Xiao Zhenghao patted Xiao Yuqing on the shoulder. Qing, don't think too much. At least our worries can be solved. Yes, brother Qing, you must have thought too much. I think Mrs. Song is a good person, and there will be no problem. Lu Fiki comforted him. Moe Kong smiled and said, no matter what the problem is, the current problem has been solved, and the other problems are not worth mentioning. Gu Shuyu, De Guiying, and Xian Yuan Biao patted his shoulders and left with their buckets. Xiao Yuqing sneered, blaming himself for thinking too much, and left with his own bucket of medicine. It's true that it's much more convenient to put the medicine in a bucket than in some bottles and jars. The people of Jiogong took the medicine, and their condition did improve greatly. That night, some of the injured were able to get up alive and kicking. The skin on his body had almost grown back. After eating some midnight snack, he fell into a deep sleep again. The next morning, before Bailey Zhu and others got up, they heard the screams of the tribesmen. Hearing the sound, he quickly came out of the bedroom. Seeing the scene in the yard, his brain crashed instantly. What is that? Bailey Zhu pointed at the long-haired monster screaming and running around in the yard, and asked the tribesmen, who were anxiously running around. The Bailey tribesmen swallowed their saliva and said, replied to the young palace master, those are the brothers who were burned. Speaking of this matter, this tribe member is also very hard to describe. He got up this morning to relieve himself, and just opened his eyes. He saw a hairy thing that he couldn't even see clearly. He thought that a strange beast ran into their bed, and luckily he didn't howl. It was not until the thing lifted the quilt that he saw that it was a human-shaped hairy monster. If this brother hadn't talked in his sleep, he would not have reacted. He was a human, and an acquaintance who fought together every day. He was shocked at the time, and woke him up quickly. Then a group of long-haired brothers discovered their abnormality, and collapsed and screamed in the yard early in the morning. Not to mention, the long black hair fluttered in the air, silky and smooth, and actually a bit harmonious. He couldn't help but want to laugh. The Bailey clan member realized what he was thinking, and slapped himself lightly on the mouth. How could he think like that? Damn it. Bailey Zhu, who learned the cause and effect, He thought he knew what Mrs. Song said yesterday. He was covered with long black hair, which was indeed very strange. This appearance is indeed not life-threatening, and should not affect combat, let alone cultivation, but it is really weird. He suddenly remembered that this group of tribesmen with long hair seemed to be wearing no clothes, but this look was better than wearing clothes. Bailey Zhu twitched his mouth, and at this moment he didn't know what expression to use to face his family members. Why don't you cut it? The Bailey clan member said strangely. It can't be cut, these hairs seem to be connected to the flesh and blood. My brother tried to cut it, and it would bleed, and the blood and qi in the body were consumed severely. Bailey Zhu, This Mrs. Song somehow made a strange medicine. Over there, Song Luo heard the movement in the western regions early in the morning. She was just drowsy, so she turned over and fell asleep again. She named this medicine dog hair plaster. Although it didn't grow dog hair, it would grow hair and was not originally for human use. As for whether it was long hair or short hair, she couldn't judge, so she didn't say anything to avoid being embarrassed. Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong and others also heard the movement in the western regions, and immediately got up and prepared to go see the excitement. To be honest, they were very curious about why Mrs. Song's medicine made the people in the western region sound so panicked. Dong Lingfu, Why else? A group of hairy monsters appeared in their team. Chapter 298. Early in the morning, Xiao Yuqing looked at the long-haired tribesman in the yard, and was dumbfounded. He said that he always felt something was wrong yesterday. The 9 people from the western region gathered together. Their expressions were quite subtle. Bailey Zhu said, I believe you all know the situation of the tribesmen. Now, their lives are no longer a problem, but it is not a solution to continue like this. How can a healthy person grow a long hair? Bailey Zhu had a headache because of the tribesmen shouting in the morning. The shocking scene still gave him a headache. He rubbed his forehead with his slender white fingers. I want to take the spirit beads of my Bailey clan to express my gratitude, and find out how to solve the problems of these clansmen. Do you have any ideas? 9 palaces spirit beads? Dong Lingfu frowned slightly. Bailey, do you think that Mrs. Song is worthy of the 9 palaces spirit beads? You know, the 9 palaces spirit beads are the unique treasures of their 9 palaces. Each of the 9 palaces in the western region has a special spirit spring, which is a 9-color spirit spring of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black and white. This spirit spring gathers and refines the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and condenses a spirit bead every 10 years. If taken alone, a spiritual master below the 5th level can directly improve the spiritual master's cultivation by 1 level. Although a person can only take 1 in his lifetime, a treasure that can directly advance a person is also considered an important treasure of their jiugong. Moreover, if the jiugong lingzhu can be collected and taken together, the effect will be even more unpredictable. In order to maintain balance, their jiugong has never collected the jiugong lingzhu. Although the jiugong lingzhu is valuable, it is not rare for us, so it is okay to give it to her. Xiao Yuqing said, I have a hunch that Mrs. Song is not simple. After using her medicine, our people have grown hair. Can she be simple? Gu Shuyu lifted his bangs, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. You misunderstood me. Xiao Yuqing smiled, and a trace of certainty flashed across his overly pale face. Yesterday I found that the people in the north and south regions were quite strange. The colorful martial arts masters. Don't you think this situation is a bit familiar? It's a bit similar to our people with long hair. Lu Fiki exclaimed. That's right. Xiao Yuqing nodded. I guess that Mrs. Song has a lot of tricks. After he pointed it out, the others suddenly understood. The 9 people discussed briefly, and decided to give a spiritual beat of their own. In this way, it would not appear biased, and when combined together, it would play a big role, and it would not appear shabby. As soon as the few people went out, they met people from the north and south regions coming together. Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong and others came forward to say hello, and looked at the nearby Bailey's residence very politely. Seeing a group of humanoid creatures with long black hair, like wild people, they couldn't help but twitch their mouths. He suppressed the corners of his mouth and asked, "We heard the noise, and came to ask if there is anything we can help with." Yang Lingkong and others followed closely behind, and saw the long-haired savage in the yard, and their eyes lit up. "Please don't be polite. If there is anything we can help, we will do our best. It's not easy to become an outsider. It's more pleasant to watch other people's excitement." Bailey Zhu and others saw their appearance, and became more certain of their guesses. He smiled stiffly. The tribesmen took Mrs. Song's medicine yesterday, and they became like this morning. Although it's like this, he's saved his life. We're discussing sending a thank you gift. After watching the excitement, Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong and others left with satisfaction. It seems to me that they came to watch the excitement. Lu Fiki muttered. Xiao Yuqing raised his eyebrows. This kid only realized it now. This group of people, on the surface, were concerned, and they looked like they were watching a good show, but only Lu Fiki didn't see it. The group found out that Mrs. Song hadn't woken up yet, so they waited for a while, at their own residence until the sun was high in the sky. "Madam Song, this is a small gift from my Jiogong. This time, I rely on you to help me so that my people can save their lives." Bailey Zhu and others presented a palm-sized jade box, which had different colors and patterns. Bailey Zhu said, "This Jiogong Lingzhu is a unique item of my western region Jiogong. Taking it together can help you break through your cultivation." He roughly explained how to take the Jiogong Lingzhu. Song Luo opened a box, and saw a green Lingzhu the size of an egg yolk inside. He opened the other boxes, all of which were filled with egg yolk-sized spiritual beads of various colors. "It's so big, can I bite it into pieces and swallow it?" Song Luo subconsciously touched her thin neck. If she swallowed such a big spiritual bead directly, she would be choked to death. Bailey Zhu and others were stunned, and then said with a smile, "This spiritual bead cannot be bitten into pieces. As long as it enters the abdomen and is guided by spiritual power, it can be transformed into spiritual power." No one has ever asked this question. After giving the thank you gift, Bailey Zhu asked, "I wonder if Madam Song, many people in my clan have grown long hair on their bodies after using the medicine you gave them. Will it always be like this?" Speaking of this, Song Luo gave them a reassuring look, waved her hand, and said, "Don't worry, young palace masters. It's just a temporary problem. It will go away in 7 days." After hearing this, Bailey Zhu and others were relieved, sat for a while, and then said goodbye. After they left, Song Luo stared at the 9 spirit beads in Feng Xiai, and couldn't help wailing when she thought about eating this thing raw. Retribution, it's all retribution. Thinking back to the blood-replenishing pill she had refined before, I guess it must have been so difficult for my elder brother and others. Feng Xiai coughed lightly, turned around and almost laughed out loud. His wife had met her match today. Song Luo hesitated for a while, and decided to eat it. After struggling for a long time, she finally swallowed a spirit bead, and almost couldn't breathe. Feng Xiai stood aside, patting and comforting her. Song Luo was choked and snot. She patted her chest hard, resisted the feeling of vomiting, and continued to stuff the second spirit bead into her mouth. After finally stuffing the second spirit bead into her mouth, seeing the remaining 7, Song Luo felt that life was hopeless. "Feng Xiai, if you can't eat it, why don't you take it slowly, madam?" Song Luo said helplessly. People said that these 9 palace spirit beads must be taken together to exert the greatest effect. Even if you choke to death, you have to eat it. Feng Xiai had no choice but to gather strength in his palms, ready to rescue at any time, so that his young lady would not choke to death while eating the spirit beads. Song Luo stroked her thin neck, took out a yellowish earth spirit bead with difficulty, and stuffed it into her mouth with her eyes closed. After swallowing with difficulty, Song Luo finally swallowed the 9 spirit beads into her stomach. As soon as she started to use her spiritual power, waves of spiritual power began to escape from her abdomen. Feng Xiai saw that her face was flushed and pale, and he quickly used his spiritual power to help her calm it. I don't know how long it took, Feng Xiai only felt that her aura changed, and the spiritual power in his wife's body finally flowed smoothly. Song Luhua exhaled a breath of turbid air, stretched her muscles, and said to Feng Xiai excitedly, I am a 7th level auxiliary spiritual master. Feng Xiai smiled and touched her head. I know, my wife is really amazing. Of course not. I am only 19 years old, and not yet 20 years old. Which spiritual assistant can reach level 7 at this age? Although the journey was difficult, there were many good things. Song Luhua did not expect that before coming here, she was still a weakling at level 2. Before she even got here, her cultivation had undergone a drastic change. Now that she has become a rare level 7 spiritual assistant, she is so excited that she can't express it in words. She dances with her hands and gestures to Feng Xiai about her current mood. Feng Xiai just smiles, a gentle smile. His wife is very good. The fire frogs are catching up to us. The people from the 3 regions of North, South, and West were just about to leave, when someone reported that the fire frogs had caught up with them. This thing burned everything it saw along the way, and a lot of flowers and trees were burned. The beasts that were not as strong as them were directly roasted by these fire frogs. Feng Xiai, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others had seen its power, and did not want to confront them head-on. Unexpectedly, this group of fire frogs was particularly vengeful. With a flick of its long tongue, it quickly determined their direction. If it weren't for the plants and other strange beasts blocking the way, they would have found it long ago. Generally speaking, strange beasts are not willing to leave their territory easily, and now there is the Jisun Jade underground. They are even more unwilling to give such treasures away. Feng Xiai and others didn't expect that this fire frog was an alien. Pass the order down, fight and retreat. Retreat is the key. They have seen the lethality of this fire frog, so they dare not be careless. In the back, Song Yuan, Feng Shan and others used all their skills to avoid the fire frog's long tongue with flames. The tongue of the fire frog is flexible and can stretch very long. The most frightening thing is that the fire is unusual. If it is slightly swept, it will burn quickly. Looking at the extremely fierce burning grass and wood, everyone dare not take it lightly. They also saw the fate of the people in the western regions, and they dare not be distracted at all. Fortunately, there are masters above the 9th level such as the second elder in front, Feng Shan, Song Yuan and others formed several groups and attacked in the form of formations. Although they can't hurt their bones, they can still cause some trouble. Song Liuhua's cultivation level has been upgraded, and she is eager to start refining medicine and tools, but she didn't expect to encounter this. She immediately packed her things. Shihong, one of the furnaces can fly, and the other is small, so she doesn't need to place it. Only Mingniu is not big, but not too small to place. Song Luhua said, there is a fight outside, I will put you in the space first. How about it? Mu Mingniu hooked her clothes with his little horns, shook his head, and pushed Song Luhua to the back of the house. What are you doing? Song Luhua was pushed out, looking puzzled. The cute cow mooed a few more times, and suddenly rushed towards the battle site. The calf was particularly aggressive, and its 4 hooves clattered on the ground, raising clouds of dust. The cow's shadow faded after a while. Shihong rolled her eyes, and followed with wings flapping. Song Luhua understood that it was going to help. However, she was not worried. The cute cow was famous for its thick skin and flesh, and the fire of the fire frog might not be able to burn its hide. Even if he got burned, she still had a bucket of dog hair plaster in her hand to treat it. In the back, Song Yuan's group was targeted by 3 fire frog beasts. He couldn't dodge in time, and saw that the long tongue with fire was about to fall on him. His heart skipped a beat, and he thought it was over. He was ready to use his little sister's plaster to turn into a long-haired black monkey. At this moment, he heard a few moos, and a cool feeling sprinkled from the sky, which made him feel cool all over. It's it! Cute cow! Song Yuan wiped the water off his face, looked at the scene clearly, and opened his mouth wide. A cute cow can spray water? Although Qin Yi knew that this cute cow was Song Liuhua's pet, he was stunned for a moment when it sprayed water in an unreasonable way. Jiang Wenxiu came back to his senses and scratched his butt. Is this thing really Song Liuhua's pet? This is too depressing. Not only does she have a flattering mount, but she also has a cute cow that can plow the land and spray water. Lan Qi was surprised. This cute cow's water can actually put out the fire of the fire frog beast. They had just tried it. The fire of the fire frog beast is special. Ordinary water is not very useful. That's great. Li Zhong's expression eased a little. After all, He didn't want to be burned by this thing, and eat the strange medicine made by Feng Xi's wife. The face of the tribe can be lost, but how can he, the young clan leader, fall into the mortal world? There are many people who think so. Qin Yi, Nong Heng, and Lan Qi all breathed a sigh of relief. Although the cute cow has a small mouth, it spits out water continuously. The biggest killer of the fire frog beast is the fire on its tongue. After being extinguished several times, it can no longer spit out water. The second elder and others took the opportunity to cut off the tongue and slashed its belly with a sword. In just a moment, a fire frog beast was dead. Fo Shan and others saw this and cooperated again. Without the interference of the fire tongue, the morale of the team rose greatly, and they took out a desperate fighting style. After a while, the fire frog beast here became weak. Mrs. Song's cute cow can spray water? It seems that it is not ordinary water. The cute cow is diligent. It extinguished the fire frog beast in the south region and came to the battle area in the north region to help. Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun, Yunan Gu, Yin Xinian and others were shocked by the scene in front of them. Yin Xinian remembered that the stream dried up in half a day and had an idea in his mind. It seems that Mrs. Song's cute cow is indeed different. The cute cow went from the battlefield in the north region to the west region. The people of the 9 palaces in the west region were fighting, when suddenly a flood fell from the sky and drenched them. Everyone looked in the direction of the strangeness, and saw a cute cow suddenly appeared in their team. Bailey Zhu immediately thought he was dazzled. A cute cow that can spray water? Where did the cute cow come from? A cute cow can help humans. The people of Jiogong were bewildered and alert. Yin Xinian's team was next to Bailey Zhu's team, and seeing this, he reminded, "This cute cow is Madame Song's pet. It came to help us specially. Don't hurt it." It turned out to be Madame Song's pet. Knowing where the cute cow came from, Bailey Zhu and others were less alert. But they still had some vigilance against it. After all, strange beasts don't know human nature, so they have to be on guard. But seeing this cute cow spraying water to fight against the fire frog beast, a group of people were curious and gradually cooperated with it to kill the fire frog beast. Chapter 299. In the end, Song Luo didn't know that her cute cow could spray water, and it also played a great role in the battle with the fire frog beast. Until Feng Xi brought it back, the cow's horns were heavy with colorful purses, which were full of Jisun jade fragments. Looking at the weight, it was more than 10 pounds, which was far more than the Jisun jade fragments that Lu Zi got for being cute. Song Luo rolled her eyes at Feng Xi. Don't bully the honest cow. Don't damage its horns by hanging such heavy things on its horns. As he said that, he quickly took down the piles of purses for it, and put them into its space ring. In this battle, Mingniu was present. There were not many martial spirit masters burned by the fire frog beast. The people in the western region still had unused plasters in their hands, so they contributed them all. Now, there are people with long hair in the 3 regions of north, south, and west. Only the Feng family was lucky. Mingniu helped first, so the fire of the fire frog beast naturally did not burn them. In this regard, Song Yuan and Feng Shan brothers were curious and visited Qin, Lan, and Nongjiu's house to watch the fun. They were not familiar with the western region and the northern region, so they did not want to come out to watch the fun. However, the brothers in the southern region were as close as a family, and they were very happy to see their own family having fun. The next few days were relatively peaceful, and Song Luo was finally able to concentrate on her own business. She planned to take out the strange black stone that Yang Lingkong gave her and try it out. She had cut 2 small pieces before, but nothing was done with it. Now she was very confident. She did not even cut it, but threw the whole black stone into the refining cauldron. During this period, various refining materials were added, and some spiritual medicine was occasionally added to blend the spiritual power. After 3 hours of continuous refining, the spiritual fire in the refining cauldron suddenly became uncontrollable. The orange-red flame suddenly became fierce, just like that, and then quickly became smaller and almost extinguished. Song Luo frowned. This situation has never happened before. The refining process has not been completed, but the spiritual power seems to be insufficient. Thinking of the special features of this black stone, Song Luo was relieved, and immediately took out the spiritual stone from the jade bracelet space, and continued to increase the spiritual fire. In the evening, Feng Xi and others returned from clearing the strange beasts, and Song Luo was still refining the weapon. Feng Xi pushed open the door of the refining room, and was shocked by the scene in front of him. The small and medium-sized separate refining room was filled with messy wooden boxes. His wife was like a diligent spirit bee, constantly pouring the spirit jade from the jade bracelet space, and pouring it under the refining cauldron. The orange-red spirit fire light also illuminated the entire room in orange-red. As soon as he came in, he noticed that the spirit power in this room was not right, and the spirit power in his body unconsciously floated towards the refining cauldron. Feng Xiai quickly packed up the messy wooden boxes and walked to his wife, only to find that her face was pale, and her whole body seemed to have been drained of spiritual power. While controlling the spiritual fire, she was still stuffing the spiritual pill into her mouth. Feng Xiai frowned, took the wooden box from her hand with his slender white fingers, and poured it into the refining cauldron in a few seconds. Feng Xiai? Song Luo felt that she was about to be dazed. She looked at the man in front of her, and her mechanical arms finally stopped working. Feng Xiai sighed, even if you are refining a weapon, you must pay attention to your body. Can you stop refining this cauldron? Go and have a rest? Song Luo shook her head, and her brain, which was already confused from refining, became even more confused. She bit the tip of her tongue, and the numb pain made her slightly alert. I have added a lot of treasures to this cauldron, I can't give it up. And I burned so many lingbai, wouldn't it be a pity to give it up? The lingbai under the cauldron burned rapidly, and the orange-red flames were all the smell of money. Song Luo had burned money for a whole day, so how could she give up? Feng Xiai saw that she was stubborn and knew that he couldn't persuade her, so he let her lean on his shoulder. With Feng Xi's shoulder, Song Luo felt more comfortable. Feng Xiai helped her put the lingbai to start the fire, so she could take a breath. The couple snuggled together and worked for a long time. Yang Ma looked at the closed door of the refining room and called out tentatively. She got the answer that she didn't need to wait for them, so she could only leave worriedly. The moon was in the middle of the sky, and the sky was full of stars. Feng Xiai coughed lightly, and Song Luo said in surprise, "Okay, the refining is done." She hurriedly wanted to get up to check, and just as she stood up on the floor, she felt dizzy. Feng Xiai himself was not much better, his face and lips were pale, but he still stood up steadily and hugged his wife in his arms. Song Luo pointed at the refining cauldron impatiently. "Feng Xiai, open it for me." She seemed to have refined something incredible. Feng Xiai had never seen her so anxious before. A smile appeared on her pale face, and her bony hands gently lifted the lid. A small instrument appeared in front of him. This instrument was dark and simple in appearance, the size of a palm, and shaped like a flat round box without a lid. There were 12 legs on the bottom of the foot, a green dragon was perched on the outer wall, and there were many rhythmic golden lines on the inner wall. Equipment pattern. It looked strange and ordinary, but Feng Xiai, who watched the refining process, was secretly shocked. No wonder it took so much effort. It turned out that there was an instrument pattern. This spiritual weapon is a top-grade spiritual weapon beyond the 9th level. Song Luo didn't know this. She sensed the method of using this thing, glanced at Feng Xiai, who was pale, and smiled strangely. Feng Xiai stroked the spiritual weapon and felt cold all over. Looking at his wife, he saw that she had no strength at the moment. The couple had a simple meal and went to bed early. The next day, Feng Xiai woke up and still felt tired. He rubbed his headache and forced himself to get up. Feng Shan was shocked to see him. "Patriarch, what's wrong with you? Why are you so pale?" He worriedly said, "Are you sick? Otherwise, let the weapon refiners take a look at you first." Feng Xiai guessed that he accompanied his wife to refine medicine yesterday, and the strange spiritual weapon sucked away his spiritual power. He shook his head and said, "No problem, just a little tired. Rest for a while." Feng Shan had to give up. In the process of cleaning up the strange beasts, Feng Xiai felt powerless. His spirit was sometimes dazed, and his spiritual power and physical strength were often not replenished. Qin Yi and others noticed his abnormality, and came to see him when they had time. Chapter 300. Qin Yi stared at his pale face in amazement. "Feng Xiai, what happened to you? Did your wife suck all your yang energy out? Why are you so weak today?" Jiang Wenqiu touched his chin, looked him up and down, and nodded seriously. "Qin Yi is right, Feng Xiai, your wife seems to have really sucked you dry. You look a bit like an old uncle in our clan. That old guy has a wife at home, and he has 18 concubines, and many of them are kept outside. Every time I see him, he looks like he has been sucked dry. Master Jiang, do you think Feng Xiai is your useless uncle? He is a 7th level martial spirit master. How can he be sucked dry by women so easily?" Yunju looked at him with disdain. Li Zhong raised his eyebrows. "Your uncle needs 20 to 30 women to suck him dry. Can Feng Xi's wife do it alone?" Lan Qi smiled and said, "Be careful that Madame Song hears it and blocks the door to scold you." He didn't forget that Feng Xi's wife, and the cliff monkey beast had a quarrel. The momentum of the scolding was not something they could withstand. Jiang Wenqiu thought of Song Luhua, the girl with a sharp tongue, and shrank his neck. I just guessed it, you guys listen, but don't tell her. Lu Heng, Nong Heng, Lu Yuan, Li Cheng, both Song and others were amused by his cowardly look. Feng Xi listened to their increasingly bizarre words, and shook his head. Don't guess randomly. As for how he became like this, Feng Xi vaguely guessed something. At noon, Feng Xi was really powerless, so he explained to Feng Shan and Song Yuan and went back first. Song Luhua had just woken up at this time, and her face was not looking good today. The pale little face looked listless. Nanny Yang worriedly asked, Madam, didn't you sleep well last night? The clan leader also looked like this. She shook her head and advised, Young man, do it appropriately, don't do it too much. Song Luhua's brain seemed to be covered with a layer of gauze, and it took her a long time to react. Nanny Yang had already gone out with the water for washing her face. She looked at her back, hesitant to speak, and finally gave up. Soon, she would know the truth later. At noon, at the dinner table, Song Luhua looked at the weak Feng Xi, feeling a little guilty. After lunch, she quietly found Madame Yang. From today on, we have to stew nourishing soup every meal and put bamboo treasure in it. Don't put mine in it. Instead of eating insects, she would rather be empty like this. Madame Yang wanted to say something but stopped, wanting to persuade her. How could Madame not know how to taste such a good thing as bamboo treasure? Song Luhua pretended not to see it, and continued, Madam, how much bamboo treasure did you bring with you this time? Madame Yang shook her head, we didn't bring much, and our clan leader can't use much. Song Luhua held her forehead. This was a problem. Although Nanny Yang didn't know why her wife asked this, she was thinking about this matter in her heart, and put a lot of bamboo treasures in the evening tonic soup. Feng Xi drank it, and rested for a night, and finally his face had some color. As for the wife, who refused to look at the tonic soup with bamboo treasures, Nanny Yang had no choice but to stew some soup to replenish qi and blood with nourishing ingredients. These days, the couple has been unusually weak, and Song Luhua hides when she sees people. She and Feng Xi must have done something bad to look so weak. Listen to me. Don't say anything, we all understand. Feng Yi chuckled and ran away. Song Luhua felt tired. What's wrong with these people? She is so pure, how could they misunderstand her? It seems that she and Feng Xi are very ridiculous. Forget it, you won't listen to my explanation. When I find the medicine, I will let you taste it too. Song Luhua coughed a few times, and went out with Shihong, Lu Zi and Mingniu. This world is so big, I don't believe that only Zhu Bao is useful. For several days, Song Luhua took the three little ones to look for elixirs whenever she had time. But they all returned disappointed. This day, Song Luhua and Feng Xi took a walk in the open space after drinking the tonic soup. Lu Zi, Shihong and Mingniu were playing nearby. Lu Zi was pushed dozens of meters away by Shihong's wings and landed next to a wild vegetable. Lu Zi hesitated for a moment, then used his little claws to pick the wild vegetable. Song Luhua was greatly inspired. She suddenly realized that Lu Zi not only knew how to dig wild vegetables, but also knew how to find things. She immediately asked Madame Yang for a bamboo treasure, picked it up with a bamboo stick, and showed it to Lu Zi. Lu Zi, I want a magical medicine with this effect. Can you see if there is one around? Lu Zi tilted his head, sniffed it with his little nose, his eyes sparkled, and swallowed the bamboo treasure with a roar. Song Luhua was stunned. She didn't expect Lu Zi to eat the bamboo treasure. But it was just a bamboo treasure after all, so she didn't care too much and threw away the bamboo stick with the bamboo treasure in her hand with disdain. This time, with the furnace as a guide, Song Luhua searched much faster. Although she still didn't find a very effective elixir, she took all the ones with similar effects to Zhu Bao. Who said the gap was too big? If she didn't prepare more, she was afraid that something would happen. As a qualified weapon refiner, her principle was not to kill anyone. Even if there was a big hidden danger, she had to give every user the ultimate experience. Song Luhua thought of a group of people watching her show and smiled. After another 3 days, they changed to a new position, and Lu Zi couldn't wait to take her out. Feng Yin and others were particularly surprised to see the lady, who was particularly active in the past few days. The strange beasts near the station had been cleared, so there was no great danger. Now that their lady had 3 spirit beasts to escort her, they were not worried. Song Luhua followed Lu Zi with a cow and a bird, and he picked up everything that Lu Zi took a fancy to. Lu Zi walked and stopped along the way, constantly adjusting his direction, and finally locked on a direction and ran over quickly. Song Luo turned over and sat on Shihong's back. Follow me. Shihong barked a few times, and her paws quickly ran on the ground. The wind messed up her hair, and Song Luo realized that this thing was running fast. The cute cow mooed a few times and followed behind. The stove was also very fast. Shihong's specialty was speed, so she caught up easily. Song Luo was surprised to see the cute cow that kept following. This little cow gave her a lot of surprises. The stove turned back a little bit halfway, then turned a corner, and finally stopped in front of a green small-leaf shrub. Meow meow meow. It stretched out its furry paws and dug around inside. A small red fruit the size of a fingernail appeared in its paws. It put the stove under its nose and sniffed it, then put it in its mouth and ate it. Meow meow. Then it turned around and called out to Song Luo a few times, using its paws to pull open a small clump of leaves. The bright red inside almost blinded Song Luo's eyes. She bent down, picked a small fruit, felt it, crushed it, and tasted it. A faint sweetness entered her mouth. Song Luo's eyes lit up. Good stove, you finally helped me a lot. This little red fruit is exactly what she needs. Although there are many little red fruits in this piece of land, it is still too few for what she needs. So Song Luo called on the 3 little ones to dig up all the plants here. She herself is a spiritual plant master, and there is still some growth liquid left, so she can stimulate some more when the time comes. Maybe the effect is not as good as this batch of natural growth, but she can only guarantee that no one will die, so there is no problem. Chapter 301. Song Luo didn't know the name of the fruit she found, but she named it Red Wolfberry. Red Wolfberry is a 6th level spiritual medicine, and its main use is to nourish kidney qi. After returning to the base, she mobilized Feng Yin and others to pick all the red wolfberries. The original red wolfberries were transplanted into the space. The next step is planting. This base will probably stay for a few more days, so Song Luo simply planted the surrounding areas. With Mingyo, a little expert in tilling the land, and Feng Yin and others planting the seeds and watering the growth liquid, it only took an hour for the surrounding areas of the base to be full of red wolfberries. It was the first time for a group of women to see planting, which was particularly strange. What is this spiritual liquid, madam? It can give birth to so many spiritual plants in an instant. Everyone shook their heads. I don't know. Although they had heard that madam was also a spiritual plant master, it was the first time they saw her do it. And it was in the form of spiritual medicine, which provided a new idea for the alchemists. Some alchemists watched for a while, and then they couldn't sit still and wanted to go back and try. Song Luo didn't explain to everyone, and there was no need to explain. First of all, she didn't know how to make this growth liquid again. Secondly, she can indeed use her spiritual power to promote the growth of spiritual plants, so she is indeed a spiritual plant master. Now that she has the 7th level spiritual power, she is more handy, but she has never spent her spiritual power on things she thinks are unnecessary. Unless she encounters a spiritual plant that she thinks is very valuable, it is worth draining her own spiritual power to support it. These red wolfberries only require a little growth liquid. Besides, she is still weak now, and she has no spiritual power and energy to use her own spiritual power to promote growth. Madam, it's planted. Feng Yin returned the remaining seeds to her and asked, these red wolfberries are ripe. Do we need to pick them? I see the leaves are fresh and tender, and the spiritual power is abundant. I have eaten too much fire frog meat recently, and I feel a little dry. It is just right to use these leaves to make soup. Pick them. After picking the red wolfberries, you can pick the leaves at will. After picking all the red wolfberries, store them well. They will be very useful. Hearing that they are very useful, Feng Yin did not dare to neglect it. He organized people to pick them, and immediately stored them in the storage room. Song Luo estimated the yield and thought to herself that it was far from enough. These newly planted red wolfberries are only level 5 spiritual fruits, so their effects are naturally not as good as those of level 6 red wolfberries. So, she set her sights on the garrisons of Qinyi, Lanqi, and the 2 northwest regions. She wanted to plant these red wolfberries in the entire garrison. In the evening, Feng Xi and others returned from the battle, and Song Lu told Feng Xi about her idea. Feng Xi vaguely guessed what she was going to do, and a smile flashed across her still pale face. Don't worry, madam, I go and discuss it with them. Song Luo said, tell them that planting this thing will not make them suffer. Feng Xi, who vaguely knew something, said, okay. It's hard to say whether it's a loss or not. The various forces in the southern region agreed readily, when they heard that she wanted to grow spiritual fruits. Anyway, it's just a temporary residence. If Feng Xi's wife wants to grow spiritual fruits, just let her grow them. She has contributed a lot along the way, so a piece of land that doesn't cost money is nothing. Qingyi didn't care, but he had a question. We're only staying here for a few days. Can your wife grow so many spiritual fruits and make them grow? It takes a huge amount of spiritual power and energy for a spiritual plant master to stimulate the growth of spiritual plants. Logically speaking, it is difficult to make any progress in just 3 days for such a large area of spiritual fruits. Jiang Wenqiu teased, could it be that your wife wants to grow some food for the strange beasts here? Lanqi, Nongheng, Li Zhong and others also want to know this question. Feng Xi glanced at Jiang Wenqiu and did not explain much. She can. Spiritual medicine. Qingyi, Lanqi and others understood it after hearing this. Feng Xi's wife likes to refine strange medicines the most, and it seems very common for her to refine medicines that can stimulate the growth of spiritual plants. Qingyi said, tell your wife to just plant the land. If there are not enough people, I will assign some people to her. Thank you on behalf of my wife. Jiang Wenqiu also waved his hand proudly, let alone planting the land. It's no problem to scrape the land away. Feng Xi glanced at him. There is no need to scrape the land. If you want to scrape the land, scrape the Jiang family's ancestral home. What's the point of scraping the land here? Lanqi was puzzled. Why did you suddenly think of planting spiritual fruits? Feng Xi didn't have a definite answer and couldn't answer his doubts, so he just said, it's useful. Lanqi was no longer curious. Ask your wife to plant it. I send some people to help her. Lu Yuan, Li Zhong, Bo Song, Lu Heng, Yunju and others had no objections. Nongheng had learned to keep his mouth shut now. He was not stupid. He had already seen the situation clearly. In the North Territory, although Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun, Yunnan Gu, Yin Xinian and others were also very confused, they all said they could plant it and were willing to help. I don't know why this Madame Song suddenly thought of planting spiritual fruits. Her family's land is not small. What spiritual fruit needs to be borrowed from us? We can plant all of them here. I don't know where she has so many spiritual plant masters. Yin Xinian pondered for a while, but had no idea. From the strange medicines she made, her behavior is inevitably unpredictable. If it's unpredictable, then don't try to figure it out. Just plant some spiritual fruits and let her plant them. Hua Lingjun waved his hand indifferently. We are just lending a hand. When the people of the western regions first heard this request, they felt it was a bit absurd, but she didn't ask for anything excessive, so they didn't care. Although they were puzzled by the unreasonableness, they did not want to ask further questions. So, the 3 regions of North, South, and West started working overnight. Although there was a lot of work and a lot of people. In addition, during this period of time, everyone had gained experience in turning the soil, and the huge temporary settlements of the 3 regions were soon turned into farmland. After dinner, it only took an hour for the people of the 3 regions to see with their own eyes that a kind of red spiritual fruit grew around their settlements. Someone curiously picked a few and put them in his mouth. It only has a faint sweet taste, good spiritual power, a level 5 spiritual fruit, but it's too small. It's not delicious, but it's not bad either. This Madame Song is really amazing. She actually has such a convenient spiritual medicine. Just now, just pouring the buckets of water mixed with medicine, the seeds that have just been buried will grow and bear fruit in an instant, which is much better than using spiritual power to give birth directly. Many people are very jealous of this spiritual medicine, thinking that if they have this medicine, won't they be able to grow whatever spiritual fruit they want to eat in the future? Of course, they only dare to think about it. After all, Madame Song is not stupid. Why would she give away such spiritual medicine? Song Luo looked at the growth liquid left at the bottom of the bucket, and she felt distressed. The rest will be out of print once it is used up. I would not have wasted it if I had known. Some things are not cherished when there are more, but when they are all used up, they start to feel distressed again. Qingyi, Lanqi and others in the South region. I have opened my eyes again. Yang Lingkong, Yin Xinian and others in the North region. I have seen strange things again. Bailey Zhu and others in the West region. This Madame Song is really good. The members of the Feng clan are already accustomed to it. Even if the wife of their clan leader said that the earth is round, they would believe it. What's the big deal about a mere medicine that can promote the growth of spiritual plants? You have a narrow vision. Chapter 302. Last night, the 3 regions of North, South, and West were enlightened again, and they worked hard to help pick the fruits overnight. In fact, the help they said was just to help plant, and they didn't expect to help harvest. It was getting late. The next day, the whole camp got up late. Song Luo was the opposite. She was thinking about selling the good things she made, so she got up very early today. Early in the morning, she asked Feng Xiai to write invitations for her, inviting all the forces in the 3 regions to come. Although Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others were surprised, they still came as scheduled. After half an hour, everyone came. Song Luhua did not keep the secret and directly took out the spiritual device tripod she had refined a few days ago from the jade bracelet space. She named it Star-Absorbing Cauldron. This spiritual device is the reason why I invited you all here. This tripod is called the Star-Absorbing Cauldron. I accidentally got it when refining. It can absorb the spiritual power from the underground Jisun jade. In this way, I think everyone doesn't have to bother looking for Jisun jade everywhere. Really? Is it really so magical? Yang Lingkong from the North Territory, Bailey Zhu from the South Territory, and others were all shocked and stood up from their seats. Song Luhua nodded her chin. My reputation in the South Territory is known to all. We will know if it is true or not after a try. I don't need to make up some untenable lies to deceive everyone. Qin Yi, Lan Shi, Nong Hung and others, Although they were also very surprised, they also knew that she would not talk nonsense. But when it comes to her reputation in the southern region, a 10-10 split, the spiritual weapons she refines are useful, but they always make people feel a little cold. Qin Yi and others looked at Feng Xiai, who was very indifferent, and couldn't help but admire him. After getting along for a long time, they knew that Feng Xi's wife would betray her husband and brother together when she was ruthless. I don't know if he is really indifferent or just pretending to be indifferent. Feng Xiai stood up and spoke for his wife. My wife has made great achievements in refining weapons, and everyone in the southern region knows it. Qin Yi and others quickly agreed. What Feng Xiai said is right. Compared with refining medicine, refining equipment is Mrs. Song's strong point. People in the Northern Territory, such as Yang Lingkong, who had heard of it but had never seen it, always felt that something was hanging in their hearts. The sensitive Yan Xinyan thought about the spiritual fruit she planted last night, and had a bad feeling in his heart. According to the alchemist in the clan, the spiritual fruit looks like a spiritual fruit, but it is actually a spiritual medicine that mainly replenishes the kidney essence. Now there is a star-absorbing cauldron. Although Bailey Zhu and others were surprised to hear that she could refine equipment for the first time, they also recognized this statement. In that case, I have to trouble you, Madam Song. Don't bother me, don't bother me. I've been out for a long time, and I want to go home early. With the help of this tripod, I'm sure I can speed up the progress. Song Luhua made up a random excuse and explained how to use the tripod. This tripod is easy to use. Do you see these 12 legs? She lifted the star-absorbing tripod sideways and showed the 12 legs to everyone. Just send 12 teams of martial spirit masters to stand in this position. One by one, input spiritual power into the tripod continuously, and don't cut off the spiritual power. Each team can only have 20 people. Once they are in the team, they can only be supplemented from the back. Those who have not input spiritual power cannot leave in the middle. If the person in the front runs out of spiritual power, he needs to be replaced immediately. As for how to replace people, you need to kick them. Where to kick? Song Luhua, kick the person who uses the spiritual weapon. Everyone looked at her, and it was hard to say. They had never heard of kicking people to replace spiritual power. Kicking is the fastest and safest way. Of course, if the person pulling is strong enough, he can also try to pull it out with his hands. If you don't believe it, just try it. The usage is so simple. Do you understand? Understood. It can be said that she understood it. She wanted to go home as soon as possible, and so did the people present. So, the meeting was over, and everyone discussed the battle sequence with expectation, and then rushed to the front without stopping. Song Luhua went to find Feng Yin. It's time to prepare the red wolfberries planted last night. We need them today. After Song Luhua finished her explanation, she suddenly remembered something. She forgot to tell the elders, like the second elder, not to use it. The star-absorbing cauldron not only absorbs spiritual power, but also kidney energy. I wonder if an old man like the second elder can handle it. At the scene, the second elder and other older masters who were unaware of the situation heard that there was such a good thing, and they lined up eagerly to try it out. There were many elders, and all 12 teams got on. The second elder and others who were in the first place just mobilized their spiritual power to exert their strength, but they didn't expect that this thing would not be activated except when they actively input spiritual power. Once activated, it turned into a huge 12-legged tripod. There was no need for them to actively input spiritual power. This tripod didn't care whether he could bear it or not, and just sucked it directly, It sucked hard. This was not the worst. He found that this thing not only sucked their spiritual power, but also their kidney energy. The faces of the second elder and others turned pale. Moreover, he seemed unable to break free. What's going on? The elders in the front of the 12 teams were shocked. Feng Xiai and the others had already made preparations. Seeing this, they gathered their strength and pulled. It took quite a bit of effort to pull out the elders of each family. After pulling out the elders who were sucked dry, they felt that they were not well. It turned out that the process of pulling could also absorb spiritual power. Feng Xiai, who was already a little weak and had not recovered yet, felt weak all over. He smiled bitterly. The spiritual tools refined by his wife were as strange as ever. Fortunately, only one elder from his tribe came, and the rest were pulled by other tribesmen. The elders in the team saw that the situation was not good and wanted to retreat immediately, but they could not leave. Fortunately, I knew about this situation in advance, and I was relieved soon. I smiled bitterly and said, I can only give it a try. When the person in front was pulled away, he quickly filled in. Qin Yi, Lan Qi, Bailey Zhu, Yang Lingkong and others pulled their elders, and clearly felt the spiritual power and something quickly draining out of their bodies. After pulling, they all felt a little weak in their legs. No wonder you have to kick. Qin Yi looked at the elder, who was sucked weakly, and signaled the tribesmen to take him back to rest. This time, from the elders to the people in power in each family, no one escaped. The north and south regions were relatively good, as each family only had one elder who needed to be pulled, and was sucked only once. The western region was a big family with great wealth. Nangongju and others pulled 2 elders in a row, and their faces were not much better than Feng Xiai, who was already weak. A group of young clan leaders, young masters, and young palace masters, who were extremely weak from being sucked, secretly thought that they were careless. If they had known earlier, they should not have considered the dignity of the elders, and would have kicked them directly. What made them even more crying was that Madame Song did not say that this tripod not only sucked spiritual power, but also sucked kidney energy. This is really a loss in silence. Qin Yi and others finally knew how Feng Xiai was weak, but now it was too late. Chapter 303. What is this? As the martial spirit masters continued to input spiritual power, golden light flashed in the star-absorbing cauldron, and spiritual power gathered from the ground. As it condensed into Lingbai, Zuanjingshi, and a light gray substance of unknown origin in the star-absorbing cauldron. This light gray particle was the size of spiritual rice, and also contained spiritual power. Everyone knew Lingbai and Zuanjingshi, but they didn't know what this gray particle was. The Zuanjingshi and Lingbai in the star-absorbing cauldron were extremely pure, and everyone couldn't help but exclaim, they are all top-grade. Such pure Lingbai and Xianjing stones are extremely durable when used for spiritual tools and refining. I didn't expect that this Xingqiu cauldron could be used in this way. This batch of top-grade Lingbai and Xianjing stones is also a considerable fortune. Now that there are benefits, everyone will naturally discuss the distribution of the benefits. After some discussion, Feng Xiai negotiated 30% of the benefits for his wife. At noon, many martial spirit masters in the 3 regions of north, south, and west could not hold on. One by one, they came back with pale faces, weak steps, and weak breath. The leaders of the 3 regions, including Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, etc., were not much better. Song Luo found that the people of the western region were particularly weak. A group of people dressed like dogs and walked over with a shabby step, just like a ridiculous and unrestrained dandy. A group of young masters were very proud. Although they tried their best to maintain their manners, they could not help but feel unsteady on their feet. Nong Hung felt sore in his waist and weak in his legs. Today, he was sweating on his forehead after walking just a few steps. Jiang Wenqiu shouted the most exaggeratedly, I am not married yet, and I have such a big family to inherit. Don't suck me up. He poked Feng Xi's arm. Feng Xiai, did your wife tell you what to do in this situation? Feng Xiai turned his head and looked at him quietly. His pale cheeks were exactly the same as his. Do you think I would know? Yunju took a breath and couldn't help laughing at him. Master Jiang, be more generous and don't ask such ridiculous questions. Everyone in the same group, who doesn't have a family title to inherit, you are the only one who is afraid. Jiang Wenqiu rolled his eyes at him. You know shit. His father has already arranged a marriage for him, saying that he will force him to get married when he returns. If the bride finds out that he is not good enough, where will he, the young patriarch of the Jiang family, put his face? Of course, he didn't say that he was afraid for this reason. He just wanted to recover quickly, so as not to be looked down upon. Feng Ci was sucked into this state by the star-sucking cauldron, and he certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to think that it would always be like this. But isn't he in a hurry? What if Song Luo said that it would take a year or half a year to recover? Wouldn't he be exposed? How can a man say no? The two of them were bickering, and the atmosphere was particularly lively along the way. Lanqi, Yang Lingkong, Bai Lizu and others were not worried. Even Feng Ci, their husband, could not escape this, so they naturally had nothing to worry about. Could it be that Madame Song could really attack her own husband? But without kidney energy, it was a bit strange after all, and a group of people naturally wanted to find Madame Song to ask for clarification as soon as possible. When Song Luo saw this scene, she knew that they were here to find her, and quickly restrained the expression of watching a show on her face. She showed a gentle and generous smile, and greeted everyone. Everyone is here. Her eyes were shining as she looked at everyone, and it was obvious that she was watching a good show. What a group of Xuxi gentlemen. Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, Why do I feel a chill? Feng Ci pinched her palm, and looked at her helplessly. My lady's star-sucking cauldron sucks really well, Feng Ci paused. It was hard to say that the kidney essence was sucked away, and she was speechless for a moment. Before Feng Ci finished speaking, Song Luo continued, Do you feel weak legs, sore waist, dizziness, and fatigue? Everyone nodded politely but awkwardly. She had described the symptoms of insufficient kidney energy. Song Luo clapped her hands. That's right. This will happen when you use the star-absorbing cauldron. Don't worry, everyone. Although you look weak now, you are really weak, but this condition is only temporary. As long as you take good care of yourself, there will be no future problems. Lanqi and the others twitched their lips. They knew they were weak, so there was no need to emphasize it. Song Luo didn't care about them. She wanted to get back all the anger she felt for being misunderstood today. It doesn't matter if you are weak now. I have prepared a sacred object for you to nourish your kidney qi. I will give it to you now. Fo Shan had already divided the spiritual fruit into 3 portions according to the order of his family's head wife. 1 portion was for the people in the north region, 1 portion was for the people in the west region, and 1 portion was left for the people in the south region. The arrangement was clear and clear. There were baskets of small red spiritual fruits on the ground, which were the spiritual fruits they helped to plant yesterday. She made such a big fuss yesterday, planting spiritual fruits everywhere, and only took out the star-absorbing cauldron today. As Feng Ci's bedmate, he knew her very well. Those small red spiritual fruits were probably specially prepared for this situation. Yin Xinian, who had noticed it long ago, showed a look of as expected, stretched out his slender fingers to pinch a few small red fruits, wiped them clean with a handkerchief, and put them in his mouth. The light sweetness was not too greasy, and the fine spiritual power in it ran a circle in the body, which had a subtle effect. Maybe I ate too little, so the effect is not obvious. Jiang Wenxiu didn't pay much attention. He just touched a handful and stuffed it into his mouth. This thing is used to nourish the kidney essence? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have planted it myself. After swallowing a handful of spiritual fruit, the gentle spiritual power passed through the lungs and entered the kidney and life organs, and Jiang Wenxiu immediately felt a little better. This thing is red wolfberry. Song Luo introduced calmly. You can chew it directly like Jiang Shao clan leader, ignoring the dirt left by some martial spirit masters who picked their noses without washing their hands, went to the toilet without washing their hands, and continue to pick them, or you can wash them and make tea. Yesterday, she saw a martial arts master sniffing his nose, picking his nose, and then covering it with his sleeves, and then continuing to pick. There were also many who chatted while picking, and their saliva was sprayed everywhere. Many families came to help, so she couldn't say anything. I didn't expect Jiang Wenxiu to be so rough. The young Master Yin at least wiped it with a handkerchief, but he just stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. Jiang Wenxiu was stunned, and couldn't help turning his head to the side and vomiting. My master said that something I ate just now was a bit salty. These old men are too rude. After hearing her words, Yin Xinian became unhappy. Qin Yi, Lanqi, Yang Lingkong, Hua Lingjun, Bai Lizu and others, glad that they didn't eat it. Luckily, these 2 quick-mouthed ones ate it, and they didn't, so they wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Yunju pointed at Jiang Wenxiu and laughed. Yang Lingkong and Hua Lingjun couldn't help laughing when they saw Yin Xinian, who was so smart, being embarrassed. Chapter 304. After Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong, and Bailey Zhu left, Feng Shan and others also came back one after another. Song Yuan held his waist, his steps were unsteady, and he slowly followed Feng Shan and others to this side. He couldn't help muttering. My little sister's star-absorbing cauldron absorbs not only spiritual power, but also kidney energy. Why do I feel like it's not working? No need to feel, it's just not working. Not to mention Song Yuan. Even Fengshan himself felt that it was not working. He had been a man for so many years, and he didn't know if he could do it or not. Madam, this cauldron is not very decent. Whose good spiritual weapon can even absorb kidney energy? Doesn't this just show that my younger sister's ability to refine weapons is unparalleled in the world? Fengshan choked. If you insist on saying so, it's not impossible. At this time, he still didn't forget to defend his sister. Who dares to say that Song Yuan, the brother, is unqualified? Song Yuan thought of the sadness along the way and couldn't help shedding a handful of sympathy tears for himself. Instead of relying on his younger sister's refining and medicine refining skills to perform normally, it is better to rely on himself to be more resistant. He looked at his exposed arms, which were still dark. They had finally faded, but now they were weak again. It seemed that there was no hope for the future. He wanted to go home, he wanted to. Forget it, he didn't want to think about it anymore. He was powerless. The second elder and other older masters didn't expect that their kidney energy would be sucked away when they were old. Fortunately, so many people saw it, and they were sucked away through legitimate channels, otherwise they couldn't explain it clearly. Now, he was more certain that the elixirs and spiritual tools refined by Feng Xi's wife could not be used indiscriminately. From then on, all the martial spirit masters in the 3 regions of North, South, and West wore a bamboo tube cup on their waists, which was filled with warm water to soak red wolfberries. From time to time, they took a sip and enjoyed the endless aftertaste. Song Luo held a glass cup and walked around the station, taking a sip from time to time. She felt that life was quite peaceful. The second elder and other elders in the 3 regions thought it was not bad. Feng Xi, Qin Yi, Lan Shi, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, the leaders of the younger generation in the 3 regions, could not escape the daily health-preserving routine of holding a pot of red wolfberry tea and taking a sip. Song Luo narrowed her eyes. The scene seemed familiar. However, the benefits of the star-absorbing cauldron were obvious. Since they had this thing, they didn't need to turn the soil, and the spiritual power in the Jisun Jade within a radius of 10 miles was easily absorbed. Even the spiritual power of the strange beasts was absorbed a lot. Once there was no spiritual power support, brute force could not last long. The progress of the journey was much faster. The only disadvantage was that everyone was always weak. Just when they had raised almost everything, they were pulled out to hunt strange beasts. Just after the injury from the beast healed, he was dragged away to suck spiritual energy. This cycle repeats, and people are always weak. This time, although Feng Xi and others are the young masters of their respective clans, they were not spared. They drank pot after pot of red wolfberry tea, and could only maintain their kidney energy. Feng Xi had Nani Yang to help him with the bamboo treasure, so he recovered faster than others, but his face was slightly pale, and he looked a little thin. Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others were not so lucky. Relying solely on red wolfberry tea, the consumption could not keep up with the replenishment, so they were always weak. Qin Yi, Lan Shi, Nong Heng, Li Chong, and Lu Yuan all had pale faces and weak breath. Jiang Wenxiu, Yun Ju, Bo Song, and Lu Heng all had dark complexions and dark circles under their eyes, looking extremely pitiful. In the Northern Territory, Yang Lingkong had a slightly green complexion, while Hua Lingjun, Yin Xinian, and Yonengu all had pale complexions. The tribesmen couldn't stand it, and searched for elixirs to replenish kidney qi nearby every day, but unfortunately, the effects were not very good. The people of the 9 palaces in the Western Territory were not much better, with a clear distinction between those with pale complexions and those with dark complexions. A group of nobles, wearing this false honor, no longer had the demeanor they had when they first met. Song Luo is also a bad person. When she has nothing to do every day, she squats at the door of the station. If she meets Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others, she starts to paint. On the long scroll, stick figures are vividly displayed on the paper, and each stick figure has a unique name. The degree of weakness is also expressed with red crosses. The weaker, the more red crosses. This trip, I met so many people, I have to record them anyway. Recording beautiful moments is their Chinese tradition. Yin Xinian, who saw it by chance, twitched his mouth. So, in the eyes of Mrs. Song, we are like this. I am not very knowledgeable, please don't blame me. Song Luo argued a few words and left. Of course, she only cared about her own beauty, and she didn't care whether others were beautiful or not. With these paintings, Her song's travels became thicker. If her painting skills were better, her travels would be thicker. The silkworm eggs in the space were also hatched, and the densely packed silkworms of various colors were so greedy that they ate all the leaves of the mulberry tree. Song Luhua had to stop her immoral behavior and stopped squatting at the gate to paint for the nobles. Instead, she took the 3 little ones to pluck petals and leaves of spiritual medicine. After all, she still wanted a few clothes made of silkworm silk. What's more, these hatched little silkworms are colorful, and if they spit out silk in the future, they will surely have their own colors. It is also quite rare. Song Luhua is still very concerned, and urges Shihong, Luzi, and Mingyo to pluck the leaves with spiritual energy every day. Since she fed the silkworms with flower petals last time, she found that these guys didn't seem to be too picky about food. They seemed to be able to eat any leaves with spiritual energy. She didn't have much growth fluid left, so she didn't plan to make the rest, but to keep it for everyone to grow red wolfberries to nourish their kidneys. These empty martial arts masters were quite pitiful. At this moment, Song Luhua felt that her conscience was very good. Hurry up, don't be lazy. The 3 little ones worked, and the cute cow was honest, and did whatever he was told to do. Although he always accidentally ate the spiritual leaves he picked, he had a good attitude. Luzi likes to dig wild vegetables, so he took it as his duty to pick some spiritual plants with spiritual power, and he did it with great interest. Shihong is a cunning one, always slacking off while working. If he is not urged, he will walk around with his big wings on his back. Song Luhua tapped his head to urge him to work. If you slack off again, I will whip you. Chirp. Shihong moved her ears, moved to the side without looking back, and picked up a spiritual medicine without much enthusiasm. Although his attitude was not good, Song Luhua ignored him after the work was done. This guy is a money loser. From the first time they met to now, I don't know how many good things he has taken from her, and he even sold himself to her. At this time, if she doesn't let him work to pay off his debts, when will she do it? As the engineering director, she naturally wandered around with her hands in her pockets, and urged Shihong to work seriously. Chapter 305. What's the name? Song Luhua opened the cauldron, and the pink hammers in the furnace made her mouth twitch. The pink color is fine, the hammer is fine, and it's a spiritual weapon, but the pink hammer spiritual weapon is also a problem. Even if this thing doesn't matter on the outside, it has some flaws inside. Not only is the usage a bit weird, but the flaws are also a bit weird. After all, it's a spiritual weapon for saving people. Why not call it the heart-saving hammer? That day, Song Luhua accidentally refined the heart-saving hammer, and since then, she has appeared at the door of the station with the hammer every day. But unfortunately, everyone was just a little weak, and it was not yet to the point where they needed to use the heart-saving hammer. Song Luhua had no choice but to put away the pink hammer, and continue to wander around the station. Go through this forest, and go east for 3 days, and you will reach the area of Yuguang Mansion. The terrain in the east region is flat, and with the help of the star-absorbing cauldron, the fighting power of the alien beasts on the land was greatly reduced. Even the flying alien beasts in the sky did not dare to approach easily. After everyone used the star-absorbing cauldron, they flew a distance on the flying boat. Fortunately, they were lucky and only encountered the domain stone once, but they soon got out of it. The journey was relatively smooth, and they finally reached the area of the 7 Stars Mansion in the East Domain. A month later, the martial spirit masters in the North and South Domains, who had changed their skin color after taking the beauty liquid, finally returned to their original color. However, due to the long-term use of the star-absorbing cauldron, the kidney qi was insufficient for a long time, and the complexion was pale or black, weak in vicissitudes. After a period of nourishment, Feng Xiai, Bailey Zhu, Yang Lingkong and others could not absorb as much as they did, and were not much better than their respective tribesmen. Song Luhua drank a cup of red wolfberry fruit tea every day, and with the special cooking that Yang Ma prepared, she ate everything and her face was rosy. Compared with Song Yuan and others, there was a world of difference. With the use of the star-absorbing cauldron, Song Luhua got a lot of top-grade Lingbai and Xianjing stone, as well as the light gray unknown particles. Shihong originally had the Jisun jade, so he didn't care much about Xianjing stone, and even the top-grade Xianjing stone was not in his eyes. But when he saw this light gray spiritual rice-like thing, he was so greedy that he cried. "Princess, good luck, madam, chirp eat." The stove and the cute cow also did the same. The stove smelled the smell, stood up, clasped its front paws, bowed and scratched, tilted its quiet and cute face to be cute, and meowed. The cute cow was honest, but drooled all over the floor. Since it ate the blue water bead, It can spit out water and store water better. It's terrible when it drools. The room was fine, but soon there was water all over the floor. If it is not stopped, it will flood the Golden Mountain. Song Luwa patted the cute cow's head with a headache. Stop drooling. If it keeps flowing, the whole house will be flooded. Moo moo. The cute cow blinked its big eyes, slurped a few times, closed its mouth, and walked away. Is it really so delicious? Song Luwa didn't understand, but the three little ones were so greedy. So she threw out 3 foot baths from the jade bracelet space. Poured 3 basins of light gray particles. Eat, eat, don't make trouble anymore. As soon as the food was poured in, the 3 little ones started to eat eagerly. Baji baji. Tuk tuk tuk. Everyone devoured it like they had never eaten before. Even the usually quiet stove jumped directly into the footbath and ate a lot of food. The 3 of them ate with such relish that Song Luwa was hungry. She threw a grain into her mouth and found that it was hard and tasteless, and it almost broke her teeth. Not tasty. The cute cow ate the fastest. With a lick of its tongue, a handful of light gray grains were swallowed, and the amount of the footbath was quickly eaten. After eating, he looked at Shihong and Luzi eagerly. Shihong stretched out her wings to protect the basin and her head. Luzi made a threatening humming sound and ate more fiercely. Moo. The cute cow called a few times, walked to a corner, lay down, and looked at him eagerly. Song Luwa just pretended not to see it. After all, they were her own pets. Although Song Luwa occasionally exploited them, they naturally paid attention to the things they liked. So she found Qin Yi, Yang Ling Kong, Bailey Zhu and others, and exchanged a lot of top-grade Lingbai and Xianjing stone for them. Anyway, the 30% given to her was already far more than what each family got. After another 3 days of walking, they were getting closer to Yaoguang Mansion. Everyone set up the star-absorbing cauldron and absorbed it for a day, and on the second day, they were ready to go into the forest to clean up the strange beasts. As soon as they cleaned up the strange beasts, everyone felt something was wrong. I feel dizzy and can't breathe. No. Suddenly, people fainted one after another, their faces turned blue, and everyone finally realized that something was wrong. Oh no, there is miasma. Get out. Feng Xi accidentally remembered a very secret miasma, which was imperceptible at first, but would make people faint if they inhaled too much. If they didn't wake up within an hour, they would slowly die. A closer look at the hunting beasts, whether birds or land beasts, all had blue-gray pupils. They were obviously beasts that could coexist with this miasma. But it was too late to know it now. Many people had inhaled a lot of miasma without any defense, and now fell to the ground unconsciously one after another. The second elder and his companions, who had the highest cultivation, only felt dizzy. Now they covered their mouths and noses and held their breath, and they felt better. At the base, Song Luwa took the 3 children to work in the space ring. A few days ago, she accidentally discovered that the spiritual plants grew abnormally fast where the light gray particles fell. Song Luwa knew that this thing was a good thing. She did not hide it and announced the matter, and by the way, she received a thank you fee from the major forces in the 3 regions of North, South, and West. Song Luwa buried the unexpected thank you fee in the ground of the space ring. In the space ring, under the tree of the Dipsicus, a small piece of green grass exuded a faint fragrance. Lu Zi, Shihong and Meng Yo came in and lay on it comfortably. Perhaps because of the existence of this grass, the air in the space has become much fresher, and the faint fragrance of green grass is very comfortable to smell. This grass was brought back from outside by Lu Zi and Shihong some time ago. At that time, she was asked to eat it, but Song Luwa did not eat it. So she planted them under the Dipsicus tree, and she used growth liquid to barely keep them alive. Perhaps it was the influence of these light gray particles that the green grass, which had not grown much, actually grew a little taller. Its leaves are narrow and thin, green in color, and look very comfortable. Song Luwa didn't know their origin until she reached level 7. This grass is a grass that grows on the back of a fish in the miasma swamp. It is called fish miasma grass. No wonder it is difficult to survive in the ground. Generally speaking, fish miasma grass is hard to collect. However, Shihong and Luzi are not ordinary people. They spend a lot of time wandering around and hunting in the wild. It is not surprising that they can collect such things. But the fish that lose the fish miasma grass will be in trouble. Their fish miasma grass is something they are born with and grow up with them. It is something that guarantees their survival in the miasma. If they lose this thing, even the original fish of the miasma swamp will have difficulty saving their lives. The biggest benefit of this fish miasma grass is that it can prevent most of the miasma poisons in the world, but it can only prevent, not detoxify. In other words, if you have been poisoned by the miasma, this fish miasma grass is useless. Song Luo picked one and ate it, and she felt clear-headed and her pores were open, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy into her body. This feeling was particularly comfortable. No wonder Shi Hong, Luzi and Mingyao liked it. She liked it too. It's just that these guys are too wicked. They took other people's life-saving things as snacks. They didn't forget to bring some for her, which was quite thoughtful. Chapter 306. Quick, 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 put the people down. As soon as Song Luo came out of the space, she saw a group of people carrying their tribesmen back in a hurry. Some people fainted before they could put down their tribesmen. Her eldest brother Song Yuan carried them several times in a row, and finally his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the ground. Feng Shan followed closely behind. Song Luo squatted beside Song Yuan, looking at his closed eyes. His pale face now turned blue-gray, and she felt heartbroken. The pharmacist who was helping to feed the detoxification pills said, "The detoxification pills are useless for the miasma poison. They can only delay it for a while. If he doesn't wake up after an hour, there is no hope." The pharmacists and spiritual plant masters of the Feng family took turns to try several detoxification drugs, but none of them worked. This miasma poison is colorless and tasteless. I think it is the most deadly miasma that kills people invisibly. The pharmacists in the western regions have heard of this miasma poison. At this moment, their faces are solemn and their brows are tightly knitted. Feng's residence. The clan members fell one after another. Feng Xiai and the second elder, who had high cultivation, were still struggling to support themselves. They carried the clan members back one by one, but finally they couldn't hold on anymore and felt dizzy. Song Luo also knew the cause and effect. But it made no difference to her. She had a way to save her life. She immediately took out a pink hammer from the jade bracelet space and prepared to start, but saw Feng Xiai stagger and almost fall. She looked at her brother on the ground, and without caring about the second elder, she hurriedly helped Feng Xiai into the house. Feng Xi's face gradually turned blue, and he smiled at her comfortingly. But his face was blue and gray, and his smile was quite creepy. "Don't laugh." Seeing that Feng Xiai was about to lose consciousness, Song Luo took out a pink hammer from the jade bracelet space. "Feng Xiai, if you want to faint, just faint. I save you, and it will be fine in no time." Feng Xiai, who was already in a trance, saw her holding a small pink hammer and didn't understand why. The next moment, the hammer came towards his heart. Every time the hammer fell, there was a crisp sound, like hammering jade. The intense pain in the chest affected the pain of the whole body, and the brain gradually became clear with the hammer. Song Luo hammered very seriously, and had to hammer at the position of the heart. If the hammer was off, it would not work. After countless hammerings, Feng Xiai had already regained consciousness. Seeing his wife hammering at his chest, he felt pain and helplessness. "My wife, I'm fine, stop hammering." Song Luo looked up and saw that he was fine. She quickly put away the hammer and hugged him. "That's great, Feng Xiai." Feng Xiai patted her back softly. "Thank you for saving me, my wife. We are friends. Why thank you?" Song Luo remembered the side effects of the heart-saving hammer and asked him, "Do you feel pain in your chest?" "Yeah." Feng Xiai nodded. "Don't worry, after today, it won't hurt all day, it will only hurt occasionally. This situation will naturally get better in a month." "I'm not worried," Feng Xiai said while enduring the pain in his heart. It would be strange if the things his wife made had no sequelae. Song Luo settled Feng Xiai down, and then she thought of her eldest brother and clan members. "You rest assured, I go out to see my eldest brother and clan members." Feng Xiai watched his wife leave in a hurry, and then he closed his eyes. Feng Xiai smiled bitterly. It was the first time he felt the pain of being hammered by an external force. There were many people lying in a mess on the open ground of the station. Feng Yin led a group of people to settle them down. The alchemists were anxious. What should we do? This time, they really saw the vastness of the world. It also made them realize that there are too many dangers in the outside world. Just relying on the alchemy or equipment refining skills they control is too simple. Once they encounter special situations, they can only do nothing. It seems that we can no longer stand still. In the past, they kept all the skills of refining medicine and equipment that they had learned by themselves or from their family members. Without communication and learning, they can only confine themselves to the inherent circle and cannot break through. Once they encounter problems, they will not be able to save themselves. Unconsciously, everyone's mentality has changed. But the current problem must be solved, otherwise, no matter how much they think, it will be useless. Just when everyone was at a loss, Song Luo gathered everyone together. Then she took out hundreds of pink hammers from the space of the jade bracelet. Do you see these hammers? This is the heart-saving hammer. Just use it to hit the chest of the tribesman. Remember, it will only work if you hit the chest. Don't use too much or too little force. Each person takes one and saves people first. It's not that I don't believe her, but it's the first time I've heard of saving people in this way. Everyone took the heart-saving hammer, and some didn't react. Until Feng Xiai appeared, covering his chest. Listen to the madam. Yes, Feng Xiai said, and everyone was shocked and took action immediately. Feng Yin held the hammer and gestured at Feng Shan's chest for a long time, not daring to do it. He was afraid that if he used too much force, he would send his good brother away. Song Luo couldn't bear his hesitation, so he grabbed the hammer and smashed it on Feng Shan's chest. Feng Yin's eyelids jumped when he saw it from the side. Hitting the heart with a hammer, only his wife could refine such a frightening spiritual weapon. This force seems to be quite strong. Fo Shan felt trapped in a fog, alone, and couldn't get out. Suddenly, a man came and beat him up. He didn't hit him anywhere else, but punched him in the chest, which hurt a lot. He clenched his fists, but couldn't hit the man no matter how hard he punched, and he was full of anger. Wake up! Fo Shan wakes up. Feng Yin was surprised and squatted down to check, and was hit by Fo Shan. The culprit had already turned around and faced the big brother on the other side. Feng Yin, shock. Fo Shan realized that he had hit his own good brother after the fight. What happened? Just as he said a word, he found that his chest hurt badly. Feng Yin, who was hit for no reason, clenched his fist and then unclenched it. Forget it. I forgive you for your pity. Feng Shan. Song Luo was very busy. Her elder brother was still waiting for her to save him. He picked up the hammer and started smashing. Fo Shan turned his head and saw the scene in front of him. His eyes widened. Chapter 307. It hurts. Song Yuan was in a daze, and he felt his heart beating. When he opened his eyes, he saw his little sister's familiar head. She was squatting beside him, swinging a pink hammer, hammering something. Every time she hit him, his heart hurt violently. No! She seemed to be hitting his heart. Song Yuan's pupil shrank, and the pain in his heart was particularly clear. He realized that the culprit for his heart pain was his little sister. Song Yuan, who had reacted, called out with a grin, "Little sister, what are you doing? Stop hitting. Big brother, you're awake." Hearing Song Yuan's voice, Song Luo immediately stopped what he was doing. Hurriedly helped him up from the ground. Song Yuan covered his chest and looked around, and saw many people, each holding a pink hammer, hammering at the unconscious Wu Lingshi's heart. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. The sound was particularly conspicuous in the not-so-noisy open space. Song Yuan roughly knew what was going on. This hammer must be a spiritual weapon made by his younger sister to save people. But using the hammer to hit the heart. It really deserves to be a spiritual weapon made by his younger sister. It hurts to watch it hit him again and again. He still hurts where his younger sister hit him. Song Yuan just felt his teeth ache. Song Luo just felt that her brother was somewhat pitiful. He was 8 feet tall, but now, he not only had kidney deficiency, but also heart pain. At this moment, the way he covered his heart was quite charming, like Shisha holding her heart. Song Luo suppressed her laughter and suggested, "Brother, since you are awake, go inside and rest." As she said that, she pushed him towards the door. Song Yuan really needed to rest. His younger sister's hammer was quite powerful. Unspeakable pain radiated from his inside from time to time, making him feel like digging his heart out. Over there, Qin Yi, Lan Shi, Bailey Zhu, Yang Lingkong, etc., were not optimistic. A group of alchemists checked and treated, but they could only worry. The people of the southern region were very straightforward. Seeing that their own people were helpless, they came to ask for help quite skillfully. The members of the Qin, Lan, Nong and other major families were delighted to see that the Feng family had woken up. They secretly thought that Mrs. Song really had a way. I don't know. Before they finished speaking, Song Luo already knew their purpose. At this moment, the family members had been treated, and they didn't need the heart-saving hammer for the time being. So they said, "You came here for the miasma poison." "Indeed? I wonder how you detoxified it," the Qin family member asked anxiously. Song Luo waved her hand, and a bunch of pink hammers appeared on the ground. This? Qin Lan and other clansmen hesitated, not knowing what was going on. Song Luo nodded, "Yes, this is the spiritual weapon that can wake them up. May I ask Madame Song, how should this spiritual weapon be used?" Even though they knew that the spiritual weapons refined by Madame Song were strange, It was the first time they heard of using hammers to detoxify. But after so long, they were almost familiar with her methods, so they didn't question it. He only asked, "May I ask Madame Song, how should these spiritual hammers be used?" "Yes, Madame Song, how can we save the young clan leader and the others? This miasma is so strong that even their young clan leader couldn't hold on, and the situation is not good now. This is a heart-saving hammer, just hit it on the heart. It will only work if you hit it on the heart. Don't use too much force, and don't use too little force." Oh, I understand, thank you Madame Song. A group of people took the heart-saving hammer and hurried back. Qin's residence. A Qin clan member took the heart-saving hammer and hesitated for a long time. How about trying it on the brothers first? Another person rolled his eyes. "Nonsense, Mrs. Song's things. You dare to give them directly to the young clan leader?" One person then selected an unconscious clan member, held the heart-saving hammer, and tentatively gestured at the heart of the clan member for a long time. "What should I do? I can't do it. I do it." Someone couldn't stand his hesitation, so he took the hammer, found the position of the heart, and smashed it down. The people on the side were so shocked that their eyelids were twitching. Be gentle, don't hurt him." Hearing this, he restrained his strength a little and comforted him. "I know what I am doing. Besides, this spiritual weapon was given by Madame Song. She has no reason to deceive us. Just use it boldly. Now saving lives is important. Hesitation will only put the clan members in more danger." As he hammered down, the martial spirit master who was hit suddenly opened his eyes. The onlookers were surprised. He woke up. "This heart-saving hammer is really useful," the Qin clan member said, and hurriedly helped the man up, gave him some water, and then let go of their hands and feet to use the heart-saving hammer. In the huge open space, a group of people bent over and banged. Qin Yi, the young clan leader, was not spared and was banged by the clan members. When he opened his eyes again, he felt a pain in his chest. "What's going on? Why does my heart hurt so much?" The Qin clan member smiled and handed him the pink hammer in his hand. "It was Madame Song's heart-saving hammer that saved you." "Heart-saving hammer?" Qin Yi looked at the hammer in his hand for a long time, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. "Could it be that you used this hammer to wake me up? No wonder my heart hurts so much." Qin Yi covered his heart and got off the bed, walking towards the door. The feeling was simply heartbreaking. Every step hurt, so he had to cover his heart. He walked outside, and saw how to use the heart-saving hammer, and felt his heart hurt even more. Hiss. He pointed at the martial spirit master who was hitting the hearts of his clansmen with a hammer, with a blank face. "You guys also saved me in the same way?" Several subordinates looked at each other and said silently, "Yes." Everyone who was poisoned by the miasma could not escape from Mrs. Song's hammer. I heard that even the patriarch of the Feng family could not escape the hammer, and he was Madame Song's husband. Moreover, how could you, an outsider, be an exception? The Qin family members complained in their hearts. After getting the answer, Qin Yi waved his hand boredly. "I'm fine, you go and help. Feng Xi's wife's things. Don't think about getting better after using them. This heart-saving hammer must be like this." He was not worried about anything else, but at this moment, his heart was really hurting, and he had to go back to the house to lie down. This period of time has been really exhausting. My kidney qi has not been replenished yet, and my heart is aching. With Feng Xi's wife in charge, although my life is protected, this means of saving my life is also not easy. Qin Yi only imagined the next trip for a while, and he felt that his eyes were black. Lying on the couch, he sighed, "What a sin." The alchemists in the western region and the northern region worked hard for a long time, but there was no solution, so they came here to ask. In the end, both regions used the heart-saving hammer. With the help of the heart-saving hammer, the martial spirit masters in the three regions of north, south, and west woke up one after another. Lanqi, Bai Lizu, Yang Lingkong and others came to express their gratitude. Song Luo couldn't help laughing when she saw the state of the crowd. The handsome and noble young men, who were 8 feet tall, covered their chests with their hands, their faces pale. Even Sister Lin was not so weak. Everyone in the audience, including Feng Xi, also felt a little weak, but she was the only one with a rosy face and very good spirits. Her pair of smart eyes looked around, making Lanqi and others quite helpless. They knew she was watching the fun. Jiang Wenqiu covered his painful chest and said, "Feng Xi, take care of your wife. She is making fun of us." A smile flashed across Feng Xi's pale face. She didn't smile. "I can't do anything about it." Song Luo bared her teeth at Jiang Wenqiu. "Stop slandering me. If you keep talking nonsense, I have a good talk with you." "Don't." Jiang Wenqiu immediately backed off. He was crazy. If he talked to Song Luo, he would probably be scolded as a grandson. He just complained unyieldingly, "Your heart-saving hammer is useful, but my heart hurts so much. Just tell me when the pain will end." Lanchi, Yang Lingkong, Bai Lizu and others also wanted to know this question. God knows how shocked I was when I woke up and saw my clansman holding this pink hammer and hammering it on my chest. These days, I have been uncomfortable because of insufficient kidney qi, and now I have heart pain. I just feel that life is really difficult. Even though I know that the elixir and spiritual tools refined by Mrs. Song are a little unusual, people in the north and south regions did not expect it to be so different. If it is not good, it can save life in times of crisis. If it is good, it is always accompanied by various minor problems. Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others realized for the first time how difficult it was for the tribesmen. Everyone looked at Song Luo, hoping to get an answer from her. How long would this heartache last? It will be fine in a month. Hearing that it would take a month, the people in the north and south regions knew what was going on. No matter what, thank you Madam Song for this time. We have prepared some small gifts. Please don't despise Madam Song. Bailey Zhu, Yang Lingkong and others took out various gift boxes. Qin Yi, Lan Shi and others were naturally not left behind. Since we are all here, we are all family. Why are you being so polite? Song Luo refused with her mouth, but happily accepted it with her hands. Everyone, they almost took it seriously. This trip, in addition to thanking Mrs. Song, also needs to discuss a way to pass through this miasma forest. There is a domain stone nearby, so we can't use the flying boat and can only walk there. We have checked it out, but the miasma here is colorless and odorless, and we don't know how far it extends. Even if we take a detour, we can't guarantee that we won't be invaded by the miasma again. It would be safest to find a way to control the miasma. Everyone looked at Song Luo. What suggestions does Mrs. Song have? If someone faints in the miasma, can this heart-saving hammer wake them up again? If it works, they can pass through immediately. This question really made Song Luo ask. She glanced at the sick group of people and shook her head decisively. It can, but the damage to the body, especially the heart, is probably too great. The heart-saving hammer is a speculative item. Your old injury has not healed yet, and you have a new injury, and it is on your chest. It is best not to use it before the heartache is cured. Otherwise, it is easy to suffer from a lifelong heartache. She is wicked, but not to this extent. A large group of people came to the East region, and she treated them for heartache. Isn't it harmful to others? Besides, those present are all powerful people, including the elites of various families, including her brother and the entire husband's family. Unless she doesn't want to stay on the mainland, she will ask them to continue to use her. At worst, she won't go to the East region, but she can't give bad advice. I see. Hearing that the heart-saving hammer could no longer be used in the short term, everyone felt a little regretful. In this case, I'm afraid we have to think of other ways. Song Luo thought of the fish miasma grass planet in the space ring and hesitated. It's not that there is no way, but there are too many of us. I'm afraid it won't work. Oh, Madam Song, do you have any other ways? Bailey Zhu, Yang Lingkong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he hurriedly asked, what is the way? Yes, Madam Song, no matter what the way is, whether it works or not, you tell me first and let us see. Qin Yi, Lan Shi and others were also full of expectations. Seeing that they were about to reach Yoguang Mansion, it would be a pity if they retreated here. Besides, the matter in the East region had not been resolved, and the situation in the Central region was still unclear. No matter what, they had to give it a try. Song Luo understood everyone's eagerness, and did not keep them in suspense. She took out a handful of fish miasma grass from the space ring. The emerald green fish miasma grass was tender and bright in color. As soon as it was taken out, a faint grass fragrance emanated from the air. Feng Xiai and others only smelled it and felt refreshed. So comfortable. Jiang Wenxiu sniffed deeply and looked at Song Luo's hand. This thing is fish miasma grass. If we have this thing, we can definitely ensure our safe passage. But this thing grows on the back of a fish in the miasma swamp. It was collected by Shihong and Luzi some time ago. If they can collect more, it will be useful. But the current problem. Even if Song Luo didn't say it, everyone knew it. The excitement just now was instantly extinguished. First, it is unknown how far this miasma swamp is from here. Second, it is unknown how many fish miasma grasses there are, and even if there are a lot of them, how much can be collected by just two pets, a bird and a cat? The three regions of the north, south, and west now all know that she has 3 spirit pets, and they have all seen them in recent days. But it seems a little unreliable to let a bird and a cat go to collect fish miasma grass. Everyone hesitated. Feng Xiai said, Madam, why don't you let Shihong and Luzi try? He has flipped through so many books and still cannot find Shihong's origin, but judging from her performance, she is probably not an ordinary bird. Then let me ask. Although Shihong works for her, the guy is a disobedient person. It is really difficult to collect fish miasma grass without discussing it with it. Song Luhua called it in. With her call, a large light blue bird flapped its wings and flew in. Shihong landed, shook her wings, and saw the people in the room, and proudly puffed out her chest. Jiang Wenxiu and others almost laughed out loud. It is said that things resemble their owners, and the bird raised by Feng Xi's wife has her charm. Sure, mistress. Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others heard birds and beasts talking for the first time, and they were a little surprised. But seeing that the people in the south region were not surprised, they adjusted their expressions. Although talking birds and beasts are rare, they are not non-existent. Isn't it true that we have seen one? It is said that this is Mrs. Song's mount. Can it really pick fish miasma grass? Everyone looked at the big bird with curiosity. Chapter 308. If you want to pass through the miasma safely, fish miasma grass is the only solution at present. But except Shihong, Lu Zi and Mingyou, no one else has been to the miasma swamp. She knows Shihong's character very well. She has to coax it and CPU it, so that it feels that it is worth it, and then it will be willing to work honestly. In front of Yang Lingkong, Qin Yi, Bailey Zhu and others. Song Luhua scratched its furry head with a smile, and then took out a handful of light gray particles from the jade bracelet space, and stuffed it into its mouth. Shihong ate the food comfortably, and her mouth made a beautiful sound. Thank you, princess. Thank you, mistress. Everyone, This bird can not only talk, but also flatter. When Bai Lizu and others heard the word palace master coming out of its mouth, they felt it was a bit magical. Song Luhua continued, Good Shihong, if you pick more grass from the last time, you can have as much of this stuff as you want. Is it okay? As she said this, she was afraid that Shihong would forget, so she showed it the fish miasma grass in her hand. Zatsa. Shihong called a few times, tilted his head to look at her, and said nothing. Song Luhua saw that it was rolling its eyes sneakily, and continued, Don't worry, this time it's not me who wants it, it's them who want it, and they won't ask you to work for nothing. She pointed at Bai Lizu, Yang Lingkong and others. Even if they want to default on their debt, I won't agree. Do you want to do it or not? Song Luhua asked again. Shihong, this cunning guy, rolled his eyes, and looked at Qin Yi and others. Lanqi was a little amused. I don't know how Mrs. Song fooled it every day, but the bird was fooled and became smart. It kept saying, Your master is right. If you can collect more of this, fish miasma grass, we will definitely benefit you. The pale green particles were called gray jade beads by Lanqi and others. Bai Liju and Yang Lingkong also echoed, You like to eat gray jade beads, we have a lot of them. If you can collect more fish miasma grass, we will let you have endless gray jade beads. Cha-cha. Dry. Everyone made a promise, and Shihong immediately put her wings on her back and nodded. This matter should be dealt with as soon as possible. Leave early and come back early. Song Luhua hung the space ring in her hand around its neck. If you pick fish miasma grass, throw it into this ring. She warned, This thing is extremely precious. If you lose it, you don't have to come back. Even if she was killed, she might not be able to refine a space ring that can hold goods, not to mention that there is also the Dipsica's sacred tree and the silkworm she has raised for so long. If it wasn't necessary to keep the fish miasma grass fresh, she wouldn't have wanted to give the ring to Shihong. Shihong already had a string of colorful things hanging around her neck, and now with a lavender ring on it, it was even more dazzling. After she fiddled with it, the jewelry made of gathering spirit jade was revealed to everyone. This is gathering spirit jade. Bailey Zhu saw at a glance that the small string of beads and a small pendant hanging around the neck of this bird and beast were made of gathering spirit jade. Not only he saw it, Lanqi, Yang Lingkong and others also saw it. A group of people were secretly shocked. The soul-gathering jade is such a treasure, but this Madame Song just casually hung it on the neck of a bird or beast. Jiang Wenxiu's eyes almost popped out. What a waste of natural resources. It's just a bird or beast. You actually put the soul-gathering jade on it. I, the young patriarch of one of the top 10 families in the southern region, don't have it, but a bird or beast actually has it. Jiang Wenxiu just felt sad. It's true that humans are not as good as beasts. The heirs of the families in the 3 regions of the north, south, and west who also had nothing, What this guy said makes a little sense. Of course, they are all heirs of major forces. Although they are a little jealous, they are not to compare with a bird or beast. Song Luo saw that although everyone was envious, they really didn't have any dirty thoughts, and nodded in her heart. They are all favored by heaven, so this is the right way. After Song Luo's hardcore CPU, Shihong chirped a few times, took the stove, and the cute cow flew into the sky and quickly disappeared into the sky. Now, let's wait for their news. She looked at the people who were holding their hearts, and waved her hand. You guys should go back and rest. To be honest, it was very hard for Song Luo to see a group of grown men holding their hearts and holding back their smiles. These guys were not like Feng Xiai, who was so weak that people wanted to bully him, but unfortunately he was also weak. The nearby Jisun Jade had been sucked dry, and everyone was in a state of kidney deficiency and heartache, so they waited for news from Shihong and the others while resting. The auxiliary spiritualists took this opportunity to start communicating. Unlike the superficial exchanges last time, this time, the auxiliary spirit masters from the 3 regions of the north, south, and west built a stand at the station and brought out their valuable experience of strict defense. Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and other major families were a little surprised after hearing this. This long journey also made them realize the shortcomings of the auxiliary spirit masters. They wanted to reform it after returning, but now that they have this awareness, they naturally want to support it. They all walked to the stands and became spectators. Many martial spirit masters heard that there was excitement outside and gathered together. Many people covered their aching hearts and came to watch the fun. After all, the assistant spirit master can break the routine, and it is not uncommon to see him impart skills. On the simple stands, the spirit plant master took out the seeds and the spirit plant book he had recorded, and activated the spirit power on the spot to plant the spirit plants. In the palm-sized ceramic flower pot, a seed slowly sprouted and grew under the spiritual plant master's stimulation, and soon grew into a small tree half a person tall. While stimulating the growth, she talked about her unique method of finding and identifying spirit plants. The weapon refiners and pharmacists demonstrated on the spot, lighting the fire and refining. No formula, no heat, no technique was kept secret. For a while, the whole station was very lively. Song Luo watched the excitement from below with a guilty conscience, and was about to leave when she was suddenly stopped. On the stands, an unfamiliar weapon refiner said loudly, "Mrs. Song, I heard that the star-absorbing cauldron was refined by you. Your weapon refining level is far higher than ours. Could you tell us about your weapon refining experience?" Yang Hongjin is the direct descendant of the previous generation of Yang Zizao in the Northern Territory. In terms of blood relationship, she is Yang Lingkong's cousin. Her mother is also a well-known 8th-level weapon refiner in the Northern Territory. She has inherited her mother's true teachings since she was a child. At the age of less than 50, she has advanced to the 5th-level weapon refiner. During this trip to the Eastern Territory, she did not expect to meet a master. She really admired Mrs. Song from the Southern Territory. She had seen the star-absorbing cauldron in private. Not only was the body of the cauldron exquisite, but there were also patterns on the inner wall, and its function was even more amazing. You know, even her mother could not refine a spiritual weapon with patterns. What's more, this star-absorbing cauldron can absorb the spiritual power in the extreme hard jade remotely, and even absorb the kidney energy of people, which shows the profound attainments of this Mrs. Song. Ever since Yang Hongjin saw the star-absorbing cauldron, she has been itching to ask Mrs. Song for advice. But her status is not ordinary, and they, the auxiliary spiritual masters, have never asked others about their unique skills, so they have been holding back. Now that the 3 regions are no longer stuck in their chronic illness, why not take this opportunity to ask a question? After shouting, she looked expectantly at the young woman in the audience. Chapter 309. After she shouted, everyone focused their attention on Song Luo. Song Luo was confused at first when she was suddenly mentioned, then she tapped her toes awkwardly when she realized what she was doing. She should not have watched this excitement. Will it work if she goes to refine weapons in public? Will people think she is fooling around? Feng Xiai held his forehead. Family members know their own business. As his wife's bedmate, he knows exactly how good her wife is at refining weapons. Song Yuan in the crowd was also secretly anxious. With his sister's refining method, it would be good if people didn't throw stinky shoes at her if she stood up. Unfortunately, he could only worry. Fo Shan proudly puffed up his chest, counting on his fingers and introducing to the people of other tribes beside him. Our clan leader's wife is the first all-round auxiliary spiritual master in the southern region. She is proficient in refining weapons, refining medicine, and growing spiritual plants. The fingers were almost broken by his bending. Song Yuan glared at him. Feng Yin also had a headache, and kicked the fool secretly. His wife had seen the clan leader's wife refining medicine and weapons more than once. It was said that the scene was indescribable, and even a dog would find it outrageous. Even if you are conspicuous, you still need to look at the eyes. However, Feng Shan was surrounded by people, talking so much that he didn't pay attention to his good brother's reminder. It's a pity that her clansmen and relatives kept it a secret, and not many people knew how unreliable her weapon refining was. Qin Yi, Jiang Wenxiu, Lan Qi, Yang Lingkong, Bai Lizu and others were also very curious. Jiang Wenxiu was the most excited. Feng Xi's wife, you go up and show everyone your skills, so that everyone can see how elegant the genius of my southern region is. We also want to see Madame Song's performance. Yin Xinyan smiled. Bai Lizhu and others were also very curious about how this auxiliary spiritual master who could refine a weapon that turned their people into hairy monsters overnight and refine a spiritual weapon that sucked away their kidney energy was made. We also want to see Madame Song's style. Not only Qin Yi and other people from the 3 domains were paying attention, but her own family members were also praising her. Song Luo wailed in her heart. She reluctantly moved to the stands. She took a deep breath and said, since you want to see it, then it's as you wish. In the stands, Feng Xi and Song Yuan looked at her hopeless appearance, feeling both amused and worried. Song Luo began to move. Below, everyone saw her first take out a huge cauldron that looked like a water tank. The cauldron was more than 10 times larger than those used by ordinary weapon refiners. It was placed on the ground, almost blocking her, leaving only the top of her collarbone, shoulders, neck and head exposed. Everyone was in an uproar, talking about it. It is worthy of being the cauldron of the #1 auxiliary spiritual master in the southern region. It is different, and looks quite friendly. Song Yuan curled his lips. It looked similar to his own big water tank. How could it not be similar? Otherwise, how could he be the #1 weapon refiner in the southern region? Although Yang Hongjin and others were surprised, they still watched meticulously, holding the paper and pen tightly in their hands, ready to take notes at any time. Next, they watched her light the fire familiarly, and couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Familiar, unrestrained, she is indeed a weapon refiner. With the halo on her, everyone felt that her every move was so smooth and unique. However, the next move made them jump. That is, she actually threw the terror vine and 5-step grass into it. If these 2 things were used to refine medicine, they might be able to refine some elixirs, but this is a weapon refinement. Also, if I am not mistaken, the terror vine and 5-step grass have not been processed at all. You are not mistaken, there is still mud on them. An alchemist was already dumbfounded. Do you weapon refiners refine weapons like this? Don't talk nonsense. A refiner beside her glared at her. I heard that Madame Song can also refine medicine. Could it be that she just heard it wrong and is refining medicine? That makes sense. The alchemists heard this, and quickly picked up the book in their hands and wrote furiously. However, as they wrote, they found that something was wrong again. What did she add? Everyone was a little upset. Just now she said she was refining medicine, but she added refining materials. Refiner, Alchemist, Both parties put down the books and brushes in their hands. So, is she refining medicine or refining equipment? Yang Hongjin, who first suggested that Mrs. Song demonstrate for everyone, Besides, looking at her refining process, whether it is refining equipment or refining medicine, it is not quite right. Whoever refines medicine or refines equipment adds all kinds of materials randomly, and they are all unprocessed, and then repeatedly adds the medicinal materials or refining materials added before. The heat is also very random, switching between high and low heat repeatedly, as if it depends on her mood. The alchemists and weapon refiners present were staring at each other, and had lost their ability to speak. The audience was also stunned by her fierce operation. Although I have never refined weapons, Mrs. Song's way of refining weapons is too wild. In fact, what he wanted to say was absurd. Even he could see that something was wrong, and Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong, Bai Lizhu and others naturally saw it too. Yang Lingkong swallowed his saliva. So Mrs. Song actually refined weapons like this? He couldn't help but worry about his people. With her method of refining tools, it is estimated that her medicine refining method will not be much better. Some time ago, the people of the tribe took the pills and did not die. They were really lucky. Even though Bai Lizhu and others were knowledgeable, they were also shocked by her. Xiao Yuqing took a long time to come back to his senses. It's hard to imagine that such a top-grade spiritual tool as the star-absorbing cauldron was made by her. Qin Yi and others have been using the pills and spiritual tools she refined, but this is the first time they have seen how she refined them. When he thought of the pills and spiritual tools that were cheated to death before, he felt it was extremely outrageous. Jiang Wenqiu said blankly, "Good man, Feng Xi's wife didn't kill us originally, we are lucky. No wonder there are so many strange problems with this kind of refining." Lan Shi was also stunned for a long time, and after hearing what Jiang Wenqiu said, he smiled and shook his head. Perhaps this is a unique refining method for Mrs. Song. If it weren't for this kind of refining, it might not be possible to refine various unique spiritual tools and elixirs. Chapter 310. Off stage, a group of people were stunned. On stage, Song Luo didn't care about the audience's life or death, and improvised, showing her usual refining style to the fullest. The main point was that she and others couldn't understand it. This was not what she wanted to show, and it overturned everyone's common sense, so it was no wonder that she was there. As Song Luo was refining, she gradually became dazed. Zhou Zhong's spiritual medicine and refining materials were added in by feeling, and even boxes were poured in. Everyone in the audience was dazzled. Can she really make a spiritual weapon by refining it this way? Yes. Right? Some people were skeptical, otherwise, how can we explain the spiritual weapon she took out? Feng Shan, who had just praised his family's head wife, couldn't help but cover his face when he saw this. The more proud he was just now, the more embarrassed he was now. Not to mention that others were shocked. Even he was shocked by the way his family's head wife refined medicine. Feng Yin rolled his eyes at him. Now you know to cover your face? Just now, no matter how hard he tried to pull her, he couldn't stop her. Who knew that Our Lady refined the weapon like this? If he knew that she was so unconventional in refining medicine, he would not have been able to hide it, and he would have told everyone everywhere. Song Yuan, there are so many things you don't know. If the person on the stage wasn't my sister, I would have run away long ago. Thanks to Feng Shan, they were surrounded by fiery eyes. Now they could only bite the bullet and continue to watch. A quarter of an hour later, the spiritual fire under the refining cauldron went out normally, and there was no explosion as they imagined. The auxiliary spiritualists, who watched closely, were stunned. She succeeded? Can you do it like this? Yang Hong really couldn't believe her eyes, and her eyes were fixed on her every move. Mrs. Song calmly opened the lid of the cauldron, and a cauldron, like a black stick, appeared in front of everyone. Although it was unbelievable, this magical thing happened right under their noses, and they had to believe it even if they didn't dare to believe it. Thinking of her reputation as the #1 auxiliary spiritualist in the southern region, it now seems that although her refining method is a bit weird, she has actually refined something. I think the original reputation was not groundless. We really misunderstood Madame Song just now. Madame Song is indeed the #1 auxiliary spiritualist in the southern region. This method is so unique, and the process of refining is so easy. It is us who are too rigid about the formalities. Everyone gathered around curiously. What is this? Maybe it is a spiritual weapon to repel the enemy? To be honest, when she learned about the use of this spiritual weapon, she was also speechless. The sky can be a witness. The sun and the moon can shine. Can't she refine something decent? Refining these strange things every time ruined her reputation. Song Luo was very dissatisfied with this. A spiritual weapon to repel the enemy? Not only the auxiliary spiritualists on the stage, but also Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others were very curious. How to repel the enemy. Ahem. Speaking of this method of use, Song Luo was very embarrassed. But this method of use was too special. If she didn't demonstrate it, she couldn't explain it clearly. So, in full view of the crowd, she took out a stick spiritual weapon and held it in her hand. The method of use is very simple. Just input spiritual power, make this posture, and point at the person or target you want to retreat. Then, everyone saw her aura suddenly change, her hands and feet moved, and she shouted at the young patriarch of the Jiang family, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" The voice was loud, and the aura looked fierce, like she was arguing with someone and trying to drive away the enemy. Jiang Wenqiu, Everyone. Are you sure this can drive away the enemy? What if they want to laugh? Qin Yi and others pursed their lips. Bailey Zhu coughed lightly, turned his head and faced away. I laughed until my heart ached. But I couldn't stop. Jiang Wenqiu, the chosen target, suddenly laughed wildly. Ha ha. Are you kidding me? I'm dying of laughter. Can this repel the enemy? Are you sure you're not too fierce and scared them away? You can't scare me away anyway. As soon as he laughed, Everyone couldn't help laughing. Even Song Yuan and Feng Xiai couldn't help laughing. Someone happened to have a heartache, and he covered his chest, feeling uncomfortable and wanting to laugh. Feng Xiai at least remembered that this was his own daughter-in-law, so he held back his laughter and stepped forward, drawing her to his side. Song Luhua rolled her eyes at him. You didn't input spiritual power, did you? Let me find someone to try, and see if you can still laugh. Jiang Wenxiu was already laughing like crazy, and said shamelessly, let's try. Lan Qi stood aside and watched the show, and said to Lu Heng, I'm afraid Wenxiu will suffer a lot. Lu Yuan crossed his arms, and watched the fun. You asked for it. Li Zhong and others agreed with his opinion. Never has Feng Xi's wife refined a simple spiritual weapon. Although the usage of this spiritual weapon for repelling enemies is a bit difficult to explain, it is estimated that it is not easy to deal with. Qin Yi smiled and watched Jiang Shiya commit suicide. In the North Territory, Yan Lingkong, Yan Xinyan and others were also very happy. I thought the star-absorbing cauldron was eye-opening, but this spiritual weapon for repelling enemies is really eye-opening? Can such a childish usage really repel the enemy? Yunnan Gu was a little unconvinced. From the refining method, it is a bit childish, and the effect. If it weren't for the traces of spiritual power on it, he wouldn't even believe that this ordinary stick was a spiritual weapon. Just wait and see. Hua Lingjun was very curious about this stick spiritual weapon now. Do you know what it will look like after the spiritual power is input? Not to mention his curiosity, Shi Bailizu and others were also waiting to see the show. I thought that Mrs. Song's weapon refining skills were already unconventional, but I didn't expect that this spiritual weapon itself was even more unconventional. Moe Kong laughed non-stop. I want to see if this spiritual weapon can really be used. With those few steps back and forth, he looked a bit like the aunts and uncles at home quarreling with others. In fact, it was not just him. Almost everyone present saw it, so they all laughed. The eyes of the whole audience were focused on Song Luhua, and many people bent over with laughter. Although the members of the Feng family also wanted to laugh, they were a little more reserved. No matter how funny the spiritual weapon of their family head's wife looked, they had to be a little slow. Didn't you see the vengeful look in your wife's eyes? Anyone who dares to laugh will be dragged out to be used as a warning to others. After all, although the spiritual weapon looks funny, it is probably not so funny to use. In response, Song Yuan, Feng Shan, Feng Yi and others pretended to be serious. Their youngest sister's wife doesn't care about the relationship, and she will be merciless when it comes to tricking them. They have to hold back. Sure enough, they heard her slowly speak. Since Jiang Shao clan leader is willing to be the enemy, I will select another martial spirit master to test the power of this spiritual weapon. Song Luhua glanced at the most cheerful person in the crowd, and pointed her white and tender fingers in the direction of the western region. Chapter 311. I think young palace master Moe is good. Can you please test this spiritual weapon for us? Me? The smile on Moe Kong's face froze, and he pointed at himself uncertainly. Yes, please trouble young master Moe. Song Luhua did not give him a chance to refuse, and directly called a tribe member to present the spiritual weapon to repel the enemy. Humph, dare to laugh so wildly, so you can experience it yourself, and Jiang Wenxiu, I will make you cry later. Now that the unlucky guy has been selected, Feng Shan, Song Yuan and others can finally breathe a sigh of relief, and now they dare to smile with big teeth. Qin Yi and others were eager to watch the fun. Young master Moe, you go ahead. Let's see the power of this spiritual weapon. Yang Lingkong and others encouraged. Yes, young patriarch Qin is right. Thank you for your help. Even Bailey Zhu and his group of people from the western regions added fuel to the fire. Kong, you are being called. Go quickly, Madame Song is calling you. Don't make young patriarch Jiang wait anxiously. Then, I try? Moe Kong finally stood up, holding the spiritual weapon to repel enemies, facing Jiang Wenxiu, and was about to inject spiritual power, but Jiang Wenxiu suddenly stopped. By the way, I forgot to ask you, will this repelling spiritual weapon hurt me? Although this repelling spiritual weapon is a bit outrageous, what if it happens? You know, the spiritual weapon refined by Song Luhua has a lot of lethality, and it is used by Moe Kong, a 6th level martial spirit master. If the lethality is too great, and he is killed directly, who can he go to for justice? He doesn't want to die at the age of 24, and he hasn't married yet. When the matter came to an end, Jiang Wenxiu regretted it a little. Since it is a repelling spiritual weapon, it will naturally only repel the enemy, and not hurt the enemy. Don't be afraid, Chief Jiang, don't worry. Song Liuhua's words gave Jiang Wenxiu a reassurance. He bravely puffed out his chest, and said to Moe Kong, Young Palace Master Moe, come on. I'm ready. Sorry for the inconvenience. Moe Kong input his spiritual power and imitated Song Liuhua's actions unskillfully, shouting a few times, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" As he spoke, everyone present felt an inexplicable spiritual power spreading around him. Jiang Wenxiu, who was designated by him, felt it particularly deeply. His whole body seemed to be bound by an inexplicable force, and he retreated involuntarily. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Until they retreated 100 meters, there was still no sign of stopping, until they disappeared from everyone's sight. This spiritual weapon is so powerful. Everyone opened their mouths wide and watched the two's every move. At the scene, no one questioned Mrs. Song's title as the first auxiliary spiritual master in the southern region, although it seemed extremely unreliable. No one questioned that Jiang Shao clan leader and Moe Kong were acting with her. First, these two people were of extraordinary origin, so there was no need to act with her. Second, Moe Kong was one of the young masters of the 9 palaces in the western region, so he would not act with her. Moreover, the spiritual power they felt could not be faked. Moe Kong had used it himself and felt the power of this spiritual weapon most directly. At this moment, he received the spiritual weapon and felt convinced. He personally returned the spiritual weapon to Song Liuhua. Mrs. Song is indeed worthy of being the #1 spiritual assistant in the southern region. I, Moe Kong, am convinced. Yang Lingkong and others were ashamed of their laughter just now. This kind of powerful spiritual power could resist countless strange beasts. Once used in battle, the benefits it brought were immeasurable. Laughing only at the use of spiritual tools seems too superficial. Bailey Zhu and others also sighed. Now that I have seen it in person, I know that what I saw before was superficial. The auxiliary spiritual masters present were even more excited. As expected of a master of refining tools, if we auxiliary spiritual masters perform well, the value will be immeasurable. Whether it is the method of refining tools, or the types of spiritual tools, a new door has been opened for them. Thousands of stars flashed in Yang Hongzhen's eyes, and countless ideas emerged in his mind. After seeing the power of this spiritual tool for repelling enemies with their own eyes, Bailey Zhu, Yang Lingkong and others wanted to try it themselves. I wonder if Madame Song can lend me the enemy-repelling spiritual weapon to try it. I want to try it too. The people in the 2 northwestern regions were a little itchy. Why not? Song Liuhua waved her hand, and threw out all the enemy-repelling spiritual weapons she had just refined. This is such a big refining cauldron. This time, more than 100 were refined. 1 for each of the leaders of the 3 regions of the north, south, and west. Do you want to try it? Song Liuhua looked at Qin Yi, Lan Shi and others. Although the use of this spiritual weapon is strange, it is also the most normal spiritual weapon I have refined. Normal? The 2 regions in the northwest didn't know her, so they were careless. Who among the forces in the southern region dared to use the spiritual tool she refined, except for the star-absorbing cauldron that they had to use? Lan Shi shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Madame Song. We won't try it. He glanced at the clan members, who jumped up to watch the fun. I think my Lan clan members would like to try it. Lan clan members. Just watching the fun, I suddenly felt a chill on my back. We are from the same place. Each of us can take a few and play with them. Song Liuhua was very generous to his fellow villagers. The clan gave a few and told them to try them. Qin Yi received the spiritual weapon to repel enemies, and stuffed it into the hands of his family members without hesitation. You find someone to try it. The Qin clan members had no desire for life. Yes. Yunju and others received the things, and did the same thing. He looked around. Where is young Master Jiang? Where did he retreat? 2 miles away, Jiang Wenxiu screamed and his legs and feet could not stop retreating. Is there anyone? Come and help young master. Song Liuhua, you've screwed me over. Since this magic weapon was used on him, he has been retreating and retreating, unable to control himself. After Jiang Wenxiu failed to call for help, he tried to save himself. After being tripped countless times, his pants had been rubbed on the ground, and his butt was burning with pain. It turned out that even if he fell, he had to retreat backwards. After standing up several times, he stumbled and learned to turn, and finally turned back with great effort. The moment he saw the station, Jiang Wenxiu's eyes were filled with tears. At this moment, his image was not good. His exquisite martial arts uniform had become tattered after several falls. There was a big hole in his pants, and blood was faintly visible. With messy hair, he looked like a beggar. Jiang Wenxiu just turned into the station, but saw many people from the 2 northwest regions retreating. Young Master Yin. Young Master Dugu. Yin Sinian, Duguing, The bodies were intertwined, and the eyes of several people met. Yin Xinian smiled awkwardly but politely. De Guiying and the others looked at the miserable state of young Master Jiang, and their hearts skipped a beat. Chapter 312. Since using this spiritual weapon to repel enemies, the scene has become quite chaotic. Many people who experienced it personally found that they could not stop at all, and could only keep retreating. Yin Xinian, De Guiying, and others saw the miserable state of the young patriarch of the Jiang family, and knew the general situation. They tried to turn while retreating, and finally retreated to the station after countless stumbling. But now, they could not stop at all, and could only walk around the station. Jiang Wenqiu, the pioneer, was no exception. He retreated and yelled. Seeing this, the Jiang family members could only carry him, and come to Song Luo. His long legs were dragged on the ground, his clothes were messy, his hair was unkempt, and he no longer had the same spirit as before. Song Lu smiled. Why is our young master Jiang not so proud? Jiang Wenqiu made a bitter face. Don't mention it. When can I return to normal? At this moment, he regretted his actions very much. He shouldn't have laughed at Feng Xi's wife. De Guiying, Yin Xinian and others were pushed around Song Luo by the clan members, which was quite funny and embarrassing. The young clan leader of the Jiang family finally asked the truth for them. Yin Xinian and others heard the words, and looked at Song Luo, obviously wanting to know the answer. After watching the show, Song Luo said directly, it's only an hour. You can take a walk around the base. 1 hour. Jiang Wenqiu's face was bitter. So long? Is there any other way? Now that he has become like this, he has been embarrassed enough. He doesn't want to continue to embarrass himself. Yin Xinian and others are also like this. They never thought that the first time in their lives that they would be embarrassed would be in such an occasion. The forces of the 3 regions of the north, south, and west gathered together, and there were many people and eyes. This time, it was really embarrassing for the whole continent. Although they still looked calm and composed, they were already so embarrassed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. If they were asked to walk around the base like this for another hour, the scene, just thinking about it would be suffocating. Don't want to walk around? That's easy. See that big tree? You can have someone tie you to it, and you won't walk around. Jiang Wenqiu, Yin Xinian and others. Are you kidding? It's better to walk around than to be tied to a tree. Jiang Wenqiu called her unreliable. All your ideas are bad, and they are all just pulling the millstone with bare bottoms, and it's embarrassing to go around in circles. Yin Xinian and others suddenly had an idea, said goodbye to Song Luo, and returned to their own camp with the help of their own tribesmen. Jiang Wenqiu seemed to have thought of something at this moment, and hurriedly asked the tribesmen to carry him back. Who wants to tie him up outside? Wouldn't it be enough for him to tie him up inside the house? Seeing their fate, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others, who had used this magic weapon to repel enemies, all thought it was a close call. Fortunately, they only used it, and did not use it on me, otherwise I would be the one who would be embarrassed today. Song Luo smiled noncommittally. The next day, when everyone woke up, they found that many people had tied cloth strips on their foreheads to cover their foreheads. Some were tacitly aware of it, while others were puzzled. Jiang Wenqiu tied himself to a pillar in the house yesterday, and his legs and feet finally stopped moving. Who knew that when he woke up one night, his family members started to have convulsions again? What's wrong with you? Why tie a cloth strip on your forehead? Jiang clan member. Let's start with the enemy-repelling spiritual weapon that Madame Song refined yesterday. Stop wasting time. Why are you keeping us in suspense? Jiang Wenqiu was annoyed by the clan members dawdling, and casually tore off the cloth strip on one of their foreheads. The thing on his forehead made him tremble. What a big word, retreat. Why did you put such a big word, retreat, on your forehead? Jiang Wenqiu asked curiously. What do you think? Jiang clan members felt wronged. We didn't do it on purpose. Everything is the enemy-repelling spiritual weapon. Jiang Wenqiu suddenly realized, I thought it was done by Feng Xi's wife's spiritual weapon. After saying that, he laughed and walked out. Yesterday they made fun of me. I'm going to watch them make fun of me today. At Feng's residence, Bailey Zhu touched the ribbon on his forehead, looking embarrassed. When he woke up this morning, he found a big retreat on his forehead. At first, he thought it was someone's mess and deliberately drew it. It was not until he washed it several times, and couldn't wash it off at all, that he realized the problem was serious. Although this word does not hurt his body, how can he, the young palace master of Chang'an Palace in the western region, leave this word on his forehead? It will hurt his dignity. It is even more impossible not to show his forehead for a lifetime. He asked the alchemist in the clan to use several methods, but he couldn't get rid of it. Bailey Zhu was quite troubled. Xianyuan Biao, Xiao Yuqing and others came to find him with unnatural faces. Seeing the similar light blue hairband on his head, they were a little bit amused. "It's there since I woke up in the morning, and it can't be washed off." Xiao Yuqing uncovered the ribbon on his forehead. "Perhaps it has something to do with Mrs. Song's magic weapon for repelling enemies." They were all users of the magic weapon for repelling enemies, and they all happened to have a retreat character on their foreheads. Such coincidental events happened at the same time, which pointed to something. Everyone thought of the star-absorbing cauldron she had refined that could absorb people's kidney energy, and they immediately felt that everything made sense. "Then let's go ask Mrs. Song." As soon as Jiang Wenxiu left the station, he met Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, and others, who were walking towards the station of the Feng family. His eyes lit up, and he hurried over to greet them. "Are you all going to see Mrs. Song?" His burning eyes intentionally or unintentionally swept over the brocade tied on everyone's forehead. "Your outfit today is quite unique. I try it too." As he said that, he took out a red brocade from his space ring and tied it on his head. Bailey Zhu, Yang Lingkong, my fist is hard. It's really a shame." Jiang Wenxiu didn't realize it at all, and laughed happily all the way. Song Luo heard that someone had come to the door, and also came out to watch the joke. Not to mention, these people all have good looks. Even if they have ribbons on their foreheads, it doesn't affect their appearance. Even Jiang Wenxiu looks more refined with a ribbon on his forehead. Wait, that's not right. She clearly remembered that this guy had never used a magic weapon to repel enemies, so how could there be a mark on his forehead? Forget it, this is not the point. She suppressed her laughter and looked at Bailey Zhu and others. "The mark on the forehead is normal, don't worry, it will naturally disappear after a month. Is there no other way?" Bailey Zhu touched his forehead in frustration. "I'm not used to wearing a ribbon on my forehead." Song Luo shrugged. "If you're not afraid of others seeing it, you don't have to wear it. Then wear it. It's better to be uncomfortable than to be embarrassed." After this incident, the two regions in the northwest have a general understanding of the spiritual tools and elixirs refined by Song Luo. Yang Lingkong complained. "I thought the elixirs he refined could not be eaten carelessly, but I didn't expect that even the spiritual tools could not be used carelessly." Bailey Zhu and the others thought of the plaster that made people grow hair, and nodded in agreement. After the weapon refining incident, Song Liuhua's identity as the first auxiliary spiritual master in the southern region was confirmed in the three regions of the north, south, and west. Although his weapon refining method was unique, he also refined good things. They saw the power of the enemy repelling spiritual weapon with their own eyes, and it was not fake. Lu Zi and Shi Hong had not returned yet, so everyone rested in the temporary station. It was just right to take this opportunity to replenish kidney qi. Although the Xingxing cauldron was good, it would inevitably cause back pain if used frequently. As for Song Luo, she would read a storybook or stroll around the garrison when she had nothing to do. The warm season is the season when everything grows, and there are all kinds of wild vegetables around, many of which I have seen and have never seen before. The auxiliary spiritualists near the garrison had a rare 2 days of leisure, so they went out to get some fresh air. During this period, they were either fighting or traveling, and they were also very nervous. Now that they had some free time, they all came out. The female relatives wore various short military uniforms, looking heroic and valiant, chatting about gossip, while searching for traces of spiritual medicine in the bushes. The spiritual plant masters of various tribes kept their pens and papers in their hands all the way. Those who were good at drawing would quickly write and draw on the blank books they carried with them, when they saw spiritual plants they had never seen before. There were many people at this time, and the spiritual plant masters from the three regions of the north, south, and west as well as Yugwang City were all there. When they saw someone they didn't know, they exchanged ideas, and it was very lively. Song Luo occasionally said a few words, which made everyone nod frequently. The Ten Wind continent is vast and boundless, and many seeds float here every flood season. These seeds come from all over the country. Wherever they land, they will take root and sprout. Even spiritual plant masters from various regions are very likely to encounter new spiritual plants, and there are many that they don't know. Although Song Luo didn't know many of them, she was much more accurate than everyone else in analyzing their functions. Everyone took notes quickly, and couldn't help but sigh. Mrs. Song is indeed the best auxiliary spirit master in the 4 regions. Not only is she good at refining weapons, she is also very good at earth spirit plants. Song Luo was stunned by the praise. She was praised from the first auxiliary spirit master in the southern region to the first auxiliary spirit master in the 4 regions. Only she knew her own weight. Song Luo didn't dare to be arrogant, and just said that she relied on luck. In this way, Everyone praised her humility. Song Luhua, once you have a filter, everything looks good. She had no way to defend herself. The title of the first auxiliary spirit master in the 4 regions was just forced upon her. The temporary station was not small. The surrounding area had been cleaned up. In addition, there were guards and patrolling martial spirit masters around. The safety was relatively reassuring. Today, martial spirit masters from various tribes also wandered around from time to time. They felt even safer. A group of female relatives walked around unscrupulously. The auxiliary spirit masters from various tribes had their own small groups, and gradually separated. Song Luhua naturally walked with the Feng clan's assistant spiritualists. As they searched and studied various spiritual plants, they would come to her to discuss from time to time. Song Luhua gradually left the group. She wandered around the area alone. After wandering for a while, she felt bored again, so she said hello and went back to her room to rest. The assistant spiritualists found it more and more interesting. The spiritual plants here are growing really well. Yes, because of the Jisun Jade, the spiritual power in the East region is particularly abundant, and the spiritual plants absorb the spiritual power and grow wildly. If we had come later, these spiritual plants would have soared to the sky. There are many spiritual plant masters and alchemists in the team, who are quite sensitive to spiritual plants. Alchemists are limited to their understanding of spiritual plants, and don't know many useful spiritual plants. Many of the weeds or inconspicuous wild vegetables in their eyes are actually spiritual plants that can be used for medicinal purposes. Here, a group of alchemists just stepped through a group of long needle-shaped, fleshy, knee-high weeds and heard a spiritual plant master exclaim, "Green dragon fruit." It's rare. It's actually a green dragon fruit. High-level green dragon fruit. Since the highest level of the spiritual plant master present was only level 5, he released his spiritual power to explore it and took a breath of cold air in surprise. High-level green dragon fruit. It is unknown whether it is level 6 or level 7, but it is known that the spiritual power contained in it is amazing, maybe level 8 or 9. As she shouted, many spiritual plant masters and alchemists in the Northern Territory recognized the spiritual plant in front of them. The green dragon fruit is a kind of spiritual fruit that everyone in the Northern Territory is familiar with. Its fruit is buried underground, and the skin is hard, but as long as a small hole is opened, it is very easy to peel off the whole thing. Unlike its hard shell, the flesh of the dragon fruit is red and soft, with small and dense black seeds in the flesh. It tastes very sweet when you put it in your mouth. It is easy to get the bright red juice on your lips and teeth when you chew it, but the juice is not difficult to wash. Just wipe it a few times with a towel, and it will be clean. The color of the dragon fruit juice is very bright. Some people have tried to use its juice as a dye to dye cloth, but unfortunately its coloring effect is not very good. People in the Northern Territory like to eat dragon fruit, but whether it is induced or wild, they often eat first grade and second grade dragon fruit. Dragon fruit above the 3rd grade is the direct descendant of their big family, and they don't eat it often. Now that such a large piece of green dragon fruit has been found here, the people of the Northern region are ecstatic. The auxiliary spiritualists of the Western region and the Southern region were delighted to hear that this was an extremely delicious spiritual fruit. Although they had eaten a lot of spiritual fruits of high quality along the way, they had not eaten many high-quality spiritual fruits. Just hearing the delicious descriptions of the people of the Northern region made their mouths water. Not to mention such a large piece that could be eaten right away. The people of the Northern region took the lead in digging, and the Southern region and the Western region followed suit, rolled up their sleeves, and joined the team digging green dragon fruit. Not to mention, there are quite a lot of qinglong fruits on this land. They checked and moved forward several hundred meters. Wherever they looked, they saw the shadows of qinglong fruit seedlings. This time is when qinglong fruits are ripe, so they can dig up a lot. The Jisun Jade is not all bad. Some people are happy. They have been out for so long, and the qinglong fruits they brought with them have been eaten. Now there are so many qinglong fruits, they must eat enough today. The group of people dug happily. Because there was Jisun Jade underground, the qinglong fruit seedlings grew very well, and there were a few fruits underneath. Digging through the soft mud, the soil was densely packed with red-skinned dragon fruit fruits, which made everyone gasp. Fortunately, the dragon fruit was large, so it would not cause intensive phobia. Everyone dug for a long time, and their hands were sore, but there were still many in the ground. Most of the auxiliary spiritualists from big families lived a life of luxury. Except for the spiritual plant masters, they had never done such rough work. After digging for half an hour, their waists and legs were sore, and their hands were worn out. Everyone complained bitterly. Chapter 313. So someone suggested calling the martial spirit masters of the family to help, since they were idle today anyway. Besides, these spiritual fruits would be shared by everyone, so everyone decided to call their own laborers. When the martial spirit masters of each family heard about the spiritual fruits, they came in droves. The martial spirit masters were strong, and although they were not very meticulous in their work, they were really fast. With their help, in less than half an hour, everyone had dug up all the green dragon fruits in the large area. Everyone returned with a full load, all with happy faces. I heard that this qinglong fruit is particularly delicious. I am lucky to have a taste today. I will taste it carefully later. As expected, Feng Xiai, Bailey Zhu, and others knew the origin of this qinglong fruit, and told everyone to share it. Every day outside, basically, you have to put your head on your neck temporarily, and no one knows when the accident will happen. Now try the high-level spiritual fruit again, and share it with the tribe members to satisfy their appetite. Along the way, Feng Yin, the stingy Yucheng, rarely became generous. No matter how high-level the exotic beast is hunted, he will eat it first. As long as the food is properly allocated, no one will say anything. Feng Xiai also acquiesced. Moreover, everyone was in poor health, so good ingredients had to be prepared. Now that we had a new spiritual fruit, we had to prepare it. So, everyone started to enjoy this delicious spiritual fruit, peeling off the hard shell to reveal the bright red flesh inside. When they took a bite, the juice flowed all over their mouths, sweet and delicious. Feng Shan, Song Yuan, Feng Yin, and others ate so much that their mouths were full of juice, and their chins were full of juice. Delicious. As they said that, one of them took another one from the basket and ate it with a big mouthful. Madame Yang brought the dragon fruit cut into small pieces and stuck with jade sticks to Feng Xiai, patriarch. You use this. Feng Xiai nodded, but did not use it immediately. Madame used some too. My wife is still asleep after her nap, so we can enjoy it together when she wakes up. Besides, he frowned and looked at the scene of Feng Shan and others digging for food like wild boars, with red juice all over their mouths, chins, and clothes, and he was particularly disgusted. He carried the plate and turned into the room. The chirping and joyful sounds across the courtyard wall finally woke up Song Luo. Feng Xiai pushed the door open and came in. She was stretching and sighing comfortably. Today, the tribesmen are looking for qinglong fruit. Do you want to eat it, madam? Feng Xiai put a plate of fiery red qinglong fruit on the table, poked a small piece of qinglong fruit flesh that was cut into squares, and the right size with a jade stick, and handed it to her. Song Luo glanced at it, shook her head frantically and backed away. No, no, take it away, don't let it fall on me. Seeing his wife's strong reaction, Feng Xiai took a few steps back, and his heart skipped a beat. Is there something wrong with this qinglong fruit? It's no wonder Feng Xiai thought so, because he had a few unpleasant memories. Something wrong? Song Luo nodded. It's edible, but the juice of this qinglong fruit sticks to my body, and it won't be washed off in a few days. The spiritual energy is so rich, I'm afraid it's of a high level. Feng Xiai nodded. 9th level spiritual fruit. That's right. Fortunately, it's only a 9th level spiritual fruit. If it exceeds the 9th level, you won't be able to wash it off in your lifetime. There is definitely nothing wrong with ordinary dragon fruit, but the dragon fruit in Feng Xi's hand is about to break through the 9th level. How can such a spiritual fruit not have some extra talent? Their talent is their juice, which has evolved from being easily washable to being impossible to wash off. Fortunately, they are still in the middle stage, otherwise, she dare not imagine what would happen if someone or an animal ate it. Of course, if the beasts don't care about face, it doesn't matter if they eat it, but what about people? She didn't forget the ghost look when she ate the red dragon fruit in her previous life. Her mouth, chin and fingers were stained red, as if she had just eaten a child. If he keeps looking like this, wouldn't it be almost like he's disfigured? Song Luo asked Feng Xiai. Could it be that all the clansmen have eaten it? Yes. Feng Xiai never thought that the spiritual fruit that the people of the Northern Territory are familiar with would have such problems. Fortunately, he didn't eat it. So my eldest brother has eaten it too? Song Luo twitched her lips. Not only my eldest brother, but the 3 regions of the north, south, and west should have used it. The scene he just saw in the courtyard flashed through his mind, and a trace of something hard to describe flashed in Feng Xi's eyes. Song Luo, your luck is really good. But don't worry, it will be washed off in 3 days. Of course, you have to rub it hard, and you may rub off a layer of skin. I guess everyone doesn't know that Song Luo is happy again, and can't wait to go out and watch the fun in her shoes. After eating 2 qinglong fruits, Song Yuan patted his stomach happily. This high-level spiritual fruit is delicious. I feel full of strength. Fo Shan casually rubbed the red color of his palm on the black martial arts uniform. I don't know when I will encounter such a good thing next time. After finishing the qinglong fruit, everyone was covered in smudges, like moles on their faces and mouths. You know what? This color is really red. Song Yuan stood in front of a wooden barrel filled with clear water, leaning forward, and used the clear water to reflect the red juice on his face. It was all over his mouth and chin. The bright red juice dried up, and the color seemed a little darker. He himself felt that it was a bit unsightly, so he quickly scooped up a handful of water and splashed it on the stream. He heard that this juice was not a problem, and could be washed off with a little effort. Song Yuan rubbed the chin and the circle on his mouth for a long time, but found that he couldn't rub it off, let alone a pair of big hands stained red. He was stunned. How could it be like this? He washed for so long, and the water in the wooden barrel was still clear, which was very telling. At this moment, not only him, but Feng Shan, Feng Yi and others also found the problem. It can't be washed off. Before Song Luhua entered the yard, she heard incredible wailing sounds, and her eldest brother and Feng Shan's voices were particularly discerning. When we walked in, we saw a very beautiful scene. Everyone's face was covered with red and white spots, and they were not as real as the clowns in the circus. Song Yuan, Fo Shan and others held a mirror in their hands, looking at themselves and rubbing their faces hard. Some people even rubbed their skin off and grimaced in pain. The wife of the clan leader is here. Someone saw her and shouted. Song Yuan, Fo Shan and others were startled and were about to run away, but suddenly someone realized that their wives had to step in. Song Yuan covered his face with a mirror and approached her to ask, "Little sister, do you know about qinglong fruit? How to remove the juice of qinglong fruit?" As he said this, he simply took off the mirror and exposed a horribly blurred face in front of Song Luhua. Seeing that he was risking his life, Feng Shan and others simply surrounded him, stretched their necks, and pushed their ugly faces up. Each of them was uglier than the clowns in the opera troupe, and the key was that they were not the same. Song Luhua admired them one by one, and then slowly said, "After 3 days, scrub it hard and rub it off carefully." "It takes so long? It's so embarrassing." When Song Yuan and the others heard that it would take 3 days to wash it off, they started to cry again. Song Luhua rolled her eyes in annoyance. "You still think it's embarrassing? Who told you not to eat politely? Look at others." After scanning around, she finally found someone who was not so embarrassed. Look at Feng Qing. If she had been more polite, wouldn't she have been in such a mess today? Feng Qing glanced at her red palms and said nothing. In the qinglong fruit incident, there was no other clean person in the entire garrison except Song Luhua and Feng Xiai. Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others were all tricked, and now they are hiding in the house and don't go out at all. Song Luhua and Feng Xiai wanted to watch their excitement, but they didn't, and they left it behind in boredom. Shi Hong, Lu Zi and Meng Yo have been there for 3 or 4 days, and I don't know how the progress is. Can the fish miasma grass be found? This day, Song Luhua was wandering around the garrison, thinking aimlessly, and suddenly, the tribesmen shouted. "Look, what is that? Is there an alien beast attacking?" One person pointed to the sky nervously, and then hurriedly reported the matter to Feng Xiai. Song Luhua looked up, and saw a dark mass in the distance spreading towards this side, like a black cloud before a storm. It looked extremely depressing. Feng Xiai and others came out after hearing the news, and frowned when they saw this. No matter what kind of alien beast it is, prepare to evacuate. The scale is too large, and it is an alien beast in the sky, so they are not at an advantage. As soon as the order was issued, Feng Xiai saw a hint of light green in the crowd of black things. "Is that Shi Hong?" Feng Xiai narrowed his eyes, and the light green shadows suddenly rushed out from the crowd of black things and flew towards this side quickly. It was so fast that only a light green afterimage could be seen clearly. Chi-chi. With sharp chirping sounds coming from the sky, Shi Hong, a cow and a cat, quickly landed in the base. "You are finally back. But what is following you?" "Ah." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a whoosh, and something came crashing down from the sky. Shi Hong spread her big wings and flapped them, and the thing fell to the ground with a thud. Song Luhua was startled, but saw a 1-meter-long live fish jumping on the ground. The fish was very different from ordinary fish, and its fins were very large, like a palm leaf fan. Flying fish? At this time, Feng Xiai and others finally knew what the black mass was that was following them. Level 8 flying fish. But the target of this flying fish. "My wife, be careful." Feng Xiai quickly pulled his wife behind him. The next moment, countless flying fish smashed towards Shihong and Mingyou. They smashed towards them almost like moths to a flame. The falling flying fish soon submerged Shihong, Luzi and Mingyou. Song Liuhua's mouth twitched. What did they do to anger the heavens and fishes? How did they make these fish want to die? Even flying fish cannot stay out of the water for too long, not to mention that once they land, they will become meat on someone else's chopping board. Song Liuhua was puzzled. They were standing close to each other, and were also affected. Feng Xiai took her to dodge left and right to avoid being hit. The tribesmen were very excited. They thought they would have a tough battle, but unexpectedly, a pie fell from the sky. Come on, smash me to death. Fo Shan opened his hands, and his face was about to burst with laughter. Fo Yin was not far behind and quickly asked people to clean up the scene. Everyone be careful, don't kill it, it's fresh and delicious. Okay. Everyone was happy. It was the first time in their lives that they saw such a good thing. How could they not be happy? The fish rushed down, and soon filled the Feng family's residence. The strong fishy smell made Song Liuhua cover her nose. Shihong, who was carrying Mingyou, was running around with the stove, and was hit so hard that he ran away. If he accidentally came to Song Liuhua, she would push him away with disgust. Go away. Now this guy has attracted all the firepower of these flying fish, and wherever he goes, he will be hit. She didn't want to be hit by these fish. Although, with her current physical strength, she might not be killed, but the pain alone would last for a while, not to mention such a strong fishy smell. That's why she was so disgusted. The noise was so loud that it attracted Qin Yi, and people from the two northwestern regions. Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others thought they had seen big scenes, but they couldn't help but be stunned by the scene in front of them. So many flying fish? After seeing the targets of these flying fish, they couldn't help but look sideways. Mrs. Song's pet is so capable that it actually attracted such a large group of flying fish, chasing them thousands of miles regardless of life and death. That's right. Flying fish out of water is really rare. Seeing the members of the Feng family happily busy catching fish, everyone was quite envious. Jiang Wenxiu looked at Shihong with more and more burning eyes. Madam Fengxi, I wonder if this bird in your family has any brothers or sisters. Introduce one to me, my young master. You think it's an introduction? Is it that easy? When I picked it up, it was a lonely bird. What's more, this one came to the door by itself. According to Song Liuhua's understanding of Shihong, if this thing had brothers and sisters, it would have been called to eat and drink her food. How could it be called by someone else? Song Liuhua rolled her eyes at Jiang Wenxiu. What a pity. Jiang Wenxiu felt sorry to hear that Shihong had no brothers or sisters. Song Liuhua ignored him, and looked at the three fishy fish, thinking about what kind of bath beans to use. Pulling her sleeves and sniffing, it was also fishy. After the flying fish in the sky fell, Song Liuhua finally asked everyone's doubts. Didn't I ask you to pull the fish miasma? What did you do to attract these flying fish to chase you to the base? Where's the fish miasma grass? Have you picked it? The stove, the cute cow can't talk. Song Liuhua didn't count on them, and looked at Shihong. Shicha. Shihong tilted her head, and pecked the cute cow with her mouth. Nyo nyo. Water. Spit. Hearing this, the cute cow walked carefully to Song Liuhua, and gently nudged her mistress with her horns. Moo moo. What do you mean? Shicha. Water. Cow. Shihong was so anxious that she turned around and pecked the cute cow with her wings. Song Liuhua seemed to understand what it meant. You mean to let the cute cow spit out water? Zatsa, spit water. Shihong saw that someone finally understood what she said, and her steps became lighter. Since the cute cow could suck up a small river, it proved that it could store a lot of water in its stomach. Seeing that the cute cow was about to spit out water, Song Liuhua hurriedly stopped it. Don't spit yet. If you spit here, the whole camp will be flooded. Let's dig a pond, and you can spit in it. The cute cow rubbed her obediently with its horns. Feng Xiai heard this, and immediately ordered his clansmen to choose a piece of land and start digging. Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, Qin Yi and others also said, let's dig together. Then, they called their clansmen to start digging. There were many people in the three regions, and in a short time, they dug a large and deep pond near the station. Okay, you can vomit here. Chapter 314. The cute cow received the order and began to spit out water. In this way, everyone watched it open its mouth, and a steady stream of water, mixed with water plants, fish, shellfish and other things, spit out from its mouth. The group of people had never seen such a scene before, and they were all stunned and stood aside in admiration. Even its owner Song Liuhua had never seen such a scene. She wiped her eyes, and confirmed again and again that this thing was the cow she picked up casually. Okay, little cow. Song Luo clapped her hands and exclaimed she had made a fortune. The huge pond dug by the people of the 3 regions was filled with water in a short while. He had not stopped yet, and was still vomiting water. Feng Xiai saw this, and hurriedly ordered people to continue digging. When it vomited all the water in its stomach, the pond was already very large. The wide water surface, nearly 2 or 3 meters deep, everyone finally dug a big lake here. Song Luo looked strange. No wonder the flying fish came to chase you. It turned out that you emptied their homes. What a sin. Not only did they empty the house, but they also took away a lot of aquatic products. The amazing thing is that these fish, shellfish and aquatic plants, after passing through the belly of the cute cow, were only a little listless and still alive. The various fish and shellfish dazzled everyone. Song Luo found a special fish among them. The fish was dark green in color, and there were some green grass several inches long growing on its back. He looked quite familiar. Fish miasma grass. The grass growing on the back of the fish must be fish miasma grass. Judging from the number, there are quite a few of these fish. Song Luo was overjoyed and hurriedly asked people to cut the grass. This is the fish miasma grass. With it, we can survive the miasma forest. Great. Bailey Zhu, Yang Lingkong, Qin Yi and others asked their tribesmen to set up nets to intercept them. The fish would not die after the fish miasma grass was pulled out. On the contrary, because there was no miasma here, they could continue to live. Everyone ignored them. As for the shellfish that were intercepted, most of them were the size of a palm, with a smooth and shiny surface, shining with colorful light in the sun, and they looked pretty good. Song Luo remembered that she had opened a shellfish last time, and found many magical clam pearls. Now she had an idea. She took out a hammer from the jade bracelet space, and started to chisel. She opened one, but there was nothing but snow-white clam meat. She opened another one, but still nothing. She opened more than 100 shellfish in succession, but still nothing. She gradually lost her patience. Is it too small? Where is my ring? Now that it's back, you should give it back to me. Throwing away the shellfish in her hand, she suddenly remembered that the ring she gave to Shihong last time had not been returned, so she went to ask for it. Shihong pecked at the feathers on her chest carelessly, and fiddled with Song Luo's space ring. Chi. Song Luo took the ring and checked it, and found that it was filled with a lot of things. The small pond he dug inside was filled with a lot of washbasin-sized clam shells. The strange thing was that the clam shells were all light blue, and the shells were very thin, and the snow-white meat inside could be vaguely seen. I guess this was picked up by Shihong and the others. Song Luo's hands began to itch again, and she moved a clam shell out and opened it again. Just as she pried it open along the edge of the clam shell, a hint of light blue appeared in the snow-white clam meat, looming in front of her. Blue spiritual clam pearls? Song Luo squatted on the ground and opened the clam meat out of curiosity. Sure enough, she saw light blue beads inside. She pinched it with her hands soft. The light blue beads, which were as thick as a thumb, were not the spiritual clam pearls she thought they were. They were soft and elastic. What is this? She had vague information about it in her mind. It turned out that this clam was called Mian clam, with a very thin shell and snow-white and sweet clam meat, but it also produced a kind of cotton pearl inside. This cotton bead is poisonous. Eating it will cause the body to explode and die. Mian bead? Although it cannot be eaten, it is good for refining medicine. This cotton bead not only produces cotton beads, but also occasionally produces blue spiritual bead. Song Luo opened 40 or 50 of them, and a total of 2 egg-sized spiritual bead. These blue spiritual bead can also be used for beauty and youth. The effect is better than white and pink spiritual bead. And this one is so big that it is rare. She plans to collect it. These cotton bead clams look numerous, but they are actually big, but there are not many of them when they are actually opened. Song Luo opened another 60 or 70, and the bottom of the pond was visible, with only one particularly large clam left. The clam was white with a hint of gold, and was as big as a person. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary clam. Song Luo's hands were red from prying, but the gap remained motionless. Helplessly calling for help from the tribe members, Feng Yi threw down the fish miasma grass in his hand, and ran over happily. Madam, I help you. Okay, you do it. Song Luo handed him the tools in her hand, and Feng Yi took the tools, and started working enthusiastically. As expected, the willing master was stronger. With each knock, the tightly closed gap of the clam shell gradually opened a small opening. Feng Yi blushed, and finally opened the huge clam shell with all his strength. Fui opened the contents inside, causing the two to gasp. Wow! Such a big clam pearl! Feng Yi touched it curiously. The light golden clam pearl, which was bigger than a human head, was round and smooth, and the pearl light was bright. It was both beautiful and shocking. What a treasure! Song Luo tried to hold it with her hands, and it took her 2 hands to finally lift it up. Just holding it in her hands, she could sense the majestic spiritual power in it. It was indeed an extremely rare treasure. Its value was no less than that of the rejuvenating pearl. If someone could swallow the whole pearl, the effect would be even better than that of the rejuvenating pearl. It was a pity that this pearl was so huge that naturally no one could swallow it, and it was impossible to make it into jewelry and hang it on the body. If this thing was refined into a spiritual tool, it would surely be more valuable. The 3 little Zihongs had probably really emptied the old nest. A lot of fish miasma grass was vomited out from the belly of the cute cow. Feng Ci and others quickly collected enough. Let's take a break today and go through the miasma forest early tomorrow morning. It was still early at this moment, and many auxiliary spiritual masters came to visit. Yesterday, those who saw Song Luhuola's hand tried it themselves last night, and many of them exploded. They regretted that they didn't write down the key points at that time. There were also refiners, who took a different approach and refined special spiritual tools. Now they happily took their own results to ask her for advice. Mrs. Song, please take a look. This is the spiritual weapon I just refined. Yang Hongjun was so excited that her face turned red. She handed over a small box. This is the spiritual weapon for controlling enemies that I refined based on your spiritual weapon for repelling enemies. As she spoke, she fiddled with the box. With a click, several silk threads flew out of the box. There is a groove here that can be inlaid with black crystal stones. When the martial arts master uses it and inputs spiritual power, he can guide these silk threads to control the actions of the strange beasts. I asked my tribesmen to try it, but unfortunately the effect didn't seem to be very good. Speaking of this, a trace of disappointment flashed across Yang Hongjun's face. Song Luo took a look and found that her idea was not bad, but there were too many spiritual threads in it, which was not easy for martial spirit masters to control, so the effect was naturally not good. Why not change it to a single spiritual thread, so it would be less troublesome for martial spirit masters to use? All the spiritual power is concentrated on this thread, and only one direction is controlled at a time. Although it is not convenient to fight alone, it is also good to use when fighting together. Her simple words made Yang Hongjun suddenly enlightened. It's me who is stuck. Thank you, Madam Song, I understand now. Sometimes people do things with their inherent thinking, and inevitably fall into a dead end. Yang Hongjun suddenly felt that her ideas had broadened a lot. Someone asked her, Madam Song, your refining technique is amazing. Can you teach us? We tried it according to your refining technique yesterday, and all the furnaces exploded. Someone with a good memory not only memorized the recipe, but also memorized the size of the fire, and copied it completely. There were more than 100 people who worked all night, but no one succeeded. Song Liuhua's mouth didn't twitch. She really didn't expect someone to learn from her. Looking at the pairs of hungry eyes, she coughed awkwardly twice. You'd better not learn my weapon refining skills. Even I can't replicate the same spiritual weapon or elixir. Everyone. It was the first time I heard such a statement. Since it came to this, Song Luo simply spoke out. I have always been different from you. I have a very low talent. When I first learned to refine weapons and medicine, I refined hundreds or thousands of furnaces, but I couldn't even refine the hemostatic powder. This unique weapon refining method is also a last resort. You are orthodox spiritual assistants, and I am not as good as you. Therefore, you can exchange weapon and medicine refining experience, but I really don't deserve to ask for your advice. She said it lightly, but Yang Hongjun and others heard helplessness and sadness from it. It is hard to imagine the hard work and sweat she has put in to grow up to now. Mrs. Song, don't belittle yourself. I wanted to learn from experience, but I didn't expect to directly expose someone's scars. Everyone was suddenly speechless, and didn't know what to say. This is exactly what Song Luo wants. If she is really asked to teach something, she really has nothing to teach, and she is even more afraid of misleading her students. If she is asked to help broaden her thinking, it must be broadened enough after all this journey. After communicating with everyone, Song Luo began to refine weapons and medicine. In fact, up to now, she can't separate refining weapons and refining medicine. Whether it is refining weapons or refining medicine, as long as the materials are suitable, she will add various materials to the refining cauldron to achieve the purpose of balance. Whether it is a spiritual weapon or a pill in the end, it is not up to her. This time, the main object she refined was cotton beads. She poured a bucket of light blue cotton beads she had collected in the morning into the cauldron. Spiritual spring water, shrinking hard grass. Half an hour later, she opened the cauldron, and a cauldron of densely packed light blue beads came into Song Luo's eyes. SpongeBob? Song Luo didn't dare to touch it. Whoever touched it would be unlucky. She carefully emptied the things in the cauldron, and washed the cauldron again and again before she felt relieved. The next day, the large team of the 3 regions was ready to go. Feng Shan and others were busy distributing fish miasma grass to the tribesmen. 1 plant per person, eat and then set off. So, Song Luo saw a group of people holding a plant and eating it with relish. Feng Xiai did not escape either, and saw him put a plant into his mouth with a serious face. Puff! Although this scene was very serious, she always felt that it was a little funny. Song Luo sat on Shihong and laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward. Feng Xiai flicked her forehead. My wife, don't gloat over other people's misfortunes. Your husband does not only eat grass. You don't want to eat grass, but you want to eat meat? Song Luo teased him from head to toe. His pale face still looked a little weak. She laughed even louder. You should eat more red wolfberry and bamboo treasure. The burning eyes fell on him. Feng Xiai realized his own ridicule, and was at a loss. He touched his nose awkwardly, and turned around in a panic. Ha. The whole team was weak. Even if Feng Xiai was better than others, he was not much better. Eating grass was very suitable for him. After teasing her husband, Song Luo sat on Shihong with a smile, and moved slowly with the team. With the fish miasma grass, everyone easily passed through the miasma forest. In the next 2 days, everyone used the same trick again, and continued to use the star-absorbing cauldron. During this period, they also used the enemy-repelling spiritual weapon to clean up the strange beasts, which was even more handy. After walking for another 3 days, they finally approached the city. In Yogwang City, the ruins were quite desolate. In the meeting room of the Fu family, the atmosphere was very solemn. In the extremely depressing atmosphere, you could hear a pin drop in the meeting room. After a long silence, Fu Jiao, the young master of the Fu family, spoke. Father, the 1st elder, the 6th elder, and the 7th elder have all died in the battle. The 2nd elder and the 5th elder are also seriously injured and are on the verge of death. More than half of the people in the city have been killed or injured. I am afraid that my Fu family will not survive this disaster. This is the way of heaven. We mortals can do nothing about it. The 3rd elder Fu sighed sadly. I wonder when the other 3 regions will arrive. Fu Jiao looked into the sky. When will it arrive? Maybe. No one can arrive. The fatigue of half a year has made him thinner and thinner. The clothes on his body were well-fitting last year, but now they are much looser. Only his back remains straight. There are many strange beasts and spiritual plants outside. Even if the 3 domains join forces, they cannot open the passage. Besides, if this is the case in our eastern domain, how can we know that the other 3 domains will not have the same situation? The Jisun Jade appeared underground, and the ability of the strange beasts increased day by day. This is no longer a simple crisis in the eastern domain, but a crisis for the entire continent. Perhaps, the 3 domains are too busy to take care of themselves, so how can they have time to participate in the 4 domains exchange conference? The difficulties and obstacles along the way are no less than those of him defending the city. Even if we come here, we can't help much. Fu Jiao didn't have any hope for this. It seems that our human race is in danger. Everyone sighed in vain, unable to do anything. Outside the city, everyone looked at the Yogwang mansion in front of them, feeling a lot of emotion. The gate of the Yogwang mansion in front of them was riddled with holes, and the walls were covered with weeds. The martial spirit masters guarding the city were exhausted, and the slightest movement made them like frightened birds. When they saw that it was a person, they cried with joy. Someone is coming! Someone is coming! Chapter 315. Young Master, people from the 3 regions are coming. The clan members dispersed, and Fu Jiao stood in the courtyard feeling melancholy, but heard the excited voices of the clan members. Please come this way. As everyone entered the courtyard under the guidance of the Fu clan members, Fu Jiao suddenly came back to his senses. You? Fu Jiao from Yogwang Mansion, I greet you all. Seeing that there were many people coming, Fu Jiao was very excited and hurried forward to greet them. Feng Xiai, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, and others came forward to greet them. After a brief greeting, Fu Jiao hurriedly arranged accommodation for everyone. There are many empty houses in the city. Let's have them cleaned up. I'm sorry for inconvenience for the time being. Speaking of the empty houses in this city, Fu Jiao looked a little disappointed. Song Luhua and others knew that the people in the city had suffered a lot. In the past few months, they had been living in the open air for a long time. Although the current environment was far worse than at home, it was at least more comfortable than on the road. The women from various regions finally breathed a sigh of relief. Song Luhua was lucky. With Shihong as her mount, she didn't walk much during the whole journey. When she was tired, she could fall on it and take a nap. She was not tired at all. At this moment, the women were resting, and she was holding the blue clam bead as big as her head and thinking about it. It's been refined. Then she was busy. When the refining cauldron was opened, the light blue clam bead was shining all over, and the star blue light looked quite beautiful. But using it was inevitably a bit painful. Put it away first. Song Luhua threw it into the jade bracelet space. After Feng Xiai and others rested for a day, they began to clean up the strange beasts around Yaoguang Mansion. Fu Jiao was quite moved by the pale faces of the people and advised, "You must have been exhausted since you came here. Why not rest for a few more days?" "Tired? I am indeed tired. Ever since I used the star-sucking cauldron, I have been tired every day. If it weren't for the red wolfberry fruit, they would have been drained of their kidney energy and died. But it works so well. It sucks everything. If you come into contact with this thing, you will be exhausted. If it weren't for this thing, how could they reach Yaoguang City so quickly?" When Fu Jiao asked, Yan Lingkong and others only said, "The situation in the East region is not optimistic. The sooner we act, the more at ease we will be." Feng Xiai took out the star-absorbing cauldron, and Qin Yi, Yan Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others skillfully arranged the personnel. After a period of use, the star-absorbing cauldron has undergone substantial changes from the inside out. The black cauldron is full of light, and the golden patterns inside the cauldron are shining, becoming more and more heavy and extraordinary. "This is?" Fu Jiao asked curiously. "This is the star-absorbing cauldron, which is specially used to absorb the spiritual power from the underground Jisun jade. It was refined by Madame Song, the wife of the patriarch of the Feng family in the southern region." Yan Lingkong explained kindly. "Is there such a thing?" Fu Jiao walked around the tripod with curiosity. "This tripod is extraordinary." Yan Lingkong nodded meaningfully, "Very extraordinary. Since you will start to clear the strange beasts from today, my Fu family also wants to fight." Qin Yi and Bailey Zhu saw that he and his family members were emaciated, and tactfully reminded, "Young master is not suitable for fighting now. You need to rest for a few more days before fighting side by side with us." "Why?" While a group of people were talking, the tribesmen from the three regions of the north, south, and west had already begun to inject spiritual power into the star-absorbing cauldron. In just a moment, the face of the martial spirit master, who was already pale, turned even paler. Fu Jiao was no ordinary person, and he immediately saw the door clearly. They are having their spiritual power and kidney energy sucked away. Star-absorbing cauldron, that's it. After being stunned, Fu Jiao smiled bitterly. "What you said makes sense. Given our current situation, it is indeed not suitable for fighting." He looked at the people with pale faces. No wonder they looked different. It turned out that it was because their kidney energy was sucked away. Now they did not leave the city, so they were relatively safe. Fu Jiao saw that there was really no place for him to display his skills, so he led the tribesmen back. They had not had a good sleep for a long time. Now that the people from the three regions had gathered, they also had a chance to breathe. Fu Jiao ordered all the tribesmen to rest. After refining the blue spiritual clam beads, Song Luhua consumed a lot, so she thought about taking a rest for a while. After wandering around the courtyard for a while, Feng Yin hurried over. "Madam, we don't have enough red wolfberry fruit. There are many martial spirit masters in the three regions, and the star-absorbing cauldron has been used many times during this period." She estimated that it is almost enough. Nodding, "I understand. I will discuss it with Feng Xiai later." The seeds of the first batch of level 6 red wolfberry fruit are gone. If the current level 5 red wolfberry fruit is used as seeds, the effect of the red wolfberry fruit grown is too poor. They need to find new spiritual plants to nourish the kidney qi. With her own strength, it is unknown when she will find it. If she can get help from the local spiritual plant masters in Yaoguang City, it may be faster. If the spiritual plant masters in the three regions of north, south, and west can be mobilized, they will also be a considerable force. After all, the auxiliary spiritual masters in the three regions of north, south, and west have been together for a long time, and she has some face among them. If she wants to find someone to help, it is easy to talk. However, The people in the East region just arrived yesterday, and are not familiar with each other. I am afraid that they will have to negotiate with the Yogwang City young master through Feng Xiai. As the sun sets, Feng Xiai and the others return, and Song Luhua tells Feng Xiai about her thoughts. There are not enough red wolfberries, so it's better to stop the star-absorbing cauldron for a while. Once the kidney energy cannot be replenished in time, the consequences will be serious. Song Luhua is quite serious. Feng Xiai also understands the risks, and touches his wife's head. I understand. I will talk to the young master of Yewang City about this tomorrow. Song Luhua nodded. It's good to stop the star-absorbing cauldron for a few days, just in time to teach everyone to take care of their bodies. Even if you have a strong body, you need to take a break. The next day, Feng Xiai went to Fu Jiao to talk about this matter. My wife means that she hopes that Master Fu can mobilize the spiritual plant masters in Yogwang City to find a replacement spiritual medicine. It's not difficult. I will order someone to do this right away. Fu Jiao agreed very readily. Feng Xiai sat for a while, and the two of them briefly exchanged their experiences during this period, and then dispersed. Song Liuhua's side quickly gathered a group of spiritual plant masters. Many spiritual plant masters from the three regions of North, South, and West and Yogwang City came. There is a spiritual weapon in the team, called the star-absorbing cauldron. It is very important for martial spirit masters, who use this spiritual weapon to nourish kidney qi. Song Luhua briefly introduced the use of the star-absorbing cauldron, and then took out a small basket of red wolfberries, and ordered each of her family members to give a few. This red wolfberry can nourish kidney qi, but the current quantity is insufficient. I invite everyone to come here today to gather your strength, and find a replacement spiritual plant. So that's it. Don't worry, we will do our best. A group of people, led by the local spiritual plant master of Yewang City, wandered around the city. After several months of erosion, Yewang City was overgrown with weeds and quite desolate. Many places were full of various spiritual plants and wild vegetables. If it were normal, everyone would not be able to grab them in time. Nowadays, the population in the city is declining, and everyone is concerned about life and death. Who has time to care about these things? There are indeed many spiritual plants along the way. The 4th level green pear fruit and the 5th level golden pomegranate fruit are growing very well, and the huge trees are full of fruits. But at this moment, these spiritual fruits are not good for the people of Yewang City. They only took a faint look at them, and then put all their hearts and minds into looking for spiritual medicine. Seeing this, Song Luhua and others just pretended not to see it and concentrated on searching. There are many spiritual plants in the city that are of high level, and there are also spiritual plants that replenish kidney qi, but the number is rare, and it has no effect. Everyone did not let go. After all, the star-absorbing cauldron will always be used, and in this situation, they can only accumulate a little to make a lot. A group of people acted separately, almost walked through the entire inner city, but did not gain much. It seems that the star-sucking cauldron has to be put on hold. Song Luhua muttered a few words and ordered. The demand for elixirs to replenish kidney qi is very high. If you have time, please pay attention. After sending everyone away, Song Luhua also went back. As soon as she entered the door, she saw a pink fluffy flower pinned on Shiheng's earlobe, looking like a matchmaker. There were also a few flowers hanging on the horns of the cute cow. Luzi ran to her feet with a pink fluffy flower in his mouth and meowed non-stop. Song Luhua leaned over and touched its little head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This flower is quite pretty. Where did you pick it? The velvet flower was as big as her palm, and its pinkish red color was quite elegant. Song Luhua took it and examined it carefully in surprise. Hee flower. It's actually an 8th level hee flower. Hee flower is a kind of tonic flower of giant trees. It blooms 3 seasons a year and withers in the cold season. Its flowers and leaves are very tonic, and the kidney's yang energy is the most important. It is said to grow in the central region, and its number is rare. Song Luhua was very curious. Where did Shiheng come from? It has to be our Lu Zi. Song Luhua looked at the huge hee trees towering into the sky in front of her, and touched Lu Zi's little head with satisfaction. If you look closely, this hee forest is all extended from one tree, forming a forest. The location is just outside the southern city wall. Song Luhua only let Lu Zi taste the bamboo treasure, and Lu Zi knew that she was looking for this kind of spiritual medicine, and probably remembered it all the time. The spiritual plant master of Yogwang Mansion has not been out for a long time, and almost no one knows this hee tree, so Lu Zi picked up a loophole. Now it's alright, the star-absorbing cauldron can be used again. Song Luhua hurriedly had the trees enclosed. After a few days of recuperation, the young master of Yugwang Mansion and the clansmen of Yugwang Mansion, who used the star-absorbing cauldron for the first time, walked away from the star-absorbing cauldron with limp legs, feeling hollowed out. This star-absorbing cauldron is indeed worthy of its reputation. With this cauldron, we can get twice the result with half the effort in cleaning up the strange beasts. Our east region is saved. Although Fu Jiao's face was pale, he felt more relaxed than ever before. Qini walked beside Fu Jiao with a shaky step, patted Fu Jiao on the shoulder, and comforted him. Young Master Fu is right. Although the members of the Fu family were also surprised by the power of the star-absorbing cauldron, they had a layer of worry in their hearts. Will it affect the offspring? We are fine, but our young master has not yet married this. Their Yugwang Mansion has already suffered this disaster. If the young master is affected by the issue of offspring, it will be worse. Fo Shan saw that they were frowning and thought it was something serious. Patting his chest, he assured, "Don't worry, it's just a little weak, it will be replenished soon. Our Lady's spiritual weapon only helps people, never harms people." The Fu clan members breathed a sigh of relief and became happy. He turned to be curious about the wife of the patriarch of the Feng clan. "I heard that your wife is the best all-round auxiliary spiritual master in the southern region. I guess your brothers have a very easy life. With such a weapon refiner in charge, not only must hunting exotic beasts be quite easy, but if you encounter danger, you will have a few more skills to survive. It is really enviable." "This is it?" Fo Shan choked and quickly changed the subject. "They are distributing hee flowers that nourish the kidney chi over there. Let's go get them." After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards Fengyin. Apart from this topic, they are still good brothers. If you say that life is good, it is indeed much better, but there is no shortage of suffering. The past is unbearable, and the days of suffering are still continuing. Fengshan's face was bitter after betraying the members of the Fu clan. His wife is indeed powerful, but she is also a first-class swindler. Besides, he saw his wife's unique way of refining weapons last time, so he dared not brag about it anymore. That's it, when the brothers of Yugwang Mansion see it, they will know. Hee flower is excellent for nourishing kidney chi, and the speed of recovery of everyone has greatly increased. It is worthy of being an 8th-level spiritual plant. After taking one flower and nourishing for 2 days, everyone feels much better. Qini smiled and said, "Finally, I can have a good rest. I finally had a good sleep last night. This sleep has never been better since I used the star-absorbing cauldron." Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others also breathed a sigh of relief. The star-absorbing cauldron was useful, but who knew that the discomfort during this period was more uncomfortable than being injured by a strange beast? The second elder and a group of elderly people were still in fear after the first loss. They drank a cup of red wolfberry tea every day. As for the star-absorbing cauldron, they were old, and this hunting ground was the world of young people after all. A group of old men went out to explore every day since they arrived at Yugwang Mansion. Anyway, they would rather fight with the strange beast head-on than stay and have their kidney energy sucked away. At night, Song Luhua looked at the changed star-absorbing cauldron, and a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. She thought that with this hee flower, everyone could relax a little. But obviously, their luck was not very good. The star-absorbing cauldron was also upgraded at this time. Yes, this thing absorbed too much spiritual power and kidney energy and upgraded itself. The upgraded star-absorbing cauldron is more powerful. Now it is not opened. She just holds it in her hand, and she feels that the spiritual power on her body is slowly gathering towards the cauldron. As the saying goes, as long as you can't suck it to death, suck it to death. The star-absorbing cauldron has been upgraded. Be careful when you use it tomorrow. Based on her conscience, Song Luhua still reminded him, if you find something wrong, kick the person off in advance. The upgraded star-absorbing cauldron may have a stronger ability to absorb spiritual power. As for kidney energy, it must be the same. Feng Xiai thought of the kidney energy he had replenished after eating Hihua the day before, and the cheering tribesmen, and he was a little amused. The tribesmen are probably going to cry again. You said it as if you won't cry? Song Luhua stuffed the star-absorbing cauldron into Feng Xi's arms, lifted the quilt, and crawled in, leaving Feng Xi with only the back of his head. Feng Xi was speechless. As a tribe leader, who personally went into battle, he really had to share the joys and sorrows with the tribesmen, so he had to endure it. Chapter 316. That hee flower is really good. My kidney energy has been almost replenished. Fo Shan stretched lazily. I slept well last night. Song Yuan nodded comfortably. With the hee flower, I am no longer afraid of having my kidney energy sucked away. Feng Xiai heard their conversation clearly from the side. Fo Shan, tell the tribe members that if there is anything unusual when using the star-absorbing cauldron later, come down in time. Fo Shan was confused. Chief, what happened? Song Yuan had a bad feeling in his heart. As expected, Feng Xiai said calmly, the star-absorbing cauldron has been upgraded. Be careful when you use it. Song Yuan and Feng Shan looked at each other in shock. Brother Song, I have a feeling that we are going to suffer. Feng Shan looked bitter as he watched Feng Xiai leave. Song Yuan nodded steadily. I have a feeling too. The two brothers complained in their hearts, but of course, they still had to do their work. Next, the experience of the clan members verified their guesses. It used to take only a quarter of an hour to drain his spiritual power and kidney energy, but now it takes half a quarter of an hour. Everyone hurriedly got the tribesmen down. The effect of the star-sucking cauldron has doubled. Jiang Wenqiu covered his waist and couldn't help wailing, Feng Xiai, is the spiritual weapon refined by your wife going to suck us to death? I thought I could finally relax, but I didn't expect that the good medicine was available, and the cauldron sucked people even more. Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others were also tossed around. Even though they had prepared themselves mentally, they didn't expect it to be even more uncomfortable. Everyone looked at each other, with a bitter smile in their eyes. Only the people in Yaoguang Mansion were somewhat unaware of the inside story. Although they were a little uncomfortable being sucked, they gritted their teeth and held on for their own family. Fu Jiao shook his weak legs, wiped the cold sweat, and looked at everyone with gratitude. Thank you for your hard work, I am grateful to the East region. At the same time, he was a little curious about this Madame Song from the South region. When he first met her that day, he thought she was just an ordinary auxiliary spirit master, but he didn't expect that the star-absorbing cauldron she refined in just a few days left a deep impression on him. Unexpectedly, he had been clean all his life, but his kidney energy was sucked by a spirit cauldron. Fu Jiao's curiosity reached its peak at this moment. In this regard, Jiang Wenqiu just wanted to say, don't be curious, wait until you taste the bitter fruit, you will know how powerful it is. In this way, with the cooperation of the 8th level kidney tonifying medicine He and the upgraded Xingxu cauldron, the martial spirit masters of the 3 regions of North, South, and West and Yaoguang Mansion quickly cleared the strange beasts around Yaoguang City. Kaiyang Mansion is the nearest place, and we will clean it up in the direction of Kaiyang Mansion tomorrow. After a discussion, everyone decided to set Kaiyang Mansion as the next destination. Everyone was busy. The martial spirit masters were busy cleaning up the strange beasts. The auxiliary spirit masters were busy refining weapons, refining medicine, and looking for spiritual plants, but Song Luhua became an idle person again. The area around Yaoguang Mansion was safe, so she took Shihong, Luzi, and Mingyou to wander around. Feng Xiai was no longer worried about his wife's safety. Shihong alone was not easy to mess with, and with a high-level Mingyou, his wife was safer than anyone else. Song Luhua was indeed safe, so she took the 3 little ones to dig a tree hole. The small beasts were chased into a panic. One rabbit beast, braised. Another rabbit beast, spicy. What a big chicken with big feet, catch it, and make pickled pepper chicken feet. Song Luhua had just caught 2 rabbit beasts weighing more than 10 pounds, when she saw a pair of big chicken feet on the dead leaves. The claws were almost as big as Shihong's claws. Looking at the body, it was only the size of Xiang chicken, and looked quite strange. It walked steadily, but it can't run at all. Song Luhua only trotted 2 steps and came to it. The big-footed chicken clucked anxiously, but could only walk slowly step by step. Song Luhua found it interesting, and poked it with a stick. Cluck, cluck. Poke it again, cluck, cluck. Song Luhua had enough fun, threw away the stick and left. Poisonous chicken, no wonder its feet are so big, I was stupid to eat it. If I hadn't been a little bit of a Taoist, I really wouldn't have been able to tell. Yesterday, she refined another pot of medicine, and today she strolled outside for half a day. Song Luhua was a little tired. She said something to Madame Yang, and went to sleep. Madame Yang smiled kindly. Madam, just sleep? I call you when lunch is ready. On the other side, when Feng Shan and others were cleaning up the strange beasts, they found a large group of chickens, and their eyes lit up immediately. So many chickens. Catch them quickly, add red wolfberry to stew soup, it's very nourishing. As he shouted, everyone's eyes lit up. Small strange beasts have their own advantages. The meat is fresh and tender, and it is not difficult to catch them. Although everyone was weak, it was still easy to deal with this thing. After a while, a large group of chickens were caught without a single one left. But why are the feet a bit big? This foot is as big as the foot of my sister's spirit pet. Song Yuan held a chicken and looked at the big chicken feet, and couldn't help complaining. The bigger the chicken feet, the better, and it tastes better when you chew them. Feng Shan said disapprovingly. Feng Yin was not in a hurry. This chicken is of unknown species, so it's better to be careful and let the alchemist take a look. That's true. Everyone thought of the poisoning caused by eating purple sand sculptures last year. Be careful. The accompanying assistants all checked and laughed at everyone for being too cautious. It's just an ordinary spirit chicken. Although its combat power is low, its level is not low. It is the most suitable for nourishing the body. It's not poisonous. You can eat it with confidence. It must have migrated from somewhere unknown. We will draw its appearance, record its characteristics, and include it in the 10 Wind Continent Strange Beast records. After the winter season every year, the strange beasts migrate back, and more or less they will bring back some strange beasts that they have never seen before. They are all used to it. It's nothing more than the difference between what can be eaten and what cannot be eaten. It's extremely rare that the exotic beasts on the continent cannot be eaten. Although the chicken's feet are a bit big, it is indeed edible. After getting a positive answer, everyone killed the chicken and plucked its feathers with confidence. It was only noon when a burst of fragrance came from the gathering place of the 3 regions and Yaoguang Mansion. Now that the consumption of kidney energy is too great, the kitchens of the 3 regions and Yaoguang Mansion have added red wolfberry to stew soup. If you eat meat, I'm afraid not everyone can eat it, but everyone can drink soup. Only the young palace masters, young clan leaders, young masters of various forces, and the young master of Yaoguang Mansion can enjoy a whole roast chicken. The steaming red wolfberry chicken soup is particularly fragrant. Feng Shan, Song Yuan and others drank a bowl and felt particularly comfortable. Feng Xi tasted it and thought it tasted good. He told Feng Yin, leave a few to take back. The lady must like it. Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, Fu Jiao and others ate with satisfaction. The rich chicken aroma mixed with the smell of fireworks lingered in the temporary gathering place and dissipated for a long time. In the afternoon, when everyone was fighting, many people felt pain in their feet. What's going on? Why do my feet hurt so much? Me too. Feng Shan, Song Yuan and others took off their boots and found that their feet were swollen. My feet seem to be swollen. Me too. And us. Feng Yi and Feng Qing stretched out their big feet that were fatter than usual. Qin Yi, Jiang Wenqiu, Lan Qi and others quickly reacted. The dull pain in their feet was like a bolt from the blue. Poisoned again. After experiencing the poison of the purple sand sculpture, I thought that was the limit of humiliation, but I didn't expect that there would be something more embarrassing. Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, Fu Jiao, and others had never encountered such a situation, but many tribesmen had such a situation. Thinking of the big-footed chicken they had at noon, they had already guessed it. As time went by, everyone felt that their feet were getting more and more swollen. This shoe can't be put on after taking it off. Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong and others endured the pain in their feet and discussed. Let's go back today. Feng Xi calmly asked Feng Yin, how many big-footed chickens are left? Take them all back alive. There are still 20 left in our tribe. I will go to other tribes to ask. Go ahead and tell them that it is best not to touch the remaining ones. Take them back for Madame to see. Finally, Feng Shan found about 300 live big-footed chickens from various tribes in the 3 regions. Luckily, they can take a flying boat back, otherwise it would be torture to walk. After lunch, Song Luo sat in the yard and read a storybook. This Dongyu storybook has a unique style, such as Handsome Man and Pretty Lady in Love, Hate, and Resentment of Successive Lords. She dared not say a word about the extent of what she dared to write. Handsome Man and Pretty Lady is just a butterfly with a high weight, but Love, Hate, and Resentment of Successive Lords is beyond belief. I wonder who is so bold to write such a book. Isn't he afraid that Fu Jiao will kill him? From the previous lord to the current young lord, she was fascinated by the gossip. It's okay that she has never met the previous lords. According to the book, Fu Jiao is the biological son of the previous lord, but in fact, his real identity is the younger brother of the previous lord. This unofficial history is really wild. Song Luo ate snacks and spiritual tea happily. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the yard, as if Feng Xi and the others had returned. Song Luo put away the book and muttered, "Why are they back at this time?" She hurried out to see, but saw a group of barefoot immortals. "Brother Feng Shan, what happened to you?" She thought she had seen it wrong, so she rubbed her eyes. Yes, there were big pairs of bare feet. They were purple, and looked a little scary. All the tribesmen were barefoot, without exception, and their feet were ridiculously large. "Hurry up, I can't stand it anymore, my feet hurt, I need to rest. Song Yuan cried out a few times, found a place, and sat down. Feng Shan, Feng Yin and others couldn't hold on any longer, and sat on the ground, holding their feet and complaining. Even the spiritual assistants, who had come with him, this time were in such a horrible state. Feng Xiai answered his wife's doubts. I ate a kind of big-footed chicken, so I must have been poisoned. Big-footed chicken? Could it be the kind of chicken that has a small body, but a pair of big feet? Does my wife know? Feng Xiai was very surprised. Song Luo sighed. What a sin, your luck is shitty. You didn't eat it? She looked at Feng Xiai, but saw that none of the tribe members were spared, but Feng Xiai was fine. I ate it, I'm fine. Even Feng Xiai himself was curious. He obviously ate the meat of the big-footed chicken, like his tribe members, but he didn't get poisoned. That's strange. At this moment, it's not about why Feng Xiai was not poisoned. Song Luo comforted her. Don't worry, this poison is not difficult to cure. Song Yuan asked her pitifully, little sister, how long will it take to cure the poison? Big brother's foot hurts. The whole instep was swollen and shiny, and it hurt a lot when it was touched slightly. Feng Shan and others looked at her with tears in their eyes, and the expectation in their eyes was self-evident. Even Feng Qing, who was always calm, had tears in his eyes. Song Luo twitched her mouth. Hold on, not so fast, I have to go and prepare. She asked Feng Xiai, how many of these big-footed chickens do you have left? We need the living ones. 20 in the clan, Qin Yi, Young Master Yang, Young Master Bailey, Young Master Fu and others together have about 300. Hearing that there were still so many, Song Luo breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but be speechless. So they are all poisoned? Yes. Although everyone did not take off their boots on the road, Feng Xiai had already foreseen their situation. Next, Song Luo gathered all the 300 big-footed chickens together. Then, she asked for a lot of assistant spirit masters from the 3 regions and the Fu clan. I need a lot of Hahuan powder, please help me. I understand. Hahuan powder is just a common medicine, and the alchemist started to refine it after hearing it. She looked at the spirit plant master again. This is the seed of the golden lotus. You need to help it grow as soon as possible. As for the weapon refiner, sisters, please help to distinguish the male and female big-footed chickens. A group of women started to get busy. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. The level of the auxiliary spiritual masters from various regions who came to the East region is not low. They are very good at doing things and their speed is not slow. In just 1.5 hours, Song Luo got a lot of Hahuan powder and mature golden lotus seeds. At this time, the 300 big-footed chickens were separated into male and female. Song Luo took out several large buckets of gray jade beads from the space of the jade bracelet and told everyone to mix Hahuan powder in it. These golden lotus seeds, please feed them to the hens. What do you mean? Except for those from the South region, none of the spiritual assistants present had ever seen the golden lotus seeds, so they were a little curious. Song Luo explained, this thing can change the gender when fed to males, and can give birth to 7 children when fed to females. This thing actually has such an effect. The spiritual assistants from the North region, the West region, and the Fu family were amazed. Song Luo reminded, the same applies to humans, don't take it randomly. Everyone was amazed and busy feeding the golden lotus seeds to the female big-footed chicken. When everything was ready, Song Luo locked the male and female big-footed chickens together and sprinkled the gray jade beads with the acacia powder into them. Gray jade beads are produced in the star-absorbing cauldron. Lu Zi, Shi Hong and Meng Niu love to eat them. These big-footed chickens are no exception. As soon as the gray jade beads were thrown in, they started to scramble for them. Song Luo looked at it for a while and left with satisfaction. If you want to detoxify, you have to wait until tomorrow morning. The poison of this big-footed chicken is indeed not difficult to detoxify. You only need eggs. Unfortunately, these big-footed chickens have a low egg-laying rate. If they lay eggs naturally, it will take a long time. Now, in order to save people, she can only use this harmful method. Chapter 317. That night, the 300 or so chickens that were trapped in the pen clucked for most of the night. The martial spirit masters of Yughuang City also clucked for most of the night. The next day, when Song Luo went out, she saw a group of tribesmen squatting in the yard with their teeth bared. My eldest brother was one of them, and his pitiful eyes made her feel sorry for him. Looking at everyone's big bare feet, which were bigger than yesterday, my eldest brother's eyes were about to burst into tears, and it was obvious that he was in great pain. Little sister. When Song Yuan saw her, He showed a hint of joy on his face. Just as he was about to say something, Song Luo waved her hand. Brother, I know what you want to ask. Wait a minute, I go take a look and we talk later. Song Luo turned and went to the west wing amid the puzzled gazes of the crowd. In the west wing, the 300 big-footed chickens that were kept in the pen yesterday were all listless. When they saw her, they just clucked a few times weakly and buried their heads in their feathers and did not move. Song Luo's eyes wandered around the chicken coop, and when she saw piles of pink and white eggs covering the chicken coop, her eyes lit up. It seems that the golden lotus seeds are quite effective. She climbed over the fence, took out a basket from the space of the jade bracelet, and quickly picked them up. These were all antidotes, and Song Luo was very careful, so she handled them with care. Some were laid one by one, and some were laid in small piles of 2 or 3, so it was not difficult to pick them up. There were also more than a dozen laid in a nest, which was even easier to pick up. Song Luo also saw eggs hidden under the buttocks of the big-footed chicken. But at this moment, she didn't have time to grab them from under the buttocks of the chickens, so she just picked up a full basket and left. In the front yard, people from the major families in the north, south, and west, as well as Yaguang Mansion, also came. A member of the Yang family in the northern region complained bitterly, "When will Madame Song come back? I didn't expect that eating a chicken would cause problems. This is really bad luck." And the young master of the family is also miserable. He is now covered in the quilt and dare not go out. Only they are thick-skinned, twisting their big bare feet and moving over like a duck. Qin's residence. Qin Yi refused to get out of bed, and a quilt covered his feet tightly. I don't know if Feng Xi's wife has any clues about the antidote. Qin Yi looked at the tiles above his head with a dull look, and felt that life was bleak. Lan Qi was lying on the couch reading a book, with her legs and feet wrapped tightly in a quilt. The pain was bearable, but it would be embarrassing for him, the young patriarch of the Lan family, to walk out with bare feet. Jiang Wenxiu wanted to hide at first, but when he saw his family members rushing to find Song Luo, he couldn't help it after all, and opened the quilt and ran over there with gritted teeth. The road is long, so Nong Hung and others sent their tribesmen to inquire. As for going in person, they can't afford to lose face for the time being. In the northern territory, Yan Xinyan looked at a pair of large shoes placed in front of the bed, and his mouth twitched violently. Take these boots away, I won't wear them. He had never been so embarrassed before, so he just stayed in the house and covered them. If he really wore such large boots to go out, it would be better than going out barefoot. I don't know which tribesman is so smart. Yan Xinyan waved his hand. Is there any news from Madame Song? Not yet. Then wait patiently. Yan Xinyan sent away the tribesman, who delivered the shoes, and stayed quietly in the room. In the western region, Bailey Zhu lifted the quilt, and saw a pair of big feet, and almost couldn't breathe. This young palace master also has such an embarrassing day. Fu Jiao was even more miserable. He had just adapted to his kidney deficiency, and then a pair of big feet came. If he hadn't been determined, he would probably want to cry at this moment. Of course, in this situation, he didn't dare to go out, so he had to stay in the room and wait for good news from Mrs. Song in the southern region. When Song Luo, who was shouldering a heavy responsibility, appeared in front of everyone with a basket of eggs, Song Yuan, Feng Shan, and the visitors from various regions were all excited. Madame Song. Little sister. Madam. Song Luo pressed her hands, and the scene was instantly quiet. She took an egg from the basket and handed it to Song Yuan. Brother, this is the antidote, just drink it raw. Then, she stuffed the basket of eggs in her hand to Feng Shan. These eggs are the antidote. There are still many in the chicken pen in the west wing. You arrange someone to pick them up. One is enough to detoxify, don't eat more. As for why you can't eat more, Song Luo said that those big-footed chickens ate a lot of Hawan powder, and the eggs they laid might be a little bit wrong. When Song Yuan heard that he should not eat more, he felt that something was not good, but he still ate it without hesitation. In his opinion, no matter what the effect is, you have to drink it. Unless you don't want to detoxify. Fo Shan didn't hear it, but happily arranged for people to pick up eggs. Entering the chicken coop, he was surprised to find that these 300 big-footed chickens laid a lot of eggs. There are so many eggs. These are the antidote. Pick them up quickly. Fo Shan and the martial spirit masters from the 4 regions were busy. The man did not forget to pick up an egg, crack a hole in it, and pour the egg liquid into his mouth. Fortunately, the egg liquid of the big-footed chicken was not too fishy, and everyone could still accept it when drinking it raw. The effect of the egg was soon revealed. After drinking it for a quarter of an hour, they felt that their feet seemed to be smaller. It works. I feel that my feet are not so painful anymore. Great. There was no need to go out to clean up the strange beasts today. Fo Shan distributed all the eggs and went back to his room to rest. My feet hurt last night, and I didn't sleep well. I got up early today, and my kidney qi is insufficient, so I'm very tired now. But when I fell asleep, I felt hot all over, and sweat fell on my forehead like rain. What's going on? Why is it so hot? Fo Shan wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned over, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Song Yuan was not much better. He was half asleep when he was awakened by the heat. He drank a lot of cold water, but it still didn't quench his thirst. Why is it so hot today? Here, Lan Qi and the others pinched their noses and ate raw eggs. An hour later, the abnormal swelling of the Bigfoot chicken was almost gone. Before everyone had time to be happy, they felt a surge of heat all over their bodies. A hot and dry air from inside to outside. They had not experienced this feeling for a long time, since the kidney energy was sucked away by the star-sucking cauldron. This situation was obviously abnormal, so the clan's alchemist was called. When the alchemist heard that they had eaten the fresh eggs of the Bigfoot chicken, he roughly knew the reason for their heat. Yesterday, we refined a lot of Huan powder according to what Madame Song said, mixed it with gray jade beads, and fed it to the big-footed chicken. Lan Qi, no wonder it's like this. Is there a way to solve it? Lan's pharmacist subconsciously glanced at Lan Qi and shook his head quickly. I think it's nothing but dryness and heat. You just lost a lot of kidney energy, and it hasn't been replenished yet. The medicinal power of this Huan powder was diluted by the big-footed chicken, and now it is even more negligible. Just bear with it, it will pass. Lan Qi waved his hand, and the alchemist of the Lan family withdrew. He exhaled a lot of hot air and smiled bitterly. This antidote from Feng Xi's wife also made us lose a layer of skin. He tossed and turned on the couch, and even couldn't read his favorite book. After another day, the poison of everyone's big feet had completely subsided, and their feet returned to normal. However, in the early morning, everyone had big dark circles under their eyes, and coupled with their kidney deficiency, it was even more obvious that they were kidney deficient. Jiang Wenxiu complained, next time you catch a chicken, don't give it to me. I don't want to eat chicken anymore. That's right. Every time you eat chicken you suffer. Yuanju recalled that he had eaten purple sand sculptures and buried his head in the sand to detoxify last time. This time he ate big-footed chicken and was tortured by the antidote with the effect of Huan powder for a night. He instinctively felt a resistance to chicken and other exotic meat. Qin Yi, Lan Qi and others also nodded in their hearts. It is better to be cautious when eating exotic animals of unknown origin. Bai Li Zhu, Yang Lingkong, Yan Xinian and others also agreed. If you see an unusual exotic animal, it is best to find out whether it can be eaten before eating it. They are not making a fuss, they are just too embarrassed this time. If you have not experienced it yourself, no one can understand the embarrassment of hiding in the house, and not daring to come out with a pair of big feet, which is painful and embarrassing. No one can understand the discomfort of being unable to sleep at night due to the heat, and having to endure it because of kidney deficiency. After a series of misfortunes, even if they think they are strong-willed, they still feel helpless. The number of times we have embarrassed ourselves since we were born has reached an unprecedented level in the past few months, since we came to the East region. In this regard, Fu Jiao, a novice, could only consider himself unlucky. At the same time, he asked the tribesmen to list the big-footed chicken in the list of exotic animals that cannot be eaten. They had to sleep all night, so Song Luwan naturally had a good night's sleep. When she woke up, a group of people had already gone out. I don't want to refine medicine or tools today, so lie down. Song Luwa had just put the recliner in place and prepared snacks and spiritual tea. The cute cow swung its tail and came over mooing. Shihong actually stood on the back of the cute cow. The stove stood on the head of the cute cow. Seeing this formation, Song Liuhua's mouth twitched. You guys are really good at playing. Moo moo. The cute cow happily circled around her, and Shihong stood on the cute cow. Her sense of balance was so good that her feathers were not messy. Song Luhua rolled her eyes at Shihong. Don't you look at your body shape? You are standing on the cute cow. If the stove stands on it, it's called harmony. If it stands on it, it's a weight that the cow can't bear. Song Luhua decisively pushed this guy down. Don't you have feet? Get down and walk by yourself. Chirp. The mistress is bad? Shihong braked suddenly, landed smoothly, and complained to the mistress in dissatisfaction. Song Luhua didn't spoil it. Mingyou is an honest cow, don't bully it. If you want to find a mount, go find someone else, don't bully the cow. Chirp. Shi Hong hid in the corner with his wings on his back, and Song Luhua ignored him. But after a blink of an eye, when she woke up again, there was only Mingyo and the stove lying next to each other in the yard, not far from her. Shi Hong disappeared. Song Luhua was surprised. Where is Shi Hong? Moo. Meow meow meow. Obviously, the cute cow and the stove can't talk, so it's useless for her to ask. Song Luhua looked around for a while, but didn't see it, so she just ignored it. Shi Hong is a smart guy, with a strong fighting ability and fast flying. Even if she goes out, there is no danger. This guy has been making waves for a whole day. Finally, before Feng Ci and others came back, a crisp bird cry came from the sky. There were also a few unpleasant sounds. Shi Hong is back. Song Luhua subconsciously looked up, and saw a black shadow flying towards this side in the sky. As the black shadow approached, she saw a scene that stunned her. A huge white bird beast was flying towards this direction, with a light blue shadow standing on its back. Who else could this be but Shi Hong? Song Luhua opened her mouth and stared blankly at Shi Hong, who was pressing the huge white bird beast to the ground like a big boss. White feathers fell to the ground. Chirp! After the bird landed, Shi Hong still stood on the person, with her sharp claws firmly grasping the person's wings, as if she had grown on the person. What are you doing? Song Luhua was speechless. Her mount found a mount for herself? Chirp, Shi Hong, princess. Shi Hong rolled her eyes, and turned around proudly. Song Luhua, So, is this guy planning to be an agent? Unfortunately, she is not Ponyo, and will not accept the difference in price from an intermediary. She does not have such a good sense of balance as Shi Hong. If she fails, the bird will fall and the person will die, which is not fun. Moreover, she saw that the bird beast was wild and difficult to tame, and it might just eat her as a snack. Who dares to do that? You can be a princess for a few days, but it is impossible to be an intermediary. Song Luhua saw that the white big bird beast was about level 6, and there was a small bald spot on its body after being caught by Shi Hong. She found a spirit rope that she had made before and tied it to Shi Hong's claws. The other end was tied to Shi Hong's claws. There were many dead ends. You have brought back a thing, you should take good care of it. If it runs away and harms people, you will be dead. Song Luhua threatened, and Shi Hong reluctantly stepped on its mount and squatted in the corner. To be on the safe side, she told Feng about this matter. You should find someone to watch it, and don't let this white bird hurt people. If Shi Hong doesn't need it anymore, just deal with it. Although it was tied to Shi Hong, it was better to be careful. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. Humans are too fragile to withstand the slightest wind and rain. They can't play with spirit pets without caring about the lives of their people. It was the first time that Feng Yin and the others heard about spirit pets mounts, and they all came to watch curiously. Facing a group of people pointing and talking, Song Luhua saw embarrassment on a bird's face for the first time. Shi Hong looked at everyone blankly, kicked the big white bird next to him hard, and finally buried his head in the feathers. The big white bird? Song Luhua was almost dying of laughter, but she sat aside without any sympathy, eating and drinking, watching the joke. In the evening, after Feng Ci and others came back, they heard about what Shi Hong had done and came to watch the fun. How rare, a bird or beast can actually find a mount for itself. The people of the Fu family heard that this was Madame Song's mount, and they gathered around to watch curiously. For 2 days in a row, Shi Hong didn't have the opportunity to ride its mount out, but was watched as a monkey for a long time. Even Jiang Wenxiu, Qin Yi and others came to see the curiosity. Everyone laughed endlessly, and Song Luhua felt that Shi Hong seemed to be cyberbullied. This morning, Song Luhua got up and subconsciously looked at Shi Hong's nest. The big white bird was gone. The spirit rope was torn and scattered on the ground. Feng Yin ordered people to carry a roasted bird and beast up. Madam, this is Shi Hong's lunch. This morning, it asked me to roast its mount. Song Luhua, Shi Hong had already pecked at the bird meat in anger. Chapter 318. It smells so good. Shi Hong was eating so deliciously that Song Luhua couldn't help but tear off a small piece of meat and started chewing it. Feng Yin was also roasted well, and it tasted salty, fragrant and tender. The man and the bird ate until their mouths were full of oil. Mingyo and Luzi also tried some, but they probably didn't like it very much. They only took 2 bites and didn't move. After eating and drinking, Song Luhua and Shi Hong lay comfortably in the yard to rest. After that day, Shi Hong went out every day, and no longer had the intention of raising a mount. Feng Ci and others went out every day to clean up the strange beasts. This star-absorbing cauldron is really good. During this period of time, Fu Jiao was deeply moved as he followed the clearing of strange beasts. Not to mention the Jisun Jade underground. Even the strange beasts on the land were sucked dry by it, and their fighting power was greatly reduced. In this way, it won't take long to reach Kaiyang Mansion. Although it is indeed a bit harmful to the body, it is undeniable that this spiritual weapon is really useful. Just as Fu Jiao was thinking about the day to arrive at Kaiyang Mansion, he heard a commotion from the tribe. Oh no, birds and beasts are attacking. Fu Jiao looked up and saw a black mass of birds and beasts flying towards them. Crows. Crows. Oh no, it's the Black Crow Beast. Level 9 Black Crow Beast, run. The change came unexpectedly, and Feng Xiai and others' faces suddenly changed. The Black Crow Beast is not easy to mess with. Among the birds and beasts, this beast is the most cunning and cruel. It can actually avoid the power of the star-absorbing cauldron. Ordinary birds and beasts would have been drained of their spiritual power under the power of the star-absorbing cauldron. If they were smart, they would have hidden away long ago. However, this Black Crow Beast was cunning and sharp. It must have sensed the fluctuation of spiritual power in the air and hit first. Now, taking advantage of their spiritual power being sucked dry, they came in groups. Feng Xiai and others were not unprepared. Each family would prepare 2 teams every time they came out. One team operated the star-absorbing cauldron, and the other team cleared the strange beasts and protected their safety. But this group of Black Crow Beasts came fiercely, and their level was not low. Even if they had all their spiritual power, they might not be able to retreat unscathed. Crow crow. Before they could think too much, the Black Crow Beast was approaching. Its obsidian-like hair radiated colorful colors in the sunlight. The Black Crow Beast was huge, and its pair of black eyes stared at everyone fiercely. A pair of fist-sized black beads on its head swayed under the support of its tentacles, which looked a bit cute. But no one dared to despise it. The Black Crow Beast was the most ferocious. They liked to eat rotten corpses. If they met humans, they liked to kill people first, then take their corpses away, bring them back to their territory, and eat them after they rotted. This habit alone makes people feel cold all over. Fu Jiao had just had his spiritual power sucked away by the star-absorbing cauldron. Seeing this, he closed his eyes sadly. It seems that there will be a big battle today. After the battle, it is hard to say how many people will be left. Is it that the East region is going to be destroyed by God? Unlike Fu Jiao, Feng Xiai and others quickly thought of a countermeasure. Use the enemy-repelling spiritual weapon. Feng Xiai ordered. Qin Yi, Lan Shi and others also reacted to the enemy-repelling spiritual weapon. In their southern region, there is Feng Xi's wife, a rare weapon refiner, who carries some strange spiritual weapons in her pocket from time to time. Now that the enemy is at hand, there is no need to wait any longer. Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others were chilled for a moment, and immediately thought of this spiritual weapon to repel the enemy. Mrs. Song's spiritual weapon to repel the enemy is still useful, and it has an advantage in fighting these Black Crow Beasts. Only Fu Jiao, who is unaware of the situation, is pessimistic. You have a wife and children at home, so retreat first. After arranging all this, he held the spiritual sword in his hand, and stared at the Black Crow Beasts that surrounded them with a resolute look. Seeing these Black Crow Beasts hovering in the air stealthily, they seemed to be looking for some flaws. Feng Xiai ordered, strike first to gain the upper hand. Feng Shan received the order, and immediately took his people into action. Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others also moved when they saw this. Some martial spirit masters in the 3 regions of the north, south and west, as if they had agreed, all took out a black stick, put on a posture like a quarreling lady, and shouted in unison, retreat, retreat, retreat. The shouts of retreat were full of momentum and deafening. The Fu clan members were about to rush forward and die with the Black Crow Beasts, but when they heard the sound, they were shocked. What are they doing? How can the Black Crow Beasts be scared away so easily? Are the people in the 3 regions crazy? A group of people looked at the absurd scene in front of them, and hesitated to take action. Fu Jiao frowned even more. It shouldn't be like this. Then, he noticed something strange. No, a Black Crow Beast fell. He moved his eyes to the ordinary black sticks in the hands of the crowd, and narrowed his eyes. There is a spiritual power fluctuation. If you observe carefully, you will find that after the stick-like thing emits spiritual power fluctuations, a Black Crow Beast will fall. Looking at Feng Xiai, Bailey Zhu, Yang Lingkong and others, Fu Jiao realized. It turns out to be a spiritual weapon. Feng Xiai and others did not expect that this spiritual weapon to repel enemies would be so useful. Once the Black Crow Beast is locked by this spiritual weapon, normally, they can only fly in the opposite direction. But this is barely possible for humans and land animals. It is really not easy to ask these birds and beasts to fly in the opposite direction. Therefore, these black crow beasts suddenly could not use their wings, and could only fall to the ground with a thud. My wife had refined a lot of enemy-repelling spiritual tools last time, and they were effective quickly. As the enemy-repelling spiritual tools were used again and again, black crow beasts fell like dumplings. The tense nerves of the crowd finally relaxed a little. Having survived countless crises, although they were afraid of death, they were not so scared. But this thing was the most notorious black crow beast in the entire Tin-Wind continent. After all, no one wants to die, be left to rot, and then be eaten by this thing. This way of dying is chilling. The black crow beasts gathered in the sky thought they could get a batch of reserve food today, but they didn't expect their companions to fall down one by one for no reason. They are cunning by nature and want to retreat. Crows. Seeing this, the strings at everyone's hearts were completely loosened. Haha. What black crow beast, it's just like this. The Foshan people kept bragging, if we talk about powerful, it has to be our wife. Song Yuan, the eldest brother, agreed with this, my little sister is awesome. The Fu clan members held their spiritual swords in a daze, looking at each other in bewilderment. Is it all right now? I was so scared. I thought I would become a snack for that disgusting black crow beast today. The Fu clan members didn't relax until the black crow beasts dispersed little by little. Fu Jiao asked Feng Xiai curiously, may I ask what spiritual weapon the Feng clan leader just used? He was not blind. In the three regions of the north, south, and west, only the Feng clan had the most spiritual weapons in hand in terms of quantity. Combined with what he had learned in recent days, this spiritual weapon must have come from the hands of Mrs. Song, the wife of the patriarch of the Feng family. This is a spiritual weapon made by my wife to repel enemies. Feng Xiai ordered Feng Shan to take out 10 of them, and gave them to Fu Jiao. Give these 10 spiritual weapons to Master Fu, and hope to defeat the enemy together in the future. Fu Jiao did not expect that he could gain such a reward just by asking questions, and said gratefully, Patriarch Feng is righteous, and my Fu family will remember it. Master Fu, you are too kind. Feng Xiai is not stupid. In peacetime, such things will naturally not be given away easily. But in the current situation, if all these spiritual weapons are in my hands, only my family can contribute. Fu Jiao got the spiritual weapon, and immediately found a strange beast to try it out. It's really a good thing. Even though the action was a little unsightly, the spiritual weapon that can kill the strange beast is the most important thing at the moment. Fu Jiao has a better understanding of Mrs. Song's weapon refining level. How great would it be if I had such a powerful weapon refiner? Fu Jiao was envious. Not only Fu Jiao was envious, who in the three regions would not be envious? If the family has such a spiritual assistant, the development of the entire family will be much better. Although Song Liuhua's method of refining weapons seems very absurd, her ideas of refining weapons and medicines make the spiritual assistant's eyes light up. Although everyone knows that her method of refining weapons is not suitable for them, they still want to ask her for some advice. Seeing that everyone knows her virtue, Song Liuhua simply doesn't hide it. She instilled all her ideas in a wild and unrestrained way. There is only one principle, which is to combine all the advantages in one point. As long as no one dies, other aspects are not a problem. This statement opened a new door for all the weapon refiners and pharmacists. Thus, the auxiliary spirit masters of the four regions began a prosperous period of refining medicine and weapon. Mrs. Song, how about the spirit replenishing pill I made? A round-faced pharmacist excitedly showed her the spirit replenishing pill that she had worked hard to develop for 3 days. Song Liuhua took it, and her tiger body was shocked. After a while, she slowly looked at the round-faced assistant spiritualist, who was full of expectation. Give it to your enemies, never to your friends. This thing is indeed a spiritual pill, but while replenishing spiritual power, it will cause the spiritual palace to crack. This sister is really a ruthless person. The round-faced sister also knew what flaws she had made, and scratched her head embarrassedly. I tried to refine it again. The next one was a gentle weapon refiner. Mrs. Song, what do you think of my wave spiritual drum? The palm-sized rattle looked small and exquisite, and the appearance was delicate and cute. The moment Song Liuhua got hold of it, she fell silent. This thing is not safe to use. It is really not safe. It will attack all humans and beasts in the range indiscriminately. The key is that the ability of martial spirit masters to withstand the drum sound is several times weaker than that of alien beasts. I'm afraid your spiritual weapon is specially used to deliver food to alien beasts. Haha. I change it. The gentle sister left the stage with a waved spirit drum in embarrassment. The next one is a beautiful alchemist covered in pearls and jade. Mrs. Song, please look at my magic medicine. So Song Luo saw the lump she brought up. It also exuded a familiar but different smell. The alchemist covered in pearls and jade introduced it confidently. This medicine is a good kidney tonic, the civet cat fruit medicine. There is a kind of magic fruit in my tribe. When it grows up, its fruit has thorns and is as big as a basin. When you break open the peel, you will find light yellow flesh inside. The flesh is soft and sweet. Those who love it, and those who hate it. And its smell. Song Luo took it. Does it have a bad smell? Just by looking at the smelly spiritual medicine, she roughly guessed what it was. Mrs. Song actually knows about the civet cat fruit? The alchemist covered in red jade praised. You are so knowledgeable at such a young age. Song Luo smiled awkwardly. As a modern person, it is hard not to know about this thing. I didn't expect that there is such a thing in the Tin Wind continent. This civet cat fruit is rare in our northern region. Only my family has a Yansher mine. The land is particularly hot and rich in this fruit. I heard that Mrs. Song was looking for a kidney tonic some time ago. Unfortunately, I only brought the seeds when I went out this time, and they were only born in the past few days. This civet fruit can also replenish kidney qi. Now, I will use it to refine a kidney replenishing elixir. The weapon refiner gestured excitedly, and put the elixir under her nose. The intoxicating smell, coupled with the uncomfortable appearance, almost made Song Luo die on the spot. Not to mention that she didn't like the smell of durian. The smell of the elixir made from the civet fruit was several degrees more smelly than durian. She quickly took out a handkerchief and covered her nose. The ninja checked it out and unexpectedly found that the elixir was not bad. It's really good for kidney tonic, and it can be used for minor ailments. Getting her affirmation, Yu Weqing was delighted. I arranged it for my nephew today. She is a member of the Yu family in the Northern Territory, and in terms of identity, she is Yunangu's aunt. Song Luo twitched her lips, not knowing who her nephew was, and lit a candle for him in her heart. This civet fruit medicine not only has an unpleasant appearance and smell, but also tastes not much better. What's more, after eating it, it is estimated that the groin will be blocked for a long time. Having just had their spiritual power and kidney energy sucked away, Yonengu and the others also experienced the invasion of the black crow beast, and now their faces are even paler. Sitting on the ground to rest, I don't know why, I just felt cold all over. Yin Sinian said, "What's wrong? Are you injured?" Yonengu shook his head. I lost my kidney energy, and I feel a little cold now. Hua Lingjun shook the feather fan in his hand. Go back and take some kidney replenishing medicine, and you be fine. But these days, when will it end? Yang Lingkong sighed weakly while sitting on the other side. Who knows? Just wait and see. They knew that if the problem in the East region was not solved, they would continue to be in this state day after day. Fortunately, it did not affect the offspring, and Bubu came back. This Madame Song, it really makes people love and hate her. They suddenly did not envy the Feng family so much. Although they got benefits, they also suffered a lot. Now thinking about it, those benefits are what they deserve. Comparing the two, I suddenly feel that the spiritual assistants in my tribe are not that bad. Yin Sinian agreed, although they are a bit conventional, at least they are not troublesome. In this short journey, they suffered more at the hands of Madame Song than in the previous years. I just hope that the days ahead will go smoothly. When a group of people thought of this, the envy in their hearts was suppressed again. Chapter 319. Young Master, this is the kidney tonifying elixir I just made. Please try it. Yu Weqing took out the civet cat fruit elixir she had just made. Instantly, a foul smell filled Yunangu's nostrils. Is this an elixir? Why does it smell so bad? Civet cat fruit? And Yu Weqing, you use civet cat fruit to make medicine. Yunangu looked at her in a puzzled way. Yu Weqing didn't care. Civet cat fruit happens to be used to tonify kidney qi. What's so special about using it to make medicine? Yonengu uncovered his nose and looked at the heap in front of him, his mouth twitching. He couldn't accept eating it directly, and it was even more difficult to accept the appearance and taste of it as medicine. To replenish kidney qi, it's good to have hihua. Young master, you try it for me. Madame Song gave us some advice when she was free. If it works this time, we will have new ideas for refining medicine in the future. Yonengu, try it. Madame Song said this medicine is effective. After a short silence, Yonengu finally stuffed the civet fruit medicine into his mouth with a look of disgust. It was indeed a magical medicine made from civet cat fruit, and it tasted hard to describe. He didn't like civet cat fruit, But the taste of this medicine made Yonengu collapse even more. He swallowed it without chewing it, and stuffed the plate into Yu Yueking's hand. And Yueqing, I'm done, I'm going to get busy first. After saying that, he ran away. Hey, young master, remember to tell me how it works? Despite Yu Yueking shouting, Yonengu left without looking back. After leaving the house, he vomited for a long time, and the unpleasant smell finally dissipated. Yunangu wiped the corner of his mouth. He felt that he should issue a ban on using the spirit cat fruit to make medicine. This smell was really hard to describe. However, it was not just him. In the next few days, the 3 regions of North, South, and West, including the major families in Yoguang City, all felt the deep malice from their own alchemists. What the hell? Can this be eaten? Jiang Wenqiu looked at the bowl of black and bubbling stuff brought by the clansmen, and couldn't believe it. The Jiang clan members were speechless. Young clan leader, this is the kidney tonifying elixir that our clan's alchemist gave you as a gift. Kidney tonifying elixir. Are you sure it's not poison to kill me? It's a good intention after all. I heard it's effective. You should accept it. The Jiang clan members couldn't help but laugh in their hearts when they saw their young clan leader's face turn green. Jiang Wenqiu didn't believe this nonsense. I'm surprised. When did our alchemist learn to make kidney tonifying elixir? Not even dogs would eat this. Take it away. After all, they have good intentions. I heard that they used a lot of precious spiritual medicines, and the effect is better than Hihua, which is not much worse. If you don't drink it, it will be a waste. The Jiang clan member advised him, and Jiang Wenqiu said casually, then I give it to you. The Jiang clan member, he was in trouble. Drink it, I watch you drink it. Being stared at by his young clan leader, the Jiang clan member could only bite the bullet and swallow it in one gulp. The taste was bitter and astringent, and a nauseating smell rushed straight to the top of the head. The effect was really good. As soon as it entered the stomach, a warm current flowed through the kidney qi, and the kidney qi that had been sucked dry slowly recovered. The effect is really no worse than Hihua. It's just this taste that makes me not want to eat for 3 days. Jiang Wenqiu looked at him sympathetically. I heard that the auxiliary spiritual masters in the clan went to Feng Xi's wife every day to learn experience these days, and they must have been taught badly. TSK, hard times are coming. He patted the clan member on the shoulder and walked away in style. To be honest, although he was also cheated by Song Liuhua's things, it would not be a bad thing if the clan's auxiliary spiritual master could really get some true teachings from Feng Xi's wife. After all, the things she refined were really useful. Even if there was anything, he was the young clan leader, he didn't eat it, so what? Just thinking about it, Jiang Wenqiu had no reason to object. Therefore, in the following period of time, Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong and others were more or less cheated by their own alchemists and weapon refiners. After listening to this, Song Luhua was happy for a long time. It is worth my teaching, and common progress is the truth. Feng Ci, your teaching and common progress have made everyone miserable. Since my wife began to teach, the people in the 3 regions of North, South, and West and Yoguang Mansion began to complain. Song Luhua spread her hands. She is also innocent. Song Luhua is still the most idle one in the garrison. She planted some red wolfberries everywhere when she was bored. She wants to plant red wolfberries in every corner of the continent. Whether a person has confidence or not depends on whether he is weak or not. Only by nourishing the kidney can he last long. Anyway, I am idle anyway. She also told Fu Jiao specifically to prevent someone from digging up the seedlings of red wolfberry as wild vegetables. Fu Jiao, I thank you. Song Luhua modestly said that it was not necessary and served the people. The following days were relatively regular, refining medicine, strolling, refining tools, strolling, or reading storybooks. Shihong was not a quiet person. She took the stove and the cute cow out for a stroll all day. The 3 of them formed a small team. Lu Zi was responsible for treasure hunting, Meng Yo was responsible for security, and Shihong was the means of transportation. Although the combined combat power of these 3 was unknown, they were able to return from the miasma swamp unscathed, which showed that they were quite capable, so Song Luhua didn't care about them. Anyway, as long as these few didn't bother humans to increase her hatred, they would be willing to fight any strange beasts. Besides, with Lu Zi, who was good at housekeeping, following her, she would have no shortage of good things. The spiritual fruits, wild vegetables, and good spiritual medicines brought back every day eventually went into her pocket. Song Luhua said that Lu Zi was a filial son. The sky gradually darkened, and a familiar crisp chirping sound came from afar. Song Luhua smiled while sitting in the courtyard, and said to Yang Ma, "It must be Shihong and the others who have returned. Although they are spiritual beasts, they have learned the routine of Feng Xiai and others to return at sunset." Yang Ma stood up and patted her dress. "The clan leader and the others will be back soon. I go see if the tonic soup is good." After a while, Shihong and the others really landed in the courtyard. Song Luhua propped up her chin and asked, "Have you had enough fun?" "Chirp. Moo. Meow." The three little ones came around. Lu Zi and Meng Yo were particularly enthusiastic. One rubbed her hand with his head, and the other jumped on her legs and kept calling. Shihong was cold and noble, walking around alone. Song Luhua was used to it. This guy was no good, and it was impossible to expect him to act cute. However, she had Meng Yo and Lu Zi, two caring ones, so she didn't care about this guy's coquetry. It was still cute when it was young, with a fluffy little blue bird sticking to its cheek, which was more lovable than the big bird in front of it. Without waiting for her to ask, Lu Zi took out several large baskets from his space. Each basket was packed very neatly, a total of 5 baskets. Ming Yo saw this, and also took out 3 baskets from his space ring. Song Luhua twitched her lips. During this period, whenever they divided the spoils. No, whenever they divided things, Ming Yo, the thug, would definitely get the least. The key point was that he had no regrets. I don't know if these guys were ranked according to seniority. Shihong, the eldest, would naturally get the most. But this guy doesn't care much about anything else except the black crystal stone, the extreme hard jade, and the gray jade beads. As long as she asks for it, she can get it. But at this moment, Song Luhua's eyes are focused on the cute cow. What an honest cow. Song Luhua patted the cute cow's head with heartache and decisively accepted the tribute from the 2 little ones. She rummaged through the 8 baskets, but found that all the 8 baskets were green, thumb-sized spiritual fruits, which she couldn't name. What kind of spiritual fruit is this? The level of this spiritual fruit, hiss, super level 9 spiritual fruit? Song Luhua took one and placed it in her palm, taking a breath of cold air. This actually looks like a level 9 spiritual fruit, and it's not small. A spiritual fruit that can stretch muscles. As people age, their muscles and bones are naturally not as good as those of young people, but this kind of muscle-stretching fruit can make people's muscles and bones regress to their youth. Moreover, the muscle-stretching fruit that Lu Zi and the others brought back can make people's muscles and bones go back to 20 years. Don't underestimate these 20 years. The younger the muscles and bones, the more agile the body. When a martial arts master fights against strange beasts, a little sensitivity can greatly increase the chance of survival. Even if your muscles and bones are already young, eating it will not harm them. It will only make them develop in a better direction. The younger you are, the better the effect will be. The wild vegetables, spiritual fruits or spiritual medicines they brought back in the past were also of high quality. Although Song Luhua was surprised, it was far less than this surprise. Her eyes lit up, and she looked at the stove excitedly. "Good stove, where did you pick this spiritual fruit? Do you have any more?" Meow 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 meow. The stove understood, shook its head, looked at Shihong again, and scratched it with its claws. Meow. Song Luhua knew that this guy also had some, so she smiled. "Shihong, how many of these fruits do you have? Let me see." "Chirp." Shihong called a few times, and then, the green thumb-sized spiritual fruits rolled all over the floor. Song Luhua's mouth twitched. This guy never packed things neatly in the basket like Shihong and Lu Zi. Every time he asked him to take out something, it was always such a mess. This time, it was this thumb-sized spiritual fruit, which really rolled all over the floor. After Shihong's mess, the ground was full of gray jade beads, and she had no place to step. While she was surprised, Song Luhua's eyelids twitched. If she was asked to do it herself, how long would it take to pick it up? Song Luhua decisively called Feng Yin for help. And she herself just sat back and reaped the benefits. Song Luhua couldn't help but praise Sanshao for his ability. Shihong, Cha-Cha, came over and asked for benefits, so Song Luhua gave each person a basin of gray jade beads. Now that someone from the East region has participated, she gets more gray jade beads every time, and she doesn't mind giving some sweet treats to those who have made contributions. Only when they have tasted the sweetness and go out to find good things in the future, will they bring them to themselves. Song Luhua is very clear about the difference between a one-time deal and a lifelong deal. Feng Yin and others have become accustomed to the scattered spiritual fruits. Every time my wife's spiritual pet comes back, there must be such a thing. The previous few times were wild vegetables, spiritual fruits, and other miscellaneous spiritual medicines. This time it was relatively simple. Most of them were the same kind of spiritual fruits. They were used to doing this kind of work, and their hands and feet were quick, and they quickly cleaned it up. Madam, the spiritual fruits are all in these baskets. A martial spirit master swallowed his saliva. These spiritual fruits looked delicious. Song Luo saw this, and did not intend to give them to them at this time. After all, these were not ordinary spiritual fruits. In case they were already eaten by everyone when they were distributed, it would not look good, so they could only be distributed together after everyone came back. At sunset, Feng Xiai and others flying boat appeared over the city gate on time. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Song Luo urged him to wash his hands. Eat quickly, I have something important to tell you. What's the matter? Feng Xiai wiped the water on his hands with a towel and asked curiously. Let's eat first, and then we talk after dinner. Feng Xiai was confused. After dinner, his wife pulled him into the room impatiently. I show you something good? What good thing? Madam, do you want it? He spoke as if he had something to hide. Song Luo understood what he was thinking at a glance and rolled her eyes at him. Bah! What are you thinking about? It's shameful to think about it. You can't do it, why would I think about it? That being said, is it really okay to say it so bluntly? Feng Xiai was shocked by his wife's bravery, and his face turned slightly red. After Song Luo finished speaking, she also realized that she was too direct, and hurriedly said, It's Shihong and the others, they found something good today. Look what this is. Song Luo took out a basket of stretching fruits, touched one and handed it to Feng Xiai. Would you like to try it? Feng Xiai took a bite without hesitation. The extreme saltiness made his tongue numb, and Feng Xiai almost vomited it. Seeing his wife's curious eyes, he resisted the urge to spit it out, and ate it with great difficulty. How is it? So salty. Feng Xiai couldn't help pouring cup after cup of water into his mouth. So it's salty, I know. When she eats, drink some spiritual fruit tea. Feng Xiai, So, he was sacrificed by his wife to step into a trap. Having not been tricked for a long time, he was careless. Huh? The salty taste in his mouth faded. Feng Xiai felt hot all over, especially in his bones, and gradually, crackling sounds rang out in the room. There was a tingling pain all over the body, but it was still within the tolerable range. However, the body was sweating constantly. As time went by, it seemed that a spiritual power was flowing into the bones. Feng Xiai immediately sat in meditation to regulate his spiritual power. The room was extremely quiet. Song Luo took a pen and paper and recorded all the symptoms on Feng Xi's body. Half an hour later, Feng Xiai woke up. Madam, this stretching fruit is really well deserved. He made a few random movements and felt that he was as light as a swallow and his muscles were extraordinary. That is, the product of the furnace must be a fine product. Song Luo waved her hand, and dozens of baskets of stretching fruit appeared in front of Feng Xiai. These are all for you. As for how to distribute them, you decide. According to her understanding of Feng Xiai, the clan members must be indispensable. As for the rest, as for how Feng Xiai arranges them, she believes that he will have his own considerations. Chapter 320. Eating too much of this stretching fruit is useless, and Song Luo does not need to open a back door for her eldest brother. The next day, Song Luo woke up and found that Lu Zi, Shihong and Mengyo were personally served by Feng Yin in an unprecedented way, including but not limited to combing Lu Zi's hair, bathing Mengyo, and feeding Shihong. Seeing the surprised look of the wife of the head of the family, Feng Yin smiled and said, Your pets really helped a lot this time. We ate the stretching fruit and felt younger overnight. You guys continue to thank them. Song Luo twitched her lips and left. She also tasted one last night, and the taste almost made her salty. No wonder she could be as patient as Feng Xiai and drank a lot of water. However, getting up early today was indeed very comfortable. Shihong and the others did a good job this time, and Song Luo highly appreciated it. It was rare to be praised, so Shihong also stood up and took the two little ones out every day. After many days, there was not much food for the silkworm in the space, so she asked the three little ones to bring back some spiritual plant leaves that the silkworm could eat. It was the most appropriate to give this task to Lu Zi. In the evening, they brought back a lot of spiritual leaves. It had been several months since she planted the seeds in the ring space. Some of the seeds grew into small trees, and some grew into spiritual plants. Most of them were ordinary spiritual plants she knew, but she had never seen what their seeds looked like. Now she knew. Some of them had not yet borne fruit. She would know after they borne fruit. Song Luo called Ming Yuan, watered it, and left it alone. On this day, Song Luhua had just finished refining a pot of elixir, and the assistant spirit masters from the 4 regions came to look for her, all with bright eyes. I heard that someone found traces of the cold pupa flower in the south of the city. This is an excellent spiritual medicine for repairing the spiritual palace. Madam Song, we are going to take a look. Do you want to take a look too? Oh, there is a cold pupa flower? The ground pupa flower is a season of alternating cold and warm, with a very small probability of growth. The spiritual plant parasitizes on the cold pupa, forming a half-spiritual plant and half-insect spiritual medicine. It is said that it is rare to see it in 1,000 years. The most important thing is that the pupa is not dead yet. It will run around in the soil, and it is extremely difficult to catch it. The people in the city were all excited when they heard the news. Even Fu Jiao was shocked. In the end, it was decided to open this news to people in the 4 regions. Of course, Fu Jiao's decision was opposed by many elders and clansmen of the Fu family. Young master, this is not appropriate. Many of our clansmen have injured their spiritual palaces this time. If we have the help of this batch of pupa flowers, some of their strength will be preserved, and our losses will be reduced a lot. If all are taken away by outsiders, there will be no hope for our clansmen. If the family's power wants to recover, I don't know when it will take. Fu Jiao said, the allies of the 3 regions have come from afar to help us escape from danger, and they have wholeheartedly eliminated hidden dangers for us. The news has been spread. If I am still so stingy, how will the people of the 3 regions see me and my Fu family? The power of the family has been slowly accumulating. If we don't take the overall situation into consideration, how can we develop? How can we revive? The elders of the Fu family were speechless. Fu Jiao sighed, let it be. In fact, when such treasures appeared on his own territory, didn't he want to take them all into his pocket? If they were too stingy and offended the forces of the 3 regions, their life would be even more difficult. Right now, their southern region was in need of help from the 3 regions. If they kept the benefits to themselves, wouldn't they anger the public? The crisis in the eastern region had not yet been resolved. If they took advantage of this small benefit, they would offend others and miss out on the big things. The gain would not outweigh the loss. Fu Jiao knew what was more important. Song Luhua went over to join in the fun after all. Why did they say join in the fun? It was mainly because there were so many people coming today. There was a crowd in the south of the city. Song Luhua looked at her small body and thought that she really couldn't squeeze in. She stood there for a while and went back. As for the clan members and spiritual assistants from various regions who came with her, they pushed their arms and squeezed in very hotly, and they were even asked to squeeze in. In the afternoon, before dusk, the spiritual assistants of the Feng family came back one after another. They were all in a mess, with their hair untidy, their clothes in disarray, and some of them had their shoes squeezed off. They didn't look like they had found the cold pupa flower. Song Luhua asked curiously, and a clan member patted his chest thankfully. Fortunately, you didn't squeeze in. I don't know who spread the news. Our shoes were squeezed off. We searched in the south of the city for most of the day, not to mention the cold pupa flower. We didn't see many wild vegetables. The fields were all plucked bare, not even the weeds were spared, and not even a hair of the pupa flower was seen. We even lifted up the broken tiles to look, but we didn't find anything. Song Luhua twitched her lips, and was very careful. Looking at the mess of everyone, she waved her hand, go and rest for a while. In the past 3 days, there has been a wave of searching for pupa flowers in the city. People from major families have gone there once, and they don't want to go there again. Not only did they not find any pupa flowers this time, but they were also squeezed to pieces. The fundamental reason is that every inch of the South City has been searched, and everything with green leaves has been cleared away. So many people searched inch by inch, but found nothing. On the 3rd day, even ordinary people in the city didn't want to go. The South City, which was very popular a few days ago, suddenly became deserted again. Song Luhua walked for a long time, and except for her 3 pets, no one else was seen. The South City was originally a residence, but it was considered a slum. Since many rooms in the city were vacant, Fu Jiao allowed the people to occupy the ownerless houses so that everyone could live together. In this way, the South City gradually became deserted. Song Luhua stepped into the south of the city again. The scene in front of her was completely different from the previous few days. The only difference was that the soil had been plucked. She walked around inside and found nothing. Just as she was about to leave, she saw the stove stood up and looked in a certain direction very seriously. Song Luhua curiously followed its line of sight, and found that it was staring at a moth-like insect intently. Song Luhua also became alert and took a closer look. She was touched by the cute appearance of the insect. This moth-like insect was ice blue all over, with a small yellow flower the size of a fingernail on its head. When she blinked, the little thing changed its color, and the small yellow flower on its head also became the same color. It was gray, very similar to the color of the earth, and soon it disappeared. Using spiritual power to sense it, it could not sense anything. Song Luo thought it was quite interesting. The little thing looks quite unique. The 5 senses of the stove were extremely sensitive. It whined, and its 4 short legs quickly rushed out. It covered the ground with its 2 claws, grabbed something and stuffed it into its mouth. Everything happened too suddenly. When Song Luo reacted, she lifted the stove's neck and opened its mouth. It was empty. If she hadn't seen its cheeks move, Song Luo would have thought she was seeing things. You actually eat bugs. Song Luo was a little bit unbelievable. Lucy had been with her for so long, eating exotic beast meat, spiritual fruits, and wild vegetables. Except for the last time she fed a Jubao, she had never seen it eat bugs. Meow meow. Even though she was holding it in her hand, Lucy was still very polite, and looked at her in confusion. Song Luo put it down. Eat bugs if you want, don't eat poisonous ones. Lucy landed lightly, meowed a few times, moved its little nose, and began to look around for something. Originally, they were just strolling around today, so Song Luo let it do what it wanted. After a short while, the stove started to howl again, and rushed towards a certain direction with great excitement. It meowed and pressed something again. This time, it didn't feed the food into its mouth, but very attentively presented the food to Song Luo. Meow meow meow. Song Luo was most afraid of insects, so she naturally refused to take it. The stove made an eating gesture, and looked at Song Luo with a pair of big watery eyes. The corners of Song Luo's mouth twitched. Was it asking her to eat it directly? He is a filial person, but who would eat insects raw? And this insect, in just a short time, it has changed into countless colors, and the small flower on its head and its body are no longer the same color. Are you sure there will be no problem if you eat this thing? Meow meow meow. The stove was very enthusiastic, and Song Luo couldn't refuse the hospitality, so she just took out a breathable bamboo basket and put it in it. As soon as her hand touched the wings of the strange insect, Song Luo was speechless. Cold pupa flower? It turns out that there are indeed cold pupa flowers here, but due to the effect of the extreme hard jade, these cold pupa flowers broke out of their cocoons and became fluttering moths. The 5-petaled flowers on their heads are indeed real flowers, but the level of this cold pupa flower has surpassed the 9th level, and it has produced a flower that changes color at will. No wonder no one has found it. It turns out that this thing has already changed its vest, and it is very good at hiding its vest. These cold pupa flowers that have turned into fluttering moths are more effective than ordinary cold pupa flowers. They can be said to be excellent holy products for repairing the soul palace, and are more useful than the liquid medicine she had previously refined to repair the soul palace. Just one can repair the spirit palace, which shows how precious it is. Moo. Song Luo's eyes lit up immediately, and she hugged Lu Zi and kissed him for a while. Lu Zi, can you still find this moth? Take me to find it? Meow meow meow. Lu Zi was kissed by the mistress until he was dizzy. His little paws landed on the ground, and he was still a little dizzy. He shook his little head and sniffed around. His little ears moved. It can be said that he looked around and listened to everything. He was very serious. Such a serious spirit beast will naturally gain a lot when doing things. Song Luo had just finished eating a spiritual fruit when Lucy came running over and called out to her. Song Luo understood and followed Lucy's lead, walking to a dark corner of the wall covered by the eaves. Looking closely, she saw nothing but darkness. Thinking that this thing would change color, Song Luo decisively took out a fine net from the space of the jade bracelet. This spiritual net was the size of a palm, and was a small gadget given by the weapon refiners of the 3 regions. It was said to be used to catch butterflies and bees, and it was very tough. Song Luo laid a black crystal stone on the handle, and quickly buckled it towards the corner. With this buckle, the dark corner instantly lit up, and densely packed colors flashed and changed one after another. The spiritual net was bulged, sunken, and deformed by the cicada flowers. Song Luo was happy. There are quite a few. She quickly took a thin bamboo cage to put them up. Next, Lu Zi was responsible for searching, and she was responsible for catching. 1 person and 1 cat, the perfect cooperation, but in just one afternoon, they found a lot of cicada flowers. The area in the south of the city is not small. She didn't expect that there were many cicada flowers, and the places where they hid were dug out by the stove. Song Luo was only responsible for picking them up along the way, and the harvest was quite rich. Even so, they only searched a small part of the area. Song Luo estimated the number of cicada flowers in her hand, and found that there were already quite a few, so she stopped. She ate the meat and left some soup for everyone to drink, so that everyone would be happy. In the evening, Feng Xiai and others came back, and Song Luo told him about the cicada flowers. Feng Xiai, So the whole city had been busy for 3 days, but in the end, his wife got lucky. Even though he was calm, he couldn't help but gasp when he saw so many cicada flowers, which were said to be above the 9th level. Good luck, my wife. Song Luo thought about it, and nodded in agreement. Without good luck, she would never have met the obedient fire cat like Lucy. Even if she thought she had good eyesight, she might not be able to find these cicada flowers. I guess there are still many cicada flowers in the south of the city. Let Fu Jiao worry about the rest. When Fu Jiao heard the news, he almost thought someone was teasing him again. The last rumor had embarrassed him, and he subconsciously didn't believe it again. But when he thought that the news came from Mrs. Song, he had to believe it. To be on the safe side, he sent someone to look for it. After searching for a whole morning, a member of the Fu clan came back carefully holding a cicada flower. Chief, I think it should be this thing. Go find a spiritual plant master to take a look, and ask the great-grandmother to come. Fu Jiao's great-grandmother was the most accomplished alchemist in the Fu clan, and she soon came down under the guidance of her clan members. Fu's great-grandmother was not young, and she was nearly 300 years old this year. She had a head full of silver hair, bent over, and still walked briskly. Great-grandmother. Fu Jiao saw her and hurriedly stepped forward to salute. Yes. Didn't you say you had cicada flowers? Bring them to me, an old woman, to have a look. The old lady went straight to the point. Fu Jiao hurriedly handed her the cicada flowers and the cage in his hand. Grandma Fu narrowed her eyes, looked again and again, nodded after a while. It is indeed a cicada flower above level 9. It is a good thing. Once confirmed, Fu Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Send the news of the cicada flowers in Nancheng to the major families in the 4 regions. Last time he was generous and righteous, but he didn't expect to make a joke. Although these cicada flowers this time were beyond his expectations, he had to do what he had to do. In addition, send more people to Nancheng to look for cicada flowers. Fu Bao, seal off Nancheng afterwards. Cicada flowers can appear in this place once, and there is no guarantee that they will not appear again in the future. Maybe there is something special. Yoguang City was seriously injured this time. If it keeps a trump card, the road ahead will be much easier. Chapter 321. What is this thing? How can it be so disgusting? A bunch of disgusting unknown beasts, like snot, entered the crowd's field of vision. They were all sticky and transparent, and could not be killed by the spiritual sword, and they kept growing. They burned it with fire, but it did not hurt at all. Try it with water. They just poured some water on it, and the thing actually grew bigger under everyone's eyes. They could not hit it or burn it, and everyone was helpless. The countless beasts that had been chopped just now gathered on the ground, rushing like a flood, and they could not be killed or destroyed, and they chased them for a long distance. Bad luck. After finally getting rid of the strange beast, Li Zhong couldn't help but curse. After being chopped, this thing could actually differentiate into countless small snot beasts. At the beginning, I didn't expect it to be like this, and I was splashed with a lot of it. Thinking about it carefully, it's possible that some of it crawled into my clothes. At this moment, I just felt that something was wrong with my body. Feng Xi's face turned green. Let's go back today and check if there is any residue on my body. Jiang Wenxiu patted his body hard, shaking like seaweed. I don't know if that thing bites people. I'm so scared. We have to check it carefully. Bai Li Zhu, Yan Lingkong, Fu Jiao and others also felt uncomfortable. Since everyone had the same will, they would go back for the time being. Anyway, it was past noon now, and it would be dusk in 2 hours. After returning to the city, they checked and found that the tiny strange beast like snot was not found on the body, so everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. After dinner, there was nothing wrong, so everyone didn't take it seriously. In the middle of the night, Feng Xi's face was gloomy, and he suddenly opened his eyes. He gathered the spiritual power in his hands, and quickly threw the quilt to the ground. After installing the fluorescent stone, the room was illuminated, and the puddle on the ground made Feng Xi frown. The noise was loud, and Song Luo was awakened. She sat up and rubbed her eyes, but saw Feng Xi standing on the ground with a serious face. What's wrong? It's the middle of the night. Why don't you sleep? Feng Xiai quickly set up a spiritual domain. There is a strange beast. My lady, don't touch it, I'm going to see the tribe. Feng Xiai gave some instructions, and quickly left the room. Song Luhua then saw the thing locked in his spirit realm. Ugh! What is that? It was like snot, crawling on the ground, quite disgusting. If you look closely, you can see a pair of sesame-sized eyes, pitch black. That thing was sealed in the spirit realm, crawling around on the quilt, leaving a pool of water wherever it passed. Like snot, disgusting and creepy. I don't know where it came from. Feng Shan, big brother. Feng Xiai called a few times through the door, but heard no answer. He pushed the door open, and there was no place to step in the room. The room was full of these snot beasts. As for Feng Shan, Song Yuan and others, perhaps affected by these strange beasts, none of them woke up. The body was covered with layers of snot beasts, and the face was also covered with a layer. The two people's faces were already blue. If this continued, they would suffocate to death. Feng Xiai didn't care about much, and quickly set up the spiritual domain to isolate and divide the snot beasts in the room. Wake them up. The two woke up and took a deep breath, almost choking to death. I didn't expect you to be waiting here. Thinking of how they were almost killed by this thing just now, Feng Shan and Song Yuan looked a little unhappy. Go and check other tribesmen quickly. If the two of them were like this, the other tribesmen might not be much better. The three of them acted quickly, and soon found a lot of these things in the rooms of other tribesmen. Not only them, San Yu and Fujiao encountered the same situation. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Fujiao was worried. This thing is too difficult to deal with. It is not only good at hiding, but also can grow a lot overnight, and can even paralyze the martial spirit master. It's really a headache. Now, this thing has been brought into Yoguang City, and I dare not deal with it easily. I am afraid that if I am not careful, this thing will spread in the city. Everyone stayed up all night to discuss how to deal with it. Song Luhua looked at this thing with disgust. She rummaged through the boxes, and took out the medicine she had refined a few days ago from the jade bracelet space. You are miserable. When Feng Xiai comes back and withdraws the spirit domain, I will give you a taste of something powerful. Quick, Feng Xiai, you take down the spirit realm. I give this thing something fun to play with. Feng Xiai had just returned to his room after dealing with the snot beast when he heard his wife's unusually excited voice. What's fun? Feng Xiai was thinking about how to deal with the snot beast and asked casually. Look, that's it. Song Luhua pointed to the wooden barrel on the ground and carefully opened the lid. A bucket of tiny light blue beads appeared in Feng Xi's field of vision. Is this a spiritual medicine? His wife was the best at refining all kinds of strange spiritual medicines, so Feng Xiai did not touch them rashly. Yes, open the spiritual domain, and I will use these snot beasts to test the medicine. How to test? Feng Xiai waved his hand to withdraw the spiritual domain. It's very simple, just sprinkle this spiritual medicine on it. Just a little, it's best not to touch this medicine. After instructing him on important matters, Song Luhua asked him to use less. You don't need to use too much of this stuff, because too much will make it difficult to clean up. Feng Xiai nodded, and the palm wind brought up a handful of tiny light blue beads, which fell on the snot beasts squirming around on the ground. Small light blue beads were scattered on the transparent snot beast, and as it moved, they were swept into the interior. It wasn't that ugly. Song Luhua stared at this thing without blinking, and she was looking forward to whether it would be useful. As time passed, the small light blue beads gradually expanded. On the contrary, the snot beast gradually shrank, and then it swung violently and rolled over. Unfortunately, no matter how it swung, it couldn't get the light blue beads out. In the end, it shriveled up and only a small black dry skin was left, and it died without a sound. It's fun, isn't it? Song Luhua looked at Feng Xiai. Do you have this thing? Let's play it again. Feng Xiai, I didn't expect that the thing that had been bothering them for a long time could be easily solved by the elixir made by their wife. Soft rice is so delicious. How much is this medicine, my wife? It really solved our urgent needs. My husband asked, so it must be there. Song Luhua waved her hand generously, and dozens of wooden barrels appeared in the room. Take it and use it. Thank you, my wife. It's getting late, you should go to bed early. Feng Xiai collected dozens of barrels of spiritual medicine, dealt with a pile of light blue spiritual medicine that had swelled to the size of spiritual melons on the ground, and then went out. There were many snot beasts locked up in the house. Feng Shan, Song Yuan and others gathered outside the house, looking worried. It's so damn unlucky. I brought this thing back with me. It almost killed me. Now that things have come to this, There's no point in complaining. We should think about how to deal with these things. Even if we can't deal with them, we have to drive them out of the city. Although Yiguang Mansion is not their own territory, there are still many people in the city. It is not appropriate to leave them alone. Moreover, who can guarantee that there is no such thing hidden on the body? If you are not careful, you will be attacked. Thinking of this, everyone felt uncomfortable. Feng Xiai ordered, "Please ask all the young masters to come here quickly, and tell them that there is a way to deal with it." Yes. At this time, the three regions of the north, south, and west, as well as Fujiao, were not asleep, and there was no way to sleep. When they heard that the members of the Feng family came to pass on the message, they hurried over immediately. Feng Xiai put out the spiritual medicine given by his wife, more than 10 wooden barrels, almost blinding Yang Lingkung's eyes. I sighed in my heart, it has to be Madame Song. Qin Yi and others have become accustomed to it. If every auxiliary spiritual master is as powerful as Feng Xi's wife, they, the martial spiritual masters, will have an easier time. I heard that she has been teaching the auxiliary spiritual masters in various regions to refine weapons and medicine recently. This matter has more advantages than disadvantages. The familiar wooden barrel appeared in front of him, and Bailey Zhu and others twitched their mouths. Madame Song doesn't have a box for medicine? Otherwise, why use wooden barrels every time? Also, are spiritual medicines so worthless now? They counted the pills, while Mrs. Song counted the barrels. People had never seen her make medicine, so they didn't know. Feng Xiai smiled and said, "My wife makes too many medicines every time. If we use a box, it won't fit, so we use a barrel." Bailey Zhu, This sounds a little wrong. It was the first time for Fu Jiao to see the scene, and he was a little confused. Is this a spiritual medicine? Yes. Feng Xiai explained the use of the medicine and reminded, it's best not to touch it. Why can't we touch it? Jiang Wenxiu asked very seriously, what will happen if we touch it? Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others wanted to know. I don't know. Feng Xiai said lightly. If you don't know, then you don't know. To kill the snot beast with this spiritual medicine, you don't have to touch it. The group divided the spiritual medicine and acted quickly. The light blue spiritual medicine fell into the snot beast flowing in the room, like stars, as everyone sprinkled it. Then it swelled, and swelled again until it became the size of a fist, and it still didn't stop growing. The transparent light blue ball was particularly beautiful, and the snot beasts didn't look so ugly against it. Of course, the dry snot beasts were now beautiful in their eyes. It was the first time that Song Yuan had seen such a magical medicine. It's a bit similar to the star-sucking cauldron. They seem to have sucked the snot beasts dry. Fengshan agreed. Our wife is still amazing. This thing is like a sticky candy. It can't be shaken off. In the end, it died in our hands. The sky gradually turned pale. Everyone stood outside the house and watched the snot beasts in the room being sucked into a tiny piece of dried beast. The room was covered with a huge layer of light blue beads. Clean up and take a half-day break. Feng Xiai arranged the itinerary and went back to the room to catch up on his sleep. In the afternoon, we continued to clear out the strange beasts. Following the route of yesterday, we really met the group of snot beasts again. Compared to yesterday, the herd has expanded more than 3 times. Jiang Wenxiu sneered, come here, I show you something good. The embarrassment of being chased yesterday was still vivid in my mind. Now that I have the elixir in my hand, I am afraid of nothing. With Mrs. Song's elixir, everyone felt confident and was not panicked when they met again today. Even eager to try. If we pour the spiritual medicine into such a large group of snot beasts, it will surely look better. Do it. With an order, each family began to act. Buckets of light blue granular spiritual medicine were poured into the snot beasts like a river. At first, the snot beasts didn't know the depth, and carried the spiritual medicine around inside, and at the same time, they rushed towards Feng Xiai and others' team with extreme ferocity. But soon, they didn't care about causing trouble for everyone. They began to surge wildly, tumbling and twisting, trying to spit out the light blue particles. But they were extremely sticky, and these spiritual medicines were wrapped tightly, so it was not so easy to spit them out. The light blue spiritual medicines quickly swelled inside the snot beasts, while they themselves shrank rapidly. Everyone applauded at this scene. They seemed to hear the screams of the snot beasts. Chapter 322. Relieve my anger. The ground was covered with layers of light blue beads and the shrunken bodies of the snot beasts. Finally, we have dealt with these disgusting things. It turns out that the auxiliary spirit master can be so powerful. Fu Jiao sighed as he watched everyone kill this large group of strange beasts so easily. Although he had paid attention to it before, he did not put it in the most important position. Now it seems that the ability of the auxiliary spirit master still has room for improvement. After cleaning up the troublesome snot beasts, everyone did not care about resting and worked until dusk before returning to the city. The next day, Feng Yi got up early to go to the toilet. Outside the toilet, he met a pair of familiar eyes and shuddered. Feng Qing? He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was still dreaming. It's me. A familiar voice appeared in his ears, and Feng Yi widened his eyes in disbelief. You? What's wrong? How did you gain so much weight in just one night? That angular face had become fat like a ball. If it weren't for the behavior and the calm eyes, who would recognize it? Feng Yi was so shocked that he didn't notice Feng Qing's surprise. He quietly took out a mirror and looked at himself. The face of himself in the mirror was indeed fatter, not a little fatter. His hands and feet were thicker than before. When he got up, he found something strange. He didn't expect that he was fatter. And Feng Yi was also fatter. Feng Qing looked at himself and silently put the mirror in front of Feng Yi. This is me. The big round face of the person in the mirror became rounder, and the dimples were almost invisible if they were not opened with hands. Feng Yi almost jumped up. How could this happen? It's Madame's medicine. He remembered that when he was applying the medicine yesterday, it seemed that someone had snorted and some of the medicine fell on his face. Although he wiped it off quickly, it was inevitable that he didn't wipe it clean. I guess that's when he got infected. Feng Qing shook his head. It shouldn't be. I didn't touch the medicine yesterday. Feng Yi scratched his head embarrassedly. I used your handkerchief to wash my face last night. I didn't feel any discomfort at the time. I thought it was just a slight touch, and it would be fine. Who knew it would be like this? As Feng Yi spoke, he glanced at Feng Qing with a guilty look. Feng Qing twitched his lips. It seemed that this kid had done something wrong, but he still had to tell him one thing. That was the towel I used to wipe my feet. Don't use it again. Feng Yi, the smoky gray one? That's right. Ah, Feng Yi wailed. No wonder there was a strange smell. He thought it was moldy. His face was not clean. Song Luhua had just gotten up when she saw a string of familiar and unfamiliar martial arts masters coming. Everyone was bloated, and two of them looked particularly familiar. Feng Qing, Feng Yi? The two standing in the front answered, It's us, madam. Hee. Song Luhua laughed dryly, not knowing what expression to make. Why so many? Didn't I warn you? Even Feng Qing, who was careful, got caught. This shouldn't be the case. Careless. The elixir was really too small. Even when spreading the elixir, there were times when one was not careful. Many martial spirit masters in the Three Realms and Yoguang Mansion were caught. Of course, Feng Qing was completely fooled by Feng Yi. It's not a big deal. The swelling will go away in 3 days. Drink less water, and it will go away faster. Feng Qing and Feng Yi were the only two people in the Feng family who were infected. They were very rare. Feng Shan, Song Yuan and others watched for a long time, and their hearty laughter spread throughout the entire clan. Song Luhua was sitting in the yard eating orange seeds, and could hear the sound of the wall next door. Bad luck. Ha. When she thought of Feng Qing's bad luck, she couldn't help laughing. It can only be blamed on Feng Yi for being too bad. Chapter 323. This is Kaiyang Prefecture, right? The Snot Beast was just a small episode. After the intensive battles of the three regions, and the people of Kaiyang Prefecture, the road to Kaiyang Prefecture was finally opened. Song Luhua sat on Shiheng's back, looking at the battle-damaged city in front of her, still feeling emotional. Reinforcements are coming! Reinforcements are coming! The people of Kaiyang Prefecture were overjoyed, and they shouted and hurriedly opened the city gate. Yeah, the junior master of Kaiyang Prefecture had just bandaged her wounds. When she heard the news, she was stunned for a moment, and then she was overjoyed. I will personally welcome them. After saying that, he walked out of the mansion like a gust of wind. The situation in Kaiyang Mansion was not much better than that in Yoguang Mansion. Before Song Luhua and others reached the master's mansion, they saw a young man leading the way and walking towards them. He was wearing a black and gold martial arts uniform. His face was slightly pale, his hair was tied up with a hairband, and he was walking with the wind. His style was very different from his delicate and gentle appearance. Sure, Ye took a glance and only Fu Jiao looked familiar. Fu Jiao smiled on his pale face and stepped forward to pat Ye on the shoulder. Ye, these are brothers from the three regions of North, South, and West. With his introduction, everyone exchanged names. This is Madame Song, the wife of the head of the Feng clan in the southern region. Fu Jiao did not miss Song Luhua. Master, the master. Song Luhua nodded to Shiye generously. If she hadn't seen him in person, she would have thought he was a girl. Although he was pretty, he was indeed a man 8 feet tall. Madam Song. Putting aside the frivolous footsteps and dark and pale faces of this group of people, Shiye greeted Madam Song from the southern region, and her eyes paused for a moment on a large bird beast, a cute cow, and her body beside her. He was secretly shocked. It was fine if it was just a little fiery red beast, but why were these two strange beasts so openly carried around? Aren't you afraid that they would suddenly attack and hurt people? The audience looked normal, obviously used to it, so Shiye just suppressed her doubts in her heart. Another thing, he looked at the light blue headband on Fu Jiao's forehead, and saw that everyone, including many martial arts masters, had headbands on their heads. Brother Fu, is it popular to wear headbands on the forehead recently? I haven't been out for a long time, and I don't know the fashion outside. Shiye was somewhat emotional. Fu Jiao touched the hairband tied on his forehead, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Yes. He couldn't say no. Ever since he used the magic weapon to repel enemies last time, a big word retreat appeared on his forehead the next day. He finally knew why many people in the 3 regions of North, South, and West wore hairbands on their foreheads. Bailey Zhu, Yang Lingkong and other powerful people also dressed in the same way. At first, they thought it was a fashion, until this thing appeared on their foreheads. Fu Jiao subconsciously glanced at Mrs. Song, who was standing beside him with a decent smile. Who knew that the spiritual tools and medicines she refined would be like this? And her family members, in recent times, have also created unprecedented precedents in refining medicines and tools. He wanted to vomit after drinking all kinds of kidney-tonifying spiritual medicines. Fu Jiao touched the hairband on his forehead awkwardly, hoping not to fall off. From the perspective of layout and style, Taiyang Mansion and Yoguang Mansion are similar. As soon as they settled down, the martial spirit masters began to busy themselves with cleaning up the strange beasts. Song Luhua took the 3 little ones around the city. After half a year of devastation, the city was covered with weeds, various kinds of spiritual medicines, and spiritual fruits. Lu Zi was indeed fond of digging wild vegetables. As she wandered along the way, the little one picked wild vegetables along the way. With a sniff of her little nose, she took Song Luhua to a place full of mushrooms. The colorful mushrooms were all varieties she had never seen before. She could eat them, but due to her experience in her previous life, she didn't dare to eat them because she was afraid of getting sick. Lu Zi didn't care about the variety, but she picked up everything she saw. Meng Niu sniffed on this white one, and on that red one, but didn't eat them. Song Luhua didn't care about it, she just picked it up. Anyway, as long as she didn't eat it, she would never lie down. After wandering for a while, she felt her feet were a little shaky, her head was dizzy, and her whole body seemed to become dull. Song Luhua felt something was wrong, called Shihong, and prepared to go back. Just after walking a few steps toward Shihong, her eyes paused slightly in front of the left, and the purple-red thing with sections looked particularly familiar. Sugar cane? Song Luhua's eyes lit up, and she didn't care about going back. She staggered and trotted a few steps. The sugar cane in front of her was thicker than her waist. Wow, it's really thick. She had been here for so long, but this was the first time she saw a sugarcane tree this thick. She had to take it back. Song Luhua had only one thought. She had to pull it back and plant it. She rolled up her sleeves and started pulling. Yah! It didn't move. Hey Tui. She spit into her palm and continued pulling. Lu Zi heard the noise and didn't care to pick the mushrooms under his claws. He tilted his head and looked at his master in confusion. What was he doing pulling the tree? Shihong and Meng Niu didn't understand either. The 3 little ones gathered in a circle, watching their mistress blushing as she hugged a big tree and pulled hard. Song Luhua felt extremely excited. Such a thick sugarcane was quite magical. If it was taken to an exhibition, it would easily get a Guinness record. Hey, I'd pull it. Song Luhua felt that her whole body was full of energy, and pulling it was particularly exciting, not tiring at all. After her unremitting efforts, the ground finally loosened. The soft soil cracked, gradually revealing the roots of the big tree. It works! Song Luhua's eyes lit up, she gritted her teeth and shook the tree a few times to the left, a few times to the right, and a few times up and down. With a bang, the tree collapsed. The sunset gradually fell in the sky, and a crescent moon stood side by side with it. The orange-red light shone on the busy back of the woman, adding a bit of hard work and hardship. After a period of tossing and turning, the tangled roots were finally torn apart. Song Luo wiped her sweat, carried the tree and walked towards the temporary station. Lu Zi, Shihong, and Meng Niu looked at her back, stunned for a long time, and hurried to catch up. Although many people in Kaiyang Prefecture died in the war, it was not an uninhabited area after all. At first, there were only a few people. Seeing a slender and beautiful woman carrying a big tree and swaggering through the city, followed by 3 strange beasts, they were both frightened and curious. And they followed from a distance, whispering instructions. Along the way, more and more people followed, and it became more and more lively. Some people saw that the situation was not right, so they turned around and reported to the direction of the master's house. At the residence, Yang Mama saw that it was dusk, and her wife had not returned yet, and she stamped her feet anxiously. The soul stone didn't respond, and I don't know if it's because the distance is too far and they can't get in touch. Feng Yin's face was a little solemn. I sent someone to look for it. Kaiyang Mansion is not small, and my wife has Shihong, who comes and goes freely. I searched several places in a row, but they all said they hadn't seen it. Until Feng Xi and others returned, there was no progress. Hearing that his wife hadn't come back at this time, Feng Xi's face sank instantly, and more people to look for it. The members of the Feng family went out in full force, even alarming Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, Fu Jiao and others. After hearing about it, each family also sent people to help find it. Chapter 324. This is terrible. There are strange beasts in the city. A large light green bird, a calf, and a fiery red little beast. Sure Yaya had just sent people out to help, and when she heard it, she realized that this was the spiritual pet of Madame Song from the southern region. At first, she didn't know what the 3 strange beasts were, so she asked Fu Jiao and found out that they were the spiritual pets of Madame Song. He quickly passed the news to Feng Xi. After hearing this, Qin Yi and others also planned to go and take a look. Then, he saw the scene in front of him. Is Song Luo crazy? Jiang Wenqiu opened his mouth and looked at the woman carrying a tree and wandering around the city. He couldn't say anything for a long time. He just sighed. She's quite strong. It's really a bit. Lanqi didn't know what words to use to describe the scene. Doesn't she have any face? Qin Yi was very curious. Is she stimulated by something? It looks like she's poisoned. Li Zhong said calmly. What kind of person is Feng Xi's wife? How could she go crazy? Unless she was poisoned. Everyone looked carefully, and saw that she looked dazed and her steps were unsteady. This is strange. She is so powerful, but she was poisoned. I don't know what kind of poison it is. Bailey Zhu, Yang Lingkong and others couldn't help but be shocked. Feng Xi rushed over after hearing the news, and saw his wife carrying a big tree and parading through the city. The branches dragged on the bluestone slabs, making a creaking sound. He hurried forward to take down the big tree in her arms, and took her back. When the person was picked up, he was reluctant to leave the tree, and fluttered and shouted, "My sugar cane, don't lose my sugar cane." Feng Xi had no choice but to look at the tribesman, take the lady's sugar cane. Hearing that the sugar cane he had pulled out with great difficulty was also taken, Song Luo finally stopped fluttering. Feng Xi saw the little face of the person in his arms was bruised, and a pair of small hands were stained with blood. An incredible idea came to his mind. His wife. Did she pull the tree down with her bare hands? This conjecture was verified by Shihong. After he settled the people, he saw Shihong's wings wrapped around a pillar under the corridor, pulling out, and shouting indistinctly, "Hey ah!" Feng Xi, Looking at the tree in the yard, the corners of his mouth twitched. His wife really pulled out. Song Luo woke up again. It was already early morning the next day, and he felt a severe pain in his palms. When he looked up, he saw a pair of hands wrapped tightly in white fine cloth. What's going on? I remember pulling out a big sugar cane. Thinking back to myself at that time, I was so stubborn. Why not call for help or use an axe? I pulled out a sugar cane by myself. How stupid! Feng Yin wanted to laugh when he saw her, and bowed politely. "Madam, you are awake." Song Luo didn't notice it, and was eager to see the sugar cane she pulled back. "Where is the sugar cane I brought back yesterday?" So Feng Yin took her to see a big tree, and placed it horizontally in the yard. "Your sugar cane." This sugar cane is not the same as what she remembered. It is not a sugar cane, but a big tree. The sugar cane I want is purple and segmented. Are you kidding me? Feng Yin shook his head quickly. This is the sugar cane you brought back yesterday. Look, there are your fingerprints on it. Song Luo squatted down, looked at her tightly wrapped paws, and compared them with a thumbprint left on the tree trunk. It seemed to be hers. So, She didn't encounter any giant sugar cane yesterday, but pulled a tree back? It's outrageous. The tree in front of her was thicker than her waist. When she thought about how she pulled it down savagely, Song Luhua felt her eyes go dark. She still remembered that many people watched her on the street yesterday. Damn it! Feng Yin saw his wife screaming and ran back to the room quickly. Song Luhua covered herself in the quilt, and her toes couldn't help curling up together. It was so embarrassing. She was only in her 20s this year, and she was actually walking around on the street carrying a tree. Her image. The only comfort Song Luhua had was that no one would know that she had pulled the tree out. Just then, Madame Yang knocked on the door. Madam, breakfast is ready. I made a nourishing soup for you. Poor thing, she had to carry such a heavy tree for a long time yesterday, so she had to nourish herself. Song Luhua understood Madame Yang's intention in a second and covered her face in embarrassment. I'd be out right away. This is the mushroom that the furnace found yesterday. I asked the alchemist in the clan, and they are all non-toxic. They are so green and look fresh. Song Luhua used a spoon to stir the dark green mushrooms in the soup bowl, and looked at Yang Mama with a hard-to-explain look. This thing is obviously poisonous. She finally knew why she fainted yesterday. It turned out that she was poisoned. When this thing is not cooked, it is difficult to detect its toxicity. Once it is cooked, she knows it is poisonous at a glance. It is a very rare mushroom, fluorescent green all over, with a unique fragrance of mushrooms, and looks similar to ordinary mushrooms. But it is actually poisonous. This poison can not only make people intoxicated, but also make people dull. She said that no matter how stupid she was, she would not pull out the sugar cane with her bare hands. Now that the culprit had been found, Song Luhua secretly made a note of the stove. This guy was a swindler. He had eaten poisonous spiritual plants himself, and the ones he brought her to find were mixed with some. Although the poison was not fatal, it was really embarrassing. Thinking that she might have embarrassed the whole continent yesterday, Song Luhua wished she could die right there. Mammy, these mushrooms are poisonous. Take them away and pour them out. Ah! Madame Yang was shocked, but she didn't doubt her words. She just blamed herself for being careless. I go and pour it out now. Fortunately, you recognized it, otherwise I would be blamed for it. Song Luhua twitched her lips and waved her hand. It's not that serious. It's just a little hallucination, not fatal. As for the effect, she tried it herself yesterday. It was very significant. It's true. It's absolutely embarrassing. It's a good elixir. Don't throw away the rest. Leave it for me to make medicine. In the next few days, Song Luhua didn't go out at all. Even if someone came to visit, she didn't see the guest. If anyone asks, she will just tell them that she is refining medicine behind closed doors and has no time. Song Luhua is not making excuses. She does not see anyone because she does not want to make fun of herself, and she is really thinking about refining medicine. She added all the fluorescent green mushrooms that she collected that day to the refining cauldron. Anyway, it is just in time to use it, so it must not be wasted. Chapter 325. Unfortunately, the furnace with fluorescent green mushrooms was ruined. Song Luhua gritted her teeth and said, forget it, let's refine something else. Half an hour later, a furnace of clear spiritual medicine came out of the furnace, and Song Luhua finished her work with satisfaction. Although it is not needed for the time being, it will not delay her from stockpiling. As we all know, there are too many dangers on the mainland. One more spiritual medicine means one more guarantee. After all, no one knows when it can be used. In the next few days, after Yoguang Mansion, Shiryeye and her clansmen in Kaiyang Mansion also tasted the taste of kidney deficiency. Meeting again, it was indeed very different. In addition to Su, he also tied a headband on his forehead, which made him look more elegant. Song Luhua looked around, and was very satisfied. Everyone was the same, and the formation could not be messed up. Shiryeye was also speechless when she saw her. No wonder this Mrs. Song has a high presence in various domains. It turns out that she is also a hidden person. It is true that ordinary people can't carry a tree and walk around on the street. It's hateful that Fu Jiao, this mean guy, didn't even remind him and fooled him into using the enemy-repelling spiritual weapon. He touched the hair band on his forehead with his long fingers. If someone pulled it off, he would lose all face. And the star-absorbing cauldron? It was really a living hell. I heard that it was also made by this Madame Song. No wonder they came so quickly. Shiryeye was a little depressed. He would never forget this experience. However, the pharmacists from the 3 regions and Yoguang Mansion were quite enthusiastic. They said kidney tonifying elixirs every few days. There were various styles, including pills, liquid medicine, and even a lump and paste. After drinking for several days in a row, Ye couldn't even eat. This time he came here, just because he heard that the clansmen in the three regions often asked Madame Song for guidance on the methods of refining weapons and medicine. He knew the rule that the methods of auxiliary spiritual masters were not passed on to others, so he came to negotiate in person. After all, everyone was eager to learn, and their clan could not fall behind. When Song Luo learned the purpose of his visit, he nodded generously. It's not about guidance, but relying on some wonderful ideas. Everyone can communicate, just ask your clan members to come. Master Ye was very grateful when she heard this. Madame Song is generous. Please accept this small gift. Boxes appeared on the ground one by one. Ye smiled shyly. It's just some spiritual medicine and spiritual fruit. I have to inconvenience you for now. Seeing his embarrassment, Song Luo just accepted the gift and didn't ask any more questions. It has been a while since she came to Kaiyang City. She knows more or less about the bloody love and hatred of the Shi family. The previous Kaiyang mansion lord, Ye's father, was actually a son-in-law. In the generation of Ye's mother, the Shi mansion had only one legitimate daughter. Because of her outstanding talent, she became a fourth-level auxiliary spiritual master at a young age. As a legitimate daughter, she has a very high status in the family. Seeing that the main branch had no successor, many members of the branch clan were ready to make a move, but unfortunately they were suppressed by the clan leader at that time. The father of Ye's mother was not a hollow clan leader. His skills and abilities should not be underestimated. In addition, Ye's mother was very proud. The father and daughter suppressed the opposition in the clan and forced her to marry his son-in-law. After the marriage, Ye's father, with the assistance of her mother, took the position of clan leader of the Shi clan. In terms of ability, he also had it. Even if he could not lead the Shi clan to a further step, he could still maintain it. Unfortunately, as he got older, he found his true love. After Ye's mother found out, she joined forces with the elders of the clan to argue for a long time, and finally divided most of the power in his hands. It happened that something unusual happened in the East region last year, and Ye's father was already suppressed. In addition, he noticed the abnormality, and directly took some of the treasures of the clan, and ran away with his true love. Ye's mother was so angry that she stopped caring about worldly affairs. It stands to reason that since there is no one in power in the clan, Ye, the young master, should take the position directly, but the successive events in the East region have left people no time to take care of this matter. As for Ye himself, he should not be in a hurry. After all, there is no one else in the Shi family who can inherit except him. Everything will be taken over only after the East region incident is settled. Speaking of Ye's father, Song Luo has to mention that he is really willing to give it his all. Song Luo picked up the spiritual medicine sent by Ye, which are all relatively rare and of high quality, but compared with the young masters of the two northwest regions, they are still a little far away. But think about it, the East region has suffered such a catastrophe, and it is estimated that the treasures have been used up. Fu Jiao didn't seem to have much money either. It seemed that it was not only the South region that was poor, but also the East region. Now Qin Yi and the others should be balanced. After all, it was not only them who were poor. Song Luo thought about it randomly, and then continued to do nothing. As for the assistant spiritual master who Ye mentioned to guide the Shi family, there was no rush. Just wait until the assistant spiritual masters of the other three regions held an exchange meeting. Glancing at the sugar cane throne in a corner of the yard, Song Luo decisively ordered someone to take it and burn it as firewood. As soon as he saw it, he thought of the stupid things he had done, so it was better to burn it. In the evening, Feng Xi and the others returned, all squinting their eyes. What happened? Why are you squinting your eyes? Even Feng Xi was squinting. Song Luo couldn't help but be curious. Is it possible that something blinded her eyes? She said casually. Feng Xi rubbed his eyes, only to find that his wife was particularly blurry. My wife is right. Today, we were cleaning up the strange beasts, and encountered a group of 9th-level strange beasts. When the strange beast was dying, white smoke came out of its mouth. The 9th-level strange beast, after its spiritual power was sucked away by the star-sucking cauldron, its combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Feng Xi and the others came prepared, so they were no match. But when they were on the verge of death, the white smoke spread rapidly. They covered their mouths and noses, but their eyes were sprayed by the white smoke. At this moment, their vision gradually blurred. Feng Xi's reaction was not slow, but Song Yuan, Feng Shang and others were even more blind. Song Yuan was a little flustered, and he felt around like a blind man touching an elephant little sister, help me, I don't want to be blind. Feng Shan followed closely. Madam, help me, I don't want to be blind either. Madam, do you have any solution? Feng Xiai was helpless. If all the tribe members were blind, they would be completely useless. Fighting with strange beasts was so dangerous. If you could see with your eyes, you would have a lifetime. If you could not see at all, you would have no chance of survival. Not only Feng Xiai, but also Qin Yi, Yan Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, Fu Jiao, Shi Yeye and others were panicking. They hurriedly summoned the alchemist to check, but unfortunately, there was no solution. That's right. The abilities derived from the 9th level strange beasts are unpredictable. They have never seen them in their lives. How can they solve the problem? Fu Jiao and Shi Yeye asked the older alchemists in the tribe, but they also got a negative answer. I have read all the medicine books left in the tribe, but I did not see any corresponding records. The alchemist of the Shi clan was already old, and shook his head solemnly. Then what should we do, Grandma? Chapter 326. Qin Yi, Lan Qi and others were only panicked at the beginning, but now they have calmed down. They still have one last trump card, which is Feng Xi's wife. She has cured so many strange poisons before, and they don't believe that she can't do anything about a small puff of white smoke. While they can still see, everyone gathered around. Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others also came over spontaneously when they learned that their tribesmen had no way to solve it. Seeing that everyone had come, Fu Jiao also pulled Master Yeye along. Song Luo looked at the group of young masters with dead eyes, and watched the fun in her heart. Of course she had a way. She didn't refine so many strange medicines in vain. It's just a small problem, leave it to me. As she said that, she offered a dozen buckets of spiritual medicine. These spiritual medicines are specially dripped into the eyes, take the medicine and disperse it. Qin Yi and others laughed when they heard that she really had a way. Our Madam Song is still amazing. Jiang Wenxiu chuckled and agreed. I told you that you have a way. I have never been afraid since I lost my eyesight. Yun Ju couldn't help but expose him. You have never been afraid? I don't know who was yelling all the way, saying that you can't get a wife if you are blind. Being exposed, Jiang Wenxiu was angry. You are slandering me. I am afraid of not being able to get a wife? I have a fiancé, but you don't. He rolled up his sleeves and glared at Yun Ju. Li Zhong moved his ears. You are glaring at the wrong person. As he spoke, he made way, exposing Yun Ju on the right. The two people quarreled across him, which hurt his ears. He was just blind, not deaf. Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, Fu Jiao, Shi Yeye and others heard that the problem with the eyes was fine, and their hearts finally fell. Yang Lingkong smiled. It seems that we are lucky. With Madame Song around, we can turn danger into safety, and our lives are more secure, so our mentality is different. Yin Xinyan nodded. I am lucky indeed. The team is really different with, or without her. He just remembered that Mrs. Song's medicine was more or less a little unusual. I wonder where the unusualness this time came from. To be honest, not only him, but also Qin Yi, Bailey Zhu and others were curious. Although they had been with Mrs. Song for a short time, after asking around and experiencing it personally during this period, they had figured out her style. Whether it was refining equipment or refining medicine, it was an existence that could not be touched casually. Take the star-absorbing cauldron as an example. Who knew that this thing could absorb kidney energy while working? And the enemy-repelling spiritual weapon, whether it was used, it didn't end so well. There are also Huangquan Nirvana pills and plasters for treating burns. Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others are quite impressed. But I don't know how the spiritual medicine for treating eyes will end this time. The group received the spiritual medicine and went back worriedly. Feng Shan, Song Yuan, Feng and a group of people were also happy and worried. Grandma bless you. The spiritual medicine that Madame refined this time has performed exceptionally well, and there are only benefits left. Song Yuan curled his lips. This was his own sister. Didn't he know? He thought Feng Shan was just kidding. It was too uncomfortable to be blind. So Song Yuan bravely became the first person to try it out, and skillfully dripped the transparent spiritual medicine into his eyes. The icy and cool spiritual medicine was moisturizing and comfortable in his eyes, and Song Yuan couldn't help but sigh. When the spiritual medicine dried, he dripped it again, and his eyes could see clearly. How is it? Is it uncomfortable? Can you see? Not uncomfortable, very comfortable, can see clearly. Song Yuan was overjoyed. He didn't think these trees and grasses were beautiful at first. It was not until he almost became blind that he realized the value of these things. Use it quickly. Just 2 drops will be enough. My sister's medicine, if there is anything else, it will be sooner or later. If you don't use it, you will just be blind. After being cheated by his own sister so many times, he finally understood that even if he was testing the medicine, others couldn't escape. Even Feng Xiai, the clan leader, was inevitably cheated. It was normal for him, the eldest brother, to be cheated. Song Yuan had a very clear idea of his position. Feng Shan heard what he said and thought it made sense, so he used it. In the room, Song Luo lifted her husband's chin and dripped the elixir into his eyes. Feng Xi's eyes really recovered quickly, and the feeling was better than ever before. Thank you, my lady, but this medicine. Does it have any side effects? Of course there are, you wait, you will know later, don't worry, it won't make people uncomfortable. I would like to call it the elixir with the least side effects. Song Luo promised solemnly. Feng Xiai smiled, he seemed to remember this, his wife had said it countless times. Although he didn't believe it, he didn't confront her. Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others also recovered their vision, but based on their previous experience, they felt that this matter was not over. Fu Jiao, Shi and their group had not really understood that once the people of these two tribes recovered their vision, they thought they could rest easy. Fu Jiao and Shi even sent people to express their gratitude. To this, Feng Shan only wanted to say that he was still too young. Sure enough, there was a commotion in the middle of the night. Someone got up at night and saw a pair of red glowing eyes. They were so scared that they thought it was a strange beast that broke into the city. The screams woke up a group of people. The people who were woken up saw a pair of blood-red eyes, which was particularly strange in the dark night. Ah! The screams came one after another. Song Luo blocked her ears in annoyance. It was just a small matter. Why did they scream in the middle of the night? Really, disturbing people's sleep. Feng Xiai got up and walked out of the room, then looked at the mess in the yard. He waved his hand and took out a lot of fluorescent stones, and the yard finally became bright. Now, everyone finally knew what those pairs of glowing things were. Feng Shan patted his chest. I was scared to death. It turns out that your eyes are glowing red. It's scary. Brother Shan, look at yourself first. The tribesmen who were named were not convinced, not only him, but also Feng Shan himself. Wasn't it the same? Feng Shan quickly reacted. It must be because of the medicine for the eyes that Madame gave me. It's okay. It's okay, let's go. Song Yuan glanced at Feng Xiai and circled around him curiously. It's not easy, Feng Xiai. You also got caught this time. Haha. I said my sister's medicine couldn't be so simple. Love is waiting here, haha. His eyes glowed red, and with his laughter, it was particularly weird at night. Feng Xiai covered his eyes, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Brother, go to bed early, you have to go out tomorrow. After saying that, he walked into the room without looking back. On the bed, his wife snored in her sleep, and Feng Xiai pinched her fair face. You slept soundly. Tomorrow he will also be embarrassed. Chapter 327. Young clan leader, you are out at night. Can you light up the fluorescent stone? The Jiang family was on night duty, when they suddenly saw a pair of red eyes floating towards them. Bringing the fluorescent stone closer, they saw that it was their young clan leader, who was out at night again, and sighed helplessly. This is the third time. Even though they knew what was going on, they still felt a little cold in their hearts. They knew that Mrs. Song's medicine could not be given to them so cheaply. Sure enough, after using the medicine, they could see, but it was also brighter. If I hadn't gotten used to her usual style, I would have almost scared my family to death tonight. Jiang Wenxiu ignored the complaints of his family members, and took a mirror to look at himself happily. What do you know? Have you ever seen a glowing human eye? How majestic. This is the only time in my life, and you don't allow me to show off at night? This medicine is a bit to my taste. I ask someone to draw a picture for me tomorrow. Make it majestic, and take it back to show the old man. Jiang Wenxiu relied on the fact that he had already figured out Feng Xi's wife's ways, and acted arrogantly, and didn't take it seriously. These remarks really shocked the Jiang clan members, and their young clan leader seemed to have some problems in his head. Fortunately, the family members knew their own affairs, and they knew that their young clan leader had always been in a state of turmoil, and it was normal for him to get crazy occasionally. They would never blame Mrs. Song for her strange and bizarre spiritual medicines that made people stupid. You are too arrogant. Go and rest early. We are not as careless as you, and if we scare you a few more times, we will just take a few golden lotus seeds and go to work as auxiliary spiritualists. Really, the other brothers knew that their current appearance was especially scary at night, and they knew to use fluorescent stones to illuminate themselves, but the young clan leader of our family had no idea. The clan members grumbled a few words, and Jiang Wenxiu had wandered around enough and turned around and left. Qin Yi, Lan Shi and others were all old acquaintances. Since they took the medicine from Feng Xi's wife, no matter what strange situation occurred, it was not worth their shock. At most, they just looked at the pair of shining eyes, like Jiang Wenxiu, and then rested quickly. The clansmen of various forces in the south region are the main users of each weapon and medicine refining. Except for the fact that it came too suddenly at the beginning and there was some panic, the sun did not take it seriously at this time. Only the experiences of Yang Lingkong and others in the north region and Bailey Zhu and others in the west region were refreshed again. Yin Xinyan looked at his pair of bright red eyes in the mirror and felt novel and interesting. He originally looked weak, but now with a pair of bright red eyes, he looked a bit weird. Not to mention Yang Lingkong, Yonan Gu and Hua Lingjun. If the person in the mirror was not themselves, they would have thought they had encountered a monster that looked like themselves. This situation was extremely familiar, and several people quickly thought of the origin of the matter, and Xiao Xiao planned to ask about it the next day. Even though Bailey Zhu and others had experienced the beatings of the hairy plaster, the star-sucking cauldron, and the enemy-repelling spiritual weapon, they were still shocked by the pair of red eyes that could glow at night. Xiao Yuqing curiously used the mirror to look back and forth. Don't mention it, these eyes are particularly unique. Unique? Qing, don't you think it's weird? Dong Lingfu said, aren't you worried about looking like this for the rest of your life? No way, if I go home with this look, my parents and sisters will think I was murdered and disguised as a monster. Lu Fiki frowned her baby face. Why are you scaring him? I don't think it's possible. De Guing analyzed it clearly. Such a big thing happened, but there was only a little movement in the north and south regions at the beginning. Now, after so much time, how can there be any movement at all? I think we are worrying too much. Everything will be clear when we meet Madame Song tomorrow. De Gu is right. Madame Song's way of refining weapons is very wild, and her way of refining medicine is roughly the same. I think the forces in the north and south regions are used to it. The group of people in the western region analyzed for a long time, and finally came to a conclusion. The north and south regions were not in a hurry, so they didn't need to be in a hurry. Then they dispersed. Taiyang Mansion. Sure, Yeye has not come back to his senses yet. Especially with a pair of blood-red and shining eyes, he looked like a demon descending to the world. This image made him feel cold even when he saw it. Fu Jiao was not much better, with a face like a fallen immortal, set off by those red eyes, like a demon. Now, when the two of them were together, if they didn't know that they were decent people, they would think that they were evil people who were planning to do bad things. This situation is really the worst I've ever seen. Sure, Yeye laughed at herself. If my father saw it, I'm afraid he would inevitably make a small move. After a series of events, he was already exhausted physically and mentally, and now, he just wanted to protect the foundation of the clan, but unfortunately too many things were beyond his expectations. Fu Jiao comforted him, don't think too much, your father. I'm afraid he may not be able to come back. If he leaves the east region, he is like a beast with its teeth pulled out. Even if he comes back now, it will not affect Shi Yeye and Kaiyang Mansion. Besides, if the east region is not good, other regions may not be smooth sailing. This journey is thousands of miles long, and there are too many risks. It is not certain that he can reach other regions alive. I hope so. Shi Yeye's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. He is the heir of Kaiyang Mansion. Whoever blocks the inheritance of the family will be against him, even his biological father. After reminiscing for a while, the two of them brought the topic back to the eyes. Fu Jiao smiled. What you just said is the only one you have ever seen in your life. I don't think it is necessarily true. The star-absorbing cauldron is one, the enemy-repelling spiritual weapon is the second, and this spiritual medicine for treating eyes can only be ranked third. This Madame Song is very extraordinary. Just these three things are enough to prove it. There is also the attitude of the three regions towards her. Now that such a shocking thing has happened, the three regions have not made any move. Doesn't it just explain the problem? They can wait, and we can wait too. So the people from the four regions kept silent as if they had discussed it beforehand. Jiang Wenxiu, Qin Yi and others were so generous that they had no worries at all. Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others worried for a while, and went to bed early. Fu Jiao was relatively calm and managed to have a good sleep. Shi Yeye, on the other hand, tossed and turned until the second half of the night before she fell asleep. Even though they didn't sleep well the previous night, they were still energetic and walked like the wind, as if they were not affected by anything at all. Fortunately, during the day, these pairs of eyes did not emit light. Otherwise, if Song Luo faced the pairs of red rays, she probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. She was particularly fond of Feng Xi today. Today, Feng Xi was dressed in white, with red eyes as deep as rubies, and a little bit of redness from being tipsy, which made her look unusually seductive. It was a bit exciting. If there weren't so many people watching, she would have wanted to do something inappropriate for children. Of course, this was limited to daytime. If she was asked to face a pair of laser eyes at night, she would definitely not be able to do it. Chapter 328. There are rows of handsome men with red eyes and different styles, all gathered together with red eyes, making her, a normal person, look like she has entered a devil's cave. Jiang Wenqiu, this narcissistic man, has been looking at himself in a mirror for a long time since he entered the door. Song Luo twitched her lips. It seems that this guy likes this style, and his aesthetic is also unique. He has good taste, just like her. The difference is that she likes these red eyes on other people's faces, while this guy likes them on his own face. Qin Yi and others gathered together and started to chat with each other. Those pairs of eyes that looked at the show made Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, Fu Jiao, and others feel helpless. What's so good about this? They all looked like this, and they still watched others' excitement. Is it really so good? Yang Lingkong couldn't help but look at others. Not to mention, people like them were born high and mighty, and rarely encountered such embarrassing scenes. But now everyone is the same, and the embarrassment in their hearts has dissipated a lot. Bailey Zhu was looked at repeatedly by others, and he went from being uncomfortable to not caring, and looked back at them. He couldn't help but sigh at how quickly his mentality changed. Others had already seen his embarrassing look clearly. If he didn't look, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? Song Liuhua's eyes lit up, and she wanted to take out her little notebook and draw it on the spot. This scene was really rare. If she were to name this painting, she would like to call it the moment when the young masters of various domains become envious. Song Luohua had seen enough of the excitement, coughed lightly, and finally talked about business. It's all because of this red-eye disease. It's not a big problem. It will disappear naturally after a month. 1 month. Fu Jiao and Shi Yeye were silent. They couldn't imagine what it would be like to live like this for a month. They were well known in the East region, and even a dog on the street could recognize them. They were asked to live like this for a month? Don't they have any face? Is there any other way? Qin Yi couldn't help asking her. Regardless of whether she was a local or not, she showed herself like this for the first time in the East region, which affected the reputation of his Qin family in the South region. Yang Lingkong and others couldn't help but said, it's really not good to be so ostentatious in the streets. Young Master Yang is right. Red eyes are rare. If you show them off in the streets like this, it will inevitably scare ordinary people. Bai Liju didn't want to go out with such a ghost look. Is that so? Song Luohua nodded. I have a way to give it to you. Wait and come back in the afternoon. A group of people left half believing and half doubting, and Song Luohua immediately took action. Isn't it just the eyes? According to the principle of covering up any problem, the forehead has been covered. So what else is missing? The hide-and-seek meal must be arranged. The silkworm she had raised in her space some time ago had already spun silk and formed cocoons after being fed with gray jade beads. She contributed some of them to make blindfolds for them. Song Luohua did it right away, using her powerful appeal to call on the martial arts masters of the 4 regions to help her. She'd borrowed a lot of looms from Master Yeye. After a series of familiar and complicated processes such as reeling, weaving, and sewing, she finally made a batch of blindfolds before dusk. Silk is transparent and light, and the fabric made from it is also as thin as a cicada's wing. Red, blue, purple, and other colored silk ribbons are handmade by the women. Although the workmanship is not as exquisite as that of professional embroiderers, the stitches are also fine and dense. When placed in the palm of the hand, it is elegant and graceful, as if nothing is there. Song Luohua first picked a cinnabar red one for Feng Xiai and a sky blue one for her eldest brother. The rest were sent to the young masters of the 4 regions by the clan members. Feng Xiai looked at the things that were collected and read, Madam, is this the method you want to use? Yes. Song Luohua instructed him to sit down, and personally took the red blindfold and went around behind him to tie it on him. Today, Feng Xiai did not need to go out to clean up the strange beasts, so he only wore a black loose casual uniform. His delicate facial features matched with the cinnabar red blindfold, and his slightly pale lips pursed uncomfortably, which was quite unusual and evil. Song Luohua looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. Perfect. This look really made her want to do something, but Feng Xiai could not do it, so it was in vain for her to think about it, and she could only give up with regret. This outfit doesn't affect vision, but Feng Xiai thinks it's quite strange. He touched the veil on his eyes helplessly. Won't it be more conspicuous? It's conspicuous, but I can't help it. If you want to go out with a pair of red eyes, just take it off yourself. Song Luhua is a bachelor. Anyway, she is not the one being watched, so she is very calm. Feng Ci, compromised. Qin Yi received the blindfold and was speechless. What is this? Could it be that your wife wants us to cover our eyes with this thing? Feng clan member, yes. Qin Yi choked. I just said it casually, your wife really thinks about it. Feng clan member smiled awkwardly and ran away at the speed of light. Although they wanted to see the fun of Qin Shao clan leader, they couldn't laugh at the thought that they had to wear it too. They were even more miserable. They used the enemy repelling spiritual weapon a few days ago, and the words on their foreheads have not disappeared. They relied on a hair band to cover it, and now they had another one covering their eyes. The picture was too beautiful, he didn't dare to think about it. Being low-key and not mocking each other can ensure a long-lasting friendship. After a psychological struggle, Qin Yi finally put it on. Although he was not used to it, and it looked a little strange, it was better than exposing a pair of red eyes directly to the outside and being pointed out by others. As for the eyes, just let them go and say it is a fashion, who dares to question it? As for the headbands on their foreheads, some people in the city have already imitated them. He believed that Feng Xi's wife's trick was not only for him, but also for everyone. Thinking of this, Qin Ye's mind was instantly opened up a lot, and under the jade-colored gauze belt, a smile flashed in his narrow and long phoenix eyes. Lan Qi was stunned when she got the light blue blindfold headband. Does your wife really let me use this? The Feng clan member nodded affirmatively. Don't look at this thing as inconspicuous. It is made of silkworm yarn. Madam only said to give it to you. Whether to use it or not, you decide for yourself. The gauze on her fingertips was smooth and soft, indeed extraordinary. Lan Qi smiled. Thank you, Madam Song, for me. After the Feng clan member left, she tied the light blue gauze in front of the mirror. Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, Fu Jiao, Shi Yeye and others all received gifts from Madame Song. This time, the young leaders of the major families in the 4 regions took the lead in leading the fashion, and the people in the city could not help but follow suit. But the one with a headband on his forehead and a veil over his eyes was quite funny. Many people said they didn't understand, but they respected. After all, the aesthetic taste of their East region young master is really hard to describe. As the people, they should give him some face and stop mocking him. Fu Jiao Master Yeye, Chapter 329. The aftermath of the new fashion is that men and women in the city, who don't know the truth either wear bands on their foreheads or eyes. Song Luhua was silent, and touched her smooth forehead. She was determined not to follow the trend blindly. Life returned to normal for the time being. Taiyang City was in a state of great ruin, and many people began to repair their homes. Weeding, repairing houses, repairing roads, everything is slowly getting back on track. The status of the people in the city is getting better day by day. Song Luhua had nothing to do all day, so she went around for a walk. Since she carried the tree to the street last time, the people in the city all knew that she had 3 exotic animals as pets. Now she was walking around with Lu Zi, Shihong and Mingyo. Although they still attracted many people to watch, they did not cause a sensation. Some people followed behind her and looked at her curiously for a long time, but they did not dare to come forward to see her. Song Luhua did not care. It was a novelty for a while, but it would not be novel after watching for a long time. There were many wild vegetables in the city. Lu Zi dug wild vegetables along the way. Song Luhua found a big spiritual fruit tree in the yard of a family. It is located in a very ordinary courtyard in the west of the city. There are almost no people here. The dilapidated courtyards have lost their former bustle, and the broken padlocks are still hanging on the open wooden doors. Walking in, the weeds in the courtyard are half a person high. A tall yellow fruit tree in the southwest corner of the courtyard is full of heavy spiritual fruits. It has mutated. The spiritual energy on it is rich, and the color is different from the light yellow of ordinary yellow fruits. It is golden yellow, and each one is the size of a fist. It looks like it's of a high grade. Since it's ownerless, I accept it with pleasure. The owner of the yard obviously couldn't come back, so Song Luhua unceremoniously picked all the yellow-skinned fruits on the tree. As for the tree, it should have been planted by the owner, and she didn't think much about it, just let it grow in the yard. After walking around a few more times, she found a lot of other spiritual fruits, but in terms of grade, none of them were as high as the yellow-skinned fruit she picked at the beginning. After returning, Song Luhua mixed all the spiritual fruits she picked together and filled several large wooden basins. She couldn't finish it herself, so she gave some to the auxiliary spiritualists in the clan. She gave some to her eldest brother, so there was not much left. Now it was too dangerous outside, and the people of Kaiyang Prefecture took turns to follow Fu Jiao's team out, and they spent a lot of time in the city. The renovation of the prefecture city was progressing quickly. The spiritual plant masters in the city did not go out with them, so they began to plant various spiritual plants and vegetables everywhere in the city. The martial spiritual masters, who were resting in the city, helped to cultivate the land, and the people were busy. Song Luo also asked someone for a piece of land, and planted a field of red wolfberries. Now that everyone is in poor health, the more kidney tonifying elixirs the better. Especially the young master of Kaiyang Prefecture, the Shi family is particularly weak, so it can be considered that she has done a good deed. Unlike her leisurely days, Feng Xi and others encountered a group of birds and beasts that they had never seen before. Chirp! Chirp! This bird is only the size of a palm, round, with emerald green feathers, and a short and slightly round beak that opens and closes, calling, circling back and forth above them, and it doesn't seem to be afraid of the power of the star-sucking cauldron. Although they are at level 8, they don't seem to have much killing power. There are so many of them that half of the sky is occupied by them, as if the sky has turned green. What's going on? What do these birds and beasts want to do? Feng Xi and others did not dare to take it lightly, and were on guard. They stared at them closely, and even their blinking movements slowed down. They stayed like this for a long time, and the birds and beasts still did not make any aggressive moves. Jiang Wenxiu could not help but curse, "You are just bluffing. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Come down here, or I leave." The atmosphere was eased by his shouting. Although everyone was not willing to take it lightly, it was not a good idea to keep the stalemate, so they prepared to evacuate. As soon as one of them took a few steps, the bird and beast started to scream even louder. Chirp, chirp. They moved, flapping their wings quickly, and flew over the heads of everyone, keeping a distance that was neither too high nor too low. Just when Feng Xi and the others drew their spirit swords and prepared to fight, they heard a lot of emerald green liquid falling from the sky like rain. Feng Xi reacted quickly. Before the green liquid landed on him, he waved his hand, took out a cloak made of special materials from the space, and covered his head. He tapped his toes and dodged swiftly in the crowd. Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong and others were drenched a little, but they quickly reacted and followed Feng Xi's example, covering their faces with something. Ordinary people like Song Yuan and Feng Shan were miserable. Those who had space didn't have such good things as them, let alone those who didn't have space. They were soaked from head to toe. Jiang Wenxiu was not much better. Perhaps because of the scolding he had just done, a group of emerald green birds and beasts were spitting wherever he walked. That's right, the green liquid was actually the saliva of the birds and beasts. The saliva was not only not smelly, but also mixed with a faint strange fragrance. Although it was not disgusting, the consequences were unknown, so it was better not to get stained by it. Moreover, these birds and beasts seemed to be ill-intentioned, so he had to be more careful. In fact, this was not the first wave of birds and beasts. Since they used the star-sucking cauldron, birds and beasts came in groups every few days. The star-absorbing cauldron had the least impact on the alien beasts in the sky. Those who knew what was happening only came to see them, and didn't dare to get too close. They howled for a while, and then flew away. There were also those who didn't care about their lives. Once they launched an attack, they were controlled by the enemy repelling spiritual weapons, fell to the ground, and were killed by everyone. It's not that they didn't want to use the enemy repelling spiritual weapons for these emerald green alien beasts, but unlike those large alien beasts, they looked numerous, but in fact there were not many of them, and the enemy repelling spiritual weapons could handle them. There were too many of them, and the enemy repelling spiritual weapons couldn't handle them. Besides, everyone judged that it was not very lethal, but they did not expect that they would attack by spitting. The green saliva fell on people, but they did not feel any discomfort, but everyone quickly evacuated the place. The group of green birds and beasts did not chase them, but chirped a few times and flew away. Feng Xi put away his hooded cloak, and because it was stained with the green saliva, he put it in a box alone. Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, Fu Jiao and others were also fine. Jiang Wenxiu was chased and spitted by a small group of emerald birds. Although his body was not wet due to his cloak, his shoes were soaked. As for Song Yuan, Feng Shan and others, many of them were wet. After leaving the place just now, before they had time to change, they found that their clothes were dry. What's going on? It dried so quickly. Everyone felt the places that were wet by the saliva of the emerald birds just now, and they felt a little panicked. This situation was obviously not right. Feng Xi and others discussed it and hurried back. However, The flying boat had just gone a short distance, when the clansmen of each family had frequent problems. Chapter 330. Little sister, help me. Song Luhua had just come back from working on the red wolfberries she had planted. She hadn't changed her muddy shoes when she heard her eldest brother's weak voice. Looking up, Feng Xiai led a group of clansmen in. Seeing the state of the people, Song Luhua frowned fiercely, and she was a little flustered. Including her eldest brother, everyone's face was pale, and their legs and feet were shaking. If they were just sucked to their kidney energy by the star-sucking cauldron, this wouldn't be the case. It's just that I don't know what happened, and now everyone has a dead look on their faces. Every time they moved, the ground there was wet, and their pants were not dry. Little sister, we always want to go to the toilet. What should we do? Feng Xiai supported the weak Song Yuan and looked at Song Luhua. Madam, do you have any solution? Then he briefly explained what happened today. Ever since the tribesmen were drenched in the saliva of the emerald bird and beast, they always wanted to go to the toilet along the way. From the beginning, they went to the toilet over and over again, and finally it became more and more frequent, and they didn't even have time to take off their clothes. As the number of times they went to the toilet increased, they began to have blood in their stools. Everyone felt that their bodies were hollowed out, and they had difficulty breathing. They endured the strong discomfort, and came to find the wife of the clan leader. They had a premonition that if they didn't stop, the end would be bad. Song Luhua told Feng Yin to bring a chair. Sit for a while, I look for it. According to Feng Xiai, the saliva of the emerald bird and beast should be poisonous. She had a good memory. She had refined several kinds of medicines that had the effect of detoxification, which might be useful. Whether it can detoxify this poison, we have to wait and see. After saying that, she quickly searched in the space of the jade bracelet. During this period of time, she refined a lot of elixirs, spiritual tools, and a lot of various liquid medicines. Song Luhua searched for a long time, and finally found several detoxifying medicines. There were liquid medicines and elixirs. Barrels filled with various detoxifying medicines were placed outside. Song Luhua opened the lids of each barrel, and compared them one by one. A barrel of milky white liquid medicine. Song Luhua quickly judged it, and shook her head. This one won't work, it can't work. A barrel of green liquid medicine also won't work, it's not suitable for the disease, and it may even aggravate the condition. Next came the black detoxification pills, and she shook her head decisively. At the end, only a golden pill worked, and Song Luhua called it Dragon King pill. Song Luhua was silent. She took out dozens of buckets of Dragon King pills, and said to Feng Xiai, these Dragon King pills should be able to detoxify. Feng Xiai understood, and ordered Feng Yin to distribute them to everyone. Song Yuan and Feng Shan were not in the mood to complain about the tale of their little sister's pills. The constant urge to urinate made them weaker and weaker, so they took the Dragon King pills and stuffed them into their mouths without hesitation. At the same time, Jiang Wenxiu, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, Shi Yeye and others also came. Feng Xiai understood that it must be because the alchemist in his clan was powerless, so he came here. Song Luhua was already used to this kind of situation, and the people of the Feng family were also used to it. Song Luhua glanced over and saw that except for Jiang Wenxiu, who looked a little strange, everyone else was in good condition, but there was a little more anxiety between their brows. She saw Jiang Wenxiu holding his legs together, as if he had something to hide. His face was pale, and he looked forbearing, so she knew that he was also hit, and she was quite surprised. Feng Xiai whispered in her ear, Wenxiu cursed a few times, and then he was chased and spat on. Song Luhua couldn't help but twitch her lips. This guy not only offended people, but also birds and beasts. He deserved this disaster. Knowing the other party's intention, Song Luhua was very straightforward. Before everyone could speak, she pointed to the wooden barrel on the ground and said, detoxification pills, take them. Jiang Wenxiu looked at the wooden barrel on the ground, his eyes lit up, and he walked to the wooden barrel containing pills with his legs crossed, touched a pill, and put it in his mouth. Song Luhua, you can see that he is really anxious. Jiang Wenxiu is indeed very anxious. After being poisoned, although he is not as exaggerated as his clansmen, he wants to go to the toilet every once in a while. He can't hold it anymore. If he doesn't take the detoxification pill quickly, he will pee in public. He glanced at the Feng clan members, who didn't care about their image at all, shuddered, and forced himself to hold back the urge to pee. In his heart, he cursed the group of birds and beasts who bullied him too much. They just scolded him a few times, but they still targeted him. Qin Yi and the others thought they would have to wait for a while this time, but they were stunned for a moment when they heard that she had found a way to detoxify so quickly. After Jiang Wenxiu made his move, Qin Yi also squatted down on the spot and counted out some pills. After thanking him, he hurried away. Lan Qi, Nong Heng and other people from the southern region followed closely behind. Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, Fu Jiao, and others also moved quickly and divided the pills they needed. Thank you, Madam Song. After saying that, they all went back. Song Yuan, Feng Shan and others took the Dragon King pill and felt less uncomfortable. The urge to urinate that they could not stop just now became less and less, until it slowly disappeared. I'm fine, I don't want to go to the toilet. The tribe members greeted each other happily, and Song Luhua and Feng Xi returned to their rooms. After all, it's not very elegant to go to the toilet in public. When their lives were in danger just now, they naturally didn't care about so much. Now that their son is fine, it would be embarrassing to see them here. She and Feng Xi left in a caring manner. The tribe members' affairs were resolved, and Feng Xi's curiosity also came up. Madam, is there any follow-up to your Dragon King pill? Of course there is. Song Luhua nodded affirmatively. What's the follow-up? Thinking of the side effects of the Dragon King pill, Song Luhua couldn't help but laugh. The follow-up is... Feng Xi listened curiously. Before Song Luhua finished speaking, her eldest brother outside the house shouted, My mouth is crooked. In the room, Feng Xi was silent for a moment. So, it can make people's mouths crooked? More or less. As long as you don't talk, it will be better. If you talk, the crooked times will be more. And once you talk, your mouth will be crooked. Feng Xi, I'm very glad that he doesn't have to eat the Dragon King pill made by his wife. My family has been embarrassed many times. This is nothing. But when Xiao, I guess he's in trouble. Feng Xi curled his lips. Song Luhua also thought of him, and looked at Feng Xi. Let's visit the young clan leader Jiang later. Okay. Feng Xi touched his wife's little head. You are also his savior. It's good to go and see. You're right. The couple was happy and harmonious. Jiang Wenxiu was really embarrassed. He told the clan members. These are the detoxification pills made by Feng Xi's wife. You share them with the clan members. This pill is indeed useful. On the way back, the urge to urinate had completely dissipated. However, he didn't know that he had twisted his mouth before speaking. The Jiang clan members just thought he was unintentional and chose not to see it. Who knew that he had given orders for everything, and every time he spoke, he twisted his mouth before speaking, looking like he looked down on people. The Jiang clan members just felt that it was hard to say, please speak properly. Jiang Wenxiu secretly thought it was not good, took out the mirror, muttered something, and finally found the secret. What should come will not be late. Chapter 331. After Jiang Wenxiu, Qin Yi and others also discovered the drawbacks of the Dragon King pill. Looking at the clan members, who twisted their mouths from time to time, he also twisted his mouth. If he didn't know that his family members would never dare to disrespect him, he would have thought they wanted to rebel. Feng Xi's wife's pills are still the same as before. After thinking about it, he told the clan members to say less during this period, so as not to let his Qin family have a reputation of being looked down upon. Qin clan members. It's better not to say anything. Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu and others were also familiar with it. Seeing this, they sighed and put it behind their minds. The tribesmen in the two regions also calmed down. After all, since they had eaten Mrs. Song's spiritual medicine or used the spiritual tools she refined, they had never had other problems. Now, they are actually used to it. However, the problem of crooked mouth before speaking really makes people beat them. After thinking about it, before the mouth is healed, it is better not to speak. As for bothering Mrs. Song, it is not only completely unnecessary, but also may be counterproductive. Everyone touched the two bands on their foreheads and eyes. Let the crooked mouth be crooked, so that she won't ask to cover the mouth. It was already weird enough, and if it gets messed up again, they really won't be able to watch it. Fu Jiao Master Yaya saw that no one else took it seriously, so she let him go. Even though he knew the amazingness of the elixir made by this Madam Song, he still couldn't help but say to Fu Jiao, do you think it's good or bad for us to let our clansmen learn from Madam Song? There are always shackles when using various elixirs and spiritual tools, and the consequences are also varied. Fu Jiao smiled, of course it's good. I have a feeling that the spiritual assistants may undergo an unprecedented transformation. Not only did the spiritual assistants break the original conservativeness this time, but after Mrs. Song's extraordinary teaching, not to mention the spiritual plant masters, at least the weapon refiners and pharmacists have made significant progress. During this period of time, not only the clan members, but also he himself was stuffed with a lot of new good things made by weapon refiners and pharmacists. Compared to the original single elixir or spiritual weapon, these things are all full of revolutionary features. But now they have not figured out a mature recipe, and the pills or spiritual tools they have refined are more or less immature. But he believes that in time, refining tools or medicine will flourish and prosper more than today. By then, the status of auxiliary spiritual masters will surely be raised to a higher level, especially those who refine tools or medicine. Sure, Yaya was just chatting with him, knowing that it would be good for the auxiliary spiritual masters in the clan to learn. He just sighed. I didn't expect that the South region, which is at the bottom of the 4 regions, would have such a strange person like Madame Song. The days to come will be more interesting. Who said no? The two stood side by side in the courtyard, and Fu Jiao looked at the sky in the distance. We are lucky. If it were unfortunate, how could we have experienced this unprecedented catastrophe in the 4 regions, and how could we have encountered a turning point when we were at the end of our rope? They are young, and perhaps they will witness the transformation and rise of the auxiliary spiritual master with their own eyes. This life is magnificent and interesting. The tribesmen in each region are no longer in danger of life, so they began to think about how to deal with the emerald bird and beast group that spewed poisonous water. At this time, Song Liuhua's teaching showed results. The assistant spiritualists in various domains were like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. Therefore, Song Liuhua, the leader of the trend, was simply overwhelmed. The various spiritual tools and elixirs, and the various messy side effects made her eyelids jump. She simply couldn't imagine how she would be desperate if these things were used on herself. After picking and choosing, she finally picked out a few spiritual tools and elixirs that were not so exaggerated. These assistant spiritualists were not like her. They had no rules for refining medicine and tools. Every time they refined, the recipes and the temperature of each stage were recorded very carefully. Now that her newly refined spiritual tools or spiritual medicines have been recognized, she is very excited and generously publishes the recipes. She even gives personal guidance. Some people with strong comprehension can master it after refining it 10 times, and Song Liuhua is particularly envious. She can't do it. For each new spiritual tool or elixir, the specific time and person who refined it will be recorded in the Spiritual Assistant Basic Refining Tool Medicine Spiritual Plant Manual. This is a new booklet that the spiritual assistants in these areas decided to compile after discussing it together, for future generations to learn. In the long run, this is something that will go down in history. Now is the initial stage, and it is the best time. Everyone has brought out their own special skills. They are not stingy with their skills and recipes. If people familiar with them know about their generosity, they will think they are crazy. Although Song Liuhua cannot be included in the book as the initiator of the new spiritual weapon, it is mainly because she has no recipe to support it. But it doesn't matter. She alone is written at the front of the book as the mentor of the entire continent. Moreover, there are auxiliary spiritual masters who have refined new elixirs and spiritual weapons, and they also invite her to comment on the things they have refined and mark them in the book together. Song Liuhua 1. So, this time, regarding how to deal with the emerald poisonous bird and beast, Song Liuhua really selected some useful spiritual tools and elixirs from the spiritual assistants in each domain. After she made the decision, the spiritual assistants in each domain took action. With the prescription and the guidance of the founder, they soon refined a batch of spiritual tools and elixirs. Before the battle, the spiritual assistants paid special attention. But Feng Ci and others were silent when they looked at the spiritual tools and elixirs in their hands. Feng Ci weighed the defense pot refined by the weapon refiner of their Feng family. The method of use is to carry this pot on your back. After injecting spiritual power, it can form an extremely strong protective shield. He rubbed his eyebrows and threw the pot to Feng Shan, share it among the tribesmen. Feng Shan, this pot is not light. Carrying it is like carrying a person on your back to fight, and the shape is hard to describe. It's better to use the spiritual weapon refined by the lady. Song Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth, carrying the pot. Carrying the pot, the ants also taught my younger sister bad things. We are miserable. The two looked at each other, and reluctantly took the blame. Each of the major families showed their abilities. The Lan family had recently refined an umbrella-shaped spiritual weapon. If it was a defensive spiritual weapon, it would be fine, but it was indeed a flying spiritual weapon. When using it, you need to open the fan and stand on the slightly pointed umbrella's surface. Very good, the disadvantages are very obvious. This flying spiritual weapon. You must be careful when you use it, don't fall from it. Lan Shi ordered his assistant to distribute the spiritual weapons. Now all the spiritual assistants in the family are learning from Madame Song, and their lives are becoming more and more exciting. Chapter 332. Jiang Wenxiu was holding a green brick spiritual weapon. His eyes widened, and he jumped up and down. Did I hear it right? How do you use this thing? To the young clan leader, it's not called this thing, it has a name, called the revolving green brick spiritual weapon. The weapon refiner who made the revolving green brick spiritual weapon was very dissatisfied. As for how to use it, I have already told you. Just input spiritual power and throw it out, it will come back by itself. But be careful not to hit yourself. Is this for humans? This blue brick spiritual weapon has such obvious disadvantages. If you have poor eyesight, there is a high chance that you will be hit by it. Who said this spiritual weapon is good? The alchemist said proudly. Mrs. Song said it can be used. This is a new spiritual weapon I made specifically for birds and beasts. If you don't want it, you can use the red spirit sword. Jiang Wenxiu, Feng Xi's wife has a problem with her eyesight. Is it okay to throw bricks into the sky? Jiang Wenxiu wanted to say no, but his family members were not good enough, so they only made this thing. Other families all used new spiritual weapons this time, but he didn't. Wouldn't it make him look like he had no talent and was inferior to others? He gritted his teeth. If you use it, show some pride and refine something better next time. Yes. The weapon refiner rolled his eyes the moment he turned around. It was good enough to have something to use, but he was still picky. Jiang Wenxiu was a little disgusted at first, but when he saw what other families brought out, he was instantly happy. The spiritual weapon of his old rival Yunju's family almost made him laugh. I say, Yunju, your family's weapon refiner is not good. What kind of thing is this? You make me laugh to death. Haha. The Yun family members wore a head cover with only 4 holes, which was said to be a defensive spiritual weapon. The spiritual weapon extending from the head can cover the whole body, but this pure black head cover of unknown material is particularly funny once worn. Being ridiculed by Jiang Wenxiu, Yunju looked at the blue bricks in the hands of the Jiang family and raised his eyebrows. Ours doesn't look good, but at least it's better than your spiritual bricks. This thing is not easy to use at first glance. It's hard to say which is good or bad. Jiang Wenxiu, TSK. Well, this thing is indeed a bit useless. Feng Xi looked at the Yun family's spiritual weapon and was speechless. The appearance of this spiritual weapon was modified by his wife. It is said that if a gangster wants to do something bad, he must prepare this kind of headgear to cover his face. I don't know what Yunju would think if he knew about it. And when Xiu's blue brick, the Jiang family originally refined a flower, but his wife said that the lethality was not enough, so she asked them to change it into the appearance of a blue brick. It is said that in this way, not only is the refining process simple, but the lethality is also increased by a level. Looking around, Feng Xi saw all kinds of outrageous and reasonable spiritual tools. 80% of them were guided by his wife. Feng Xi was amazed by the strangeness and variety. He looked at his pitch-black spiritual pot. His wife only said that the tribe members were smart and developed it by themselves. Feng Xi felt that there was some water in this statement. Yang Lingkong awkwardly took out a jingling bell step shake from the space. The tribe's weapon refiner said it was a confusing spiritual tool. The disadvantage is that he will also be confused, so let them restrain themselves. With this appearance and this ability, he really couldn't show it off. The Yin family's spiritual weapon hadn't been revealed yet, which aroused his curiosity. Xin Yin, what does your spiritual weapon look like? Take it out for us to see. Hua Lingjun and Yunangu were also very curious. Yes, you have seen ours. They are all strange spiritual weapons. Don't worry, we won't laugh at you. Yin Xin Yin sighed and took out a small jade bottle. What my family's auxiliary spiritual master prepared is not a spiritual weapon, but a spiritual medicine. Isn't this good? It's better than our ugly and disadvantageous ones. Do you think that spiritual medicine has no disadvantages? Yin Xinyan said helplessly. The few people thought of the spiritual medicine made by Mrs. Song and shook their heads. Yin Xinyan saw that everyone was really curious, so he just opened the cork. In an instant, an indescribable stench hit him. The group of people scattered like birds and beasts. Yin Xinyan held his breath and quickly plugged the bottle. But the smell was contaminated on the bodies of several people. Hua Lingjun loved cleanliness the most, and he felt his stomach churning and nausea. What kind of stuff did the alchemist in your clan make? It's like this. The birds and beasts haven't been fumigated to death yet, but we are the first to be fumigated to death. He pulled his sleeve and sniffed it, with a look of disgust. No, I have to change my clothes. After saying that, he quickly found a corner and changed his clothes. Yang Lingkong and Yonan Gu were also speechless. The Yin family is really full of talents. Yin Sinian, that's not the case. It is said that it didn't stink so badly at first. It was because Mrs. Song thought that the killing power was not strong enough and needed to be improved. Finally, it was said that it was added with civet cat pulp that made it look like this. Although the spiritual tools of each family were not very good, Bailey Zhu still had no confidence. What did his family members refine? Shaving scissors. It is said that it can shave the heads of birds and beasts, and it is guaranteed that not a single hair is left. But where is the lethality of this thing? It is not as good as the black pot of the Feng family. Xiao Yuqing played with the small silver scissors in his hand and smiled. I think the power of the shaving scissors is not small. Shaving a few hairs does not even hurt the oily skin. What kind of damage is it? Bailey Zhu felt ashamed. The spiritual tools made by other families were at least useful, but theirs were nothing. Could it be that the people in his family were born dumber than those in other families? Oh, you can't say that. Didn't Mrs. Song say that the harm is not great, but the insult is strong? Everyone laughed. Yan Lingkong, indeed, but the person who was hurt and insulted was him, not the bird or the beast. It seems that the clan members have been a little slack recently, and they need to practice hard. He brought a lot of books with him when he went out this time. It is essential to strengthen the literary literacy of the auxiliary spiritualist. A group of people mocked each other, and Fu Jiao and Shi Ye could not escape. They thought that their tribesmen had received Mrs. Song's guidance for a short time, and they would not be able to refine anything this time. Unexpectedly, they still gave them a big surprise. Fu Jiao showed a green hat, and was reluctant to put it on his head. It was said that it was made of a kind of green animal skin, emerald green. After wearing this spiritual hat, it can imitate the breath of strange animals, and resist being disturbed. Shi Ye choked on a mouthful of saliva. Why? Why not try it on? Fu Jiao, I give it to you. The two of them refused for a while, and Fu Jiao regretted that he couldn't give the hat away, and couldn't help but sigh. These days, even spiritual weapons can't be given away. Shi Ye, that depends on what spiritual weapon it is. Since Shi Ye was the first to break the tacit agreement of not mocking each other, when he showed the spiritual weapon refined by his own people, Fu Jiao laughed without hesitation. I say, Master, your family's weapon refiners are also rare talents, haha. The Ascension boots are better than your green hat spiritual weapon. Fu Jiao, well, that makes sense. His unpromising clansmen, the Shi clan, originally wanted to refine a ladder to heaven, but that thing was too cramped. After Song Liuhua's guidance, she refined it into a boot to heaven. The heel of the boot is more than 3 inches long. It is inlaid with black crystal before use. After starting, it can fly high with a kick. The disadvantage is that it is easy to stand unsteadily after landing. After all, the heel is too long, and it needs more practice to control it. Song Luhua called it the most successful spiritual weapon this time. Chapter 333. The things are so mixed that the battle is dazzling. Feng Shan and others carried the special black pot spiritual weapon, and matched it with Song Yuan's leaking flying sword, and rushed into the emerald bird flock with a howl. Some were birds, and some were people. The people at the scene, some wore green hat spiritual weapons, some wore banded headgear protective shields, some wore confusing bell step-shaking spiritual weapons, and some stepped on 3-inch flying boots to rush into the sky. The Jiang family threw the blue brick spiritual weapon into the sky, and when it spun, it randomly hit an unlucky guy. Unfortunately, Jiang Wenxiu was the victim of his own blue brick spirit weapon, and the bump on his forehead was so big that it was shiny. Jiang Wenxiu cursed a few words. What else could he do? It was done by his own family. From time to time, someone would release some disgusting stench, which not only knocked down a lot of birds and beasts, but also made many of his own people vomit. It was a group of demons dancing wildly. Feng Xi and others couldn't bear to watch, and retreated a few miles with their noses covered. Qin Yi couldn't help but complain to Feng Xi, your wife's teaching can be said to be successful, and even better than the master. Feng Xi nodded, you are too kind. Qin Yi, is he praising me? If this continues, the tribesmen will be tormented before the monster is killed. Jiang Wenxiu covered his forehead and screamed, tell your wife to stop teaching, and at least teach her something serious. Jiang Wenxiu's words were recognized by Bailey Zhu and others. Feng Xi smiled helplessly, what is a serious thing? Do you think the things my wife made before are serious? This? Everyone choked. Yes, she herself can't make serious things. How can she teach others to be serious? Yin Xinian said with a smile, take your time. If there are no newcomers to any reform, how can it get better and better? What Sinian said makes sense. After all, we don't have to do it ourselves. We can only make the clan members suffer. Hua Lingjun fanned the feather fan in his hand, and said casually. Everyone thought that this was right. As long as they didn't torment themselves, the clan members would work hard for the development of the family. We also have to make it clear to those spiritual assistants not to torment the young master. As the saying goes, once the mind is opened, everyone is relieved and their faces are visibly relaxed. Song Luhua was only responsible for the quality control of spiritual tools and medicines. As for the battle situation, she didn't care at all. As for the weapon refiners and medicine refiners of various tribes, she had already made them look good. The subsequent development depended on themselves. A group of people were busy and forgot to eat and sleep. Song Luhua strolled around the city with her hands in her pockets. She didn't directly grow the red wolfberry she planted that day to maturity. She just let it sprout and didn't care about it. It's only been 3 days, and it has grown taller. Although she now bears the title of the all-round auxiliary spiritual master of the 3 regions, she has only made great achievements in refining medicine and tools. As for spiritual plants, it can only be said to be mediocre. Now that the weapon refiners and pharmacists in various regions are about to rise, she began to ponder the ability of spiritual plants. The role of spiritual plant masters is reflected in 2 aspects. Ordinary spiritual plant masters mainly grow some vegetables and fruits. When looking for wild vegetables, it is enough to be able to judge whether they are edible. This type of people belongs to the majority. There are higher level ones, above level 3, who can sense the uses of some spiritual plants, and their sensitivity in finding spiritual plants is much higher than that of ordinary people. Spiritual plant masters of various races, every time they go out, mainly look for various medicinal or high-value spiritual plants as medicine. For the family's alchemist to use in making medicine. Song Luhua always felt that there was still room for breakthroughs in spiritual plants. But she had no idea how to make a breakthrough for the time being. The tender red wolfberry buds were particularly conspicuous on the black soil. Song Luhua squatted down and fiddled with them with her fingers. She put some spiritual power into it and left. In the evening, Feng Shan and others returned, all with messy hair, bruised noses and swollen faces, and a foul smell on their bodies. They looked bleak. Although they didn't look very good, they were still in good spirits, so Song Luhua knew that they were not seriously injured. It seems that today was a successful battle. As for the resentful looks of his elder brother and the tribesmen, Song Luhua chose to turn a blind eye. Song Yuan, thank you sister, every day is so wonderful. Feng Xi has never cared about the food of the tribesmen. This time, he asked Feng Yin to prepare more good things. Feng Yin stewed a lot of nourishing soup with a smile. It seems that Yu Chang's position is not bad. He only needs to manage the food and ingredients. The auxiliary spiritual masters in each domain have been led astray by the wives of their own clan leaders. The brothers will suffer a lot in the future. Out of sympathy, Feng Yin prepared particularly delicious meals during this period. Feng Shan, eat 5 caddies of exotic beast meat, plus a large bowl of nourishing soup. After dealing with the emerald poisonous bird, everyone returned to their kidney-deficient days. The familiar feeling made everyone feel particularly at ease. No matter what, it is better than using those weird spiritual tools and spiritual medicines. For the spiritual tools and elixirs refined by their youngest sister, Song Yuan and others only felt a long-lost sense of peace. Therefore, during these days, although everyone came back every day with a weak step, they had a smile on their faces. Song Luhua was satisfied. She saw that her products were the most popular. She just taught everyone to refine weapons and medicines, and the hatred value disappeared in an instant. Perfect. During this period of time, everyone was busy opening up the road to Yuhing Mansion. Song Luhua was thinking about how to tap the ability of spiritual plant masters. Unfortunately, she thought and practiced for a long time, but there was no progress. She simply put it aside and refined some spiritual weapons and spiritual medicines. As for the spiritual plant masters in the 4 regions, they didn't feel anything. They gathered together every day to repair the mainland spiritual plant manual, and their days were very fulfilling. If the information about the spiritual plants they have privately collected can be compiled into a book, it can also become a work handed down from generation to generation. Song Luhua is famous here, and everyone likes to ask her for reference. Song Luhua then described the rare spiritual plants she had seen to them as a supplement. Among the spiritual plant masters, there was a good painter who could listen to her description, make revisions, and finally draw the spiritual plants described by Song Luhua. Among them was golden lotus seeds, and she happened to bring the seeds of golden lotus seeds. She also told him about its efficacy and antidote. She also told him about the miasma when she first entered Huashi Valley, and the uses of Huashi fish. She told him everything that was useful. What she said was very rare to everyone, and everyone praised her. At the same time, there were many rare spiritual plants in each domain. She not only knew some special spiritual plants, but also knew the treasures related to spiritual plants of the major families in each domain. They really didn't treat her as an outsider, and leaked all the family secrets to her. Song Luhua, Their south domain was a poor place, and there were no treasures to leak. So one of them gave some golden lotus seeds and antidotes. He warned, don't eat it carelessly. If the detoxification period is over, the antidote will be useless. A spiritual plant master took it excitedly. Don't worry, we will definitely not eat it carelessly. Her cousin's matter has taken a turn for the better. The person her cousin likes is also a man, so his family naturally strongly opposes it. She also tried to persuade him, but her cousin was stubborn. He had a falling out with his family a few years ago, and was driven out. He has been living with that man for more than 10 years. Over the years, she saw that their relationship was deepening, and they were both quite sincere, so she did not object. But his family would cause trouble from time to time, and his cousin was miserable. His cousin once said in private that if this continued, he would take his lover away and never come back. She grew up with her cousin since she was a child. Their relationship was not that of a brother and sister, but better than that of a brother and sister. Naturally, she could not bear to see him go away in disgrace. It happened that her cousin's lover often hated that she was not a girl, and could not be with her cousin. Now that there is this golden lotus seed, things will surely turn around. The woman carefully kept the golden lotus seed. Where there are people, there is gossip, not to mention women from all over the world, it is even more lively. Song Luhua was still not satisfied with the bloody secrets of various ethnic groups. Chapter 334. The warm season has passed for most of the time, and everyone has sped up. If the road to the remaining prefectures in the east region cannot be opened before the flood season, once the water from the Earth's core surges up and the strange beasts migrate, it will be even more troublesome. It happened that the weapon refiners of various tribes refined a variety of spiritual weapons, and all that could be used were used. Although they were not so easy to use, the speed of clearing the strange beasts was much faster. Song Luhua also contributed. She also took out the light blue spiritual clam pearl that was as big as a head that she had refined a few days ago. Feng Xiai raised his eyebrows. How do you use this? Input spiritual power and kick it out with your feet to kill the monster. Kick with your feet? Feng Xiai weighed the weight in his palm, and the corners of his mouth twitched for a long time. It's so heavy, wouldn't your feet be swollen after a few kicks? Song Luhua knew the disadvantages herself, but the tribesmen were used to being tortured, so this was not a problem. Just use it. It's good for killing monsters. Just use it. They will use it. Feng Xiai sneered. Why is his wife so sure? Recently, the weapon refiners in the clan have refined a batch of new spiritual weapons, and they may not use the spiritual clam pearl spiritual weapon she kicked with her feet. Then I give it to Feng Shan? Go. Song Luhua's eyes flickered slightly. The spiritual weapons refined by the clan members were not qualified and not suitable for combat, but if there was a spiritual weapon as a base, wouldn't her spiritual weapon be revealed? Feng Xiai sympathized with the clan members for a moment, and decisively gave it to Feng Shan. After listening to the clan leader's instructions, Feng Shan looked pale. Clan leader. Madam really said that? Yes. Feng Xiai nodded and handed him the head-sized clam pearl. Feng Shan wailed, and went to find Song Yuan with the spiritual weapon in his hand. Your sister doesn't stand being praised at all. Look at what this is. Clam pearl? Isn't this the big clam pearl my younger sister got before? Song Yuan's heart trembled, and he asked cautiously, What are you doing? Spiritual weapon, kicked with your feet. Feng Shan's face fell. We are made, not immortal. Song Yuan took a breath, and compared the size of the light blue clam pearl with his hand. He already felt a slight pain in his feet. What to do? Song Yuan swallowed his saliva. Use it. What else can I do? At present, all the major families are rushing to make progress, and they also want to finish early. I have been out for a long time, and I don't know how my family is doing. I want to go back early. Besides, although this thing may be a bit difficult to use, it is better than the Pegasus meteor hammer made by the weapon refiner in the family. The lethality of that hammer is said to be good, but it is said that it is easy to hit yourself. That hammer is not for fun, and it has barbs, which hurts more when it hits the body. After weighing the pros and cons, Feng Shan decisively chose to use the spiritual clam pearl spiritual weapon refined by his wife. The next day, when cleaning up the strange beasts, this spiritual weapon was indeed the most inconspicuous. Looking at the various strange spiritual weapons of other families, Feng Shan was balanced. If we talk about the best, it has to be his wife. This spiritual weapon is particularly low-key, safe, and the lethality can kill other families in seconds. Song Yuan couldn't help but flatter a few words. My little sister is still the best. Since seeing the miserable situation of other families, the martial arts masters of the Feng family no longer complained, and nodded in agreement. When it was officially used, Feng Shan kicked the spiritual clam bead that seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Bang! With a dull sound, it accurately hit a huge golden lizard beast. A huge hole instantly appeared on the body of the 8th level golden lizard beast that was just showing its teeth and claws and invincible. Everyone who saw it took a breath of cold air. What kind of spiritual weapon is that? It's so powerful. Even if these golden lizard beasts were drained of their kidney energy, they were still high-level 8th level beasts. If they wanted to kill them, they would have to fight. A team of hundreds of people took turns to attack, and it would take half an hour to completely kill it. Even if they used the spiritual weapons refined by various tribes, it would take 3/4 of an hour. I didn't expect that this large spherical spiritual weapon, like a spiritual clam pearl, could kill instantly. At present, the weapon refiners in the tribe are far from reaching such a level. This spiritual weapon must have been made by Madame Song. Everyone instantly felt that their spiritual weapons were not so useful. Seeing the envious and admiring eyes of the people from various tribes, Feng Shan's cheeks twitched, and he endured the pain in his feet, and showed a magical expression to the outsiders. Song Yuan asked him, "Brother, how is it? Does your foot hurt?" Feng Shan felt that his foot was in so much pain, and he forced out a very natural smile. No pain. Song Yuan was relieved. Let me try it too. When the spherical spiritual weapon flew back, he used his foot to kick it accurately towards another level 8 golden lizard beast. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, another golden lizard beast died. But Song Yuan didn't care about the results. Feng Shan killed him by mistake, and he was cheated. Now his foot hurts so much that he wants to chop it off. He looked up and saw the shocked eyes of the crowd. He could only pretend nothing happened and nodded to them. He didn't even dare to speak, fearing that he would cry out in pain. The spiritual weapon that could kill the beast instantly was particularly popular, and the martial arts masters of the 4 regions wanted to try it. But they were fooled so many times that they all had some old-fashioned attributes, and they didn't make a sound when they were kicked. When asked if there was anything unusual, they all shook their heads. Song Luhua had just finished lunch and was about to take a nap when she saw flying boats of various races, big and small, appearing over the city. Today it's so fast? After thinking about it, she was relieved. The killing power of the spiritual clam pearl is not small. It is not a joke to kill high-level monsters instantly. There are many people in their tribe. If one of them kicks once, it is not impossible for those with good accuracy. As for the feat of the tribe members, that is not within her consideration. Besides, the alchemist in the tribe has recently made a medicine that is particularly good for bruises and injuries. It just happens to be used by them. They will be fine tomorrow. Song Luhua went to take a nap with peace of mind. Therefore, when a large group of cripples came back, the alchemists in various regions showed their magical powers. So, the wailing sound resounded throughout the Kaiyang city. Feng Ci, is this the price of instant kill? Chapter 335. Seeing that the road to Yuheng Mansion was about to be opened, Song Luhua and Yang Mama packed up their things and prepared to move. Then, they heard bursts of white lightning in the distance, mixed with the painful roars of humans. What's going on? Yang Mama looked at the flying boats that were getting closer and closer with concern. Song Luhua walked into the courtyard and saw the situation in the distance clearly. They seemed to be chased and struck by lightning? Generally speaking, there will be no thunder in the warm season, and she saw that there were no dark clouds in the sky, so she didn't know what was going on. I wonder what happened to Feng Ci and Big Brother. Song Luhua was worried, but she heard Nani Yang worriedly, "Madam, they are far away again. There are civilians in the city, and the thunder and lightning are relentless, following all the way to the town, and they must not want to bring danger to the city." Song Luhua understood. Nani Yang exclaimed, "Oh no! Another flying boat was hit." Song Luhua looked up and looked in the direction Nani Yang pointed, and sure enough, a small or medium-sized flying boat was shaky. She frowned, and a trace of worry emerged in her heart. She wanted to use the communication stone to ask Feng Ci what happened, but the communication stone could not be connected at this moment. She tried the communication stones of Feng Shan and her elder brother, but still no response. She thought that perhaps it was affected by the thunder and lightning power of the cloud beast, and the communication stone could not be used. Now she didn't know what was going on, so she could only worry. The movement in the air caused quite a stir, and the people of Kaiyang Prefecture stared at the distance nervously. Just when everyone was worried, a martial spirit master from the Feng family came back. "Madam, help me." Song Luhua twitched her lips. This sentence was strangely familiar. After all, he was a family member, so she would not ignore him, and walked to the outer courtyard. At this time, the family members also came in, and saw that he was in a mess, with a dark face. The bands tied around his forehead and eyes had fallen off, but fortunately his face was now dark, and if you didn't look closely, you couldn't see anything unusual. When he saw Song Luhua, he almost cried, "Madam, we encountered a strange beast." "How strange is it? Could it be that the lightning that just chased you and struck you has something to do with this strange beast?" she speculated suspiciously. "Madam is very good at predicting things." The tribesman hurriedly explained the matter. "When we were cleaning up the strange beasts, we found a group of strange beasts that looked like clouds. We were about to clean them up, but they floated into the air. The lightning was struck by them. We thought of a way, but unfortunately we couldn't kill them. Every time we killed them, we would be electrocuted, and we had to be on guard against them using lightning from time to time. They wanted to retreat, but they had a grudge with the cloud beasts and were chased all the way. The families in the 4 regions did not enter the city for the sake of the old and weak in the city, but only wandered around the city." Feng Xiai sent him back to ask his wife if she had any good ideas. Song Luhua thought about it, and shook his head. "I have never heard of such a strange beast, and the spiritual tools or spiritual medicines they refine are not able to deal with it." The tribe members were disappointed, and the hope in their eyes dimmed immediately. Song Luhua said with a serious face, "You go down and rest first. I will start refining now." As for whether to refine weapons or medicine, it was not her decision. Fortunately, she had not refined other medicines in the past few days, and now she was in good spirits. According to the characteristics of the cloud beast described by the tribe members, she began to refine. A quarter of an hour later, one furnace failed. The tribe members were very anxious, and Song Luhua looked as steady as an old dog. The more anxious she was, the more useless it was. After failing 2 furnaces in a row, she realized that she was not as calm as she seemed. For the 3rd furnace, Song Luhua calmed down and devoted herself to it. Before they knew it, a quarter of an hour had passed. The refining was successful, but the contents had nothing to do with this time. The reason was that some materials were missing. The tribesmen outside the house were anxious, but they also knew that refining could not be disturbed, so they could only walk around anxiously outside. Outside the city, a group of people were chased and struck by cloud beasts. Fortunately, the various spiritual weapons refined by the tribe's weapon refiners during this period could last for a while. They could ensure that they would not die immediately if struck by thunder beasts. Besides, Feng Xiai and the others had a group of spiritual swords with electric power in their hands. When there was thunder, throwing out thunder swords could block it. After dodging again, he could barely hold on. Learning from the last lesson, Jiang Wenxiu dodged diligently. But he was a person who could not bear to be bullied after all. No matter who was chased and struck by lightning like this, he could not help but curse. The quintessence of the country in his mouth was endured again, and finally could not bear it any more. Pointing at a group of cloud beasts in the sky, he began to spray. "What kind of ability is it to only dare to hide in the sky and set off thunder? If you have the ability, come down. I will send you to see your ancestors with one sword." The Jiang clan member stopped him. "Young clan leader, stop cursing and hide." They were already complaining that he had a problem with his brain, and only remembered to eat, but not to be beaten. Has he forgotten the last time he cursed birds and beasts, and was chased and spitted at? Now he can't control his big mouth. Won't he be hated by the cloud beasts? If he loses face, it won't matter to them, but they will see that the young masters of other families are decent, while their young master is shabby, and the face of the whole family will be lost by him. If Jiang Wenxiu didn't listen to his advice, he would scold him. The tribe members were tired of having this guy as the young leader, and they wanted to rebel from time to time. Jiang Wenxiu was happy, but as expected by the Jiang clan members, he was targeted again. He stood with the Jiang clan members, and the cloud beast even bypassed them and struck him specifically. Purple lightning gathered together and twisted into a rope-thick purple lightning, which was very scary. Jiang Wenxiu was startled and turned around and ran away. The rope-thick purple lightning was staring at him. If he didn't have some body skills, he would have been chopped into slag. Many cloud beasts surrounded Jiang Wenxiu, and everyone felt the pressure on their bodies was slightly relieved. Song Yuan was shocked, but fortunately he had been shocked before, so he could barely keep calm. At this moment, he still had the mind to chat with the tribesman. Chief Jiang is really a good man. I wonder what will happen if he is struck by lightning. Fo Shan came over, destroyed into ashes? Everyone twitched their lips. It's not that cruel. Feng Xiai and others looked serious. We can't let it go. The thunder is coming fiercely. If Wenxiu is struck by it, he can't withstand it at all. Genie said, I still have some thunder swords here. Take them to block the thunder for him. Lu Yuan glanced at Jiang Wenxiu, who was out of breath from being chased, and cursed, You really know how to cause trouble for others. As he said that, he also took out all the thunder swords in the storage ring. Feng Xiai, Lan Qi and others also took out their thunder swords, and everyone gathered a lot of thunder swords. Quickly caught up with Jiang Wenxiu, who was already out of breath from being chased by thunder, and shot the spirit sword in his hand directly at the thunder. After a crackling sound, the rope-thick purple thunder was reduced by a few strands, but new purple thunder quickly filled up in the sky. It doesn't work. Everyone looked solemn, and Yuanju couldn't help but curse. What a trick, sooner or later, so his mouth shut. I can't just watch this guy get killed by lightning. First, the friendship along the way cannot be faked, and second, his identity cannot be ignored. I remember your uncle has a spiritual weapon with thunder. Lan Qi looked at Feng Xiai. Chapter 336. Hearing that he would need it, Song Yuan readily took out the flying sword that his younger sister had given him. This flying sword was already carrying lightning, and now that it had been struck by a lot of lightning, it didn't matter if it carried a little more. Jiang Wenxiu was the most conspicuous in the whole scene, being chased by a purple lightning and jumping around. In the sky, a white cloud beast was floating around him. Song Yuan handed the flying sword to Feng Xiai, who seized the opportunity and used his spiritual power to activate the flying sword. The moment the flying sword was activated, he was shocked. The lightning on my wife's flying sword is no weaker than the lightning on the cloud beast. It's hard for my uncle to step on it to kill the green bird and beast not long ago. The flying sword shot out rapidly in Feng Xi's hand, and in an instant, it collided with the purple lightning. After a flash of lightning, the rope-thick lightning sword gradually dissipated. The flying sword fell to the ground, and the lightning on the sword body crackled. Jiang Wenxiu was out of breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and wanted to curse again, but swallowed it back. Well, he didn't dare to curse anymore. The thunder just now was not only scary to look at, but also scary when it struck. Although he dodged it every time, he had missed it many times, and thought he was going to die under it. The flying sword was placed on the ground, and no one dared to approach. The cloud beast may have felt that it was intentional, so it ignored Jiang Wenxiu and started to strike at the flying sword. Everyone was relieved. But the experience and behavior of Jiang Shao clan leader just now sounded a warning to them. They thought that these cloud beasts would only release thunder individually or in small numbers, but they didn't expect that they could also release thunder in a concentrated manner. This means that they are becoming more dangerous. I don't know how Mrs. Song's spiritual weapon is being refined, and they have to think about whether there is another way to escape. In the city, Song Luhua calmed down and finally succeeded in refining a furnace. As her level increased, she found that refining weapons or medicine was more controllable than before. In other words, under the premise of unknown formula, she would refine what she needs according to her instinct. If the raw materials are complete, she can naturally refine something that is almost the same. If the raw materials are not complete, then naturally it cannot be refined. This time they were lucky. After 3 times of refining, they finally realized that the raw materials were complete and the elixir was suitable for the disease. Yes, it was an elixir. She wanted to refine a spiritual weapon to resist the thunder of the thunder beast, but after several attempts, the raw materials were not complete. As for which raw materials were missing, Song Luhua herself did not know. Fortunately, she was lucky. She changed her mind a little, and finally made an elixir suitable for the disease. Song Luhua quickly transferred the elixir in the cauldron to the wooden barrel. Opening the door, the tribesman who came back for help walked back and forth at the door. Madam, can you refine a spiritual weapon? No spiritual weapon, but I do have spiritual medicine. Send it over quickly. Song Luhua handed over a storage ring. Everyone takes one, and they will not be afraid of the thunder beast's lightning. Okay, I go right away. The tribesman got the elixir and ran out of the house. Song Luhua also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as these elixirs are sent over, the crisis can be resolved. As for Feng Xiai and the elder brother, she was not worried. With so many good things, their physiques were already beyond the reach of ordinary people. Moreover, the level of these two people was not low, and Feng Xiai was even one level higher than his peers. As long as it was not a fatal blow, there would be no problem. If they were seriously injured, she was confident that she could rescue them. Next was the tribe members. If they were injured or died, she might be sad, but she would not be desperate. As for the people of other tribes, let alone. People's hearts were like this. She had done everything she could. Whether she could survive depended on her luck and ability. Of course, she still hopes that everyone can survive. Song Luhua didn't care about the damage to Feng's energy when he was refining the medicine. With a pale face, she sat quietly in the yard in a daze. Feng Xiai and others finally waited for the pill when they were about to give up. After hearing that after taking this pill, they don't have to be afraid of the Thunder Beast's lightning power, everyone took action. Song Yuan, as a qualified sister, took the pill and stuffed it into his mouth immediately. Feng Shan laughed at him. You move fast? He swallowed it in one gulp. Feng Qing, Feng Yi and others were not far behind. Feng Yi's cheeks were burnt by the electric shock, and he smiled and said, "What's so hard about the pills made by our wife herself?" Ever since he had experienced the messy pills made by his own alchemist, he felt that the pills made by his wife were not so difficult to accept. Besides, it's already this time, what else can he do if he doesn't eat it? Even if he knew that the pills made by his wife had sequelae, it would be a pain to stick his head out or hide his head, so it's better to die quickly and be reborn sooner. Feng Xiai, Qin Yi, Yang Lingkong, Bailey Zhu, Fu Jiao and others, the young masters of the major families, all did not eat. After the pill took effect, they tacitly withdrew from the battlefield. The martial spirit masters, who took the pill still habitually avoided thunder, and there were always those who were accidentally struck, and found that nothing happened. Now, everyone was shaking. Go up to meet the thunder. Seeing this, Feng Xiai and others immediately discussed the plan to eliminate the cloud beast. The forces of several domains were well distributed, and each clan was responsible for the major directions, and took the flying boat to encircle and suppress the cloud beast. Before the cloud beasts realized the change, many of them were killed by the martial spirit masters of the 4 regions. The rest flew high and fled. Feng Xiai took a fancy to a cloud beast. It was different from other white cloud beasts. It was light pink, palm-sized, soft, with a pair of big watery eyes, small and beautiful. So he asked his tribesmen to capture it alive. He put it in a special small spirit cage and planned to give it to his wife. It must have been wilted. Now it stayed in the cage honestly, huddled in a corner. Qin Yi and the others followed Feng Xi's lead. Feng Xiai was quick-witted and caught the prettiest pink one, so they each caught a white one. Bailey Zhu and the others were puzzled, but it didn't stop them from following suit. Besides, they had never seen this little guy before, and he almost hacked them to death, so it wasn't too much to catch one back. Jiang Wenqiu had been playing with his cloud beast all the way, poking it with a stick and talking nonsense. Do you still dare to hack me? After Luoli talked a lot, the cloud beast was finally annoyed by him, and released a little more through the cage, which shocked him. Along the way, he was the one who laughed the loudest. But Song Yuan couldn't laugh. The can't laugh here means that he wanted to laugh, but the corners of his mouth didn't allow him to laugh. He finally realized that something was wrong. He smiled at the mirror for a long time, but his face was expressionless, and only the hee in his mouth showed that he really wanted to laugh. Song Yuan, he is paralyzed, his face is paralyzed. Chapter 337. Why don't the clan members smile recently? They look scary with cold faces. Is it because our spiritual tools and pills are too strong? The spiritual assistants of each family gathered together and discussed. Song Luhua quietly left the group chat. What else could it be? It was all the sequelae of her lightning-proof pill. Since the person involved didn't say anything, she naturally wouldn't tell others that this was a problem caused by taking her pills. She had to go back to see the pink cloud beast that Feng Xiai gave her. In the battle with the cloud beast yesterday, Feng Xiai brought back not only the pink cloud beast, but also a lot of cloud beast meat and purple cloud beast thunder cores. Some of them were distributed by the clan, and some were distributed to her by the 4 regions. In this regard, the power of the 4 regions is not bad. She has made efforts, and she has not missed out on what she deserves. This is also the main reason why Song Luhua has always had a good impression of him. If there are any useful spiritual tools and spiritual medicines, she will not hesitate to share them with them. In general, she made a lot of money on this trip. The cloud beast meat is loose and soft, and contains the power of thunder and lightning. Eating it can increase muscle strength. Although the increase is very small, it is also a rare good thing. The pink cloud beast that Feng Xiai gave her is very cute as long as it does not discharge electricity from time to time. Lu Zi likes to play with it. It does not reject the cute cow when it approaches it, but Shihong likes to peck it from time to time. After being electrocuted several times, it still does not care and always likes to get close to people. Gradually, it became familiar with Song Luhua and no longer rejected her, so she took the opportunity to trick it into signing a contract. As for the others, once the captured cloud beasts recovered, they would start to discharge electricity at the slightest disturbance, attacking indiscriminately. She could always hear Jiang Wenxiu's howling next door in her courtyard. Jiang Wenxiu occasionally complained to Feng Xiai, "I don't know how your wife raised it. Why did I raise it to discharge electricity?" Feng Xiai, maybe his wife is good at fooling people. The road to Yuhing Mansion has been opened. After recuperating in Kaiyang Mansion for a day, everyone headed towards Yuhing Mansion the next day. Bian Yan had received the news long ago, so when Feng Xiai and his party arrived, he was already at the gate of Yuhing Prefecture to greet them. Song Luhua glanced through the crowd, and saw only a young figure from behind. His hair was particularly black, and he was a little thin. Yes, the East region has become like this. All the heads of the major families are worried, so it is normal to be a little thin. You all have worked hard all the way here. I have asked someone to clean up the residence. Please settle down first. After a round of greetings, Song Luhua showed up, just like the previous times, and was led to a house in the city by the Bian clan. Song Luhua had already gotten used to the frequent changes of places in such a short period of time. After arriving at the backyard and taking out the commonly used items, Nani Yang and the women of the clan helped to simply decorate the house, which was quite nice to live in. With the arrival of Feng Xiai and others, Bian Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Father, you can rest assured and recuperate, and leave the things outside to me." Bian Yin tucked the corner of the quilt for Lord Bian. "Ahem. You do the work, your father is at ease. The 3 regions have come from afar, please don't neglect them. Son, please rest well. With them here, the East region is safe this time." Fu Jiao said that they will clear the surrounding beasts tomorrow and continue to open up the road to Tianhuan Mansion. At that time, I will lead the disciples of the clan to go together. After Bian Yin explained, Lord Bian could no longer hold on and fell asleep. Looking at his father's bloodless face, Bian Yin felt sad. He knew that his father would most likely not survive. He had been struggling for so long, just waiting for hope. Now that reinforcements from various regions have arrived, his father's anger has dissipated, and he is afraid that it will be dangerous. At night, Fu Jiao came to visit Bian Fujuan. "How is your uncle?" "They are cousins, and the people from various regions came today," and he also revealed the news in advance. Bian Yin sighed bitterly. "I'm afraid. Not very good, just these 2 days." Fu Jiao felt bad. He thought of his father, although they had occasional disputes, but now he is gone. Even if there were many complaints in the past, they gradually disappeared. What's more, Bian Yin and his uncle actually have a pretty good relationship. Suddenly, he thought of someone. "Do you still remember the wife of the clan leader of the Feng family that I met today?" Hearing his sudden question, Bian Yin nodded blankly. "I have some impression of her. She is an extremely beautiful woman." Out of respect, he also greeted her. "I don't know why Fu Jiao mentioned her." Fu Jiao continued, "You don't know, this Madame Song is amazing. She is respected as the first all-round spiritualist in the continent by the spiritualists in the 3 regions of North, South, and West, as well as our Yoguang Mansion and Kaiyang Mansion." "Are you kidding? There are so many talented people in his clan, not to mention the entire continent. There are countless excellent spiritual assistants, who can be called the best in the continent." "How much spiritual wine did he drink?" Fu Jiao saw that he obviously didn't believe it, and smiled. "With our relationship, do I need to tease you? If you want to save your uncle, go and ask Madame Song, maybe you will get something unexpected." During this period of time, in addition to what he saw with his own eyes, Fu Jiao also collected a lot of information and learned about their experiences along the way. He felt more and more that everyone was right. This Madame Song deserved the title of the best spiritual assistant in the continent. After Fu Jiao left, Bian Yin thought about it seriously and made a decision. The next day, Song Luhua just woke up and heard Nani Yang say that young Master Bian had come. She was quite surprised. "Feng Xiai and the others are out. What are you doing here now? You can't turn people away when they come to your house, so you asked someone to invite them in." Bian Yin saw her and bowed quickly. "I'm sorry for coming here." Song Luhua bowed back. I'm just an idle person. I can't say I'm bothering you. Young Master Bien is too polite, but I haven't thanked young Master for arranging a place for me. No, you all came from afar, and helped me so much in the East region. It's just a small thing, it's my due. How dare I thank you? The two exchanged pleasantries, and Nani Yang took this opportunity to serve spiritual tea. Bien Yin hesitated for a moment, and told the purpose of his visit. My father is seriously injured and dying. I would like to ask you for help. Don't worry, no matter what the result is, I will accept it, and I will make you a promise in the name of my Bien family. To show his sincerity, Bien Yin specially brought a contract with the seal of the lord of the mansion. The clan was in tatters, and the treasures that had been stored for thousands of years were all used up. Now all they could offer was a promise. Bien Yin felt a little ashamed. Song Luhua did not accept it. It's fine if it's a promise. I also admire Lord Bien's selflessness. If I can help him, there's no need for a promise. I go with you to see your father. If she accepted the other party's promise at this time, it would inevitably be suspected of taking advantage of the situation. Just looking at the clear eyes of Lord Bien, unlike those cunning and hypocritical ones, she believed that even without this contract, he would naturally recognize the friendship this time. Chapter 385. Following Bien Yin to the Lord's mansion, Song Luhua met the current Lord of Yuhing Mansion. Lord Bien's facial features are 50% similar to Bien Yin, and he doesn't look much older than Bien Yin. Of course, the average age of the Shifeng continent is 300 years old, and 40 years old is not that old. He looks like he's in his 20s, which can only be said to be really young. At this moment, he was lying on the couch. His face was gray and his breath was weak. Song Luhua looked at him from a distance. If he didn't get treatment, he might not make it tonight. At this point, she estimated that only Huangquan Nirvana pills would be a hope. Bien Yin stood aside anxiously. I wonder if Madame Song, my father's condition is. He did not say it too bluntly. Song Luhua understood what he meant. She waved her hand. There is a way, but it cannot be guaranteed to be foolproof. She saw that Bien Fujiyuan's eyelids moved, but he did not open his eyes, so she motioned him to go to the outer room to talk. In the outer room, Song Luhua took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to him. This is Huangquan Nirvana pill. If it works, you will live. If it fails, you will die. After telling him how to use it, Song Luhua hesitated for a moment, but still said, I will send a pot of spiritual fruit tea later, and then give it to your father. In less than a quarter of an hour, Song Luhua sent someone to deliver her special spiritual fruit tea, and told someone to convey the timing of pouring the spiritual fruit tea. Fu Jiao heard that she was willing to help, so he came to guard. Soon after Bien Yin fed his father the red Huangquan pill, he began to vomit blood in large mouthfuls. Since Song Luhua had informed him in advance, he temporarily suppressed his worries, and quickly fed his father the spiritual fruit tea she sent, and then mobilized his spiritual power to dissolve it. After a lot of tossing and turning, the bedside was in a mess, blood was everywhere, and the quilt on Bien Fujiyuan was also stained with blood. At this moment, Bien Fujiyuan was really only hanging on with one breath. Bien Yan's heart was already cold, and he was stunned on the spot, at a loss. Fu Jiao saw this and reminded him, Don't be stunned, isn't there still a pill? Feed it to uncle. Yes. There is another one. Bien Yin held back the sourness in his nose, and quickly fed another black pill to his father. The waiting process was extremely painful. After an unknown amount of time, he heard Fu Jiao's joyful voice. Uncle, you're awake. Bien Yin saw that his father had indeed woken up, and his complexion was much better than before. He quickly took his pulse, and was surprised to find that he was indeed fine. Bien Yin almost cried with joy, and was quite excited. Bien Fujiyuan saw the tears in his eyes, and felt relieved and smiled. Father, I'm fine. I've been lying in bed for a long time, and my body is stiff. Help me get up and walk around. Yes, father. Bien Yin quickly helped him up. Fu Jiao looked at the heartwarming scene between the father and son and smiled. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Bien Yan's complaint. Father, don't hit the wall. We don't need to go around. Just go straight. Why are you going around and hitting the wall? Go over there. Looking up, he saw that Bien Fujiyuan and Bien Yin were arguing at the same corner. No matter what Bien Yin said, Bien Fujiyuan just didn't retreat, and only wanted to turn out from the corner. That stubbornness was so strong that he couldn't pull him away. Quite helpless. Bien Fujiyuan glared at him awkwardly. Why are you shouting so loudly? Don't I want to? He didn't know why. He couldn't control his feet at all. Everyone knows that he didn't need to go around in circles just now, but he couldn't control it at all, and just wanted to go around in circles. Now he is stuck in the corner and can't get out. What should he do? Not far away, his nephew is still there, and he is afraid that his stupid son is shouting so loudly, he is not embarrassed enough. Bien Yin was glared at by his own father, a little aggrieved. Who told you to block here? Bien Fujian gave him several looks, but this rebellious son, whether he was pretending or really didn't see it, didn't send Fu Jiao away first, but complained to him here. Helpless, he could only say tiredly, I can't walk in a straight line, I don't know why, I can only walk in circles. Hurry up and get me out. Bien Yin suddenly realized. You should have said it earlier, really. Drag his own father out from the corner. Bien Yin was puzzled. How could it be like this? Fu Jiao felt that he knew something about this question. He suppressed his smile and coughed lightly. It must be the sequelae of the Huangquan Nirvana pill. What do you mean by that? The father and son of the Bien family looked at Fu Jiao together. Fu Jiao explained, I forgot to tell you before that although Mrs. Song is quite accomplished in refining weapons and medicine, the spiritual weapons, or pills she refines generally have more unique sequelae. She didn't emphasize my uncle's condition, so I think it's nothing serious. Bien Yin and Bien Fujian looked at each other and fell silent. Although it's not a big deal, I still feel a little embarrassed. Fu Jiao smiled. I suggest that uncle should stay in bed to recuperate for a short period of time, so that you don't have to go out. Bien Fujian understood immediately. Jiao is right. I really should rest. If I don't rest, I can't go out and embarrass myself. On the way back to the room, Bien Yin felt tired. Even with him leading, his father still walked in circles. It took them half an hour to walk a short distance of one incense stick. In the end, Bien Yin carried his father in. Bien Fujian, The dignity of the Fujian and his father was completely lost in front of the rebellious son. If he stayed in bed all the time, it would not work. Bien Yin removed all the obstacles according to the route his father had just taken. He ensured that his father could walk around the house smoothly during the period before he recovered. Even the arrangement of the tables and chairs in the room was carefully designed by him for the convenience of Bien Fujian. It took most of the day to finish this busy work. As the sky gradually darkened, the teams that had gone out came back one after another. The members of the Bien clan also arrived. Bien Yin saw that everyone was weak and limp, as if they had been drained of their energy by a goblin. He was quite curious about what kind of strange beast they had encountered today. So powerful. The Bien clan member shook his head weakly. There is no strange beast. It's just that the kidney energy was sucked by a spiritual cauldron. Bien Yin, unheard of. The Bien clan member didn't expect to have such an experience, and sighed that he had lived long enough to see it. Seeing that his young master was also a little confused, he explained. This cauldron is called the star-absorbing cauldron. It is said that it was refined by Madame Song from the southern region. It can absorb the spiritual power of the underground Jisun jade. All this journey has relied on this treasure. After hearing what the clan member said, Bien Yin seemed to know why he always felt that the people in the four regions were not quite right. Those faces were either as white as if they were painted with several kilograms of pearl powder, or as black as if they had been fighting for a month. TSK. It's a bit miserable. After experiencing these two things on the same day, Bien Yin felt that his horizons had been broadened. I heard that the people in the three regions have been sucked for quite some time, which is indeed a bit pitiful. Also, I wonder if you have noticed that the martial spirit masters in the three regions are all serious. I asked for a long time today, and found out that they became like this after taking the pills of Madame Song from the southern region. Although their kidney energy was sucked today, the Bien clan members felt that it didn't seem so uncomfortable compared to the experiences of the martial spirit masters of other clans. Bien Yin, Don't be so obvious about gloating. He has an ominous premonition. Chapter 339. Is this the star-absorbing cauldron? The next day, Bien Yin, who participated in the battle, stared at the huge spiritual cauldron with curiosity. Try it? As Fu Jiao spoke, he walked towards his fixed position. Bien Yin followed curiously. A quarter of an hour later, the two were pulled down one after the other, with weak legs and feet. Bien Yin felt as if his body was drained, and his waist and legs were sore and weak. This spiritual weapon is really exhausting. Fu Jiao smiled, thinking that you haven't encountered anything more exhausting yet. Mrs. Song's methods are extraordinary, and he has experienced them along the way. But he didn't say anything, and let his cousin relax for a while. Fortunately, the abnormality in his eyes has returned to normal in the past few days, otherwise it would be a bit embarrassing to meet people in this image. Fu Jiao sighed in his heart. What a coincidence. The major forces were busy, and Song Luo took people to stroll in the city. The old rules: first pull out the ownerless spiritual fruits and spiritual plants grown in the city, and then plant red wolfberries. Kidney deficiency? Have some red wolfberry, it will ensure that the weak will not die. As for the hee flower, she had already transplanted it to her own space. There is only 1 acre of space, and the hee flower occupies a lot of space, but fortunately it can still be squeezed in. Spread gray jade beads around the roots of the hee flower. Wow, it grows very fast, and there is no need to worry about kidney deficiency. But it also consumes a lot of gray jade beads. For this reason, Song Luo asked for some extra from each domain, specifically for hee flower. Everyone knew about this, but there was no objection. After all, no one wants to be useless without spiritual medicine to replenish kidney qi. After walking around the city, she began to refine medicine and equipment. As for the equipment refiners and pharmacists in various regions, they have been caught up in a frenzy of research. While researching, they did not forget to invite the auxiliary spiritual masters of Yuhing Mansion to brainstorm and exchange ideas. When the auxiliary spiritual masters of Yuhing Mansion received the invitation, they were quite excited. There is such a good thing. Then they couldn't wait to go. Who knew that in these short 2 hours, their ideas were overturned? What flying spiritual tools in the shape of razor picks, attacking spiritual tools in the shape of dressing boxes, and various spiritual medicines that look ugly but have unexpected uses. The auxiliary spiritualists of Yuhing Mansion felt that their brains had crashed. Are all the auxiliary spiritualists outside so wild? Finally, they were pulled to join in and instilled with a new concept, which made them feel enlightened. The weapon refiners first started to transform the spiritual swords and tried to add barbs. The pharmacists started with kidney tonifying spiritual medicines. Now with the help of the top-grade spiritual tool, the star-absorbing cauldron, the average martial spiritualist in Yuhing Mansion has kidney deficiency. Kidney nourishment is a basic need, and everything starts with kidney nourishment. Therefore, the martial spirit master of Yuhing Mansion soon received the deep love from the clan alchemist. As the young master, Bianyan naturally had a lot of good things. Just after dinner, a clan member came to deliver medicine. Young master, this is the new kidney nourishing elixir made by the clan alchemist, as a tribute to you. Kidney nourishing elixir? Let me see it. A clan member handed over a small jade bottle, and Bianyan poured it out and stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as it entered his stomach, he felt that his kidney energy had recovered slightly, and praised it. Not bad. The worry in the heart of the martial spirit master of the Bian family was put to rest. It seemed that the alchemist in the clan was quite reliable, and there was no problem with the medicine given to the young master. But he left with peace of mind. Just as he was about to leave, he saw his young master suddenly vomiting violently. He leaned against the wall for a while. You? Bianyan vomited until tears came out, and wiped the corners of his mouth angrily. What the hell, it's so disgusting. Bianyan ate a kidney tonifying elixir offered by the clan members, and almost vomited it out. The pill went into the throat, but there was nothing wrong. However, after swallowing it, a stream of air that seemed astringent, smelly, sweet, and bitter rushed back into the throat, and the stomach was churning. The martial spirit master who was delivering medicine covered his eyes. The alchemist in the clan was so bold that he even cheated his own young master. Fortunately, he was not given such a heaven-defying thing to eat. Poor young master. In the end, Bianyan vomited out all the dinner he had just eaten. Clan member, how about you eat again? Bianyan waved his hand weakly. Go down, don't mention what happened today again. He muttered in his heart, and didn't know what the alchemist in the clan was thinking. It was fine before, why did it change now? The next day, he learned from the tribe members. I heard that the alchemists in the 3 regions are now refining medicine in this way. Bianyan, So he learned it from the people in the 3 regions? In the following period of time, Bianyan witnessed all kinds of strange spiritual tools of the tribe members. Even though he was so calm, he couldn't help but almost cried after trying it a few times. He said, why don't the young masters of other families use the spiritual tools produced by their own families? The truth is that it's true. I hate my cousin Fujiao. Why didn't he remind him of this kind of thing? Woohoo, it's too miserable for him. In the following days, the auxiliary spirit masters of Yuhing Mansion seemed to have opened a new door, and vowed to catch up with the footsteps of other forces. The martial spirit masters of Yuhing Mansion wailed. Song Luo often heard the tribe members laughing and describing the miserable situation of the martial spirit masters of Yuhing Mansion. It's a bit unlucky, but it's reasonable. Someone has to make sacrifices on the road to progress. Just persist and get used to it. As long as it's not her sacrifice, it's very reasonable. After hearing the joke, Song Luo smiled and continued to study her peerless alchemy skills. Occasionally, people from other clans came to ask for advice, and she would make up a lot of nonsense to broaden their minds. On the second day, there would be the sounds of ghosts, and wolves howling from the martial arts masters of each family. Song Luhua hid her merits and fame, and was perfectly invisible. With the addition of the Yuhing Mansion, the light blue spiritual clam pearl spirit weapon, and the assistance of the star-absorbing cauldron, except for the special beasts that took a little effort, the speed of cleaning was exceptionally fast. But in less than half a month, the road to Tianquan Mansion has been almost opened. As more people join in, the speed of clearing will only get faster and faster. This is the last section. As long as we clear this section, we can reach Tianquan Mansion. Dian Yin has been in pain and happiness during this period. On the one hand, it is really cool to use the spiritual clam pearl spirit weapon to instantly kill the strange beast. But at the same time, the pain in his feet is real. After the treatment of the alchemist in the clan, it really feels like dying. Dian Fujian looked at his increasingly haggard son, and felt quite sympathetic in his heart. Fortunately, his son was sick, and didn't have to suffer. He seemed to comfort him with emotion. Dad is old, you should worry more about the family affairs and experience more. Dian Yin, He suspected that his own father was deliberately shirking the blame. Dian Fujian had no guilt at all. He was old, and couldn't stand the tossing. The brat was young and worked hard, no problem. Chapter 340. My lady, the spiritual artifact of the clam pearl is broken. Feng Xi held the light blue spiritual clam pearl that had broken into countless pieces. I had expected this day to come, it's okay. She found that the top-grade spiritual artifacts with artifact patterns were not so easy to be damaged. But the spiritual artifacts without artifact patterns were more likely to be damaged. The spiritual artifacts that were refined before to repel enemies were all damaged in the battle. Now only the star-absorbing cauldron was not damaged, but it was even better. Song Luhua also figured out the pattern. But the best spiritual tools are not only rare in materials, but also can only be refined by luck. She thought she was lucky, but she was also very unsure. Fortunately, the ordinary spiritual tools she refined were enough. At first, she could refine super-grade spiritual tools with the first and second level of cultivation. Now she is a 7th level auxiliary spiritual master. The spiritual tools she refines can not only fight ordinary monsters, but also can easily control the super 9th level with good quality. It happened that she refined a new spiritual tool yesterday. Although the power is not as great as that of the spiritual clam pearl spiritual tool, it can be used first. Song Luhua threw out the cauldron without hesitation. Madam, what is this? Feng Xi opened the lid of the cauldron, and saw a pile of bronze mirrors inside, puzzled. This is the bewildering mirror, a spiritual tool I just refined. Use this mirror to temporarily replace the spiritual clam pearl spiritual tool. As for the usage, it is still very simple. Just shine this mirror into the eyes of the strange beast for a while, and then you can sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Feng Xi roughly understood the function of this spiritual tool. Song Luhua reminded, although this spiritual weapon is specifically designed for strange beasts with low IQ, it is best for the martial spirit master who uses it to have a firm will, and not be deceived by external things. The next day, Song Yuan and others felt refreshed. Finally, we don't have to treat our feet. The spiritual medicine made by the alchemist in the clan is not only smelly, but also extremely painful to apply. Yes, I admit that the spiritual weapon of the lady is useful, but it is too hard on the feet. Song Yuan also sighed, brothers, our hard days are over. Feng Xi walked out of the door. No. With a wave of his hand, a cauldron appeared. Song Yuan, it looks familiar. Isn't this my younger sister's cauldron? Feng Xi nodded, brother is right. It is my wife's cauldron. Inside the cauldron is her newly refined spiritual weapon, the bewildering heart mirror. Feng Shan will share it with the clan members. Feng Shan, It was too early to be happy. Feng Xi said, give some to other families in the 4 regions as well. Yes. This time Feng Shan's voice was particularly loud. He felt less depressed. Feng Shan no longer had any hope for the spiritual weapon refined by his clan leader's wife. Knowing that these things must have flaws, they no longer thought about using them all for the clan like they did at the beginning. It was time to show the outsiders how powerful their wife was. Feng Shan counted the bewitching mirrors in the cauldron. There were about 500 of them, the size of a baby's palm. Each clan got about 10. Although this thing is very small, it can become quite large after being injected with spiritual power. Feng Shan and others were very cautious, fearing that they would accidentally activate it and get into trouble on the spot. On this side, Qin Yi and others received the spiritual tools and skillfully asked their assistants to keep them. Bian Yin took it in his hand and looked at it curiously. What is the use of this confusing mirror? Let me take a look. He injected spiritual energy into it. The small confusing mirror instantly became the size of an ordinary bronze mirror. Bian Yin used it to look at himself and didn't feel anything unusual. He was sure that his mind was clear. Nothing. Bian Yin put the confusing mirror away. The next morning, he was washing his face. Suddenly, he was startled by an ugly face on the water. What is that? He looked around vigilantly, but found no one else. He looked again, and the ugly face still appeared. He blinked, and the ugly face on the water also blinked. Bian Yin felt that the problem was serious. What the hell? Why does this young master seem to have become ugly? He quickly took out an ordinary crystal mirror and looked at it. Instantly, a burst of unbelievable screams came from above Bian Mansion. He couldn't believe that the man who looked like a toad in the mirror was himself. Bian Yin looked at himself in the mirror again, and was almost frightened by his ugly appearance. After breakfast, everyone went to clean up the strange beasts together. Bian Yin asked Fu Jiao, "Do you think I am different today?" He stared at Fu Jiao with his eyes, as if he was expecting him to give an answer. Fu Jiao looked left and right, but didn't see anything and smiled. Nothing different. Bian Yin breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the tribesmen did not deceive him. It was probably his eyes that had problems. Although they had been cheated many times, the people of all tribes were still curious about the new spiritual weapon. This spiritual weapon at least didn't look so cruel. As usual, they still had to run the star-absorbing cauldron first, and after the spiritual power of the surrounding Jisun jade seeds had been almost absorbed, they began to clean up the strange beasts. Everyone input spiritual power into the bewitching mirror, selected a strange beast, and shook the mirror at its eyes a few times. Then, they saw an incredible scene. The strange beasts actually fought each other. Is this the purpose of the bewildering mirror? With this item, they don't have to do it themselves. The beasts can take care of themselves. So, a group of martial spirit masters used the bewildering mirror to shine on the beasts. While shining, it was inevitable that they would shine on other people, but fortunately they didn't feel anything unusual, so they let go. Letting the beasts kill each other now would save a lot of energy compared to them doing it themselves. They didn't care about the consequences. Feng Xiai was fighting on the side, and was almost shaken, but fortunately he closed his eyes in time. Qin Yi and others did not expect the tribesmen to be so wild. They were not prepared at first, and many of them were shaken in time. When they reacted, they quickly covered their eyes. Jiang Wenxiu cursed. Where are you shaking? I was shaken. Will you compensate me? Lan Qi, Qin Yi and others were shaken, and for some reason, they felt a little cold in their hearts. Yang Lingkong, Bai Lizu, Fu Jiao, and others were not spared. In the chaos, many people were shaken. This battle was particularly fast, with groups of strange beasts fighting each other, and they didn't care about the humans who were watching them covetously, and they were beaten by many tricks. In just half a day, the number of monsters killed today is twice as much as before. Everyone sighed. Mrs. Song's spiritual weapon is so lethal, she will be able to reach Tianquan Mansion the day after tomorrow. At the same time, the bad premonition in their hearts became stronger and stronger. On the way back, Qin Yi and others walked very fast, fearing that if they walked slowly, something strange would happen on the road, and they would be embarrassed in public. Fortunately, the group returned home safely, had dinner, and there was no abnormality until they rested in the evening. But it was this that made people unable to sleep.